Chapter 581 I used your credit card. The test of the Nova Strike mode of the Zelnada artifact went smoothly. The weapon test was completed by the self-made target, and the process was recorded in detail, including data on the lethality of the Nova Strike to the Zerg, which was undoubtedly filled with the true feelings of the recorder. Ugh fuck. The huge hangar used to test prototype weapons at the Simonson Arsenal was a mess, covered with the blood and vomit of the brain worms. If the brain worm had no excretion organs, it would have been scared to the point of peeing. I was wrong. I shouldn't have come here in the first place. If it wasn't like this, I wouldn't have fallen into such a sad situation. The brainworm, which was about to become fat as a ball, had shrunk by more than half at this time, lying on the ground like a wrinkled skin, and its length was only 1/3 of its original length. Mengsk, you will die a miserable death. I heard that. Emperor Augustus was walking towards this side, frowning at the large pools of blood and vomit mixture on the ground. It was shocking that such a small brainworm had such a large amount of bleeding. Huh? The brainworm, that was still vomiting, was so scared that it quickly swallowed what it was about to vomit. It was so badly injured that it couldn't react even when someone approached it. I'm not talking about you, Mengsk. It has always been a bully. I'm talking about that. Valerian Mengsk. There is no two suns in the sky, and in my heart there is only one sun. His Majesty Augustus Mengsk. It's a pity that Xiaohua treats you so well. Augustus couldn't bear to watch it so depressed. He must be heartbroken knowing you said that. Unexpectedly, the brainworm, which seemed to be dying, used the same trick again. It suddenly jumped up with its tail touching the ground and bit Augustus, who was walking towards it at lightning speed. I will eat you alive, tyrant! But before the royal guards could react, the brainworm was grabbed by the tail by a pair of invisible big hands. It could only swing and bite wildly in the air, but it was just a few yards away and couldn't touch Augustus no matter what. Even if it stretched out its red tongue to lick him, it couldn't reach him. If you want to kill, it's understandable. The kind-hearted emperor expressed his understanding. I am very satisfied with this test of the Zelnada artifact. This is indeed the best test method. Dr. Nerid didn't know what to say. This was far beyond his expectations, and was completely different from the plan. He was going to instigate Augustus to use Tosh to replenish the energy of the artifact, and take the opportunity to store enough void energy to pull him on back to the real world. Who told Nerid to calculate so much? But he didn't expect that there would be such a big injustice in the palace. There is a poem on ancient earth that goes like this: when beans are cooked, the bean pods are burned, and the beans cry in the pot. If Augustus was not using this method to stop Nerid, then the emperor must have deliberately dealt with this brainworm that was doing evil in the palace every day and was hated by everyone. Well, the Nova impact is indeed amazing. If it is fully charged, it is not difficult to kill the brainworm or even severely damage the overlord. Renault also said, but where can we get so much energy? It may not be enough to rely on a brainworm. If Zeratul were here, he would definitely find a way. With the Zelnada artifact, millions of Imperial soldiers can be saved. This is all thanks to you. You poor little creature. Shut up. I don't need your sympathy. The brainworm's neck stiffened. Its stomach bulged, and it became even more angry. The lethality of the Nova shock to low-level Zerg is indeed quite terrible, and it works faster than the psionic crusher. The shockwave release can even kill the Thunder Beast directly. There are dozens of animal pens in the area near the prototype weapon test site of the Simonson Arsenal, which contain thousands of Zerg of almost all Zerg species, and they turned into a pile of blood when the Zelnada artifact was activated for the first time. The wool comes from the sheep. Augustus agreed with Rainer's opinion and turned to Dr. Nerid. What do you think? Doctor? I remember that the remains of the first generation of the Overlord after his death had turned into a huge hole that could be directly connected to the void. The storm filled with terrible void energy was even as high as 300 miles. Even in Ayer's low Earth orbit, the huge eye of the storm could be seen. Nerid was prepared. If we can borrow the energy of the eye of the void, then we can not only complete the charging, but also find other ways to use the artifact. You are right. Zeratul said that the huge eye of the storm has actually become the connection between our world and the void. Augustus knew what Nerid was planning. Now the body of the Overmind is almost gone. The huge void energy is eroding the real world and constantly blurring the boundary between the void and reality. Not only is it possible for Amon to use this rift to influence reality, but even another Zelnada Orus imprisoned by Amon also uses it to communicate with the Dark Templar, in order to avoid attracting Amon's attention. Aurors could only warn Dark Templar masters, like Cyrodiil, with difficult prophecies. The Zelnada artifact can even temporarily seal Amon's energy. If Nerid can bring Amon out directly, it will be a lot of fun. However, Nerid should not have created the evil god host. That is, the super hybrid to accommodate Amon's will. Cyrodiil warned me that no matter what, I must not try to borrow the energy of the void, because the current void is no longer the pure place of the ancient times. If humans attempt to steal the fire from the sky, divine punishment will follow. Augustus shook his head. But your majesty, only with enough void energy can I test the limits of the Zelnada artifact. Every great progress in the history of human technology is not without risk. Nerid felt a headache when he heard Cyrodiil. This lingering Dark Templar always secretly obstructed his plans. Although Cyrodiil didn't know what Nerid wanted to do. Put it aside for now. I can't take such a risk. Augustus said, there are always more solutions than problems. Maybe Cyrodiil knows what to do. Augustus naturally didn't know what Nerid was thinking. He quickly called Dr. Egon Stedman, who immediately handed over his data panel respectfully. The holographic screen on it was playing the video just now. I saw a fat white brainworm carefully looking at the Zelnada artifact operation manual given by Dr. Nerid with the tip of its tail, occasionally turning the pages with saliva, and occasionally uttering gnashing curses. When it moved its tail to activate the artifact, it was trembling and cautious, just like a mouse stealing the bait on a mousetrap. When the artifact was activated, a flash of white light appeared, and the brainworm immediately swung its body wildly and screamed in the sudden release of white light, and blood oozed out of its bloated body like it was free, and immediately flowed all over the floor. This was repeated more than 10 times, and in the end, the poor bug was obviously familiar with such steps, and he was somewhat calm and at ease. Without being reminded, it can calculate the energy required for a nova impact and recharge itself. Thank you for your help, Master. Please put it down. Augustus nodded to the invisible Dark Master, and said to the brainworm thrown into the room, I am relieved to see that you are still in such good spirits. For so many years, I have endured hardships and humiliation. I have observed humans, studied humans, understood humans, read widely, and know astronomy and geography. In human history, there are foolish and incompetent tyrants, and there are extremely cruel tyrants. I never knew that someone could be both. The brainworm lay on the ground weakly, saying sullenly, but I just don't understand you. Maybe I'm just a little confused worm, and you're really not a human. It said, how can the Zerg defeat such humans? We are far less evil and cruel than you. Those who were thrown into the evolution pit by the Master of Evolution Abathur may also think so. Augustus looked at the brainworm. Now you know you are wrong? The brainworm thought for a long time. I didn't do anything? Probably not. Look. What kind of shit are those holographic film and television companies under your control filming? Augustus slapped the data panel on the brainworm's face. Listen. Listen to it. What do you mean by the Emperor and his 888 mistresses? Now any posthumous child with a little ambition claims to be my illegitimate child. What is this? He said. It's ridiculous. The brainworm commented. The young screenwriter is ignorant and wrote for fun. Besides, it's not you. Why are you so anxious? You should send those who wrote the script to jail. Pile it up. I have to eat it back later. At this time, the brainworm saw several soldiers cleaning up the bloodstains and immediately said, all this blood came from my body. You still say you don't know? Augustus snorted. That's fine. I don't care at all. You actually produced a large number of crudely made films to promote the harmlessness of alien Zerg and attempted to rule humans. Fortunately, not many fools took it seriously. Renault said in amazement, this brainworm also understands cultural invasion? You yourself said that humans will have the opportunity to live in peace with alien Zerg in the future. And I am the opportunity. The brainworm said, I thought about it, and there is only this trick. Come on. I see that you care a lot about your image. Take the Copperloo Wars for example. What's wrong with the Emperor wearing a beautiful skirt to kill the enemy? This has a prototype in history. Prince Philip, the younger brother of King Louis XIV of France, is such a person. Fortunately, your family attaches great importance to sex enlightenment education, and will not let the second son mistakenly think that he is a woman. Ha ha ha. I am so happy. I think it is well filmed. But the protagonist happens to be the Minx family will always have revenge. Augustus said coldly. Don't mess with him. Before the brainworm spoke nonsense, The captain of the Royal Guard, Faraday, rushed out to block its mouth. And then the brainworm that couldn't control its mouth was punched into a sack and dragged away by the scientists under Egon Stedman. You can't stand skirts, right? Reno spread his hands. Augustus was indeed a male version of Dorothy Minsk. Honestly, are you sure this guy didn't write a script to mock you? Actually, it's nothing. Tychus was in his 30s and 40s and still dressed up as a woman. He just wanted to get away with it because he didn't have money to pay for prostitution. He has no shame. But I still have some. The right to speak must be controlled in our hands. Augustus whispered to Reno. I'm just giving him a small punishment. You know, this guy really crossed the line. I have no objection to you punishing it, as long as you are sure you are doing the right thing. Reno said, but we have to ensure that this kind of torture will not be used on our people. Of course, Augustus said. That brain worm? Its behavior is very abnormal. Nerid was confused about the situation. If the Overlord was alive, he might be angry again. No brain worm I know of is as strange as this. This brain worm was so unusual that it became an unexpected point in Nerid's plan. Even if we only look at it this way, this brain worm is very different from his brothers. A rebellious and unruly soul. Most importantly, where does this brain worm's energy come from? It has basically been completely cut off from the overmind. Nerid doesn't believe that those high-calorie foods can be converted into anything other than fat. A fat brain worm is really a great shame for the Zerg. We must find an opportunity to slice it for research. It's also the weirdest one I know. Augustus said indifferently. Who said this guy was raised by Egon Stedman? Seeing Egon whistling without paying attention to others, it seemed to be true. This guy. It lacks a strict and kind father. Raynor said. Come on. It's true that it has always wanted to be someone else's father. Augustus spread his hands. Okay. Emil, let's not talk about this unlucky bug. Now that we have completed the test, when can we deploy the Xel'Naga artifact on the front line? You can use it now. If you plan to use it as a decisive weapon to kill at a critical stage, then I suggest not to expose it too early. Nerid may really want to see the Terran Empire win. Augustus waved his hand, and several royal guards put the Xel'Naga artifact into the storage box. It was a sarcophagus made of Xel'Naga organic materials, and the surface emitted a green light that symbolized life. Humans have long lost track of the original purpose of this sarcophagus, but it is just right for storing Xel'Naga artifacts. If you want to use the Xel'Naga artifact, you must kill as many Zerg as possible, even Cerebrates, to expand the results of the war. Augustus said, even to make the Zerg afraid to attack again in a short period of time. When you have an artifact, of course you hope that the enemy is as afraid of it as possible, and finally scared to death. This is a wise move. Even Cerebrates cannot be resurrected after being killed by void energy. Nerid nodded. The Jormungandr Swarm and Fenris Swarm have already started a full-scale war with us. Now the front line is not optimistic. Raynor said to Augustus, the unprecedented Zerg variant caught our warriors off guard. The new Zerg swarm is much stronger than before. They are almost completely different from before the Brood War. And their appearance has also changed dramatically. But this is the Zerg. Life is endless. And evolution is endless. We must build more warships and mobilize more soldiers. Augustus hummed. The reserves of crystal ore are insufficient. We should deploy enough mining mules in Moria. You've asked the right person. Reno was excited. Leave it to me. We have enough mining mules to make it rain in Moria's high-altitude orbit. We will never treat the Comorians unfairly. But now we can only borrow some resources from them. We will pay them back after using them, and never take more. It is appropriate to use food, medicine, industrial output and modular building materials to pay off the debt, which is exactly what they need most. Augustus said, each of us has to take what we need. We are in urgent need of resources to build a fleet now. Chapter 582 Paradise Crisis. In mid-April, the Augustgrad Palace in Kar once again issued a conscription order. This was the third conscription mobilization. Together with the previous two conscriptions, the army of Emperor Augustus now reached 20 million people. More than 1,000 divisions. With so many soldiers, not to mention the uniforms, armor and supplies they were given. It was not an easy task to simply gather so many people together. In the eyes of the Emperor, this number was not enough. From colonized planets with large-scale immigration to sparsely populated resource planets, the Terran Empire has more than 1,000 territories, most of which were incorporated into the Empire after its establishment. to guard such a large territory. Of course, an equally large army is needed. During the first conscription, millions of people joined the army in just a few days. But now it is obviously not enough to rely on the number of volunteers to maintain the army. The front line has obviously won several exciting victories, but the number of casualties has been increasing, which has poured cold water on those who want to join the army to gain fame and fortune. Compared to the Zerg, dealing with the defeated old Federation and pirate forces was as easy as a vacation in Teledor. Parents certainly don't want their children to go to the battlefield and become a part of the rolling Terran Empire chariot. If they have seen the soldiers who died tragically at the hands of the Zerg, they will be even more reluctant to let their children slip away from them. If someone thinks that the most tragic way to die is to be torn apart by a swarm of Zerglings, then he must have never heard of the infected worms that appeared in Moria. Those terrible plague worms are mobile sources of infection, with considerable intelligence, secretive and cunning. Their bloated bellies are full of twisted marines, and many infected humans are still alive when they are swallowed by these monsters. But no matter what, the criminal law system of the Terran Empire is an iron law. The Imperial Constitution stipulates that military service cannot be avoided, and enlistment is the obligation of the citizens of the Empire to the Emperor of the Empire. When the conscription order reaches a world like Tarsones, the people there have long been accustomed to it. The conscription list had been finalized long ago, but because there were too many people, they were recruited in batches. Imperial citizens who met the requirements had already received notices prohibiting them from leaving the country and preparing to serve. Even though it had been more than a month since the outbreak of the war, Tarsones was still quite prosperous and seemed to be completely unaffected by the war. It was rare to see people doing nothing on the streets of the city, as factories were working overtime to complete government orders. More and more young people boarded the troop transport ships to the barracks, but the remaining positions still had to be filled. Most of the border planets near the front line are implementing strict blackouts and curfews. Goliath-armed robots and soldiers with live ammunition can be seen everywhere on the streets, which is completely different from the core world. At night, the New Gettysburg in the central city of Tarsones is still brightly lit and bustling with people, and the financial center and commercial district are shrouded in purple and pink neon lights. Ghost Agent X74996 or Stone, who just graduated from the Karausa Ghost Academy, is secretly carrying out a secret mission. This order comes directly from the Augustgrad Palace. Everyone knows that it means that it was issued by the Emperor himself. It is rumored that there is a list in the secret room of the Emperor's palace, which is full of people who are to be secretly executed for various crimes. The war on the front line is tense, but the seemingly stable rear is actually full of crisis. Stone's duty is to eradicate the thugs who intend to subvert the Empire. For the ghost agents loyal to the royal family, it is to uphold justice. Not long ago, the Emperor received a report from the Tarsones Police Department, which showed that many cunning mimics appeared in the slums of the main city of Tarsones. Even more frightening is that there is evidence that someone brought live Zerg larvae into Tarsones, which is no less than proof that there is at least one developing Zerg nest under the city of Tarsones. The strategies of the brain worms are becoming more and more flexible. For them, it is easy to use parasites to parasitize and control an ordinary human. Because of this, at least 20 Tarsones officials lost their heads. If anyone thinks that Emperor Augustus is kind and generous, then he must not have heard about how the Emperor executed a large number of war criminals of the old Federation. Considering that the incident happened in the center of Tarsones, in order to avoid causing panic, the only option was to dispatch the Ghost Squad to deal with it. Stone alone knew that this mission mobilized 27 Imperial Ghost Squads with more than 100 people, and 1/12 of the Imperial Ghosts were present. They may be the most powerful group of telepaths in the Copperless sector, and each of them is a super soldier. Stone had trained in the Ghost Academy in Tarsones for a period of time before, but had never visited the prosperous Tarsones. The slums in Tarsones are a different story. They are located in the shadow of high-rise buildings, lack sunlight, are overcrowded, have poor sanitation, and are full of stench. People living in the slums of Tarsones are often potential criminals. More than half of them are drug addicts or have a history of drug abuse. The Emperor once ordered the closure of all slums, so the son of Korra rushed into slums of all sizes to arrest those who were engaged in human organ trafficking, drug trafficking, and human trafficking, and then convicted these people and sent them to the mines and resocialization factories of Masera. The order of the slums has improved significantly during this period. The imperial government even provides prefabricated simple housing and relief to the homeless. However, as the population of the marginal world continues to pour into Tarsones, the slums are still flooded with a large number of poor people. The Zerg invasion is the main reason for the return of immigrants. Now opening up new worlds often means more risks and uncertainties. This situation is not much better than 4 years ago. Later, even this tough leader admitted that he was too idealistic. But in general, Stone believes that the Empire's efforts are not completely in vain. At least the crime rate here is much lower than in the past. If they work hard, people in the slums have the opportunity to change their lives and the lives of their families. The scene of the slums in Tarsones is actually quite acceptable. Most of the people living here are unskilled laborers from various marginal worlds. But the difference is that most of them have stable jobs and are not illegal immigrants. Men will take the mag rail tram for 1 to 2 hours to work in the factories in the outer city of Tarsones. Whether it is a factory producing warship steel plates or a factory rolling modular building components, they need manpower. And there are job opportunities everywhere. Women do other jobs, such as synthetic food factory workers or busy middle-class housework. Their children go to public schools in the slums and enjoy free education resources. It is difficult to call the slums now. Although there were bars, banks and other social places here before, they have already taken on the appearance of a city. People gradually learned to save money. And after the signing of the Copperland Monetary System Treaty in 2498, the imperial credit coin directly linked to the crystal mines became a more stable currency than the Umojan citizen points. This is all thanks to Emperor Augustus. Although he always thinks he hasn't done enough, the Copperlu sector is surrounded by powerful enemies, which sometimes makes the Emperor seem too anxious and too eager. The Emperor is confident that he can repel the Zerg. But the real threat is obviously more than that. Stop! The danger zone is ahead. And the military has blocked the street. Check your equipment and set off in 5 minutes. The speaker is the captain of this team, Theodore Pierce, a veteran former federal agent. His psychic level is lower than Stone's, but he has more combat experience. It was still late at night, and although there was no starlight in the slums, the neon lights in front of various shops illuminated the entire road. 2 children were running in front of Stone, indicating that the public security in the slums was not bad. Further ahead was the cordon set up by the Imperial military, guarded by the Imperial Marines, and the heavy armor of the Marauders was stationed on both sides of the road like a fortress. Stone was a level 7 telepath, which was already considered a very high level. At this moment, he could hear the voices of everyone in this area. A woman was complaining that her husband was not persistent enough, and a man who had just got off work was watching today's UNN morning newspaper. A young man was secretly worried about whether he could be hired by the Tarsones Police Department because he had a relative who had worked for the old federal nobles. But in the restricted area, Stone was uneasy and found that he could not hear other voices at all. If the worms could think, Stone should be able to hear it. This is still a safe area. The underground nest of the alien Zerg is deeper underground in the block. According to the information sent back by the reconnaissance robot, a huge secondary main nest has been formed. The Zerg that infiltrated Tarsones are growing and growing, and plan to use the city's intricate sewer system to invade the above-ground world. Sir, I have a plan. The worms are breeding and multiplying in the dirty sewers of the slums. The best thing to do now is to pour high-energy gas into it and burn it down with a fire. The speaker is Vega, Stone's teammate. She calls herself a worldly ghost. In short, this guy is obsessed with money. Vega is not bad looking, with dark blonde hair and beautiful eyes. She is a realist, ruthless and talkative. In the winding streets of the slums, Stone can't see his invisible teammates at all. But in addition to the assistance of equipment, he can also vaguely feel their psychic shadows. Vega's shadow is different. Her psychic level is the highest among them. Such a powerful psychic perception ability was learned from the course of a high-level Templar, Karas. It is said that he is a friend of Emperor Augustus, and the latter took great efforts to borrow this high-level Templar to Korhal. The Protoss never lie, so this is definitely not bragging. The whole block will be blown up, and how many innocent people will die as a result? Stone always quarrels with Vega. He thinks that this cold woman is more suitable to be a mercenary than an imperial warrior. Each ghost has a code name. Vega said she is a bounty hunter, and Stone called her a lucky cat. That was in the old Federation era. Ghost agents are not tools without emotions, as His Majesty said. His Majesty said that ghost agents should regard themselves as heroes of the people. And your responsibility is to protect rather than destroy. Vega said, I can't believe that there are actually people who can recite the Emperor's word records by heart. In contrast, Vega has never missed any episode of UNN that jokes about the Emperor. In the middle of the streets of the slums, a holographic propaganda stand was playing, showing the Terran Emperor Augustus Mengsk speaking about the reconstruction of Mars Sera. There were propaganda stands like this in almost every corner of Tarsonis, to ensure that citizens in every land could hear the Emperor's voice. The Emperor's speech was so high, and he was so widely praised, that these propaganda stands became like holy images, maintained by the people themselves. You have no faith. Stone couldn't help but criticize the other party. Stone respected Emperor Augustus very much, and he thought that it was the Emperor who gave him a home. For people like him, Ghost Military Academy is home. My faith has been fed to the dogs. Vega said, Little Prince, you should go back to your palace. Vega and Stone communicated directly with the language of the mind, and the communication speed was extremely fast, which was also the result of the training of the Star Spirit Mentor. The teacher hoped that the students could make good use of this ability. But the students of Ghost Military Academy often used this ability to quarrel with each other across the male and female dormitories. What Stone said is correct, and the Emperor doesn't want us to do anything that would damage his reputation during the mission. Captain Pierce is a headache, and the two often have disagreements. Stone believes that casualties should be avoided as much as possible when the hostages can be taken care of during the mission, while Vega advocates blowing them all up. Okay. Sir, can I have a cigarette now? Vega said. No. Pierce said. TSK. Vega said. Compared to Stone, who trains and practices like an ascetic monk, Vega prefers watching movies. In another place, there is a poster for the latest movie of August Grad Universal Studios, which is the movie poster of Brainworm vs. Star Marines. Stone had seen this brainworm in the palace. The funny thing is that it dreams of becoming a master, but now it can only live as a pet and mascot. This kind of movie is very popular recently. The brainworm is the biggest villain in the movie. In the movie, there is always a lonely but brave and resourceful Imperial Marine who fights wits and courage with it. Vega likes this brainworm very much. The audience regarded the brainworms in the movie as clowns, and even thought that the alien worms were not so scary. No wonder this guy was so angry that he bit through the marble floor when reading the movie review. The time is up. We will leave immediately. Pierce said, I want to remind you again that this mission is very dangerous. They should be afraid of us. Vega said. Chapter 583 Mimicry of the Chick. The magnificent city of Tarsonis shows the world not only the magnificent skyscrapers, comfortable high-end residential areas and fashionable commercial buildings. Under its bright and beautiful appearance, there are slums, which are considered to be a place of filth and dirt. And this word is often associated with violence and danger. Slums are the product of the rapid development of Tarsonis city, with a very high population density, but lacking the necessary supporting public safety and sanitation facilities. It is right next to the gleaming marble columns and wide, clean streets of the Nagfa Hall, the Federal Senate building. The ugliness of Tarsonis is like her glory, unconcealable and undisguised. The Tarsonis people describe the slums as rows of gutters next to beautiful giant buildings, and believe that the people living there are just untouchables engaged in menial occupations. They are rats in the gutter, living by stealing, committing crimes, and searching for leftover food in garbage cans. In the old Federation era, the slums and the rich areas were separated by power grids and armed personnel from security companies hired at high salaries. It seemed that hell and heaven were only a short distance apart. If those dissolute rich kids wanted to experience a thrilling adventure, the slums were their best choice. Although the governance of the Tarsonis slums by the Terran Empire government has achieved initial results, the deepest part of its darkness still retains its past appearance. There is no light here, and countless small streets and alleys hidden in the darkness exude a smell of decay and decay. Stone, a newly graduated Imperial Ghost agent, could not remember whether he had been to such a place before entering the Ghost Academy, but he had actually seen it in the dream of another Ghost Academy student. Stone's Dark Templar mentor Elesta once said that many humans have primitive, primary psychic abilities, which are understood by humans as inexplicable phenomena, intuition, omens, and the cause and effect of things. That student grew up in such an environment until an Imperial agent brought her back to Korhol from the swill and garbage dump. In the former Tarsonis slum, there were spontaneously built messy shacks everywhere, People collected materials bit by bit to build their own shelter like swallows carrying mud. Only the upper class could afford prefabricated houses. Newcomers could only lie on the open space with ventilation holes. Even a pipe could accommodate dozens of people, often naked, like maggots in cheese and shipworms in rotten tree roots. Gangs and illegal businessmen collude to rule the blocks of the slums. And they are the masters here. They sell drugs, enhancement drugs, implants of prosthetic limbs, and artificial organs for huge profits. If someone dares not to accept their products, they will be beaten. So 99% of the people have taken drugs before. And the children here are addicted to drugs from birth. People in the slums can only do unstable labor jobs. And women always work while lying down. Brothers, this makes me shudder, Vega said in the channel. Her psychic index is very strong. Not only to the point of being able to teleport and control objects, but also to invade the other party's brain and control their thoughts. This means that Vega's ability to perceive danger is also higher. Zerg like places like this. They like to build nests and lay eggs in the hot caves of Char. Just like piglets rolling in the mud, Captain Pierce said. The old city deep in the slums here has long been uninhabited. The ruins of the past still exist, but they have almost become ruins. In the narrow area between skyscrapers, countless sheds built with aluminum alloys are stacked together, forming countless streets and alleys. Now these ramshackle houses have long been smelly and black, and only a few skinny rats can be seen occasionally. God knows how these lingering rodents came to the Copperless sector, or if they are just another species with similar morphology and habits. But just like the colonization activities after the discovery of the New World on Earth, rats, fleas and diseases have always been with the colonists. And with the help of the helmet detection function, the ghost agent can even see the lice on the rats. Where are the others? Stone asked. Although there were no civilians here, they were not the first team to enter here. Each ghost team was independent, and would not risk exposing their positions to communicate with each other unless necessary. Except for the lights of the skyscrapers, there was no other light source in this area. It was in such dark corners that the Zerg were thriving. During the Battle of the Brood, the Zerg's offensive strategy against humans was mostly a simple and crude frontal attack, and humans were simply unable to stop it. At that time, humans were still very weak in the eyes of the Overmind. As long as the Supreme Zerg Lord wanted, the Zerg could raise the most powerful and rich human home planet of Terran to the ground at any time. But after the outbreak of the Second Total War, the Zerg switched to a more effective offensive strategy. That is, infiltrating cities through parasitic infection, launching attacks from the inside to weaken the power of humans, and then attacking from the inside when necessary. Even if parasites are not used to infect humans, there are always people who are willing to sell out the Empire for a little credit. Over the past 4 years, the Zerg have been evolving and growing, just as humans have been developing new weapons and battleships. In order to deal with the threat of the Zerg, even the Protoss, who adhere to the immutable laws of their ancestors, are developing new void rays to strengthen the fleet, while also actively looking for new colonized planets to awaken ancient technologies everywhere. At least 5 teams have entered the sewers below, and they are nearby. Pierce said, each team carries a reconnaissance drone, and there are a large number of Widow Mine and Black Widow Spider Mine in front of them to open the way, which is foolproof. If these teams find Zerg or come under attack from unknown sources, we will know immediately. The evacuation of civilians has greatly increased the Zerg's vigilance. They know they have been exposed. Vega said, if I were the Zerg, I would have known that the enemy was coming and would not have sat at home waiting. Either I would have attacked in advance or set up an ambush. You are scared. The speaker is a female ghost agent named Tanya. Her identity is immutable. She is one of the personal guards of Emperor Augustus Minsk. Female ghost agents are all very beautiful. Tanya was sent to Tarsonis to deal with a shortage of manpower here. Although her level is not high, her fire control ability is extremely lethal to Zerg. I am worried that you are afraid. Don't think that you can look down on others just because you have worked in the palace. Vega retorted, you must have upset the queen and were kicked out of the palace. No one's little thoughts can escape her eyes. The queen of the Terran Empire is also the most powerful ghost agent since the establishment of the Ghost Project. No one else. Every student who studies at Ghost Academy will inevitably hear the instructors nagging, I think this is not as good as Queen Kerrigan. And I don't do that as well as she does. Yes, Kerrigan is indeed the best ghost agent. But her greatest achievement is to be the queen of Emperor Augustus. But I know you are just scared. Tanya said, no matter how high your test scores are, You are a chicken in practical combat. But don't hold back. Shut up. Vega said, I just feel disgusting down there. Stone on the side remained silent. Perhaps female ghosts always like to quarrel. Speaking of which, Stone can be regarded as a somewhat irritable person. As a ghost, he always has his own ideas about the battle plan. And it is inevitable that he will argue with others. However, whether it is Vega or Tanya, he is no match at all. Stop. This is not a tea party for ladies, Pierce said as he lifted a manhole cover, turned over and jumped down. And the team members followed closely. It was an unsettling night, and the people of Tarsones had no idea what was happening beneath their feet. After jumping into the sewer, Stone still felt a sense of suffocation despite having activated his breathing mask. The air was so foul and rotten that the flames lacked enough oxygen to burn fully. The sewer system of Tarsones City has a history of more than 200 years, and it has been continuously extended during the expansion of the city, eventually becoming a huge underground world. Even if the engineers who built these sewers were still alive, they could not tell what it originally looked like. The entire city of Tarsones was built on it, which is why the Augustgrad Palace took this incident so seriously. With the continuous influx of new immigrants from the outer colonies, Tarsones alone has a population of 3.7 billion. Even if there are more people, it won't take long for the Zerg to completely devour them. It looks like there are no signs of Zerg here. Stone has seen those infected human buildings in textbooks and video collections. And now everything seems normal. They hadn't seen the sun in this place for a century or two, and they were standing in mud and excrement. If they weren't wearing combat uniforms, people who stayed in such an environment for a long time would soon develop serious skin diseases. It turned out that the work of unclogging the sewers was done by the residents of the slums. The cost of hiring sewer cleaners was much lower than the cost of maintaining cleaning robots, and such jobs were in great demand in the slums. Hundreds of people died in the sewers of Tarsones every year, and many more disappeared because they got lost. There was a map of the sewers on Stone's helmet display, and it was simply a spider web with many passages. Most of the passages had been marked by reconnaissance drones, and only the area they were in was a marked dangerous area. But there is not even a rat here, Vega said, and they are the only life form in the Zerg territory. Stone thought of what he had learned in class. Never underestimate your opponent, especially when they are Zerg. Stone followed his team through the muddy pipes of the sewers silently, wearing the latest hostile environment suits that allowed them to blend in perfectly with their surroundings. The tight suits helped Stone channel his psychic powers, increasing his strength and agility. When fighting ordinary people, even well-equipped and well-trained warriors are no match for ghost agents. Of course, ghosts' best weapon is their minds, and everything else is secondary. Suddenly, Stone and others were convinced that they heard some kind of high-pitched howl, which sounded like a knife scraping against glass. Team D and Team E are in trouble. Guys, they're nearby. Then, a mission briefing for support appeared on Stone's mask. Stone's team immediately entered a high-speed mobile state, and the physical fitness improvement of the combat uniforms and the new enhancers gave them superhuman speed. The enhancers they used were different from those used by the Marines. They were more effective and had fewer side effects, but they were much more expensive. Soon, they stepped on a fungal tumor wrapped by tendrils and tumors, and the dark brown fungal blanket was quietly spreading under their feet. In most cases, the fungal blanket acts as the eyes and ears of the Zerg. When a Marine steps on the fungal blanket, he is actually exposed. Not only that, the sewer has been completely transformed into a huge chamber, and some broken eggs reveal a terrible truth. The hideous Zerg are wandering in the darkness, waiting to give the invaders a fatal blow. But Stone did not see the other ghost teams, but a group of strange creatures appeared in his field of vision. Several miners in jumpsuits, farmers holding farm tools, office workers in suits, and even beautiful female singers walked towards the ghosts with terrified expressions on their faces. Fire! Pierce certainly couldn't be fooled by such a trick. These mimic larvae have finally learned to be smarter, and no longer create a bunch of identical clones to fool people. Stone immediately activated the assault mode of the C-28 canister shotgun in his hand, and killed one of the mimic larvae with a few accurate bursts of fire. The latter immediately turned into a pool of wriggling tissue with a horrified scream. Ghost agents are elite fighters, and their weapons are the best among individual equipment. C-20A is an upgraded version of the old Federation-era C-10, with all performances improved. It is equipped with a 24-capacity magazine and is suitable for different combat environments. At this moment, the remaining mimics showed their fangs, and the skin that originally belonged to humans rolled out from the inside out, revealing bloody tissues and blade-like bone blades. Even ordinary soldiers who have been trained can't help screaming when they see this horrible scene. A mimic worm squirmed and moved forward quickly with its 2 pairs of forelimbs extended. Its protruding tissue and the tissue under it were disgusting. Suddenly, Stone's heart seemed to stop beating, because the face of the mimic worm turned out to be His Majesty Augustus Mengsk. It was obviously imitating the holographic projection image. Then the mimic worm that was rushing toward Stone immediately burned in the hot blue flames and squeaked in pain. It was Tanya who made the move. She was setting the mimic worms on fire one by one like a fire mage. I almost saved you. Vega ran past Stone. Well done, Tanya. Stone looked at the face burning with blue flames and suddenly said, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Chapter 584 Queen of Insects. In the blazing blue flames, the mimic larvae in front of Stone struggled and turned into a ball of sticky dark purple liquid. Like a burnt candle, the other mimic larvae that had not been shattered by bullets soon suffered the same fate. The exploding flames immediately engulfed everything around them. But the ghost agents were unscathed. Well done, Tanya. Stone's strength is that he never hesitates to praise his teammates. Although her psychic level is only 5.1. Tanya Caulfield's ability to control fire makes her a killer against the Zerg. Among those who have telepathic talents, Tanya's talent is extremely rare. This ability to control fire with the mind is called Flame Energy Explosion. You are right, Tanya snorted. Tanya has known Stone for a while. This Sirius Jr. has a compassionate heart. In the old Federation era, ghost agents had to erase their memories after every mission. So it was common for them to forget their former comrades. And it was not necessary to cultivate tacit understanding with their teammates. This is also the reason why ghost agents generally have a cold image. Because since they will definitely forget, there is no need to leave any traces. If you get too entangled with others, the other party will definitely suffer. This practice is quite necessary. From the perspective of confidentiality, the commander will never elaborate on the orders given to the soldiers, because the soldiers who don't know the secrets will not reveal the secrets. On the other hand, the memories of the killed will always remain in the mind of the ghost agent, and the accumulation of a little will increase the chance of the ghost going out of control. In the Imperial era, ghost agents are no longer mainly used to deal with internal threats. They mainly fight against Zerg and Protoss. The new system makes the Imperial Ghost program much more humane. Emperor Augustus even allows ghosts to hold public office after retirement. Guys, keep an eye on the surroundings while I invade this guy's brain. Vega next to him activated his own domination mask, if it has a brain. The instructors in the Terran Empire Ghost Academy are very fond of geniuses with mental control abilities. They are usually the best among the students, and have a very high PSI psychic level. The domination mask can strengthen the mental power of these ghost agents, and help them control the minds of others. There is no doubt that Vega has this talent. As an expert in the field of mental control, Vega is extremely dangerous, because unless equipped with psychic shielding equipment, those powerful people may become her playthings. At this time, in front of Vega was a dying mimic larvae. It was shot several times, and was wriggling in its dying struggle. Its averted tissue morphology was between that of humans and Zerg. The purpose of the birth of mimic larvae was to infiltrate and destroy. This was the mission given to them by the Zerg. Except for wild Zerg and special individuals. Ordinary Zerg individuals did not have complex thoughts. In the few seconds that Vega stared at this monster, its struggle immediately softened, like a pool of dark purple glue. Only high-level ghost agents like Stone can feel Vega's powerful mental power. For her, controlling a person's brain is as easy as destroying him. If Vega can control the commander of an army, the situation on the battlefield may be reversed quickly. 10 seconds later, Vega shook her head, raised her thigh wrapped in a bright white tight combat uniform, stepped on the squirming mimic larvae, and muttered, "This pig." Then, Vega drew his pistol and fired at a dark corner. A hidden eyeball was instantly shattered, and slowly fell off the creeping fungus carpet. The Zerg use such living eyeballs to discover the ghost agents in secret. The Zerg swarm is connected by a huge psychic network. After invading the mind of one of the Zerg, Vega can obtain crucial information. I can't imagine that these monsters might do evil in front of your majesty. When seeing Vega stomping on the dying monster to death, Stone couldn't help but ask, "What intelligence did you get?" I have to admit that I felt a little sorry when I smashed that handsome face. Vega picked up his C-20A shotgun again and replied, "The intelligence department rarely did anything stupid." They were right. There is not only a complete main nest here, but also a queen. At the same time, there may be tens of thousands of alien Zerg in this area, and they are all the descendants of the queen. Queen Zerg? They are a new variant that appeared after the invasion of the original Zerg. They are rare in places like Tarsones, Tanya said sarcastically, and the Queen Zerg in Tarsones is likely to be the first living specimen we will catch. I have seen the data of the Queen Zerg in the combat manual. Compared with the Queen Zerg, they have lost the ability to fly and become more like a spider creature. And their body size is larger than a truck. Stone said. How did she get in here? The Tarsones Customs Department has strict quarantine measures for imported goods. And not even an alien rat can slip in. More likely, something went wrong with some of them. All the alien Zerg in Tarsones come from the same Zerg mother. The mimic larvae, the springtails, the hydralisks, the cockroaches, and even the worker bees working deep in the sewers, Vega said. And this Zerg mother is a larva that parasitized the new Sydney sheriff. The law enforcement officer was promoted for his loyalty to duty, and was transferred to the Tarsones Police Department. When passing through customs, he paid a large amount of imperial credit to the customs officer to avoid the inspection process. It's a pity that his wife and 4 children who stayed in New Sydney are still waiting for news from Tarsones. Did you fight with the queen worm just now? Tanya said. She is controlling the mimic larvae. Vega looked very relaxed. The queen worm's mental power is very strong, but not as strong as the brain worm in the palace. It took me a lot of effort to fight with her for the control of the mimic larvae. This is a real battle between heaven and man. Obviously, at that time, his brain was already controlled by the parasites in his body. Captain Pierce continued, Do you know the location of the queen? Yes. The queen is not far from us, Vega said, but there are a lot of Zerg protecting her. As long as she is killed, the Zerg here will immediately become a pile of loose sand. Pierce said. Just us? Tanya said. Upload the queen's coordinates to the tactical network, and the other ghost agents will immediately know what to do. Pierce said. Uploading, Vega said. What about Team D and Team E? Stone suddenly asked. They can take care of themselves. Pierce said. The mission has changed. Now our target is the queen. Other teams that heard our report will be here soon. Pierce's team took action again. As they went deeper into the intricate pipes of the sewer, there were more and more traces of the battle. There were many metal fragments from the Widow mines, and shattered Zerg scattered on the ground. These loyal machines thrive in the complex and ever-changing sewers. And when necessary, they will sacrifice themselves to open a path for the Imperial forces. The ghosts move forward very quickly. And once the eyes that monitor the sewer network are knocked out, the Zerg will be blind. It is undoubtedly difficult for ordinary Imperial combat troops to advance in such a complex terrain. But the ghosts are experts in infiltration. Stone and his teammates quietly passed the Zerg that were anxiously patrolling in the sewers, watching the huge hydralisk looking at the undulating fungal carpet in doubt. They kept waving their sharp-boned sickles to try to catch the enemies in the air. But they were all shaken by the flexible ghosts one by one. These super soldiers have always been synonymous with efficiency. They did not waste time on the alien insects on the periphery. Gradually, the sewers were filled with more and more tissues. Alien insect organs and coiled insect intestines attached to the surface and walls like a thick blanket. Green insect eggs as tall as a person can be seen everywhere, piled up in clusters and carefully guarded by diligent worker bees. Like an orderly termite colony, a huge queen insect appeared in front of Stone and others. Her shockingly terrifying body was crawling on a large cluster of insect eggs, and the specialized egg-laying organs in her abdomen were still constantly laying rice-like insect eggs. Queen of the Worm. After the Battle of the Brood, the disadvantage of the brain worms, which had powerful psychic power but almost zero self-defense ability, was exposed. Under the command of the new master, the queen worms, which were originally only responsible for guarding the nest and spreading parasites, evolved at an astonishing speed under the transformation of the Master of Evolution Abathur, and became a higher-level commander. Queen of the Worm came into being. They have both the main nest mind that controls the huge psychic network and a strong body to deal with assassinations. This is obviously another life form that is completely different from the queen worms. It is not an exaggeration to call it a rebirth. In Xeris, the home of the original Zerg, the overlords and the cerebrates learned new knowledge from their distant relatives, so that they became another advanced Zerg individual with the ability to lay eggs. The overlords and cerebrates still rule the power pyramid of the Zerg, and the queens are one level lower than the cerebrates. They do not have the ability of cerebrates to regenerate, but their number is also greater, in order to avoid the queens threatening the status of the cerebrates. This new Zerg strain, although it has a fairly high intelligence, does not have an independent personality. They still have to serve the hive, and there is no possibility of betrayal. Stone realized that this queen was different from the one in the data, probably because of the differences between different strains of the hive. Over the years, the evolutionary differences between the branches of the swarm have become more and more obvious. In his opinion, this queen is a weird hybrid with the characteristics of Zerg, humans and Protoss. The queen is like a centaur with the upper body of a human woman, but the lower body of the horse is replaced by the torso of a centipede and the appendages of a crab. And a variety of sharp spikes and blade-like thorns cover the body full of hard cuticles and thick bone plates. Compared with this hideous and terrifying body, the queen's upper body can be said to be somewhat beautiful. The Zerg must have drawn inspiration from human women, so the queen also looks like a human. But the body with female features is covered with exoskeleton armor and bone spurs, and the angular face is covered with worm teeth and dim yellow eyes. Her head covered with huge bone armor looks like a Protoss, which should be just a coincidence. As a loving mother, the queen has a strong maternal instinct and loyally guards her nest, and rarely steps out of the range of the fundal blanket, which is why they are extremely difficult to capture. As for why she looks so much like a human, it may be related to the psychers captured by the Zerg. Perhaps, the Zerg took a fancy to the maternal qualities of humans and regarded them as an excellent trait that is beneficial to protecting the tribe. At this moment, the Zerg queen did not seem to notice Stone. Her attention was on the Zerg, who were fighting with other human troops. Stone passed through the Hydralisks crawling around the Zerg queen and slowly approached the Zerg queen. Invisibility does not always work. After the Dark Templars dealt a terrible blow to the Zerg, no Zerg hive would not be on guard against these invisible warriors. Vhagar was faster. She walked in front like a clever cat. This ghost always said that she was afraid of hardship, but she was always the fastest and most accurate one. Ghosts were always silent. But when Vhagar was still dozens of yards away from the Zerg queen, the Hydralisks guarding the queen suddenly became manic. If Stone hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been almost cut to pieces. This cunning monster, Stone, who was well prepared, immediately killed several Zerglings at close range with a C-20A shotgun. But more Zergs rushed over immediately. The C-20A's piercing bullets are very effective against the Hydralisk's carapace, but the ammunition is limited, and the ghosts often use sniping to eliminate key enemies instead of jumping into the enemy like the Templars to kill them. If this Zerg queen can see Stone in stealth, then she was just pretending not to see it before. Compared to the past, these new species are not only larger and more dangerous after absorbing the genes of other species, but also have higher intelligence. Vega, it's up to you, as Pierce said. He took out the handle of a single-molecule psychic blade, and then a pure blue psychic blade burst out. The psychic blade is indestructible, able to cut through metal and stone, and can kill a Zerg with just one strike. A Dark Templar master said that once the starlight and the enemy discover your traces, when you are surrounded, young apprentices, a shadow rush is in front of you. Every Imperial ghost is a disciple of the Dark Master of Nerism. Vega heard the words and continued to run towards the Queen of the Zerg, carrying a nano-agent that was enough to anesthetize the Overmind. It was left over by the UED. Extremely effective, but difficult to replicate. Emperor Augustus once ordered the cracking of this potion, but with little success. Chapter 585: The Return of the Overlord. The Hive had already taken root in the most prosperous place of the Terran Empire 2 months ago. If it weren't for a brave and upright sheriff who discovered something strange deep in the slums, my most proud Imperial officials would still be in the dark. In the Augustgrad Palace, the Terran Emperor Augustus Mengsk did not hide his anger towards the incompetent in front of a group of officials. For a while, he even laughed in anger, and his smile frightened the most powerful Imperial officials. Augustus certainly had reason to be angry, since a larva that had infiltrated Tarsones had transformed into such a huge swarm in such a short time. It would not take long for them to turn Tarsones upside down. This was a signal, since a new high-level Zerg species had appeared openly in the core world of the Terran Empire. It meant that they had the ability to interfere with any other world. Zerg were always evolving, growing, and transforming. Not only were they sharp-toothed and sharp-clawed, but the Overminds and Brainworms were also fighting with wisdom. They knew that the army of the Terran Empire could only survive by relying on weapons, ammunition, food and medical supplies provided by the rear factories, even without considering other losses. If the factories, as big as the city of Tarsones, were to stop production, the entire Terran Empire would be seriously injured. You know, the economy of Tarsones accounts for 17% of the entire empire, and the output is even more amazing. If Augustus had not tried his best to save Tarsones, the Terran humans who lost their first star would not have recovered so quickly. To this end, Augustus mobilized a large number of ghost agents to Tarsones city, and never before had so many ghosts acted together. Fortunately, the Imperial Ghost did not disappoint him, and finally captured the Queen Worm in the sewer of Tarsones at a very small cost, and is now being transported to Korhal. If this is the case, it's fine. This matter is undoubtedly of great importance. But in the end, the officials of Tarsones were busy shirking responsibility, and they had the nerve to ask for credit and reward after the matter was resolved. Fortunately, they no longer have to shirk responsibility, and now they are all in New Folsom. Perhaps no one is indispensable to the Emperor, and his officials must recognize this. Maybe I should drive all those rubbish away to become police officers, and let Sheriff Wilkes Butler take over the Tarsones customs. Emperor Augustus, dressed in gold and red, glanced at the ministers present. Gentlemen, what do you think about this matter? The Emperor summoned his ministers in the largest room in the palace. This time, not only the dignitaries from various departments of the empire came, but also local senators and border law enforcement officers from some marginal colonies. This room is tall and large. The towering dome is hung with crystal lamps that emit dazzling light without energy. Outside the multifaceted huge windows is the evening of August grad with hazy drizzle. When building this palace, Emperor Augustus did not spend much taxpayers' money. The furniture and furnishings were also moved from the homes of the old Federation creation family, and the rest were some Protoss antiques from Elma. It must be said that the frugal emperor was actually quite good at budgeting. Of course, when it came to rewarding his subordinates, he was still generous. What does Sheriff Booth think? I think he is happy to leave New Sydney and accept this decent job. Among the ministers present, only Admiral Jim Raynor, who represented the August Grad Naval Headquarters, dared to respond to the Emperor's words. Generally speaking, if Augustus said something, it meant that he had basically decided to do it. At this moment, the Imperial officials in red tweed uniforms and blue ties were sitting on one of the thousands of mahogany chairs. Most of them had never seen the Emperor angry, so they sat upright and kept silent. Originally, the Emperor summoned them to listen to the voices of the people in the marginal world because of the war on the front line. But by chance, when he walked in, he was obviously angry. Emperor Augustus Mengsk was gentle and patient most of the time, but when he was angry, the Imperial officials who got into trouble would inevitably be criticized. One official was from the South Seas, a group that was very different from other Terrans in the Copperless sector. They had thick black hair and were bigger, like giants. Even a suit had to be specially tailored. Augustus once suspected that Tychus was from there, but later it was confirmed that he was a Marsera. But this guy probably forgot his hometown a long time ago. But now, this barbarian who spoke like thunder and had a body like an iron tower was trembling on a chair in the corner. God knows why. Even the storms in his hometown that had never stopped since he grew up had never made him so scared. The Emperor was only 29 years old and was already the founding monarch. His momentum was naturally extraordinary. I have asked Bute for his opinion, but he rejected my good intention. Augustus snorted, and it was unknown who he was angry with. Booth said that there were too many rules in Tarsones, and he couldn't handle them. It would be better for him to catch wanted criminals in New Sydney. He is a good sheriff. Reno said, in the past, I always thought that it would be nice to go to Marsera to be a local sheriff after retirement. Sheriff Wilkes, but is indeed a competent sheriff. And he is a conscientious and capable person. In the old federal era, he worked in the local police station of Red Terrace in New Sydney. Those lawless people who were mixed in the border areas were afraid of Sheriff But's methods. After the establishment of the empire, the old federal government personnel like But who were indeed very famous in the local area were retained, and the Emperor did not care about their past identities. As for those who were idle and used their official positions to oppress the people or seek personal gain, they were swept into the garbage dump of history by the Terran Empire just like the creation family, but had the opportunity to be promoted to Tarsones more than once. Many officials in the border worlds fought for half their lives just to be transferred to the prosperous core world. But refused without exception. The reason was simple. In Tarsones, a place full of bureaucratic interests and political stench, handling cases not only depends on the boss's face, but also requires knowing which cases can be handled and which cannot be handled. It's better to die. Although Tarsones is much better now than in the past. The creation family that has been oppressing the people has been eradicated. All the nobles, who claim to be of noble blood, are worthless in the eyes of Emperor Augustus. There is only one noble in the Terran Empire, and that is the Minsk royal family. But after much hesitation, finally refused the Emperor's request, even if it was a position in the palace, and decided to return to New Sydney. Augustus couldn't persuade him, so he had to wave his hand and let him go back to be the sheriff. Although the golden and red flags of the Terran Empire were hung all over Tarsones, and the creation family was no longer a mountain weighing on the people's heads, the old custom still existed. When the wind of revolution blew over the heads of the Tarsones people, it had little effect. Its huge middle class was not interested in the revolutionaries, but they were more accepting of Augustus's enthronement. I still want to go back to farming, Jimmy. There are still many things I want to do. Augustus glared at him, but before that, I don't know if I will be pissed off to death by these idiots. I left you a piece of land in Marcera, Renaud explained. I bought it with my own salary. Not embezzled imperial property. Thank you. But if this continues, when the swarm kills all humans, it won't be long before I can only raise worms in pig pens in Marcera. Augustus pulled a chair and sat down, deciding not to talk about it anymore. That's easy. They can be fed very fat just by eating crystal ore, Renaud said humorously. Augustus shrugged and looked at Senator Huntley, who was looking down at the pattern of the floor tiles in the palace. Okay. Huntley, tell me what you saw and heard during your visit to Navda 2 and Bakari V. Am I that scary? Huh? Augustus looked at the panicked Senator Huntley, his eyes sharper. Augustus turned to look at Imperial Senator Corbin Fash, but the black-haired young senator responded with a confident look. Since you have executed tens of thousands of people in one go, everyone knows that you are a killer. Renaud spread his hands and said to Huntley, Man, there is nothing to worry about. Those who can sit here may have some minor problems, but there is absolutely nothing to criticize in terms of loyalty to the Emperor and work attitude. Renaud had already adapted to court life. He was a founding general. If he were on ancient Earth, he would have been a hereditary duke. For Emperor Augustus, Renaud was a mirror. He was a very upright person, born a commoner. He always thought about things from the perspective of the people. No one is wronged. His Majesty Augustus called this move very novel. He called it heaven's punishment. The outside world believed that the Emperor of the Terran Empire had executed all the war criminals of the old Federation, corrupt officials and pirates, who committed serious crimes in one go. But in fact they were just thrown into the resocialization factory. As long as they are not turned into ashes, these people will still shine for the Terran Empire. If you have a clear conscience about your work, then there is nothing to be afraid of. Augustus said to him, I will severely punish the criminals. And of course, I will reward those who have made contributions. Yes, Your Majesty. Huntley is a person of some importance after all. He was well known for his work in the governance of the Port of the Dead before entering the Imperial Parliament. He is a smart man and knows the consequences of fooling Emperor Augustus. The people in the Nafu 2 factory are very enthusiastic about their work. Orders are coming in continuously, and salaries are also rising. The economies of the surrounding worlds are also rising due to the income from raw material output and the booming transportation industry. Augustus nodded repeatedly, signaling Huntley to continue. What else do they want? NAF2 was originally an industrial center of the old Federation, where people once lived under the cruel high pressure of the Federation. There, people are inseparable from factories and mines from birth to death. Both boys and girls must learn the knowledge of exploration and mineral identification before graduating at the age of 13. And the giant factory that dominates this planet is their lifelong destination. At some point after the fall of the Federation, Augustus received a distress signal from Nafu 2, and he immediately ordered Horace Warfield to retake it. In the Empire era, Nafu 2, with a population of only 400 million, achieved brilliant results as a core world. Nafu 2 is also the largest military heavy industry production base of the Terran Empire. More than 40% of armored vehicles and walking mechas are produced in its factories. The armored corps recruited from the planet can drive the densely packed siege tanks, Draken laser tanks, Sidewinder tanks and Zeus tanks in the factory to the front line as soon as they serve. There have been recent rumors that the Federation restorationists and other anti-imperial groups are instigating a rebellion among the workers of Nafu too. Although Augustus does not believe that the Federation still has any supporters in Nafu, he still sent officials to make his position clear. The Nafu people want to obtain the mining rights of the H-3324 system, which will greatly increase production. The transportation cost of minerals shipped from Moria and other places is too high. You know, that system previously belonged to the Nidhogg system, Huntley said. I know about this. Augustus nodded. And no one knew whether he was wondering whether Henriette had any interest in this matter. This matter is actually very simple. Both Nafu and Nidhogg in this mining area have the ability to mine the resources of this star field. But the latter is not as large as the former. And the military industry is also pitifully small. The territories of the Terran Empire actually have grievances and contradictions with each other. And some can even be said to be incompatible and feuding. And they don't want to see the other side gain benefits even if they suffer losses. Before Augustus ascended the throne, there were many frictions between the two worlds of Nafu and Nidhogg. Although the empire was moving towards a centralized monarchy, it had to consider the reactions of the various territories. Some of the worlds that the empire acquired from the Federation had very different cultures. On a planet that had lost contact with the core world for more than 100 years, the people on it still believed that the emperor of the empire would implement the right of first night there. If Augustus agreed to this, he would be desperate. Nafu can mine the minerals in this star region, and I will give Nidhogg equal compensation, Augustus said, in return. I must see the production increase they promised. Isn't this too hasty? Renault questioned. If others are still taking small steps, we have to run. Understand? Jim? Augustus said, run. Henley was immediately relieved. This was certainly a decision that was beneficial to the empire. But if the Nidhogg people who had just united thought that they were at a disadvantage because of Huntley, they certainly would not dare to resent the emperor. But he would surely be thrown into the alloy furnace. Grayson, I know you just came back from a fringe world that was invaded by the Zerg. He looked at another official next to him. I have received many reports about it, but I must hear from the people who experienced it firsthand. Grayson is a local official at the border of the Terran Empire. A middle-aged man with a worrying hairline, a medium build, and dark skin. He looks like a practical man who often travels around the star zone. It turns out that he is not at the level to meet the Emperor of the Empire. But who knows what happened? Maybe Emperor Augustus just happened to see Gleason criticizing his policy against the Zerg in his speech. There is no doubt, Your Majesty, my lord, that the new Overmind has returned. Gleason is not afraid of Augustus. Although Gleason is quite foul-mouthed when criticizing current affairs, he does not think that the Emperor will harm a loyal minister. He is right. The Empire has detected the news that the second generation of Overmind appeared in Tasha. Just like the Overmind did in the past. It turned into a huge meteorite and fell from high-altitude orbit, raising an entire Imperial Earth Crusher position to the ground. He announced his return to the world in a king-like manner. These years are indeed not peaceful. Even the Protoss are not having a good time. The massive population decline has forced the current Archbishop of Darum Protoss Tassadar to re-employ the abandoned purifiers. Archbishop Darum also privately told Augustus that he wanted to follow the Nerizim brothers, completely overthrow the class caste system of the Protoss, and let every Protoss have the opportunity to embrace the glory of battle. Really great. But this avant-garde initiative would certainly be opposed by the Templar class, and even shake Tassadar's position, because it was the Templar class that supported him in the process of fighting against the arbitrators. The resistance to this matter was so great that there was no way to implement it. Augustus was about to go to another local official when he remembered something and looked at the small control screen attached to his wrist. He turned around and said to the guard Captain Faraday next to him, "The Queen Worm is about to be delivered. I must go and see it. I need to know how this thing came into being, and whether the Overmind will create more similar things." Faraday, call the brainworm. I'm afraid it doesn't dare to come. Renault smiled. Find a maid who is about to pass by the brainworm's nest, and tell her that I am hosting a banquet on the first floor of the palace. Augustus said, champagne, potato chips, and fried chicken. Augustus. Oh, you still understand it. Chapter 586. I don't believe you. The copper and glass spires of the palace dominated the skyline of August Grad. 10,000 bronze windows shone golden light under the rising moon. The golden-red imperial flags and the vertical flags with wolf emblems on the walls rustled in the strong wind. Only then did Augustus dismiss his ministers and several local officials who came from afar. After finishing the work at hand, he sent someone to invite Queen Sarah. The last imperial senator, Tim Hawthorne, bowed to the emperor with his hands on his chest and hurriedly left. Only Augustus and Rainer were left in the huge room. They stood side by side, watching the lights in the center of Augustgrad light up one by one and disappear in a brilliant sea of light. Once upon a time, it was the same when they first arrived in Tarsones. But at that time Augustus did not say anything about the kings, princes, generals and ministers. And Rainer just wanted to see the world. The situation is not optimistic. Rainer put his hands behind his back. At this time, there are still people who think that developing armaments is a waste of money and labor. These profiteers turn a blind eye to the suffering of the marginal worlds. Do they have to wait until the Zerg are at their doorsteps before they know to spend their money on guns and cannons? The inflammatory speech has entangled the people's minds, making these people irritable and irrational. They cannot see the suffering of the people in the fallen worlds, but feel that their own life of worry-free food and clothing is hell on earth. He said, they seem to have forgotten that it was the Empire that resisted the Zerg invasion several times. Instead of blaming our poor rescue efforts, why not vent our anger on the Zerg? Due to the increasing military spending, investment in public infrastructure, medical care, education and other aspects has also shrunk. Many people in the war-torn world have to accept supply rationing, and other colonies are not doing well. At this time, many imperial resistance organizations that had disappeared also took advantage of the people's dissatisfaction to spread rumors. And the evil spirits also saw the opportunity to wave their flags and shout. And the voices of the marginal worlds breaking away from the empire and independence rose one after another. In areas outside the core world, speculators also took this opportunity to make a fortune from the national crisis. And they could make a fortune from rare goods. If the Zerg did not need human weapons, they would have made more money. If the imperial governor sent by the emperor sent police and militia to suppress, the anti-imperial organizations would have reason to say that the empire was exercising cruel rule. On the other hand, the Terran Empire, which has been unified for only 4 years, is not a monolithic entity. Many worlds have only returned in the last 1 or 2 years, and some are even enclaves far away from the empire. Although most worlds are united under the banner of the Terran Empire, some worlds are unwilling to contribute to this war. Most of them are autonomous territories with higher degrees of freedom or marginal worlds at the other end of the Copperless sector. These worlds are relatively independent and have only been affiliated with the Empire for a short time. If the imperial governor cannot control the local factions, it is only a matter of time before they are sidelined. For example, a world called Lachius was originally a colony established by the Terrans. But because it is closer to the main star of the Umojan United States, the proportion of Umojan people is higher. In terms of culture and economy, Lucas is more influenced by the Amoyan, while the ruling class is inclined towards the Terran Empire. In recent times, with the loss of power of the Radical Party in Lucas's political arena, the Conservative Party has regained control of the discourse, and Lucas has started to vote on joining the Amoyan. At present, the vote is not favorable to the Empire. However, Lucas' efforts are probably in vain, because even the Amoyan refuses to recognize the referendum results and is eager to distance itself from the matter. The Amoyan people still know what is important and what is not, although they are worried that the Tyrant Empire's hegemony will further expand and endanger themselves. Without the Empire, they will not be able to be the opponent of the Zerg. In short, taking advantage of the Zerg invasion, subversive organizations have started to stir up trouble again. They don't care much about whether the Terran Empire will be destroyed if it can't withstand the Zerg's attack. What's important is that such activities can always get massive anonymous financial support. It's inevitable that there will be complaints among the people. But fortunately, for years have not made the Terrans lose their blood. Augustus walked out of the room. As for those subversive elements hidden among the people, they will definitely be imprisoned. If that's all, even pirates are taking advantage of the situation. Reno said, the Terran Empire is vast, and even the largest army is inevitably overwhelmed. Large-scale pirates have begun to attack the Empire's military facilities and colonial fleets. No matter when, pirates are active in the interstellar space, and all the Empire can do is to strengthen the escort force and take the captured pirates to socialized factories or feed them to insects. They want to use the old methods we used to deal with us? Reno hummed, but don't forget what you used to build an empire. The will of the people and an invincible army. At this time, Queen Sarah Kerrigan came from the other side, accompanied by the head maid of the palace and several maids. She had just attended the commissioning ceremony of the new imperial flagship Bucephalus, and was wearing a swan blue dress. Before becoming the Empress of the Augustan Empire, Kerrigan's taste in clothing was still stuck in a century ago, when women wore conservative work clothes and multi-pocketed pants instead of beautiful skirts. Now, she is a true queen under the guidance of her mother, Catherine Minsk. Since Augustus has to deal with military and political affairs, Kerrigan has to attend various public events on his behalf and patrol the empire on behalf of the royal family. Augustus now has at least 10 Nerazim Dark Masters around him, 2 of whom have killed Cerebrates. Kerrigan is no longer needed to protect Augustus. There may be only demigod-like creatures in this world who can threaten the life of the emperor of the empire. Okay, Augustus. Kerrigan stopped in front of Augustus, her expression serious and cold. Don't tell me you asked me to come here just to see bugs. The queen is 27 years old this year. Her appearance is outstanding, and her momentum is also perfect. Now, no one will slander her background. This matter must be you, dear. Augustus sighed. I like to hear that. Kerrigan shook the red hair that was scattered on her shoulders and walked to the elevator at the other end of the corridor. She doesn't look happy. Renaud got married much earlier than Augustus, so he naturally understood women's tempers. If it weren't for his wife Lydie Renaud's restraint, Renaud would probably be a playboy now. He is much more strict than Tychus Finley in dealing with relationships between men and women. But it can't change the fact that he is a pervert. There are always a few days in a month, Augustus hinted. Suddenly, a strand of gray hair on Augustus' forehead stood up. Look, Renaud pointed. Static electricity. Augustus followed Kerrigan calmly. What is Sarah's current psychic level? Since giving birth to little Louis, it has become more and more terrifying. Renaud followed Augustus. Renaud's son John is almost 10 years old. The child's psychic level is also top-notch in the Ghost Academy, but not as strong as Kerrigan. In some ways, it is not an exaggeration to call Kerrigan a god. This child is growing very fast, and her sensitivity to emotions is far beyond that of ordinary people. She has paralyzed several instruments and artificial intelligences that test psychic levels. Augustus replied, in short, I think we have to set a new level for her. If a human can hone and enhance her power through meditation or communication with the void like the Protoss, then it is natural for her to become stronger and stronger. In terms of the psychic system, the Protoss has already entered the hall, and we are just children in kindergarten. This is not entirely a good thing. Being too powerful can sometimes be a burden to humans. Yes, I think, when you feel that your husband is thinking about other female ghosts, it is no less than watching you cheating with others, Renaud said. This is something Tychus would do, Augustus said. You can't always blame others, Augustus, Renaud said, and stay out of it. Soon, Augustus came to the docking platform outside the top floor of the palace through the elevator. A huge, gray-black armed transport plane was parked on it, and the figures of the royal guards were everywhere nearby. Just bring the queen in. Don't worry. The security level here is the highest, Augustus said. Not long after, a team of royal guards in power armor came in with a huge iron cage. The cage was like a black iron coffin, driven by magnetic levitation. A ghost team followed in, and they were the heroes who captured the queen this time. Well done, Pierce. Augustus shook hands with the captain first, and then the others. You are all warriors of the Empire. It's my duty, Your Majesty, Ghost Stone said. I will give you medals. He seemed very happy, and waved his hand and said, What other rewards do you want? Normally, Augustus would never say such words. Otherwise anyone would want the Emperor's reward. Your Majesty, I have a book of the Emperor's sacred words. Can you sign it? A blonde ghost immediately took out a thick paper book with a red cover and leather and gold thread. No one knew where she got it from. This book was written by Max, the editor-in-chief of UNN, and only a few pages were said by Augustus. You are Vega. I remember you. Augustus added, I am impressed. For a moment, many people's eyes were straight, and Stone's eyes almost popped out. Renaud took out a pen he carried with him, and Augustus immediately signed his signature. Any questions? Augustus looked at Stone, whose face was flushed, and then said with satisfaction, before Stone could say anything, the captain of the guard, Faraday, had already walked in carrying a sack of squirming, cursing creatures. There were many footprints on the sack, And the people who left them had some complaints about the evil royal brainworms. Did you bring the people? Augustus asked. Yes, Your Majesty. Faraday put the sack down. A fat white brainworm immediately crawled out of the sack, turned around and ran away without saying a word. But there were royal guards everywhere, so of course they couldn't let it succeed. Mengsk, you are so mean. The brainworm was furious. I thought you had seen through my trap. Augustus said. Who told you to walk into the trap? I heard there is a free lunch here. The brainworm raised its head, looking like a reserved Persian cat. This greedy brainworm often went in and out of the social occasions in the court in a suit and tie, and used the psychic illusion learned from the Imperial Ghost Military School Sarko Angolini to disguise himself as an imperial official and eat and drink everywhere. Its appetite is quite amazing. Sometimes it can eat a whole table when no one is paying attention. Occasionally, it will disguise itself as a maid and go directly to the kitchen to steal food. What new weapon are you going to test? The brainworm trembled. Damn, Mengsk. You can't do this. I have worked hard for the Empire for so many years. Even if I have no merit, I have worked hard. I want to introduce you to a new partner. Augustus' eyelids twitched. I don't believe you. The brainworm was scared. There's nothing to be afraid of. He won't eat you. Queen Kerrigan looked at the Cerebrate. You always boast that you are the master. Why are you so afraid of a human? Kerrigan has a strange connection with the Zerg that seems to be innate, which is why Augustus said that she is the only one who can do this. She is now fully capable of suppressing high-level Zerg like the Cerebrate, and even commanding it. Augustus Mengsk. He is not a human at all. The Cerebrate was respectful to Kerrigan, my queen. Open this cage, Augustus said to Faraday. As the cage slowly opened, a queen crawling inside suddenly appeared in front of him, with strange dust-colored eyes that attracted attention. A lot of nanomedicine was injected into her body, and she had just woken up. Augustus originally estimated that if Kerrigan had not become the Queen of Blades, the Queen would probably not appear again, because the Overmind did not need the Queen to replace the role of the Brainworm. It now seemed that the Queen that appeared now was more like a mutant of the Queen Worm, used to serve as the leader of a small tribe. New toys? The Brainworm was no longer so scared and immediately approached. Let me see. What are you? It had never seen the Queen of Insects. The Queen of Insects did not speak. Or she simply could not speak. She immediately raised her two claws to make a defensive gesture, because the arms were a little short compared to her huge body. It looked really funny. But Ji Kyun do? The Brainworm suddenly felt a sense of crisis. If this guy replaced its position, wouldn't it have to live in the wilderness? Let's see. The Brainworm came closer to take a look, but it didn't expect the newly awakened queen to hit it directly on the head, and its sharp claws immediately cut its tender skin. Ah! I'm hurt! A wound of several centimeters appeared on the Brainworm's head, and blood kept oozing out. The Brainworm raised by Egon Stedman screamed, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Chapter 587 I chose my own name with honor. The Brainworm with blood on its forehead jumped back and forth on the black floor of the palace like a fish coming ashore, constantly making pig-killing noises. This great lord of the swarm was really embarrassed, and the Emperor and the Imperial Marshal covered their faces. Although it controls billions of swarms, the combat power of the Brainworm itself can be ignored. The swarm has a strict hierarchy and clear division of labor, so the Brainworm does not have to bear the responsibility of charging into battle. Their responsibility is to help the master operate the huge nest, collect resources and hatch the tribe, not to charge into battle. Stop howling. You are embarrassing His Majesty. Queen Sarah Kerrigan glanced at the Brainworm and walked towards the cage where the Queen Worm was. The conservative design of the silk dress still couldn't hide the Queen's proud figure. She walked gracefully, and her skirt fluttered because of the blue clouds in the sky. All the ladies in Tarsoni should be ashamed in front of those long and healthy legs. No one would have thought that Sarah Kerrigan was just an ordinary girl born in an unknown town in Tarkosian. Everyone thought she must be from a famous family. She was the first to attack. Hearing Kerrigan's words, the Brainworm probably felt ashamed and could only whimper in grievance until the kind-hearted Augustus asked someone to bring a nano-medical kit to treat the wound. Although this Brainworm was not very strong, its vitality was quite tenacious, and its recovery speed was much faster than that of the cockroaches with strong self-healing ability. Your Majesty. Queen is the Queen, and the Queen got closer and closer. Faraday couldn't help but get nervous, and many royal guards around him had already been waiting in a serious manner. The metal cage that held the Queen was wide open, with even a fence between her and Kerrigan. Although the queen was still weak from the effects of the nanodrug, the intoxicant syringe built into the cage could stop her before she hurt anyone. But it was still risky. Judging from Alpha's embarrassing performance, the queen was indeed designed to make up for the lack of self-defense ability of the brain worm. Her sharp claws could easily tear human skin, and could also spray a very lethal acidic stinger. The range of this acidic sting is ridiculously long, and it can even threaten low-flying fighters. Before the Brood War, if a Protoss Dark Templar sneaked into the Cerebrate's nest, they would die. Once the Cerebrate dies, the huge Zerg colony will immediately collapse. In this case, designing a higher-level Zerg that is lower than the Cerebrate can prevent the colony from quickly collapsing in such a situation. Another scenario is that the current Overmind may no longer be able to produce a large number of Cerebrates, and can only settle for the next best thing. Kill her if the situation is not right, Augustus ordered. Augustus wanted to see if Kerrigan could tame the Zerg with her powerful psychic power. But the queen could be caught again. But he only had one queen. Even though he thought Kerrigan could not be hurt at all, Kerrigan had not taken action for a long time. But it was certain that her powerful psychic power was still growing. No matter what, Kerrigan went straight to the queen. She was always so confident and calm. Seeing the queen only a dozen yards away from the cage, not only did the royal guards hold their breath, but even the queen herself was terrified. The queen was originally threatening to attack with her claws outstretched. But when Kerrigan got closer, she changed her stance to blocking. But even this didn't last long, and she seemed to lose her strength. And she actually squatted down and raised her claws to hold her head. Augustus actually saw the aura of the Queen of Blades from Kerrigan. This is amazing. Raynor also saw it. There are so many telepaths in the Empire, but only Kerrigan can communicate with the Zerg. This is her talent, Augustus said. She has suffered too much for this. At this moment, Kerrigan's tall figure is standing in front of the Queen of the Zerg, and the latter doesn't even dare to look directly into her emerald eyes. The Queen of the Zerg has a strong mental power, but it seems that it is not enough to compete with it. I can feel the connection between you and me. Kerrigan seemed very relaxed, as if the person in front of her was not a terrifying queen, but a newborn child. I am no stranger to the telepathic connection of the Zerg, and if I want, I can command a fungal blanket to extend forward, let a larva transform into an egg to be hatched, or even dominate a main nest. This talent gradually became apparent as I grew older, but it was not until the death of the Overlord that my lover trusted me to use this power. Now I know that the person the Overlord has been looking for in the past was not Gabriel Tosh, but me. Kerrigan was considered a monster when she was very young, but the people in the Federation Ghost Project actually underestimated her degree of monster. She was undoubtedly still a human, but she was superior to all humans. There is a certain ability that is innate, but it makes you extremely disgusted, and try your best to get rid of it. I gradually realized that I don't need to fear this ability. There was a brass light flowing in Kerrigan's eyes, which was the manifestation of psychic creatures. The Queen of the Insects tried her best to resist this invisible pressure from the mind and spirit, but she screamed and wailed, as if she was in great pain. The sudden scream was so terrifying that the human beings present could not help but feel nervous and fearful. Only one brainworm was excited and immediately waved its flag and shouted, "Good! Let her scream. Let her wail. Let her suffer." The situation did not subside until a few minutes later. The Queen Insect, who had been showing her ferocious appearance, stopped and begged for mercy. "Please spare me. Please spare me." The Queen Insect has a very high intelligence and can understand human language. Moreover, she can communicate with people directly through the language of the mind. Logically speaking, the Zerg connected to the main hive mind would never surrender to humans. But Kerrigan's psychic energy could establish a connection with the Zerg, and this connection forced the Zerg Queen to submit to her will. Huh? The wound on the brainworm's head was no longer bleeding, and the dog-like appearance of relying on the power of others was vivid. No mercy. No mercy. You dirty Zerg. It is impossible to beat it, but it still has the ability to bully others. "Shut up," Kerrigan said. "Shut up." The brainworm yelled. "You shut up," Kerrigan said. "Oh!" The brainworm immediately shrank back. At this time, Augustus walked to Kerrigan's side despite Faraday's objection. "It doesn't look like it took much effort." Augustus thought about the first time he met Kerrigan. She might not have been more than 16 years old, but she was already the most deadly killer in history. Everyone told Augustus that Kerrigan was dangerous, but he turned a deaf ear to it. In 10 years, Kerrigan has become a true ghost queen. The psychic disruptor helped a lot. If the Overmind is nearby, I can't make this Zerg Queen surrender no matter what. Kerrigan reached out and gathered the ends of her fiery red hair. She is the second Zerg with high intelligence we have captured. Maybe we can get some information from her. Hopefully it will be helpful. Where are you from? Augustus asked her directly. Seeing Augustus, the Zerg Queen's attitude was not so friendly. She immediately showed her terrifying sharp teeth, as if she wanted to tear him to pieces. Until Kerrigan glared. She reluctantly answered, I don't know where I came from. Since I can remember, I have lived in the sewers. At first, I just absorbed the essence of rats and cockroaches, and accumulated little by little until I transformed into a queen. Do you remember who created you? Augustus was a little disappointed. I remember this. The queen was happy that she knew the answer to this question. It was the brainworm Carlos, who gave me orders. Carlos is really haunting? Augustus snorted. Carlos can be said to be the #1 enemy of the Terran Empire. Its sneaky tribe has been spreading plagues and terrible diseases in the territory of the Terran Empire, causing panic in the marginal world. In secret, Carlos is also secretly conducting various crazy genetic experiments on humans, creating eerie and terrifying deformed mutants and infected insects. At the same time, Carlos is also keen on infecting humans with telepathic potential into various twisted monsters, such as transforming beautiful women into half-human, half-snake creatures. It had destroyed many worlds with its own hands, turning them into hells full of infected people. Even the bravest human adventurers were reluctant to mention the names of those worlds. The Queen of the Worms was probably created by Carlos, because among the many brain worms under the Overlord, no other brain worm hates humans as much as Carlos, and understands humans as well as it does. Brain worms certainly have no human ethics, and Carlos is much more cruel than a real demon. Both the Terran Empire and the Darem Protoss have tried to assassinate the brainworm Carlos, but they have never succeeded. Carlos is very cunning and suspicious. Since the death of the Overmind, his body has never appeared again, and even the most powerful Dark Master has no way to find his trace. What did it order you to do? And what is its real purpose? Augustus asked. Did it order you to destroy Tarsones? No. Carlos asked me to spread fear secretly instead of destroying Tarsones. My mission is to make humans lose trust in the Emperor and disintegrate the Empire from within. The Queen of Zerg has no concept of keeping secrets. Carlos is really smart. Reno was also deeply disturbed when he heard this. I suspect that it will even use the same method to spread a large number of parasites to control our people and officials. Many people are good people loyal to the Empire, but if they are controlled by the worms in their brains, there is no hope. You are right. Even if there are tens of thousands of Zerg on the front battlefield, they can still be seen and touched. Augustus nodded. This is why we must have Zerg spies. With the brain worm and the queen worm, we can respond to the Zerg's offensive strategy early and implement countermeasures. Only the Zerg can better understand the Zerg's way of fighting. Since the Zerg tribes exchange new genes and new variants through spores that can cross the galaxy, the Zerg on the side of the Terran Empire can also learn the latest evolutionary direction of the Overlord Zerg. Moreover, with the help of the brain worm, the scientists of the Terran Empire can produce Zerg viruses faster. The Overmind still doesn't know that there is a traitor in his family. So that's why you arrested me. The brainworm knew this was the case. Could it be because Augustus thinks you are useful? Since giving birth, Kerrigan has added a lot of maternal brilliance, but her venomous nature has not changed. I know myself. The brainworm didn't dare to refute Kerrigan. It was a bully. If it were Augustus, he would have jumped up and protested loudly. What do you know about the real purpose of the current Overlord's invasion of the Copperless sector? Has the current Overlord been influenced by Amon? Or is the current Zerg simply controlled by him? Augustus nodded and asked. I really don't know. The Queen of Zerg moved her nimble front claws back and forth, lowering her head and not daring to look directly into Kerrigan's eyes. This was not because she had anthropomorphic emotions such as shame, but simply feared Kerrigan's majesty. She spread her paws. I am only a queen after all. Leave her here. The Cerberus swarm needs a queen, Augustus said. I am enough. The brainworm protested. There must be someone in the Cerberus Zerg who will dissent from you, Raynor said. Tell me your name. Kerrigan said, we need to know how to address you. Name. The queen seemed very confused about this question and tilted her head in a humane way. She may not understand what it means to keep her. I don't have a name. She doesn't have a name? The brainworm came to life and exclaimed, listen carefully. My name is Alpha. This is my name. If you are lucky enough, you may be given a name like Beta. Except for the old and powerful brainworms. Other alien insects have no names. This brainworm seems to be hinting that it is also very powerful. Although its name was only given by the people of the Terran Empire. And it was originally planned to be marked with a number. In the end, it was just randomly marked with the first letter of the Greek alphabet. And it didn't even spend time thinking about a decent name. After all, you can't just call it a nameless brainworm. Maybe for the brainworm, it's actually quite embarrassing to always emphasize that you are a nameless guy. Isn't it too hasty to use Greek letters to represent it? Reno didn't give face. You scum. You are too much. The brainworm was furious and immediately cursed. You are a primitive creature with a head full of lust and random impulses. What do you know? Zagara Zagara. Nafash Nafash. Nactal Nactal. Neadra Neadra. Kerrigan gave out a bunch of names, as she often did for the cats and dogs in the palace. Zagara. The queen replied. Why that name? Kerrigan asked. Very powerful. The queen replied somewhat confusedly. But what should I call you? I am your queen, Kerrigan said. Yes, queen. Zagara bowed and walked out with the graceful posture of a princess holding her skirt, which was probably learned from the advertisements shown on the streets of Tarsonis. What do you think of this brainworm? Logically, you should not be able to disobey the orders of the brainworm. Why did you attack it? Augustus pointed at the brainworm. A brainworm that strayed from the group. It betrayed the Zerg. The queen of the worm said honestly, it is not worthy of respect. But now, you must obey its orders. Kerrigan pressed down the brainworm that was fighting with Raynor. Okay, Zagara said. Hee hee. The brainworm was very satisfied with this. It pointed to its forehead, but this matter is not over yet. The queen worm looked at it and spat at it in disgust. It was a red viscous fluid. How dare you? The brainworm felt insulted. But then it hummed like a happy pig that had eaten its fill. Comfortable, comfortable, comfortable. It was very satisfied with the queen worm's service. I want you to spit again. Chapter 588 Lord of Cerberus. Taurus System. Taurus. Taurus is a sovereign territory of the Terran Empire, and is located within the scope of the core world. Although Taurus can meet the minimum needs of human survival, it is not the best choice for immigrants compared to other nearby planets. Taurus's uneven solar radiation, special magnetic field and thick atmosphere are the main causes of its extreme climate. The huge storms that continue to form on those vast oceans are always threatening the residents of the continental plates and independent islands. In addition, the imperial government had already stopped targeted immigration to Taurus. By 2499, Taurus had less than 5 million residents, and cities and settlements were mainly concentrated in the central part of the main continent. Citizens of the Terran Empire all knew that the planet Taurus had the largest military base in the empire. There were countless barracks on the islands far away from the continental plates, and its cold polar regions were the location of the empire's famous Reaper training camp Icehouse. The most outstanding harvesters in the entire empire all come from Taurus. And even though they have long forged their iron will in previous wars, they never want to return to the ice cave in this life. Few people know that the headquarters of the Imperial Cerberus Engineering was secretly moved here at some point after the establishment of the empire. Compared with the ice cave, which all the new recruits of the empire have heard of, this plan is known to far fewer people, and even those who know about it are very secretive. There was once a sensational news media that speculated without basis that the empire was conducting alien insect experiments in Taurus, and used holographic synthesis technology to forge a large amount of evidence to spread fear. They happened to guess right, and the prize was a long-term meal ticket to New Folsom. The original Cerberus project was just a small to medium-sized biotech company, but now it has become a large-scale project with thousands of people due to the injection of a large amount of funds and talents. The people of the original biotech company have long been replaced. It turns out that the Cerberus plan is to use artificial neural technology and mechanical implant technology to form a remotely controlled neural mechanical Zerg army. After the first brain worm of the Empire was captured, it turned to create a swarm of worms controlled by it. The name of the official documents of the Empire is the Cerberus Swarm. This terrifying army also has another apt name: the War Dogs. Today, Dr. Rudolfo Subsurian, the general manager of the Cerberus project, received news that Emperor Augustus had arrived in Taurus to see the research results of the project in person. Dr. Subsurian couldn't help but be nervous. The Emperor didn't inform him in advance that he was coming. He was always tolerant to others, but extremely harsh to things. The people of the empire all thought that Emperor Augustus was a benevolent monarch. But those who worked under him were not so lucky. So far, the Terran Empire has invested a lot of credits in the Cerberus project. Obviously, the emperor who ruled the empire with an iron fist did not want to invest so much money just to hear the sound. The Cornwall side is not easy to deal with, although the visionary emperor is very patient. His patience will also run out one day. If you dare to fool the emperor, exile to Mossera is still a light punishment. That afternoon, the vigorous Emperor Augustus arrived at the Maguro Islands, where the Cerberus project was located, without giving Sabusorian much time to prepare. The Emperor of the Empire traveled with great pomp, but there were almost no officials accompanying him. But he brought half of the royal guard. After all, Dr. Sabusorian was a management elite from higher education, and it only took him a few hours to prepare the Cerberus Industrial Park for the inspection. Considering the possibility that the Emperor might stay here, Sabusorian still had time to prepare a luxury suite and high-end food, and even took into account the share of the entourage. Thinking of the recent accidents and casualties in the Cerberus project, Sabusorian felt uneasy. But this was the time when the Terran Empire was at war with the Zerg, and the Emperor would not come to blame for these things. After waiting to confirm that everything was ready, Dr. Sabusorian rushed to the Maguro Island starport to wait for Emperor Augustus to arrive. Although this starport is much smaller than Augustgrad and Tarsones, it still has the specifications to welcome the Emperor. Sabusorian not only immediately summoned the core members of the project, but also hung banners with slogans in the most conspicuous places of the starport. Your Emperor demands your loyalty. Unite? Together we will overcome difficulties. It's time to show your absolute loyalty to the Empire and the Emperor. Glory awaits you. These slogans can be seen everywhere in the conscription world and military camps, not just in Taurus. However, even though Sabusorian had rehearsed the scene of meeting the Emperor countless times in his mind, he was still shocked when he actually saw it. When a gray military transport plane landed on the docking platform of the starport, Emperor Augustus was seen holding a brainworm wearing a red top hat in his left hand, followed by the Queen of the Insect with elegant steps. The posture of the brainworm with its head held high was particularly eye-catching, while the Queen of the Insect seemed much more reserved. Counting the towering bone skull, the Queen of the Insect was not much bigger than the Imperial soldier wearing power armor. But in comparison, her huge body and huge abdomen really added a lot of color. Over Queen Zagara. This title made the brainworm jealous. Hello, Dr. Sabusorian. The weather is really nice today. The brainworm walked past Sabusorian with its head held high. A collar was hung around its non-existent neck, and the other end of the collar was connected to the Emperor's hand with a rope. Sabusorian knew that the brainworm could read minds, so he tried his best to avoid associating this appearance with a white caterpillar caught on a dog chain. According to the course the doctor had learned at the Karausa Ghost Academy, he tried hard to imagine a purple elephant in his mind, but from the threatening sound of the brainworm and the erected inverted triangle eyes, Sabusorian obviously failed. Hello, Mr. Alpha. Sabusorian extended a hand to the brainworm politely. He had met this brainworm many times, and as a core member of the Cerberus project, it was impossible for him not to know it. It can be said that if it weren't for this brainworm, the Cerberus project would have been almost cut. Are you laughing at me for not having hands? Unexpectedly, the brainworm didn't play by the rules at all. It looked at Sabusorian's hand with sidelong eyes, jumped up and bit his wrist. The scene immediately became chaotic. Sabusorian tried to pull his hand back in pain, but the brainworm kept biting. The Cerberus engineers and the royal guards tried their best to make the brainworm let go. If Augustus hadn't calmly remotely controlled the built-in syringe of the collar to give the brainworm a shot of strong sedative, making it lie down like a dead fish, it would probably have continued to make trouble for a while. Sorry, Doctor. It is indeed restless. You must bring a rope when you go out. Otherwise there will be chaos. Augustus raised his eyelids and threw the rope to the captain of the guard, Faraday. The Emperor was still in his usual image, wearing a neat military uniform, EP581 pistol on his waist, and standing with his hands behind his back. I frightened you, Your Majesty. Sabusorian pulled out his hand covered with saliva and red marks, feeling that he had embarrassed himself in front of the Emperor. Many people in the Cerberus project were hoping to see him make a fool of himself so that they could replace him. The bite force of this brainworm is amazing. If it hadn't known how to hold back, Sabusorian's entire arm would have been gone. Don't worry. This brainworm is not poisonous. But remember not to provoke it again. Emperor Augustus showed no signs of being frightened. It is said that even when a ferocious El Hydra was only a few inches away from him, he remained calm. But you may have to disinfect it, because its mouth is full of bacteria. Nonsense. I brush my teeth every day. The brainworm lay on the ground unable to move, and the queen worm next to it kept spitting on it. But it could still protest with telepathy. There is no need to mobilize so many troops. Let's go back to work. Augustus took a few steps, and waved to the Cerberus engineers, who came to greet him to leave. The Cerberus engineers, who came were reluctant to leave. After all, it was not easy to see the Emperor of the Empire in a place like Taurus. But if they disobeyed the Emperor's order, that would be another matter. Then he went straight to the point. I came here today to see if the Cerberus swarm is really put into actual combat as you said. The situation on the front line is not optimistic, and the Empire needs to invest new combat forces. The actual combat test has entered the final stage, and as the report said, everything is on track. Sabsolian replied immediately. Very good. Augustus expressed satisfaction. Take me to see the alien insects you breed. Sabsolian immediately took the Emperor to the special car. But the entourage was easy to arrange. But the huge queen of insects could only be arranged in a small truck. After the brainworm was stuffed into the back seat, the convoy slowly moved along the road built on Meguro Island. Meguro Island is located in the ocean of Taurus. It is the product of the eruption of an active volcano. The warm ocean currents and the cold air from the north meet to form a climate surrounded by drizzle and smoke. The island consists of two islands, the east and west. The two islands have formed a beautiful environment covered with green plants and a variety of different ecological landscapes under the influence of altitude, water source and wind direction. Sabsorian built this island beautifully and retained most of the natural landscape. But this was not for the purpose of protecting nature, but for studying the adaptability and changes of alien insects in different environments. This is one of the few places in Taurus that is habitable. Tall palm trees and ferns occupy all the land outside the road, and the green ocean sparkles in the sunlight. If Augustus didn't know that there are at least 100,000 Zerg here, he might have considered this place as a vacation spot in the future. Not only that, millions of worm eggs are stored in the factories and incubators of the Cerberus project, and the frozen eggs are neatly stacked in the ice storage like bundles of kelp. As long as the fungal blanket exists, the larvae are extremely difficult to die with their tenacious vitality. There are two main types of Zerg in the Cerberus project. The Cerberus Zerg that have been hatched now have undergone different degrees of mechanical neural transplantation surgery and removed the influence of the main nest mind. The main console can command these Zerg through remote control. This technology has now been perfected, and the latest Cerberus assembly project can transform Zerg in an assembly line manner, which not only reduces costs, but also improves efficiency. It has nothing to do with security work. This part of the Zerg is mainly prepared for the recruits in the boot camp. As for the Zerg guards designed to protect the commander, the Cerberus hounds made of forged titanium alloy blades, jet-powered spike launchers, support alloy brackets, and carbon fiber nano-weaving technology are far more powerful than ordinary Zerg and are comparable to elites. The other species is the captive, unmodified white mouse-type Zerg, which is mainly used to test the power and defense capabilities of the Empire's new weapons. Cerberus Engineering specializes in breeding a type of Zerg called Meguro Brood, with complete hatcheries, splitting pools, and evolution chambers, ready to produce eggs at any time. After calculation, investing a large number of Cerberus Zerg can greatly reduce the casualties of Imperial soldiers. But the problem is that even though Cerberus Engineering believes that it has eliminated the main nest mind, it has not really been put into actual combat. If something goes wrong, it will undoubtedly be sending soldiers to the Overmind. Therefore, Augustus must have his own brain worm, or worm queen, to command the Cerberus swarm. And everything must be multiple insurances. The special car arrived at a huge building complex composed of alloy steel, electrified fences, reinforced glass, and bolted iron doors. Each building is airtight, and powerful Gauss cannons, sentry turrets, and cluster rocket launchers are installed everywhere. The Cerberus security forces guarding here are wearing red power armor and green Y-shaped helmets, looking imposing. The Cerberus security force is composed of soldiers who have undergone resocialization. Before this, they were all death row prisoners, political prisoners, pirates, and members of vicious terrorist organizations. In short, these people deserved to die. But the Emperor gave them the last mercy. When the car drove into one of the giant buildings, Augustus found himself on a bridge thousands of feet above the ground. Below was a fence separated by steel walls and shield force fields, with thousands of springtails inside, and occasionally a hydralisk with its thorns removed. Without exception, the bodies of these Zerg were branded with the Imperial emblem and barcode, quoted from a Dark Templar master. When a Zerg swarm loses the leadership of a higher individual and is isolated from other swarms, they will gradually succumb to the need for survival. The stronger the self-awareness of an individual, the stronger the desire for survival, Subusorian introduced to the Emperor, and the stronger the need for self-survival. It also means that the control of the overmind and the brain worm over them is weaker, and the Zerg swarm returns to instinct. That is the wild Zerg, the Cerberus Zerg, which has been isolated from the main nest mind since birth, can accept the leadership of the Cerberus Alpha at any time. At this time, the Cerberus, who was lying in the back seat pretending to be dead, had already been lying on the window staring at the Zerg outside. This comedian changed his role in the blink of an eye, and now it seemed like the real master of the Zerg. "Wake up, my Zerg!" it roared, and the Zerg below also roared, and the roar was deafening. Chapter 589 Cyber Zerg. The Cerberus Industrial Zone, with its numerous control towers, is gradually occupied by cold blue symmetrical box-like buildings and roaring turbofans as the highway extends. The towering gray-blue frame structure is filled with bronze and brown reinforced synthetic glass. The magnificent multi-story complex giant buildings, reactor power plants, rail networks, and whirring trains dominate the horizon of the Meguro Islands. On Taurus, there is no neon color of Tarsones, only industrial row buildings with cold lines and bright orange holographic screens. There was not even a hint of greenery here, and every inch of land was poured with gray concrete. The special car that Augustus was riding in went through many checkpoints before entering the core of the Cerberus Industrial Park. According to Dr. Subsorian, compared with the foundry here, the Tag Zerg just now were just child's play. This place did not look like a large farm for breeding Zerg, but more like a complex industrial city built near the crystal mine. In those factories working day and night, the newly mined crystal ore will be put into the furnace to be cast into alloy steel plates, and then accurately cut to build vehicles, buildings, and even warships. We keep the Zerg in captivity, train the Zerg, and transform the Zerg. They will become the war dogs of the Terran Empire. The Cerberus Zerg army is invincible, and has no disadvantages wherever it points to. When the special car stopped in front of a high-rise building that looked like a monument, Subsorian was still bragging about the Cerberus Zerg to Augustus. Dr. Subsorian, like many people in this project, has few hairs left at a young age. He is in charge of one of the most dangerous projects in the Terran Empire, but he looks calm and reserved. There are not many people who are flamboyant in this industry. Subsorian is just like the elite class of Tarsones. He does things flawlessly, is not in a hurry, and is cool and calm. Then let me see where the funds of Cerberus project are spent. Augustus got out of the car surrounded by the royal guards and ordered his men to bring out the Cerberus Alpha. After all, the Cerberus was the undisputed master of the swarm. It took no effort for it to control the Cerberus Zerg prepared for it. That also showed that the Zerg still retained the mind of the main nest. I can assure you, Your Majesty, as long as you see the real Cerberus, you will believe that all the investment of the Empire is worth it. Guarantee with your head? Emperor Augustus looked at the building with a tightly galvanized sheet on the exterior wall, and made a terrifying joke. Dr. Subsorian's face fell, indicating that this was not funny. The Cerberus project was not well received in the Terran Empire. Conservative imperial officials believed that the project was too dangerous, and was tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger, while radicals were eager to see a swarm of insects in one day. The funds allocated to the Cerberus project have always occupied a place in the Terran Empire's military expenditure. But the military has never figured out which branch of the military they should be counted as. In short, Subsorian has always been under considerable pressure. Subsorian hesitated for a while, but he didn't dare to say anything. If he failed, he would be beheaded. Fortunately, Augustus just smiled, left Subsorian, and walked straight to the monumental building. Unlike the exquisite stone-polished buildings in August Grad, this one of Cerberus engineering is a standard practical industrial style. When the huge black door opened with the hissing sound of the hydraulic device, under the towering dome, a factory consisting of titanium forging workshop, stamping workshop, welding workshop, assembly workshop, etc. appeared in front of Augustus. Countless conveyor belts, mechanical arms, and cranes cast shadows under the lights. Obviously, The eerie mechanical implants on the Cerberus Zerg will not grow on their own. Cerberus security forces armed with live ammunition can be seen at intervals, and the three-headed dog of hell logo on the armor is particularly conspicuous. Except for eating and sleeping, these resocialized soldiers can guard the factory 23 hours a day without stopping. They do not need entertainment, have no desires, and are much more useful than expensive intelligent machines. Here, the conveyor belts are filled with countless Zerglings instead of mechanical parts. The Zerglings, trembling with excitement due to excessive secretion of adrenaline, are tied to the conveyor platform by steel cables, making uncontrollable humming sounds during the transmission process. There are hundreds of them on each conveyor belt. Augustus stood and watched for a while, watching the huge fangs and claws of the Zerglings being cut off by laser scissors, and sharp titanium alloy blades being welded on them while they were still bleeding. The carapace and flesh on their spines were replaced by hot alloy steel plates and nanobone frames, while the exposed circuits, neural interfaces, and pipelines combined all the implanted prostheses together. Judging from the painful appearance of the springtails, they had not even been anesthetized before. The entire production line was highly automated, and the operator could control the overall situation by just pressing a button. Such an exaggerated prosthetic transformation process is simply not something humans can bear. Or in other words, only the Zerg can survive such a crazy transformation. The Cerberus project was originally designed to transform and control humans. But unfortunately, there were not enough test subjects to survive and perfect the technology. Emperor Augustus did not need technology that could manipulate people's minds to control his people. And the Zerg Cerberus project became a new choice. Would this be cruel to the Zerg? Augustus asked the Cerberus next to him. Cruel? To the Zerg? Pain is not important at all. The Cerberus said, individuals are insignificant. The group is everything. Very good. If you give me an eye that can emit lasers, I can teach old Duke a lesson. The brainworm's big mouth full of sharp teeth split into a terrible arc, which is an extremely evil smile. Those who know it well will immediately understand that this guy will soon do something bad. This is too dangerous. If you are given a pair of wings, you will fly to the sky. Augustus rejected its request. It's hard to say, the brainworm said. I have never seen such alien insects. They look too strange. Queen Zagara also followed. In order to deal with the possibility of her losing control, she was always accompanied by several royal guards. We can also transform this queen to make her more powerful. Maybe an external brain can increase her intelligence? Sabthorian came over. But I'm already very smart. Zagara spread her paws. You are far behind the brainworm. You can't even do a set of papers at Carr University. And you can't understand financial statements. What's the use of you? The brainworm shook its head. Besides, fools think they are the smartest in the world. Zagara blinked, confused. Don't overdo it. Augustus had no objection to this. Let me introduce you to the masterpiece of Cerberus engineering. A flawless work of art, the Zerg servant. The Cerberus war dog. On this side, Dr. Subsorian knew that his performance time had come. He clapped his hands, and a Cerberus Zergling that had been transformed walked towards Augustus. In addition to replacing its claws with titanium blades, the Zergling also carried steel plates, microturbine engines, capacitors, and pipelines embedded in muscle tissue on its back. The helmet-like metal exoskeleton is deeply embedded in its entire head, and its eyes have been completely replaced by headlights emitting cold light. It should be noted that there are two trembling tentacles on the back of this springtail, which are prepared for remote control by the Cerberus main control center. This springtail is stronger than before the transformation. It runs faster and has an amazing speed. Through remote control technology, Cerberus engineering can control them like controlling drones. Subsorian paused here. Most importantly, we can also install self-destruct devices to allow them to undertake more dangerous infiltration missions. But this is too inhumane, the brainworm commented. It is much cheaper and more efficient to transform the Zerg than to make machinery, he said to the Emperor confidently. It is not just enslaving the Zerg. We are using industry to manufacture war machines that can be controlled by AI. Cerberus engineering transforms the Hive Lord into an aerospace carrier that can release drones, transforms the Mutalisks and Swarm Guardians into heavy bombers, and transforms the Ultralisk into a land train that tramples the enemy's formation. If the situation permits, we can even install a fusion reactor and a laser gun group in the body of the Leviathan. If you really do it, then this is really a good investment. Augustus asked Subusorian, what can Cerberus's mechanical neural implant technology do? It can completely replace the brain of the Zerg. Subusorian said, in addition to human control, we can also program the microcomputers in the Zerg brain to perform simple instructions, such as patrolling or attacking. As he said that, Subusorian took out a bouncy ball from his pocket and threw it high. The Zergling immediately rushed out like lightning and quickly picked up the ball. Very good. Augustus nodded. I know you have also transformed other species. Not only those before the Battle of the Brood, but also new species. Sabsolian led Augustus to other workshops. Not only the Springtails, but also a large number of Hydralisks and cockroaches on the production line. The transformation process is extremely bloody. It is not just as simple as cutting limbs, but also a matching craniotomy is indispensable. This is still a relatively common species. Augustus also saw many Cerberus dragons, whose bodies were also implanted with a large number of mechanical prostheses, and even a pair of membrane wings were reinforced. Smaller species, including workers and larvae, are also present, but their significance is not very clear. Cerberus Zerg are not affected by the main hive mind, so they can perform the most dangerous tasks when the Empire deploys the Psychic Crusher. Anyone who sees this scene will feel horrified. And Augustus, who supports this plan, also knows the risks. But in contrast, the value of Cerberus Zerg is immeasurable. Finally, Subsorian brought Augustus to a Thunder Beast that was trapped in the shield force field. This Thunder Beast was even bigger than an ordinary Thunder Beast, almost like a mountain. Its mighty and domineering giant blade had been completely replaced with a titanium alloy blade, which was covered with patterns like blue flames, thousands of reinforced alloy armor plates, electronic implants and interlaced pipelines were spread all over its mountainous body. Augustus even saw the missile launch unit on the Thunder Beast's giant crown, and there was even a miniature missile assembly factory behind it. It seemed that the Cerberus engineers had simply transformed it into a land fortress, and there was even a helipad on it. He guessed that it was prepared for the takeoff and landing of Banshee bombers. A king beast? The brainworm said. Where did you get this thing? It was sent by General Stukov from Char. Sabsolian explained. We are going to make it into a real doomsday monster. Not only that, we have also prepared several modified unclean scorpion worms for it. With the scorpion worm's poison mist ability, the charge it launches will be devastating. As Sabsolian spoke, 5 red scorpion worms, like long snakes, were sticking their heads out from the back of the Cerberus king beast, hissing like 5 dragons. The tails of these scorpion worms are connected to the body of the king beast, as if they are symbiotic. Cool. Why didn't Abathur think of this trick? The brainworm stared at it. The king's blade of the Cerberus king beast has been blued and has a beautiful casting pattern like a Damascus knife. When it charges, these giant blades will make a sound like a burning flame. Subsorian was as excited as a child introducing toys to others. He said to Augustus with great interest, Your Majesty, I really hope to see it charging into battle. Yes, it can be used by Stukov's troops. Augustus said. How should the maintenance cost be calculated? If the blade is worn out, you will have to make a new one. We can recycle Cerberus Zerg that died on the battlefield. The equipment is much more valuable than the Zerg. As for the wear problem, we have non-repair kits that can be used. Sabsolian said. Besides, once deployed on the battlefield, it is almost impossible for Cerberus Zerg to survive the next battle. Once upon a time, our warriors had to face this fate on particularly cruel battlefields. It is still the same today, Augustus said. Relatively speaking, the modified Cerberus swarm is much more useful than intelligent combat robots. You did a good job, Augustus said to Subsorian. When the construction blueprints of the Cerberus factory can be submitted, Swan's engineering regiment will be able to produce them on the front line immediately. We don't even have to hatch the Zerg ourselves. We just need to recycle the dying Zerg on the battlefield. He ordered. I can't wait to see the Cerberus swarm on the battlefield. They are an extremely hungry weapon. Chapter 590. Raise insects for 1,000 days. Use them for a moment. Augustus visited many Cerberus manufacturing plants with great interest, and did not stop until late at night. The Cerberus plan was born out of the morbid and deformed ambitions and fanciful ideas of human beings. It was a bold combination of steel, neon, and blood and flesh. Anyone who saw it with their own eyes was really amazed. The greatest value of the Cerberus Zerg is that it can reduce the loss of human soldiers. Therefore, the most reasonable tactic is to release the Cerberus Zerg first to consume the enemy's strength, and then send the regular Imperial army to clean up the mess. And Cerberus components can also be recycled. which can greatly reduce costs. Compared with the Empire's other parallel project, the Mimic Mechanical Swarm project, the current Cerberus engineering has a significantly higher cost effectiveness. The disadvantages of this project are also obvious. Once the mechanical neural modification fails, these Zerg may turn their guns against their own people. Therefore, Cerberus usually does not fight side by side with the Imperial Army. Not only transforming Zerg, Cerberus engineering has not fallen behind in its old business. They are also simultaneously carrying out projects related to human body modification. Combined with the experience gained from countless Zerg experiments, this project has also made some breakthroughs. For the Tyranids, mechanical prostheses are nothing new. Their ancestors were expelled from Earth because of this. The most advanced prostheses can be made to be the same as the original ones, and more powerful. But the cost is high. In the field of cybernetics and mechanical nerves, the Protoss undoubtedly took the lead over humans centuries ago. And the Dragon Knight mecha is proof of this. The Protoss technology is based on the fact that they are psychic creatures, and humans have almost no way to go in this regard. Of course, nothing is absolute. During the Battle of Ire, the human revolutionary army obtained many Protoss Dragon Knight mechas from their enemy, the Protoss Empire Arbitrator faction. This gave the Imperial scientists an excellent sample to study the communication and control technology between life and machinery. With just a little knowledge, the research in the field of control science can make rapid progress. This technology was then applied to the servo system and onboard tactile feedback module of the Terran Empire mecha, making the mecha truly become a part of the driver's body. From the T-280 engineering vehicle to the Thor. Among the crazy and genius ideas of Cerberus engineering, there is also the plan of human dragon riders. But it has little practical value. For humans, cold mechas are nothing more than a sad coffin. Humans are not Protoss. They do not fight for glory. The military mechanical implants of Cerberus engineering are almost comparable to those of Protoss. At present, Cerberus prosthetics have changed the fate of thousands of Terran Empire soldiers who were disabled due to injuries. Except for the need to apply engine oil, there are almost no disadvantages. The application of cybernetics has brought new technological innovations. Humans can even actively replace their limbs and transform them into mechanical limbs that will not get sick or feel pain, or even put cannons on their bodies. Dr. Subsorian was trying his best to show the results of the Cerberus project in front of the Emperor of the Empire. If he could win the Emperor's praise, not only he, but all the Cerberus project members present would feel proud. What made them even happier was that at the end of this trip, the Emperor encouraged all the Cerberus project staff for their hard work, saying that their outstanding contributions to the Empire would be remembered by the world in the future. Although it was just a few words, it was indeed inspiring. The most important thing was that it was a sure win to get the funding approval for the Cerberus project for the next year. However, before that, Subsorian knew that he had to find ways to satisfy this picky Emperor. How are you going to transform this queen? Before leaving Meguro Island, where the Cerberus project was located, Augustus had to ask Subsorian one thing. Tell me about it. At this time, the Queen Zagara that Augustus brought from Korhol was being sent into the carrier hatch of the Cerberus heavy factory. This well-behaved queen insect obviously didn't know what she was about to face, and looked around. The reason why she was a little anxious was because of the queen insect's uneasiness about leaving the nest and her strong maternal instinct. The queen insect's genes were designed to be the guardian of the nest. They are as difficult to deal with as female crocodiles guarding the nest. If the enemy wants to threaten the eggs, it will inevitably anger these irritable mothers. Yes, as a high-level servant, she is really too stupid. Brainworm Alpha also nodded. If she is sold one day, I will not be surprised. The queen worm evolved from the queen worm. Although they have the ability to think independently and solve complex problems, they are not flexible enough in dealing with problems. This advanced Zerg species lacks the ability to predict the future, which means that they will not make long-term plans for the long-term future of the group. Dr. Subsorian said to Augustus, and this is exactly the ability of the brain worm. I think the purpose of the birth of the Queen of Zerg is to become a commander on a local battlefield, rather than a marshal who plans and strategizes. It is conceivable that the Queen of Zerg is only below the brain worm in the power pyramid of the Zerg swarm, and is not a role that will definitely replace it in the future. Their functions are more specific and single, lacking independence, and cannot rule a super-large Zerg swarm like Jormungandr. For the Zerg swarm, individuals must obey the absolute rule of the leader. In other words, the Queen of Zerg must never threaten the ruling position of the brain worm. Using the human model as an analogy, the Zerg is still a father system of rule by the Overmind and the Cerebrate, rather than a maternal society where the Queen comes later. In StarCraft, the Queen of Blades calls the Overmind her father. I have never heard of a queen ruling a group. And as long as I am alive, this will never happen. The Cerebrate seemed complacent and kept setting flags. It has always been very confident in its intelligence. So far, it has only been defeated by one person. The structure of the brain tissue has determined that this creature will not be very smart. Unfortunately, my brain is the only thing left on my body. It said, according to your request, we will carry out limited transformation. Subsaurian glanced at the extremely proud brain worm, including artificial expansion of its brain and adding an external mechanical computer brain to increase its computing power. Is this technology also useful for humans? Augustus asked. Yes. Duke needs him since he was kicked in the head by a donkey. The brainworm said. Your Majesty, experiments on living humans have long been banned, and no one wants others to tamper with their brains. Subsaurian is a principled scientist. I think that's just because you are not so sure. Augustus stopped asking. After all, his brain was enough. But he was afraid that those stupid officials had no brains. The self-healing ability of the Zerg is quite amazing. Although they also have the chance of being infected with diseases. They can basically survive the cruel transformation of Cerberus engineering. That's it. I hope I can see the Cerberus swarm show its might on the battlefield soon. Augustus looked at his watch, called Faraday, and prepared to leave Meguro Island. It was already late at night. But Augustus, who was full of energy, was not tired at all. He finally said to Subsaurian, after 48 standard Earth times, the naval base of Chiron will send the Hercules transport fleet to transport the Cerberus swarm. Someone will naturally contact you at that time. Yes, Your Majesty. Sabsolian immediately said, there will be no mistakes in this matter. Dr. Sabsolian, as long as you do your job conscientiously, the Empire will not treat any meritorious official unfairly. Augustus' tone softened, and his expression was no longer as cold as before. Now you have to hide your identities, but your achievements will be recorded in history. Once they set foot on Meguro Island, these scientists will never be able to leave until the day when the Cerberus plan is truly made public. Subsaurian sighed and said nothing. His family had died long before the first Zerg invasion, so he had no ties. So Subsaurian devoted himself to his work until he joined the Cerberus project. Apart from being isolated from the world, there was nothing wrong with Meguro. It was close to the beautiful ocean, with 4 distinct seasons and a regular climate, which was very suitable for human survival. In terms of biodiversity, it was like another Galapagos Islands for Darwin. Meguro is suitable for those who are fascinated by scientific research, with the most advanced research equipment and the best team. In the Terran Empire, scientists and soldiers are the most respected professions. But once you step into this place, there is no chance to regret. The Cerberus project is different from other projects. Its members must come into contact with the Zerg, and there is a certain degree of danger, although this number is gradually decreasing. Every year there are interns in the Cerberus project who die due to various accidents. But without exception, everyone who comes here thinks their work is valuable. Alpha, as I promised, now the Cerberus swarm belongs to you. And I even prepared a Queen's Lieutenant for you. Augustus was somewhat reluctant to leave. According to the plan, the Royal Brain will arrive at the battlefield with the Cerberus swarm to support the front line. The current situation is very unfavorable to the Terran Empire, and the scale of the war has already exceeded the First Total War. If the Cerberus swarm can reduce the casualties of the Empire's soldiers, then Augustus will use it. This brainworm has been raised for 7 or 8 years now. It is just like a dog, and I have developed feelings for it. But feelings are feelings. As for whether it will betray me if I leave Korhal, this is also something to consider. For this reason, Augustus also arranged 7 or 8 Dark Templar swordsmen to secretly protect it. At the same time, this is also a test. If the Brainworm Alpha is indeed an independent individual that is out of the control of the Overlord, then it will no longer be willing to be controlled by the Overlord. This adjutant is not very smart. But it doesn't matter. I will find a new one later. The Brainworm said, maybe Carlos will have such a collection. As long as you don't hurt humans, you can do whatever you want. Augustus reminded him, remember this. After leaving Korhal, no matter where you are, I will keep an eye on you. I will miss you. The Brainworm tried to squeeze out a few tears, but the alien Zerg never shed tears. Even sadness is a disguise. But the brainworm does have emotions. The most obvious emotion is anger. And anger means bloody killing and destruction. When Augustus told the brainworm that he wanted it to go to the front, the guy actually hesitated and asked him if there was a stable supply of happy water. You have grown up, Augustus said earnestly. It's time to contribute to the empire. I have always regarded you as my son. You took advantage of me. The brainworm looked at Augustus. What do you think you are? The emperor scolded him without any mercy. Some people say that I raise a greedy maggot. And some people say that you are just an overdeveloped larva of the car moth. But I know clearly that you will not only fail to become a butterfly, but even a fly in the future. You are too much. You dog emperor. The brainworm confirmed that it had indeed been insulted. And it was taken down by the royal guards just as it was about to explode. Apparently, the royal guards were already used to it. Don't stop me. Don't hold me. I will kill my father today. But you still have hope. Augustus stabbed the brainworm first, and then comforted it. As long as you kill the master and all the brainworms, you will be the new master. You? You are right. The anger of the brainworm disappeared in an instant. And it nodded slightly. You are so vicious. But I like it. For you, using humans and Protoss to solve all potential enemies is the best way. And only we can protect you from the enslavement of the Overmind and Amon. Augustus said, maybe you are not afraid of the Overmind. But you are more afraid of Amon. That's why you are doing your best now. He said, when you master the use of borrowed knives to kill people and eliminate dissidents, and truly control the Zerg, you will immediately throw your allies aside. You think I'm a fool. Eating dirt in the wilderness is not as comfortable as eating and drinking for free in the palace. The brainworm was obviously surprised, and almost said that it was happy here and didn't want to leave. Augustus's speculation was not accurate. Or it was just the brainworm's previous thoughts. He thought the brainworm still had ambition. But in fact it had already laid down. In short, this brainworm was not loyal to the Terran Empire. But it knew that it was better to take shelter under a big tree. It treated Sarah Kerrigan as the master, and just ate and drank freely. There was a time when the brainworm really wanted to be the master. The nameless brainworm always wanted to become famous. But it was not easy to be the master, because there would always be a group of Protoss jumping out to die together. As the master, you were sitting on the train, eating hot pot and singing songs. And you might run into a car accident. At this time, the carrier door of the Cerberus heavy factory opened again, and the Queen Zagara walked out. This was just another inspection, and the real transformation was still to come. As soon as she came out, Zagara complained, Your Majesty, they heard me. Chapter 591 Korhal has ordered that your emperor demands your loyalty. Taurus, the Imperial Territory. Ice Cave Training Camp. This is the home of the Reaper Corps. The Gospel of the Dead. The ice field of Taurus is freezing cold. The wind is howling. The sky is cloudy. The wind and clouds are carrying the overwhelming ice and snow. And the earth is pale. A series of inclined granite, titanium steel plates, and reinforced concrete create a vast and complex folding building complex. Its steep spires are like a white forest, and the wavy eaves are covered with white snow. Many drones powered by twin turbine engines are busy cleaning the snow on the roof. Like a group of nimble and petite frost elves. This place has a beautiful name. The snow-covered courtyard. But the bastards living in it don't have much artistic talent. They call it the Ice Cave. A simple but inexplicably terrifying name. If the harvester recruits in the Ice Cave training camp are now enjoying wine, caviar and roast goose by the warm fireplace, leaning on the soft and comfortable sofa, and maybe holding a few representative works of Tarsoni's literature full of whining, then they probably still have a little bit of damn elegance to recite poems. But the Ice Cave, this ghost place at the end of the world, is not much warmer than the outside. Today, another group of recruits completed the 6-month training, and they had their graduation ceremony on this day. This means that these young soldiers are about to become the most outstanding killers in the universe. The Imperial Death Gods that the enemy is afraid of. Thousands of recruits lined up in the huge training ground of the Ice Cave. Saluted. Stood at attention. Waiting for their superiors to announce that they have graduated. The recruits certainly have reason to be happy and proud, because they have survived the most difficult stage in the Ice Cave. The huge Imperial cast iron badge hangs high above the heads of the recruits, with the words Order, Peace and Law shining like gold. The training of the Reapers is known for being extremely strict, and the pass rate of recruits may be higher than that of Viking pilots among all branches of the Terran Empire. Routine duties, emergency assemblies, night training, and mountain training are just child's play for the Reapers. Before graduation, the recruits have no privacy and no right to control their own time. But all the recruits in the Empire have gone through this. Except for those resocialized soldiers, who can go to heaven and earth by soaking in the nutrition cabin. But only fools would envy them. War is not unfamiliar to Terran humans. Many male citizens of planets in the Terran Empire have received more or less short military training when they were young, especially in dangerous marginal worlds and resource-rich areas. Emperor Augustus Mengsk has also mentioned his experience of training and serving on Tyressus too, when he was young on many occasions. And he is very proud of his battalion and comrades. While the recruit training of the Marines is to shape the immature high school and college students into real warriors, the training of the Reapers is to create the trump card of the Imperial Armed Forces. Reapers also undergo pilot-like physical training to ensure they don't pass out while wearing their jump packs. The latest Reaper jump packs allow for long-distance flight, but they are also extremely dangerous. A skilled Reaper suit user can launch a surprise attack across canyons and cliffs, sending Marines fleeing with speed and maneuverability. But no one knows how many bones he has broken before. They must learn to use the EP581 side electromagnetic pistol or the P38 and P55, which are powerful fire-breathing monsters that can shake people to the sky and are as powerful as their tempers. If the recruits cannot control these terrible monsters, they are likely to hurt themselves and their comrades. If they are not used properly, the D8 explosives carried by the Reapers are so powerful that they may accidentally injure friendly troops while blowing up a hive. If you accidentally kill yourself, you can avoid being blamed by the higher-ups later. Almost every day, people quit the ice cave for various reasons. They either quit voluntarily because they could not bear the cruel rules of the ice cave, or they had a fight with the instructors, or they died. The recruits have reason to believe that their instructors are a group of sadists and lunatics who always make them repeat meaningless things. But in general, the ice cave will eliminate those weak people and leave the real brave ones. In the Tyranid Empire of Emperor Augustus, the Reapers are synonymous with elites and trump cards. Although the Reapers and the Marines always blame each other when they are surrounded, any Marine Corps hopes that the Reaper Corps will appear behind them. The best Reapers of the Empire come from the ice cave, and the Reapers of the Port of the Dead are also famous for their cruelty and bloodiness. The Reapers are famous for their fierce and resolute strike capabilities and roundabout tactics that make the enemy run for their lives. When they advance in the hail of bullets, they are like passing through 1,000 flowers without getting a single leaf on them. The Reapers have won so many honors on the battlefield that even the United States of Umojan has launched its own version of the Reapers. At this moment, Kijora, the commander of the Ice Cave training camp, is giving a speech at the graduation ceremony, talking about the contributions that the young Reapers will make in the war to defend the Terran Empire. Kijora was also a Reaper. According to him, his service can be traced back to the Korhal Revolutionary Army, and he even fought side by side with Emperor Augustus Mengsk on the battlefield of Ire. He was obviously very proud of this, and the golden piping on the shoulder straps of his straight uniform was a reminder of the unit he had served in. This man was as cold and inhuman as cold steel. But the recruits in the ice cave never expected him to have any humanity. His uniform was clean and new. His face was handsome, and his conversation was decent. This bright and beautiful appearance hid a terrible fact. This man was actually a demon. It was Kara who designed many of the terrible training subjects in the ice cave. The first night the new recruits joined the ice cave, they received a gift from Kara. They were chased by a large number of mechanical hydralisks and Cerberus Zerd and almost vomited bile. According to the training rules of the ice cave, the speed of the new recruits in the power suit must be faster than the electromagnetically accelerated bullets in order for the instructors to be slightly satisfied. Augustus Mengsk has ordered that all able-bodied citizens of the Empire must do their utmost to defend our Empire until death. What Kehela said has been played countless times in the propaganda of the Terran Empire. We are still facing terrible threats. The bloodthirsty, bloody and violent alien races are looking at us with jealous eyes. And the villains, rogues, and rebels among humans are still fighting against the Empire. At this critical moment, when the Terran Empire is in turmoil, the Emperor needs harvesters. So there is the ice cave, and his will is the command. Kehela rarely smiled, and the recruits in the ice cave thought he was expressionless before. Now, I am proud of you prisoners. because you have passed the most brutal training camp in the Terran Empire. This is the greatest moment in your life. And I swear it will be the same in your future life. Prisoners are just what Kara calls the recruits. In fact, the proportion of criminals in the Ice Cave training camp is not high. All those who have a criminal record are those who have undergone resocialization, but are still out of control. Although they have been erased of their memories, they still have serious violent tendencies, strong aggression, and various weird and morbid hobbies. But apart from that, the Ice Caves are all legally recruited, clean Imperial citizens, and they have been strictly screened before joining the army. Although it is different from the Revolutionary Army era, the Reaper Corps is no longer composed of revolutionary fighters with extremely high ideological awareness. But not just any social scum can join. After paying unimaginable sacrifices and hard training, you have become a qualified Reaper, he said. Every drop of blood and sweat you leave in the Ice Caves will become the enemy's nightmare. Remember the Ice Cave and the Reaper Corps. Prove your value to the Emperor. Prove your value to the Empire. After Kara finished speaking, there was warm applause from the audience. And the newly graduated recruits were very happy. Only 1 out of every 3 people can stay until the end. And the Reapers are also the most sought-after soldiers in each Imperial Legion. Then, they can enjoy a hearty meal as usual, and temporarily say goodbye to protein paste and sweet bars. After today, they will take a spaceship to the various Imperial territories to garrison. Considering the massive invasion of the Zerg and the shortage of manpower on the front line, most of the recruits who graduated on this day will join the Reaper Corps on the front line as reinforcements. Perhaps in the distant future, the soldiers who survived this war will still recall every bit of life in the Ice Cave. But there is only one thing that is accurate. The front line is far more cruel than the Ice Cave. Soon, the recruits will no longer see Kara's stinky face, and they have begun to imagine what will be in today's meal. This is the case in any boot camp. The instructors will do their best to whip the recruits, leaving them with little time and energy to think about anything else. But today is different. But at this moment, the expression of Kara, who was talking freely, suddenly froze. The expression was between fear and ecstasy, and gradually turned into panic. The recruits all thought that this kind warden was just a robot. But now, he was really panicking like a rooster that had laid eggs. And he made a dumb clucking sound from time to time in his throat. The recruits below were silent for a while, and suddenly cheered loudly. The Emperor in military uniform was seen coming from the other side, followed by the royal guards. Augustus Mengs really looked like a figure from a war painting, with an upright figure and cold gray eyes as sharp as an eagle. Compared with his youth, Augustus the Great's marble-carved features became more profound, more like the 28-year-old Arcturus Mengs, except that he did not grow a beard and his face was neat and meticulous. Kara looked at the other Ice Cave commander, who was also at a loss. His expression seemed to be asking why no one told me that the Emperor was coming. But when Emperor Augustus came to him, Kara had adjusted his expression. In any case, it was a surprise. There were so many recruit training camps in the Terran Empire, and the Emperor could not attend the graduation ceremony of every recruit. In fact, even the generals of the Empire could not spare the time to attend. Since entering Augustgrad, Emperor Augustus obviously has less time to go in and out of the barracks. A few years ago, the Imperial soldiers may have seen the Emperor, but now such opportunities are rare. It was not until he shook hands with the Emperor that Kara confirmed that this was a real person and not some boring holographic bait joke. At this moment, the podium was in chaos. If the instructors hadn't tried their best to maintain order, the recruits would have almost rushed up. It is rumored that the Emperor of the Terran Empire has many clones. Otherwise, it is hard to imagine how he could appear in various social occasions while handling a large amount of official business. Any officer with insight would not believe this rumor, but ordinary recruits would not think so. Salute to you, Lieutenant Colonel Kara. Your Reaper Corps has brought countless merits to the Empire. Augustus inevitably noticed the mechanical prosthesis of the Lieutenant Colonel when shaking hands with Kara. This is an early mechanical arm, and the power is still piston and hydraulic system. Although not as sharp as Cerberus' mechanical prosthesis, it is simple and easy to replace. Rory Swan, the chief engineer of the Empire, has designed a similar mechanical arm, which is not only quite reliable, but can also be used as a tool for repairing machinery. If it weren't for the fact that he has healthy hands and feet, he would also like to try one. Serving you is the eternal honor of all citizens of the Empire. Lieutenant Colonel Kara did not mention the glorious years when he fought side by side with Emperor Augustus. I think when he was an AIer, he just stood behind and watched for a few times. So he couldn't say such a thing. Augustus nodded to Kara, then stood in front of the ladder, looking at the cheering recruits below. I don't know when Augustus has gained such great prestige among the people of the Empire. Most of the Reapers come from law-abiding Imperial citizen families, and the law-breaking people have been excluded by the conscription center during the screening process of establishing files and cards. Amid the cheers of the recruits, Emperor Augustus continued Kara's speech just now. The Emperor did not mention the spirit of dedication and sacrifice, and his words were just from an impromptu speech. I am Augustus Minsk, the Emperor of the Terran Empire. I am honored to witness the great moment of your graduation from the Ice Cave. I summoned you because you are the most outstanding warriors of the Terran Empire. He said, the Zerg is invading in large numbers. They are destroying everything we have built with our own hands, and the Terran Empire must not give it up. The war is about to begin, which brings fame and glory, but also brings gloomy terror. Warriors, freedom is calling you. This is the Terran Empire. All the land under the sky belongs to the king, and all the people are his subjects. Chapter 592 Justice from Heaven. Come on. The show is about to begin. Half an Imperial hero, a big star at Joey Ray's bar, a mercenary train thief, Mr. Tychus Finley. This arrogant man was wearing a tailor-made crimson power armor and walking firmly on the wide deck of the Zeus lander drop pod. On both sides were Imperial Marines waiting in line to enter the rows of drop pods. The drop pod deck was very long, and the line in front of the drop pod was also very long. There is a Marine battalion with hundreds of soldiers in this area alone. These soldiers from the 1st Airborne Division of the Empire wear the same CMC power armor as Tychus, holding C-14 Gauss rifles in their hands. But the pattern on the matte mask is different, with a white wolf head emblem. These guys are not bad even in Tychus's picky eyes. They have been trained for a long time and are ready for battle at any time. As long as you have really fought a battle with the Zerg and survived, you are a veteran. During this period, soldiers saluted Tychus from time to time, and occasionally he would respond and wish these guys, who were about to be sent to the battlefield, good luck. This feeling of respect always made Tychus Finley uncomfortable. Just like flies and rats swaggering through the streets in broad daylight and being widely praised by citizens, because he knew exactly what he was. But Tychus enjoyed this feeling. People are sometimes so complicated. Hey, Sergeant Finley, look here. Don't think about the medal, Jones, if you really want one. Admiral Edmund Duke's safe is full of cheap knockoffs. Tychus was very pleased with his joke, and the soldiers around him laughed, sweeping away the depression and tension before the airborne. Although the history of the 1st Airborne Division can be traced back to the Revolutionary Army, many of the soldiers here are participating in actual airborne combat for the first time. They will be dropped from 30 miles above the ground. If it weren't for the servo system of the power armor, some people's legs would probably have been weak. Some troops allow soldiers to inject stimulants before airdropping, but this rarely happens. Abuse of stimulants can lead to very serious consequences. Marines never know how many strange ingredients are in stimulants, but no matter how many side effects it has, it will always be something that can save your life. However, there is actually nothing to worry about airdropping. It is the job of the captain and the Navy crew to send the airdrop capsule to the surface of the planet at the right angle. The airdrop process is much more thrilling than riding a roller coaster, but the passengers in the airdrop capsule will not have too many direct feelings. The technology of airdrop pods was mature in the first year of the Terran Empire. There are small airdrop pods for ghost agents and special operations teams, as well as larger models that can carry companies and siege tanks. Before entering the atmosphere, their world is dead silent, and then it starts to bump, and the force applied to the power armor may increase to 10 gs. Before landing, the airdrop pod will automatically adjust the landing trajectory through the brake device and slow down several times until it lands after a burst of impact, after which the pod of the airdrop pod will automatically pop open. Tychus knew that veterans who had been airdropped many times called the drop pods yellow bean pods, because once the plant pods from Earth were ripe and dried and crisped by the sun, they would fall to the ground, and the fruits inside would scatter everywhere. Airdrops were always an adventure, and if something went wrong with the drop pods, most of the time the people inside would die quickly, and the drop pods were only a one-way delivery tool. There was no room for regret, and if some idiot captain threw you into a pile of crazy bugs, then you could only accept your fate. Everyone in the Imperial Marines knows this. It is as hard to find a clear-headed person in the Navy as it is to find a sailor who takes a bath frequently. Tychus believed this statement without a doubt. After all, he had never seen those slim female pilots take a bath. The Zeus landing ship suddenly trembled. It was not easy to shake such a huge interstellar ship. Tychus, like the Imperial soldiers around him, could not figure out what was happening outside. But generally speaking, it was definitely not good news. It's possible that the Zerg have come to visit, and they always come in large groups. The Imperial Navy fleet where this landing ship is currently located is in the high-altitude orbit of the Lon 7. There are at least 10 billion Jormungand Zerg on the ground, and countless more in the sky and orbit. Tychus is not nervous at all. He has really seen a lot of storms. He has played cards with brain worms, drank with Protoss, and seen the Emperor's little skirt. He is only 33 years old, and he has seen things that many people can't even imagine in their lifetime. Another huge tremor followed the roar, and those who were on the battlefield for the first time all looked livid. Tychus guessed that the spaceship might have just hit a group of explosive mosquitoes. This was a common occurrence. But this ship had its own shield force field, and was escorted by a large number of Ice Dragon fighters and Viking fighters. So it was not so easy to be destroyed. Now, this giant with a body as burly as a giant bear looked so tall, reliable, and indestructible to the other soldiers. Tychus calmly took out a box of cigars, took out a gold-plated laser lighter to light it, and exhaled a puff of smoke. Don't worry. Dad Tychus will protect you. After saying that, Tychus walked through the airlock door into the next cabin, leaving the back of the Imperial hero to the people behind him. For Tychus, these young sailors are indeed treasures. After all, there is nothing more boring in the world than the Marines in the landing ship. The good guys have a lot of money issued by the Empire in their pockets, but have nowhere to spend it. So they have to willingly lose to him. Old Tychus. At the poker table. Tychus was a good player at the poker table as early as 10 years ago. Even if he didn't cheat, he could still win a lot of chips from these young boys. Thanks to these unlucky guys, I've made a little fortune recently. This time, it's definitely a legal business. Many people think that Tychus is a reckless and brainless big guy. But he is actually very smart. He knows how to read people's expressions, and is good at it. It is precisely because of this skill that Tychus can always get Emperor Augustus' forgiveness when he gets into trouble. Although this trick doesn't always work. Since ascending the throne, Augustus Mengsk's expression has become more and more difficult to predict. Gunnery Sergeant Tychus Finley, you have violated the smoking ban. At this time, a cold and mechanical female voice made Tychus raise his eyebrows. This is the intelligent AI program that comes with the Zeus landing ship, which always pops up at the most disappointing time. Guess what? I think Emperor Augustus wants me to smoke here. Tychus ignored this warning. No one would dare to violate this ban at ordinary times. But Tychus, as the driver of the Odin mecha, also has many privileges. Besides, no one dared to mess with him here. Even the fleet commander Matt Horner couldn't do anything to him here. If he was locked up in a small dark room and his salary was deducted, the shameless Tychus would have gotten used to it long ago. Hi, Miss Sanger. You look very feminine today. Tychus turned into a narrower corridor and ran into a young lieutenant in the Navy, who was also an excellent pilot. This was the Navy crew cabin, where all the sailors wore tight uniforms and lived in cabins that were completely different from those of the Marines. In the past, those young and energetic Marines who had not seen the opposite sex for at least half a year would come closer to see her face even if they were flattering. Hello, Sergeant Finley. The Navy lieutenant just saluted and hurried away. It seems that the situation outside the spaceship is quite bad. This is a graduate of the August Grad Royal Naval Academy. It is said that he is a distant relative of the long-declined Tarsoni's creation family. He has elegant manners and outstanding looks. An old rogue like Tychus naturally has to take a few more glances, and the filthy thoughts in his mind are even more unbearable to look at. However, Tychus only glanced at her at most, and had no bad intentions. He could see the other party's attitude, and knew that his charm would not always work. Military regulations were strict, and Tychus had to keep a distance from female soldiers at all times. Otherwise the Emperor would personally chop off his dog head. In fact, Tychus preferred beautiful prostitutes, because at least they were loyal to money, and did things for money. Did we run into a swarm of insects? Tychus asked her. I'm afraid so, Sergeant. The lieutenant finally answered. Tychus nodded, and went straight to the next cabin. Unless the landing order was cancelled, they could not stop preparations for other reasons. A few minutes later, Tychus came to another drop chamber. which was smaller and had fewer people than the previous one. And they were all mechanics and ground crew. There was an elevator inside the ship to lead to a lower cabin, where Odin's cockpit was. Odin was driven by a single person, but it usually required a large team for maintenance. Thick. Is my big baby ready? Tychus looked around and saw an engineer who was less than 5 feet tall. That was Hiram Fick, the former armor technician of the Heavenly Demon Squad. Now with the ascendance of the Heavenly Demon Chief to the throne, the name of Emperor Augustus has spread far and wide, and the once small technician has also become prosperous. Now Fick is the soul of the 2nd Engineering Corps of the Empire, and has also mixed a nominal title in the Imperial Ministry of Transportation, with more than 10,000 people under him. Those people back then were either generals or marshals. Only Tychus Finley was still working as a dog for Emperor Augustus on the front line. Of course, I asked people to use the best oil. Fick looked short and sturdy, looked inconspicuous, and was not handsome. But the Emperor only valued his kindness and righteousness. Hiram Fick and Rory Swan were a pair of ace combinations in the Imperial Engineering Corps. Tychus called them goblins and dwarves. Hee. I wonder if the command center will allow me to use the red button today. Tychus is a character who has a hard time trusting others, and he has almost no altruistic spirit. But he gets along well with the old heavenly demons. I think we have to use nuclear bombs. Fike looked very worried. The fighting down there is very intense. I heard that several major Zerg nests have appeared. I don't understand what is so important about Talon that the Overlord pays so much attention to it. Talon 7 is not a feng shui treasure land. This planet has a climate called acid rainstorm, which makes it extremely difficult for ordinary crops to survive. There are no precious minerals on it. Nothing special. What's there to guess about the beast's thoughts? It just wants to do 3 things: kick humans' asses hard, kick humans' asses hard, or fucking kick humans' asses hard. Tychus pulled up his pants and prepared to enter Odin's cockpit through the elevator. After all, war is a competition to see whose ass is harder. I don't agree with it. Fick is no longer surprised by Tychus's wonderful metaphors. Good luck, Finley. I've got some cold beer and some porn magazines for you. Maybe they'll be useful when you doze off. I really want to kiss you. Damn it. See you on the ground. Tychus got into the elevator and entered a brief period of darkness. A few minutes later, Tychus was already in Odin's cockpit. Identity confirmed. Sergeant Tychus Finley. Permissions unlocked. Connected to the main control center. And the security channel opened. Tychus calmed down, and the control screen in front of him lit up. From the glass of Odin's cockpit, you can see the world outside the landing ship, which is a hazy world shrouded in clouds and mist. This unparalleled land mecha is so huge that the Zeus landing ship cannot accommodate it, and can only be mounted under the spacecraft. Odin's armor is as strong as a warship, so there is no need to worry about enemy attacks. The situation of the Zeus landing ship is indeed not good. There are all kinds of dragons and corrupted flying insects everywhere, and the brave Imperial Viking pilots are bravely driving away these terrible monsters. At this moment, airdrop pods were ejected from both sides of the Zeus landing ship from time to time. From Tychus's position, some airdrop pods disappeared in the blink of an eye, while others were unfortunately shot down. When the fog completely disappeared, Tychus could already see the vague shadows of the earth and the special buildings of the residents of Talon 7. The Talon people used giant circular buildings as greenhouses to grow their crops. These semicircular steel frame buildings were attached with hexagonal insulation plastic sheets, which sparkled in the sun, just like a large jellyfish on the beach. This amazing complex is located between countless towering wind turbines, which is spectacular. On the ground, the Imperial troops that have landed are fighting with the black swarm of Zerg. Black smoke is everywhere, and thousands of aircraft are crossing the sky from time to time. There are traces of fierce fighting everywhere. The Imperial fleet has the ability to destroy Talon 7 from orbit, turning a planet into a dead place full of radioactive wasteland. However, the Zerg don't care about the gains and losses of a planet, but humans can't bomb every colony of theirs at will. This is Matt Horner. The fleet commander's voice came from Odin's channel. Prepare to deploy, Odin. After a brief feeling of weightlessness, Odin was thrown down by the Zeus landing ship, with a shockwave coming through the mecha. Tychus knew that he had hit the ground heavily. Amid the violent roar, large pieces of Zerg were smashed into meat paste. Sticky flesh and blood splashed, and blood rained down from the sky immediately. I knew I should have asked Fick to install a windshield wiper. Tychus glanced at the flesh and blood outside the cockpit glass, and pushed Odin forward. The big guy is out of control. This is in front of the position of an Imperial Airborne Division. And the bright red flag flutters in the wind. The moment Odin appeared, the division's communication channel was boiling. Chapter 593 Talon's Song of Terror. Look at me. I'm chewing gum and kicking their asses. Tychus drove the unrivaled Odin mech over the Zerg under his feet, stepping on the broken shells and the huge hot shells. He felt like the real king of the gods. Unrivaled and unstoppable. There was no one else in Odin's communication channel. But Tychus would scream with joy when he was on the battlefield. Egon Stedman would talk to himself in front of others. And even if no one was listening, Tychus would talk nonsense on the battlefield. This is a vast plain, with only slightly higher mounds on all sides. The weather is clear at this time, and you can see far away at a glance. He saw from the display screen that a large group of Zergs were attacking him. As dark as a moving brown carpet, as fast as a gust of strange wind, and the sharp-edged shells on the backs of Zerglings, Banlings, cockroaches and hydralisks were like a silver-purple torrent on the blue-gray desolate land of Talon 7. If you sit in Odin's cockpit and look down, both the Zerg and the nearby Imperial Marines fire support team are like small ants on the ground. Odin is a mobile steel fortress. Standing on it is just like standing on a skyscraper and looking down at the ground. There is an abandoned missile tower in front, which may be left by the Talon militia. It is now dilapidated, and only the bare tower body remains, with the missile tower as the center. The 4 giant cannons on Odin's back opened fire. Balls of hot and shining flames exploded in the center of the insect swarm, and everything was reduced to ashes wherever the shells passed. It was really a doomsday scene. The screaming shells and deadly explosions set off a sea of fire. The whistling and thunderous roars of the shells continued. Dense debris rained down from the sky, and the air was filled with pungent smoke and the smell of meat. Odin brought about a devastating destruction in a short period of time. It seemed that 1,000 earth-shattering cannons were firing at the same time, and the saturation firepower bombardment cleared large areas of space in front of Odin, and a layer of the ground was shaved off. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Ha-ha-ha. Tychus was intoxicated by the bloody storm brought by Odin's violent firepower. As if only at this time, he was the freest and could forget all the troubles in the world. Die. Die! When the world calmed down again, the whole area had been reduced to dust in the true sense. The flames were burning in the dense craters, like the gates of hell. The dense swarm of insects on Tychus's screen was immediately cleared out, and those who had escaped by chance were crushed by Odin's giant walking feet. He privately called this move giant cannon shooting, and so far no enemy or building can withstand tons of shells. Is that powerful enough? But it's not over yet. In the face of such astonishing firepower, even the invincible Zerg will be wiped out. And Tychus was very satisfied with this, and once again thanked himself for making the right decision. The old man laughed out loud, estimating that he might have flattened thousands of Zerg at once or more. Odin's biosignal scan showed that more Zerg were still surrounding him. This thing will hurt you more than it does me. This is Odin. The entire Tyranid Empire has only a few dozen Odin mechas, and most of them are replaced by 4 mechas that are cheaper and easier to cast. Odin is expensive, and is the favorite of Emperor Augustus, so its power is naturally worthy of its reputation. Only the best drivers are qualified to drive these super heavy siege weapons, because their number is much smaller than that of Viking drivers. Naturally, Tychus, as the first Odin driver, also thrived on the front line where the Emperor was far away. People like him can get along well anywhere. The reason why Tychus gave up the leisurely early retirement life of a palace gatekeeper and insisted on coming to the front line to be an Odin driver was mainly because it was not easy to steal under the Emperor's feet. Originally, this guy loved to do things under the light, but the Emperor had a group of ghost agents who appeared and disappeared. In his words, when he went out to fire a cannon, there had to be someone to record, someone to observe, and someone to analyze. Another reason was that the treatment of Odin drivers was extremely high, and they could enjoy various special treatments, relaxed rules and regulations, and lenient treatment after violating the regulations, etc. This was tailor-made for Tychus by Emperor Augustus, and he had no choice but to get into it. Also, Tychus really likes Odin. A real man should drive Odin, and a man should do what a man should do. The life signal of the Zerg has been detected. They are gathering in large numbers, and preparing to launch a new round of offensive. But before Tychus could be happy for a while, Odin's own mechanical adjutant sounded the alarm. Why is it not over yet? Tychus noticed this warning. He knew that there were too many Zergs on Talon. But he didn't expect the first battle after landing to be so fierce. This is related to the combat style of different brain worms. If the brain worm commanding this swarm is Sass of the Gam swarm, he will choose to let the Imperial army land and annihilate them one by one when they advance separately. But Jormungandr's arc is different. It likes to attack halfway across the river. Tychus has killed enough worms. But it is not enough to hurt these monsters. The swarm acts as a group as a whole. They don't care about individual casualties, but only pay attention to gains and losses. Soon, more Zergs appeared, and they soon covered the horizon. These monsters covered with spikes and chitinous shells always made rustling sounds when they moved on the ground. Just like the mosquito swarms that block the sky in the hot summer. Just hearing the sound would make people feel irritated and uneasy. The subsequent Zergs that continued to arrive at the battlefield did not give up the attack. They hesitated for a moment. But it was not because of fear. It was just that the brain worm commanding this war was assessing the situation. Although Odin has amazing firepower, its shells are not endless. And the ammunition consumed by a cannon must be replenished. In other words, it is now the turn of the Zerg to take action. The brain worm may hesitate, but once it makes up its mind, it will not waver. The buzzing Zerg swarm moved again, and many big guys appeared on the ground. The tunnel worms also roared and broke out of the ground. From a distance, it looked like a hill with insect eyes. The Hydralisk and Ultralisk that appeared during the Second Total War were larger than those before the Brood War, with thicker chitin armor and sharper spikes. Odin is not afraid of thunder beasts. But the number of Jormungandr swarms is so large that even giants, like thunder beasts, appear in groups. There may be more cunning creatures mixed in, such as scorpion insects that are gradually fading from the stage of history, but still play an important role in the swarm. Fortunately, while Odin was clearing the battlefield, the Imperial Marines that landed gathered again. Tychus's mission is to clear a landing area for the subsequent landing troops, and cover the vanguard troops that lack firepower support points to gain a foothold. An Imperial Marine officer planted a black and gold Imperial flag on a hill near Odin's feet. Hundreds of Marines, medics, firebats and raiders gathered in a stream and quickly moved to the battle position. At the same time, airdrop pods continued to land on the surface of Talon, bringing more mechas and tanks to the Imperial army on the ground. The Imperial Engineer Corps driving space engineering vehicles built fortifications in the hail of bullets. Each company and even platoon carried a flag, and these flags formed a long line on the ground. Tychus drove Odin to stay in place, using the T-800 cannons mounted on both arms to provide strong support for the ground forces. The first siege tank appeared in Tychus's field of vision. It was much larger than the Marines, but it was just a slightly larger toy in front of Odin. Since there was the first one, it was only a matter of time before more siege tanks appeared, not counting other models. The Empire in this area alone airdropped at least 2,000 bone-removing siege tanks. Hundreds of siege tanks turned their tracks with the roar of the engine, rolling over the broken shells of the Zerg. They turned in unison. The main axis turned outward. The secondary rails were retracted into the body, and the hydraulic outer brackets were deployed from both sides, firmly anchored to the ground. The deployed 180mm shock cannons then opened fire, and the shells fell densely on the swarm of insects like rain, hitting them to pieces. This new type of siege tank has strong firepower and can provide strong support for infantry. If it weren't for the occasional accidental injury to friendly forces, the siege tank would be almost perfect. Of course, for tankers, they are perfect. You're good, but you need another 2 years of practice to catch up with me. Tychus knows those tankers, loud, hot-tempered, stubborn but straightforward, and they won't wait until the next second to beat you. Usually they are like this. Having said that, Tychus dared not speak out in the Armored Division's channel. Although he was bold, he was not stupid. Especially the woman called the Heavy Hammer Sergeant. Tychus really experienced the truth of not touching the tiger's butt from her. But the old rogue's hands were a little dirty, and a super high-temperature tungsten bullet fell at his feet. That was probably the closest this guy had ever been to death. At this time, the Marines also opened fire, mainly with the iconic sound of the C-14 Gauss rifle. But other weapons were also used, including howitzers, flamethrowers, hail rocket launchers, individual railguns, cluster bombs, and plasma weapons. The trajectories of various weapons dominated the entire battlefield. The first landing troops were all aces. Or at least veteran troops. And the weapons they were equipped with were also the best. In other words, those who have been able to maintain their organization until now are all capable. Since the outbreak of the war, countless divisions have been shattered. The Zerg facing the Terran Empire is almost the same as it was in its heyday 4 years ago. Even the Protoss Empire would be in trouble if they encountered it. If it weren't for Emperor Augustus Mengsk's strong support for the development of military equipment, the Terran Empire, and even the humans in the Copperless sector would have become history now. Although the Mengsk family has dirty hearts, they always see things accurately in such matters. Augustus knew that the Zerg would return, so he was prepared for it every day. If it were the pigs of the old Federation, they would have already thrown down their weapons. But even so, the Terran Empire could only barely resist the Zerg's attack. The Terran Empire almost lost the Talon system. But now Marshal Horace Warfield decided to take it back from the Zerg. Only when it was irreversible would the Empire send out its fleet to destroy everything on the planet. The Empire and the Zerg fought to the death for these worlds. And the beautiful new worlds that were once prosperous and rich became devastated one by one. Tychus knew that the Dog Emperor in the Augustgrad Palace was very distressed about this. The Zerg didn't care about the damage to the planet caused by the war. But humans didn't. The Empire needed the resources, factories and population of the colonies. A group of robbers broke into your house and smashed it. It didn't matter if the house collapsed in the end. They didn't live there anyway. Sergeant Finley, we need you to deal with the Thunder Beast. Where is it going to you? At this moment, the voice of the landing force commander suddenly came from the channel. Tychus's actual rank was very high, and ordinary commanders could not order him around. Okay, Tychus replied again, with a hint of arrogance in his tone. As if he was dealing with a fool. People below, make way for the big guy. When Odin moved, the ground seemed to shake, and the Marines below could only look up at this steel giant walking on the ground. Tychus crushed all the enemies that blocked his way with an unstoppable force, crushing them like ants. He faced the roaring Thunder Beast and fired 2 shots at its head. This huge beast had almost no flaws, except that its eyes lacked armor. In a war, you don't care about so many things. You can gouge out the eyes and throw lime on them. Whatever works. You can do it. The T-800 cannon can destroy a tank in 2 shots. The Thunder Beast was not easy to take a few hits. Its head was also blown into pieces. It wailed and roared deafeningly. After a while, it even took a few steps back. Tychus took advantage of the situation and fired at the injured parts of the Thunder Beast, trying to kill it directly. But just when Tychus focused all his attention on the Thunder Beast, a huge force came from under Odin's feet, even shaking this extremely heavy mecha. An extremely huge super monster broke out of the ground. It had a scorpion-like body and an upright body. Its appearance was between a springtail and a hydralisk. In other words, this monster had many characteristics of other Zerg species. It was so brutal and violent that the Thunder Beast was dwarfed in size and strength. As soon as it appeared, it sprayed a deadly acid towards Odin's cockpit, and a terrible white smoke immediately rose from the latter's thick armor and cockpit glass. Strong biological signal. A beast, the largest ground creature in the history of the Zerg. Oh my god! The distance was too close. Tychus fired at the beast that was almost within reach regardless of the risk of close-range shooting. What were you doing earlier? Chapter 594, Wild Beast. Odin's scorching bright orange particle beam bombarded the wild beast's terrifying body covered with dense carapace, causing the huge monster to roar and step back a few steps. But once it stood firm, it pounced on him again, tearing Odin's armor with the sharp spikes on its arms and the huge teeth of astonishing size in its mouth. To the Imperial soldiers below, this scene was really shocking, as if the steel giant was fighting the mythical Titan. On Odin's towering and majestic shoulders, like battlements, the muzzles of the guns comparable to naval guns were spewing violent flames with thunderous roars. And the earth-shaking roar shook the earth. The indestructible fire of punishment poured down on the beast's equally majestic body. The flames licked its hideous and terrifying body, and the bright flames even outshone the sun for a while. When this war weapon, born purely for destruction, was fully fired, even the swarm of insects had to retreat. No enemy had ever been able to resist Odin's wrath before, and it was the undisputed king of the land. But this did not work on the beast. Odin's artillery fire naturally left hideous scars on its body, but it was also not good for him. Odin's steel ceramic composite armor was enough to resist the gunfire of the battlecruiser, But now it was even pitted under the fierce attack of the beast. Some of the horrific wounds even touched the circuits. And suddenly the surging plasma and sparks fell from the air like a glowing waterfall. Because Odin was too close to the beast, it was difficult for the siege tanks to provide fire support for him. If it was the Marines, it would be fine. Every Odin was a symbol of the absolute military power of the Terran Empire. Only the nearest fire teams could provide support. But their weapons were mostly ineffective. At the same time, the Jormungandr swarm on the ground was still pressing forward. And soon the ground forces of the Terran Empire would be unable to protect themselves. Adjutant, what is the weakness of this beast? At this moment, the armor under Odin's cockpit withstood a fierce impact from the beast. And even Tychus inside could feel the huge force transmitted to this heavy mecha. Tychus stared at the terrifying face of the beast. And even a character like him, who was fearless, could not help but feel insecure. The monster didn't even seem to have eyes. And its mouth, big enough to swallow a tank, was filled with huge, irregular teeth. To use Tychus's words, it was so ugly that even its own mother couldn't bear to look at it. He had never encountered a wild beast before. And he had only heard of it from the Imperial troops, who had fought on other planets. As long as he had seen it, no one would not be terrified. Compared with the wild beast in front of Odin, the monsters in the holographic movie were just cute pink plush toys. If a thunder beast rampaging on the battlefield is a huge threat to an Imperial Marine, a sudden appearance of a wild beast is synonymous with death for an Imperial soldier. On a world in war, you never know what will suddenly appear in a place full of birdsong, flowers, and dense forests. Some are fast-moving zerglings. If they kill your comrades, then a volley of bullets can get rid of these screaming little demons at that time. But if you encounter a wild beast, don't expect spike bullets to work. The beast, the peak of the evolution of the Zerg. The adjutant responded. I'm not telling you to hack off. No one is perfect. Even a god must have weaknesses. Tychus controlled Odin to fire another shot at the beast's bloody mouth. And at the same time, he was hit by the latter's fierce and brutal blow. It was as if Odin and the beast were strangling each other's necks, punching each other, and hitting each other. But Odin was not designed for close combat. And it was definitely not designed to waste the reactor power that could supply warships on swinging a fist weighing several tons to smash the enemy. Odin is designed to destroy enemy armies from miles away. And its cannon firepower covers a wide range. So it takes time to lock onto one or two targets. Comparing armor and strength with a wild beast here is simply impossible. At this time, Tychus must not turn around and run away. This is not a question of shame. And he doesn't care much about his reputation. But leading your back to a wild beast is really a matter of life and death. The strength and ferocity of the wild beast made Tychus feel very difficult. This guy is different from any known Zerg species. Studies have shown that the beast has no flaws. Except for fire. The adjutant replied, most Zerg are afraid of fire. This terrible new variant may be a mutation of the Thunder Beast. But it is far superior to its close relatives in terms of size, strength and brutality. The only other variant that can be compared with it is the King Beast, also known as the Omega Thunder Beast, the Tyrant of Char, a monster that has only been found in the Omega Zerg network on the planet Char. At this time, the supercomputer system operated by the adjutant was calculating the possibility of killing the beast. The terrain of Talon 7 is complex, and the area has a magma lake, which can attract the beast. Which idiot designed this program? Don't let me run into him. Tychus cursed. Odin called for air support. I fucking need air support. Although the equipment department of the Terran Empire announced that they had re-upgraded the adjutant's AI system and updated the algorithm, it was still not very smart. Tychus had heard that the lieutenants of battlecruisers and colony ships were smarter. But Odin's were clearly not. This is Sky Fury. Odin pilot. We're on our way. Soon. A nearby Viking formation responded to Tychus' call. If a Terran Imperial Marine Corps was suppressed by enemy fire in a dangerous pass and could not move forward, they only needed to call for air support. Hurry. Don't let me wait. Tychus hit a button, and Odin's dense gun muzzles immediately gushed out explosive flames. Odin's situation was not good, and the T-800 cannon mount on the right was almost removed by the beast. At present, some systems of the mecha have been offline, and several screens that were originally green are now garbled. Unlike other mechas, the team responsible for maintaining Odin may have a headache. This land-based steel monster has an incredibly high cost for maintenance and repair. It is no exaggeration to say that even the chair under Tychus's butt is made of gold. The Odin driven by Tychus is the first Odin mecha of the Terran Empire. It is a prototype, and the announced cost alone is millions of Imperial credits. And the research and development cost is an astronomical figure. Since Tychus got the Odin, he began to refurbish his mecha like mercenaries often do, tinkering with various new equipment. The Odin prototype is not only the first Odin, but also a unique one. No later models can match it in terms of materials and firepower. God is pitiful. This little baby has never had any serious problems since he was handed over to Tychus. Tychus eats, drinks, defecates and urinates on Odin. It can be said that this is almost his home. Tychus felt a little distressed because no one would be stupid enough to be willing to insure Odin. But anyway, the Emperor and taxpayers spent money on repairing Odin. Augustus was angry and happy. Happy to serve you. The other side was not angry with Tychus's attitude. They had seen how those Marines who were furious at the feat of the Thunder Beast greeted the whole family of the Air Force. Moreover, even if they didn't know Tychus's identity, the Odin pilot alone was worthy of their respect. The Sky Fury Squadron was indeed an air ace. They arrived at the battlefield in 2 minutes, flew low at a very high speed, and fired multiple Lancer Flying Thunders at the Beast. The Beast was so huge that the fighters' air-to-air missiles could be used, as several Sky Fury Viking fighters painted in gold and red flew through the air. Lancer Flying Thunders exploded from time to time behind the Beast, causing it to raise its head and roar. Then, a Banshee bomber formation followed and began to bombard the swarm around the Beast. Apparently, the Tyranid Air Force took the initiative on Talon 7. This is Kel. Is anyone calling for an angel? At this time, a helmeted Viking pilot appeared on Odin's screen. A huge shadow quickly passed over the ground. It was a huge Viking fighter, much larger than any Viking signal. There were few archangels, but Talon happened to have one. Over the years, the Terran Empire has built many such large mechas, to some extent, in order to fight against the increasingly large Zerg monsters. Although this idea has deviated to some extent, Tychus knows this guy. He is the pilot of the Archangel, a real ace pilot. He is arrogant and capable. Karl is not very popular with Tychus, not because of his ability, but because he is a loyal believer of the Terran Empire. He believes that only the Empire can save all mankind. Such people are often firm in their beliefs and extremely resolute. But Tychus always keeps a distance from them, even if it is a friendship of life and death. Karl can kill his own brother for the Empire. If it is for a woman, Tychus can understand a little. God knows what this poor guy Karl has been through. And he is proud to work for the Dog Emperor. 600 tons of angel? Tychus laughed. Angel of destruction. As soon as Karl finished speaking, the huge archangel fell from the sky, like a swooping bird of prey. Tychus below could even see the burn marks left by the wings of this fighter plane when it passed through the atmosphere. Use the fire of hell to warn those who refuse to accept the obvious truth. Even Tychus had to admit that the Archangel was indeed beautiful. It was the dream lover of almost every pilot of the Terran Empire Air Force. The Archangel was indeed a giant steel bird, but its size was even much larger than the extinct Tyrador bird. Even though it continued to slow down before landing, it still brought a roar like an earthquake when it landed. And all the Zerg at the landing point were torn into pieces by the huge impact force. Landing an Archangel is much more difficult than an ordinary Viking. The huge weight is enough to crush it. But Karl can do it every time. This unique model is even less in number than Odin. With only 3 currently, Archangels can be rebuilt, but pilots who can control them are hard to come by. Rumor has it that if someone can control Archangels, he will become the master of the ground and the sky. As soon as he landed, Karl opened the Nemesis missile pod hidden on both sides of Archangel's shoulders. And the dense barrage of bullets once again made the beast retreat again and again. Then the LB-10 Gatling gun also fired a dense chain of bullets, making visible blood holes on the beast's body. The Archangel's mecha mode is more impactful than the ordinary Viking. Only the giant chain sword under the machine gun seems meaningless. The beast was attacked from both sides and retreated step by step. Look! I still have this trick. Tychus found the right opportunity to fire a shot at the beast's wide-open mouth, which almost penetrated its throat, and blood immediately dyed Odin's cockpit red. 2-1. That's fair to both of us, Karl said. Kill it! Tychus saw that the beast was already losing strength. Suddenly, a wriggling scorpion appeared, and it spit out a cloud of yellow mist at the beast. Its color was so rich, and its composition was so unique that Odin and the Archangel sensors could not lock its position. Damn it. It ran away, Tychus shouted. When the yellow mist dissipated, the beast had dug up the ground under its feet and burrowed into the ground, disappearing. But it can be expected that this beast will disappear for a while after this time until it recovers in the split pool. They are cunning, Finley, and they are getting smarter and smarter. Carl drove the Archangel to Odin's side. It depends on whether they are smarter than the shells, Tychus said, as long as the people who use the weapons are smarter than the weapons. We can win the war. Unfortunately, there are too many brainless people. The fleet calls Odin. I am Admiral Matt Horner. At this time, the image of Fleet Marshal Matt appeared on Odin's screen. I saw it. Well done, sir, Matt said. I should call you sir. Kid. Tychus thought that this kid was insulting him. Tychus was a legend in the Tyranid army. His rank was always fluctuating, and he was doing sit-ups every year. You call yours, I call mine. Matt himself respected Tychus very much. After all, when he was young, Tychus was already his superior. You look relaxed? Tychus pointed outside the screen. There are still hundreds of thousands of bugs outside. What countermeasures do you have? Listen to me. Can your fleet help now? Hold on. The fleet support will arrive soon, Matt said. The fleet can be anywhere, just not where it needs to support, Tychus said. I will now authorize you to use tactical nuclear bombs. Matt nodded and said, only after taking this place can we consider the issue of reconstruction. Odin carries at least one nuclear bomb, and is also a launch silo. I have long wanted to press this red button with a skull, Tychus said. Oh! And rubbed his hands. A fusion strike on the way is detected. Chapter 595 The Emperor is coming, he is coming. In late September, a Terran Empire Marine Corps camp located on the southern continent of Talon 7 was shrouded in darkness, and low reddish-brown clouds were floating over the potholes after the war. From the brown roofs covered with waterproof curtains to the hills in the distance, the world was in an unsettling red. The heavy rain came as expected, and the reddish rain washed over the empty mechas and huge skeletons, and soon filled the craters that were big enough to accommodate several adult men. In these bottomless puddles, there are groups of creatures that look like tiger shrimps swimming around. They have just hatched from eggs. It seems that even war cannot completely wipe out the life here. The weather is bad. Heavy rains have turned the soil without vegetation into muddy, and turned the streams that could be easily crossed into rushing rivers. At this time of year, the temperature is still dropping, and it will soon become cold and wet. Tychus Finley is standing under the bright orange light at the door of a supply station, lighting a cigar while looking at the dim sky. He had just slept for 5 hours, and was now wearing a khaki stiff-collared military shirt. The temperature was only about 10 degrees. But this giant bear-like man didn't seem to feel cold at all. It was raining heavily outside, and the black shadow of Odin, like a tower, was standing upright in the wind and rain. From here, it was even larger than the starport in the distance. The rainproof camouflage covering it alone could cover more than a dozen barracks. Hundreds of mechanics wearing thick raincoats were inspecting Odin in the rain. Their faces and arms, which had been soaked in water for a long time, had become wrinkled and white, and even turned a pale white. Long-term exposure to such an environment is very dangerous. The sulfur dioxide enriched in Talon's atmosphere often brings terrible acid rain. In some areas, it is directly diluted sulfuric acid, and this highly corrosive acid can even corrode steel. However, the pH value of the acid rain in this area is still within an acceptable range. In order to repair it in time, the commander of the Odin Engineering Corps can only allow those brave mechanics to do so. Most of the people in the 1st Engineering Corps of the Terran Empire participated in the First Total War, and even went to Char and Ire. The people in the 2nd Engineering Corps are all young people, with an average age of no more than 30 years old. But they are no longer novices, who have experienced war for the first time. The Imperial Army had to face the unpredictable climate when fighting in the stars, and they had seen worse. Tommy, Brat, when can we call it a day? Tychus shouted at the mechanics. But the guys just smiled at him. Tychus was not a friendly guy, and he was not willing to waste his time making useless friends. But the mechanics were not one of them. They were as likable as the warehouse keeper. Whether Odin could perform as well as expected on the battlefield depended on them. I think we have to wait another quarter of an hour. It's not easy to work in heavy rain. The mechanic named Tommy is a strong young man with blue eyes. It is said that he came from Haven, which is quite different from Talon. Odin is larger than all the mechas in the Terran Empire. No modular warehouse can accommodate it. After all, this mecha can even move forward on the city wall. If you want to fit it, you can only hollow out the few mountains here. Work harder. Tychus shouted. Bugs don't rest in the rain. Fix it. Okay. How about you come and help? Old Tychus. Tommy shouted even louder. Old Tychus never works overtime. Tychus exhaled a puff of smoke and immediately had a bad idea in his mind. But later, I can take you to the medics camp to see the girls. God can testify that Maria Thalas's is fucking sexy. The mechanics cheered, and some even whistled. Tychus' words sounded obscene. But in fact, he could just take a look at the female soldiers by abusing his power. But for the young men who had never seen a girl in their lives, the gentle women in skirts were the only bright spot on this cruel battlefield. From this, we can see how wise it was for Emperor Augustus Minx to form a female medical corps. After 2 or 3 months of hard fighting, the Battle of Talon finally came to an end, and the powerful Imperial fleet finally recaptured most of the land on Talon 7 from the Jormungandr swarm. Although it turned out that Jormungandr was only attracted by another more valuable planet, it was also a victory for the Imperial army that had fought hard for many days, and they finally had time to rest. Maria is known for her bad temper. I suggest you don't mess with her. Carl walked out of the supply station. As his deep voice suggested, he was a serious man with short hair, a square face and light eyes. He was clean-shaven and his uniform was meticulous. He looked like a serious professional soldier. Carl had a long scar on his face, which was left during the Battle of Talon. His Archangel encountered a large group of corrupted flying insects, and several flying snakes in the acid rain storm in the southern hemisphere, and almost died there. You don't understand women at all. Carl, you're just an ascetic. Tychus disagreed. Sweet. Spicy. Just right. She's really a little pepper. Maria Cerces is the pilot of a medical transport plane, doing the job of saving lives and healing the wounded. The Marines on Talon call her the Mother. This woman is not an easy character to mess with. She beats up as many people as she saves. Cerces, who has been treating the wounded on the battlefield for many years, has seen too many deaths and her temper has become more and more strange. People think she should see a psychiatrist. Women are poison. Carl silently tore open the package of a sweet stick and tore it with the same ferocity as chewing Umojan beef. Women love me. I will only die at the hands of men because they are jealous of me. Tychus was not so narcissistic before, but his positioning of himself has been changing. Undeniable. Carl nodded. Tychus Finley looked like a tough guy with great strength, and his chest muscles were so big that they could hold walnuts. He was not lacking in masculinity. Who said it wasn't? Big stars are so popular. Tychus snorted. If he really had the charm of Augustus Minx, the Tyranid male model group, he could date girls from the palace of Korhal Augustgrad to the Aurora starport. Everyone who knows you knows what kind of person you are. Carl has suffered from Tychus. Carl knew Tychus when he was still at the Imperial outpost in Callus, when he was not yet the pilot of the Archangel. On the first day of their acquaintance, Tychus and Carl hit it off right away, and they were as close as brothers. The next day, 12 local prostitutes came to the barracks and asked Carl to pay the overdue prostitution fees. Thanks to Tychus, Carl was called Carl 12 by the people in the outpost from then on. It was a nightmare. I didn't say I was a gentleman. Tychus never cheated his brothers. Well, I have to go now. Carl shook his head. I'm here to say goodbye to you. A new transfer order? Tychus turned his head. It's Beta Sol, Carl said. Even that rotten stone has been visited by alien insects. Tychus cursed in surprise. There are already enough people shitting in the pit of Copperloo. How come the insects also come to join in the fun? Sol 2 is a desolate death world. The surface of the planet is covered with sticky sludge, and the atmosphere is filled with extremely high concentrations of deadly mixed poisonous gases. The whole world is shrouded in fog with extremely low visibility all year round. It's not habitable there at all. Even more barren than Talon. The Terran Empire only built a small research station on Sol 2 to study the planet's unique natural environment and claim sovereignty. There are probably a few unlucky people in that research station, either meteorologists sent there, or star map makers, who are astrophysicists, who are determined to make some achievements. But no matter what, since Sol has been infested with bugs, most of these people will also be in danger of their lives. The actions of the Zerg seem to be random, but they are definitely purposeful. It's just that their actions are usually difficult to understand with human thinking. Carl whispered to Tychus. I heard that Thor discovered a new alien holy relic. There is a Xel'Naga temple there. Oh, that's it, Tychus said firmly. I bet the Zerg must be heading there. They have always been motivated by profit. What do they want the Xel'Naga things for? I know those things are valuable. But the Zerg don't need money. At least most of them. More than a month ago, scientists of the Terran Empire figured out the purpose of the Jormungandr swarm attacking Talon. This hive seemed to be trying to use the strong acid rain climate of this planet to optimize the genes of the swarm, making its members immune to the strong acid released by the explosive worms. Every time a world is conquered, the swarm will become stronger. No one knows. But since it is something the Zerg want, we can't give it to them even if we blow it up, Carl said. Since the Zerg reappeared in the Copperless sector, the number of Xel'Naga temples, or things related to them rediscovered in the interstellar space, has also increased significantly. It seems that these relics left by the Xel'Naga clan countless epochs ago are gradually awakening. What this means, humans still have no idea. But one thing is certain. The legacy of the Xel'Naga is very attractive to the Zerg. What about the Protoss? Tychus knows the Protoss well. If you blaspheme the gods of these religious lunatics, they can cut you into sashimi with their light blades. Some of the Terran Protoss colonies near the Copperless sector were also attacked, because the planets with Xel'Naga relics are often the holy places of the ancient Protoss Empire. The Protoss Empire is so vast that they can claim ownership of many lost worlds in the galaxy. Although the Protoss Empire has long since declined, and its power has greatly shrunk. Their civilization was once glorious. The Terran Protoss seem to have freed up their hands, and sent a fleet to cleanse the Overlord's Nest world. That's good for us, said Carl. Burn everything in one fire, and no one will survive. That's their style. Tychus laughed. I hope they won't burn our homes while burning the Zerg. The one in power now is Archbishop Tassadar. We don't have to worry about that. Carl sighed. I'm just afraid they can't burn it all. The war has expanded again. Tychus understood what Carl meant. Merrick v. Astrid III and Scoria were also involved in the war. Yesterday, a brother of mine died in New Vancouver, Carl said. My brother was dragged into the main nest, and his comrades finally found only one of his daggers. That was given to him by me, and the handle was made of Myers elk antlers. You don't look very sad. Tychus has no brothers, and when Mar-Sara fell, he didn't seem to remember that he had a mother there. My tears have dried up. Carl's expression was cold. I advised Arthur that war is war. There is no safety guarantee, and you don't have to go to the battlefield to be a hero. But he didn't listen. He made a bet with a rival, saying who could become a hero on the battlefield and return home to marry the beauty. How long has it been since the outbreak of the war? Less than half a year. How many people died? Hundreds of millions of people. During the revolutionary period, the rulers of the old Federation always fabricated news about the Revolutionary Army massacring civilians, or pinned the crimes committed by other resistance organizations on Augustus Minsk and his father and brothers. But counting the entire uprising war period, the number of humans who died was far less than that slaughtered by the Zerg. War is not a romantic thing. It is always full of blood, fear and sadness. There is no real winner here. Only the god of death harvests souls from it. This is especially true when fighting against the Zerg. Most of the real revolutionaries died on the front line in the initial stage of the war. The army now is full of young people who have just grown up. It is hard to say why these people joined the Imperial Army. Before being recruited, they did not even have any enthusiasm for the Terran Empire, and had never seen the terrifying Zerg with their own eyes. It cannot be denied that being a soldier is indeed a respectable profession in the Terran Empire, due to the policies of the Terran Empire and the strength of its military leaders, as well as the close connection between the head of the empire, Emperor Augustus Minsk, and the army. There is a trend in the Terran Empire now that if a strong adult male does not go to defend his country, he will be regarded as a coward. And beautiful girls are more fond of those handsome imperial officers. There are many people who join the army in order to show off in front of the girls they like. This idiot, Tychus said briefly. I really have to go. Carl looked at Tychus and said, before that, I have one more thing to tell you. The Emperor is coming to Talon. Your good days are over. Huh? If the Emperor leads the army in person, then who will work overtime in the August Palace? Chapter 596, Assembling the Troops. Augustus arrived at the 19th Marine Division headquarters at Talon 7 without alerting anyone. Not even the senior officers knew much. On normal days, this would have been a low-key incognito visit by the Emperor. It was not easy to go to Car. And this time Augustus simply put his father, the Prime Minister, on the throne and made him work overtime. It seemed that Augustus wanted to tire his father to death. At this moment, Augustus was sitting in the command chair in the middle of the command center, leaning back against the leather backrest, one leg crossed over the other, the hem of his thick gray-black Imperial Airborne Division windbreaker almost hanging to the ground. No need for jewel-trimmed golden-red clothes. His iconic dark hair, deep eyes, and strong chin are the symbols of the Minsk royal family. I heard you made a fortune recently. Augustus took the saucer and teacup from Faraday and drank a sip of the steaming tea to drive away Talon's chill. Tykes, is that the case? Your information is really accurate. That's the case. Tykes walked to a chair next to Augustus and sat down, picked up the lighter to light the cigar in his hand, and gently exhaled a long puff of smoke. He was still wearing the khaki shirt and a black coat, but Lieutenant Colonel Carl can testify that I was as well behaved as a primary school student during my time in Talon. Augustus slowly put down the teacup and slammed the table next to him. Did I ask you to sit down? Stand up. Tychus' cigar shook in fear, and he jumped up immediately. But he sat back down the next moment and continued smoking as if nothing had happened. The laws of the Empire don't stipulate that I can't use legal channels to make some extra money. I just found a few boxes of Ardean crystal resources that no one wanted from an abandoned military base in the old Federation. And there happened to be a group of interstellar scavengers nearby who could afford the price. Tychus' scarred face was full of smiles, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were all exposed. In theory, this cannot be considered stealing national assets. The old man knew that it was better to confess to Augustus as soon as possible. It was more risky to fool an emperor than to steal and save money for prostitution. Elden crystal is a good thing. It is a hard currency that is more useful than currency. Tychus handed over most of it, but secretly kept a few boxes for himself in exchange for a lot of money. Tychus was cautious. Even if the truth came out, Augustus couldn't blame him, because he had noticed the supplies. But I can still send you to New Folsom for 2 years. Augustus snorted. If it were someone else, he would have been in prison long ago. I'll keep your prisoner number with you. Number 626. You won't do that. Tychus handed Augustus a cigar, Tarsoni's cigar, rolled from the thighs of girls. Augustus didn't smoke, and he was even annoyed by it at one point. But later he occasionally lit a cigar, and a little nicotine might make him relax a little under heavy pressure. Your taste is not as good as before. Augustus looked at Tychus. Faraday took the cigar for the Emperor, but just put it aside. Over the years, brands have changed, and people have changed. Tychus leaned back in his chair and relaxed. Tychus knew Augustus' temper. If he was really angry, he would not use verbal sparring but knives. The Emperor of the Empire would never waste time on someone he thought was hopeless. If a government official in the Terran Empire committed a capital crime, he would not be able to see the Emperor even if he shouted at the top of his lungs. All that awaited them was trial and capital punishment. Guess how I know that little thing about you? Augustus said while drinking tea. I can't guess. Tychus could guess roughly in his heart. He knew that the matter would be exposed because he couldn't explain where he got the money from. A hedonist like Tychus would never save money even if he had it, but would spend it all immediately. Someone took photos of you going in and out of the red light district in Hermes. Not only that, but they also clearly showed how many women you ordered and how many times you had sex at night. Augustus said to Tychus, when I heard that someone was spending a lot of money in Hermes, I thought of you first. That's fine. But you always owe money. Do you think those beautiful girls would be happy to pay you? Don't you know who you are? I knew you were dirty, but I can't just make a new rule for you, putting up a sign in front of every bar saying Tychus and dogs are not allowed in. No one is stopping you from doing that. Tychus shrugged. Occasionally, he would go in and out of various occasions under the alias of the Great Train Robber. Tychus' salary was not low. He received a general's allowance, and as long as he didn't touch luxury goods, he wouldn't have to raise money in his life. But this guy was not a person who could save money. Although the money from selling the Elden crystal was enough for anyone to live for half a lifetime, Sergeant Tychus spent it all in half a month. He only loves a few things in his life: sleeping with women, drinking, and driving Odin. And there is a prerequisite for doing these things. That is, you need money. And a lot of money. Be restrained. Tychus, you should be glad that you are the devil of heaven. Augustus shook his head and said, otherwise. Do you know how many people are waiting to see you get into trouble? Tychus is a smooth guy. very cunning and treacherous. He never provokes people he can't afford to provoke. But Tychus has been a little arrogant in the past 2 years. And there are many people in the Empire who are dissatisfied with him. Although he is not as popular as Jim Raynor in the Terran Empire Army or the officialdom, Tychus still knows a lot of people. But this guy is not honest in his work. He only talks about money and not feelings. It doesn't matter if he commits a crime. He just lies on the ground in front of the Emperor. No one can do anything to him. Those who are fooled by him are in trouble. There are many people who have been cheated by Tychus these days. Many greedy imperial officers have cooperated with him to resell military supplies in order to make money. But in the end, they all went to New Folsom. Only this guy is still eating, drinking and having fun. It is hard not to suspect that Augustus released Tychus for the purpose of stinging law enforcement, so as to lure out the worms in the imperial army. I am old. I don't know if Tychus listened to it, but his expression still had a little bit of sentimentality. My legs and feet are not as flexible as when I was 18 years old. And the jackals thought that the lion was injured and could not bite people. You are only 33. You can still work for another 20 years. Augustus knew that even if he asked Tychus to get out now, this guy would still have to do bank robbery and other things. Tychus is a man who can mess around with 4 or 5 girls for a whole night. Augustus couldn't even imagine what ridiculous things he would do if he had enough money. Augustus Minsk. You're not much younger than me. Tychus knew that the previous incident was over. So he approached Augustus and asked, "Why did you go to Talon? It's impossible that you just wanted to cause trouble for me. I guess we'll have to make a big move during this period." Judging from the recent frequent mobilization of various fleets, the Imperial Supreme Command is holding back a big move. Since Emperor Augustus has arrived in Talon, this may be the biggest battle since the Terran Empire started the war with the Zerg. It seems that the Empire should take the initiative to attack. They have been struggling to resist the Zerg's attack until recently, and have gained a foothold on the edge of the Copperless sector. But unless the Terran Empire has a broad strategic depth and strategic reserve sufficient to cope with a protracted war, they will never win a war in the form of a defensive war. Throughout human history, most wars have been won by attacking. You are not worthy of me making this long journey. Augustus put down his saucer. You are right. We will soon have to compete with the Overmind on Phaeton. So I will regroup a large army here. Outside the high windows of the command center, soldiers of the 19th Marine Division were lined up outside. Thousands of golden red power armors reflecting the light in the drizzle of Talon. One after another, transport planes tore through the continuous rain and landed from the sky. And the roar of the engines could be heard even from here. The 19th Marine Division is a standard Imperial Marine Division, equipped with a large number of medical transport aircraft and medical soldiers, and has fought on many planets. Many people in this division have won the Order of the Silver Tower of Korhal and the Order of the Gold Star, which can be regarded as outstanding meritorious service. Augustus did not need to explain his battle plan to Tychus. In fact, there was more than one army, and he even found the Protoss and the original Zerg. He must concentrate his strength to reverse the passive situation. If he continues to defend like this, the situation will only become more and more unfavorable to the Terran Empire. Phaeton? Isn't that the territory of the Umoyans? Tychus frowned, as if the word Phaeton made him sick. Yes, we also recognize the Umoyan sovereignty over Phaeton. Augustus replied, now it is also attacked by the Zerg, and they must be coveting the rich wildlife of Phaeton. Phaeton is a huge desert planet, with vast deserts and crisscrossing canyons on the surface of the planet, a very harsh climate, and a shortage of water resources. Even so, the planet's air is breathable for humans, and the wildlife communities living on it also prove that it is habitable, due to its distance from the civilization of the Terrans and the Protoss. Phaeton was ignored for a long time until the Umoyans discovered the planet and colonized it. Now, Phaeton is inevitably involved in the war. At some point in the Second Total War, the powerful Gam Zerg invaded Phaeton, and the Umoyan immigrants on it were almost slaughtered, with only a small number of them hiding in the sand dunes. If that's the case, then the Umoyans will have to join the war. Tychus smiled gloatingly. He didn't even identify with the concept of the Terran human race, so don't expect them to cry wolf. Maybe the Umoyans are far less powerful than the Terran Empire, but their military strength seems to be more than just a show-off. Otherwise, the things that Umoyan politicians shout all day long will become bullshit, based on the democratic politics and humanistic care ideas promoted by the United States. The Umoyan states should not ignore the falling colonies. They announced that they have sent a fleet from Umojan, But we have not received any news so far. Augustus said to Tychus, in my opinion, there must be a fleet. But it is definitely not as large as ours. Phaeton is a bit useless to Eumogen. If they lose too many troops for this insignificant planet, and suffer a serious loss of vitality, they will not be able to be stronger when facing the Terran Empire in the future. I've never seen the Eumogens fight, Tychus said sarcastically. Their soldiers have never fought a proper battle. And I don't know if they will pee their pants when they see bugs. But their power armor is very beautiful. There is almost no soldier who doesn't want to get some shiny high-tech weapons from the Eumogens. With sophisticated and simple design and highly advanced functions, Eumogen military products often leave a deep impression on people. The Terran Empire also imports high-end technology from Eumogen, such as more advanced unmanned war weapons. The Comorians will also join the war. Augustus nodded. He also collected a lot of Eumoian power armor. The high-end ones are elite soldiers, which are much better than the standard armor of the Terran Empire. Eumoian has a developed economy and high social welfare. Its population is not as good as that of the Terran Empire. The quality of its soldiers is much better than that of the criminals in the old Federation. But no one knows whether these elite soldiers can win the war. They should really contribute. Tychus' words are very realistic and cruel. The Comorians are not short of brave warriors, and they have a lot of people. The current Kelmorian Union is no different from the vassal states of the Terran Empire, except that they still retain their distinct culture. In today's Moria, large groups of Kelmorian foreign mercenaries are being summoned. No one expected that the two nations that were once as hostile as fire and water would one day fight side by side. In addition, Eumoian also followed the lead of the Terran Empire, and Augustus has basically integrated the power of the entire copperly human race. All this is because of the Zerg's step-by-step pressure. Otherwise Augustus would not interfere with other human forces. The Comorians have always been very tenacious. Augustus said, if it weren't for the internal conflicts in their family system, they wouldn't have ended up like this. At this time, Augustus stood up and put on a cloak. Are you leaving? Tychus was happy in his heart. He could do evil immediately without Augustus. You come too, Augustus said. We still have a tough battle to fight. Chapter 597 Assembly Point. Eumoian Territory. Phaeton. Achelon Wastes. The sunset on the Achelon plain is about to sink completely, and the red glow is gradually fading. The horizon filled with large tracts of red flying sand, and the countless canyons shrouded in charming purple-gray light are being replaced by a terrifying darkness. It won't be long before the dark night sky jumps out of the horizon, and Phaeton's stern and merciful moon will once again rule the sky and the earth. Even at sunset, the Achelon desert is still full of flying sand and rocks, hot and unbearable, and the endless sand dunes seem to have no end. Under the dim night, a convoy of more than a dozen Montana F-200 trucks, Richard-built trailers, and Mohawk all-terrain vehicles is coming from the starless horizon, dragging a long shadow under the moonlight. This convoy belongs to the Melville family of Achelon, a large and prosperous family that can be traced back to the Eumoian explorers a century ago, when their ancestors were already struggling to survive in this barren desert filled with red sand. The Eumoians have been searching for a new home with a pleasant climate in the universe. But their luck is not very good. For a long time, the Melville family has lived a nomadic life, constantly pursuing the oasis, crystal veins, and high-energy gas springs of Achelon. Like other residents of Phaeton, the Melville family can no longer remember how their ancestors 2 or 3 generations ago discovered this desolate desert world. The only thing that has never changed and never been forgotten is the harsh natural laws of Phaeton. And humans are just fish in a sea of sand. As the night deepened, the Melville family's convoy continued to drive alone in the low night. During the journey, they only replenished water and fuel at several marked water sources and automatic gas refineries, and continued on their way without stopping. They did not dare to stop to camp, as if there were floods and beasts chasing them. There were many poisonous insects and beasts living in the wilderness of Achelon. Even humans had to be careful of some of them. But they would never make this family so panicked. Not long ago, Phaeton was not as dangerous as it is now. But that was before the arrival of the insect swarm. At the front of the Melville family's motorcade was a modified Montana F-200 truck, which was fully loaded with the family's property. The entire truck had been in use for longer than the newborns in the family. The huge headlights of the Montana F-200 projected a bright light, guiding the direction of the motorcade. Paul, the patriarch of the Melville family, was sitting in the passenger seat of the Montana truck. He was a dark-skinned elder, his entire face wrapped in a hood and gauze, revealing only a pair of blue eyes staring at the movement outside the window. This wilderness is nothing but sand, with almost no undulations on the ground, and even small rocks are rare. From afar, you can only see the undulating gullies of sand dunes. The Griffith family has not contacted us for 18 hours, and all calls have fallen on deaf ears. The driver is Paul's nephew, a strong young man. The Akalon wind is carrying gravel and hitting the visible glass window of the truck, making crackling sounds. A terrible sandstorm has formed in the south, and the sand and dust have obscured the brilliance of the stars. The truck's navigation system was still working, but the holographic three-dimensional map had not been updated for a long time. Only a few drones following the convoy were still transmitting images of the surroundings in real time. Phaeton also had cities. In fact, those towns built between large oases were once beautiful and prosperous. There used to be a busy starport there, with huge container ships traveling on the trade routes between Phaeton and other human worlds. The Melville family had always been traveling between the city and the wilderness. Now, all that remains of those cities are smoking ruins, thick fungal mats and terrifying Zerg growths. The Melville family is not a degenerate barbarian tribe. They still have advanced technology to a certain extent. The children of the family will also receive inherited education and read digital books stored on tapes. The Phaethons came from Umoyan, and they believe that knowledge brings wisdom. Hundreds of automatic water pumping stations and gas automatic extraction facilities in Akalon were once the property of this family, but most of them are now exhausted. Like all the lost families, I think the god of death has found them. Paul turned his head sadly to look at the vehicle following far behind. If he harvests lives so quickly, then he will find us soon. But where should we go? His nephew knew that this question would not be answered. The Zerg may not have come to the Akalon wasteland, but they may have been everywhere. In this era, the speed of war is far beyond the imagination of the predecessors. The people of Phaeton knew little about the Zerg, and their militia had never been afraid of pirates. But they collapsed in the blink of an eye in front of the Zerg. Pegasus City has also fallen, and we have been to the last city. Paul no longer had hope. No one would respond to the call for help from a planet trapped in the Sea of Zerg, and Phaeton was far beyond the attack range of the Umojan fleet. The only hope for Phaeton and the Melville family was the Terran Empire fleet. But everyone knew that even the powerful Empire was now in trouble. Many of the Terran's own planets were in the midst of war. So how could they care about Phaeton? No more ships would go to Phaeton, and no more ships would leave. This was a doomed escape. The Zerg were extremely cruel, had no mercy, and had terrible patience. They would eventually find them and tear them to pieces. Paul still remembered that the day the Zerg came was no different from any other day, and the children were still repairing the damaged automatic extraction facilities to prevent malicious families from stealing resources from their industry. Suddenly, everything changed. Starting from the arrival of the Zerg, the best scenario is that they will never stop fleeing, and the Zerg will never catch up. But that is impossible. The M169 gas extraction station is ahead. The nephew looked at the fuel gauge again, and the numbers on it were not optimistic. It is very dangerous for a vehicle to break down in the desert, so their route cannot be too far from the gas extraction facilities on the map. Generally, there will be several gas tankers filled with fuel in the convoy, but they must be prepared for emergencies in advance, such as now. In addition, their food reserves were running low, so they had to get close to towns that might have been occupied by the Zerg. Generally speaking, these extraction facilities either belonged to the Melville family, and they paid a sum of money when they asked other families guarding the facilities for fuel. But now it seems that the M169 may have been abandoned long ago, because the family that built it has not responded for a long time. Don't slow down. Paul used the communication device to tell the vehicle behind him, just rush over if there is any situation. At this time, the outline of the gas extraction station became clearer and clearer, and Paul's heart became more and more uneasy. In a trance, he seemed to see many starlit eyes in the darkness around him. Grandpa. Suddenly, a little head with red hair poked out from the window between the truck bed and the cab. What? Paul was surprised and looked at his grandson. This child has some kind of psychic talent. The shadow guards of Umoyan have visited him many times and wanted to take him away, but his mother refused. The Melville family was not superstitious. They believed that this innate talent had nothing to do with luck or misfortune. They neither worshipped it as a god nor regarded it as a devil. They did not know that telepaths had an unusual attraction to the Zerg. It's the Zerg. I can hear the sound of them digging underground, the red-haired boy said. His hearing was not much sharper than that of ordinary people. Rather than hearing the sound of the Zerg digging underground, it was better to say that he felt the mental connection between the Zerg. You just had a nightmare. Paul's first reaction was that his grandson was wrong. In his opinion, telepaths did not have any supernatural abilities other than being able to read other people's minds. Maybe? The child himself was not sure. But he didn't sleep at all. Dad. Paul's daughter's nervous face appeared on the side. Galaxy. When Paul turned his head sharply, he was sure that he saw two springtails blocking the car, and more scarlet eyes appeared around the building of the gas extraction station. The springtails were just large dogs in size, and more like wolves in habits and attack methods. But they were as agile as Akalon's small desert gerbils. Even when the truck was driving towards them, the two springtails were not afraid, but instead puffed up their well-developed quadriceps and vibrated their long wings on their backs to make a threatening rustling sound. It was a variant of the springtail, the Valter, a highly aggressive specialized variant that first appeared in the genetic sequence of the Gam swarm. Different large swarms have their own strains. For example, the purple-shelled Jormungandr swarm hatchery will hatch a large number of alien Zerg variants named fission worms by the Empire's alien physiologists. Don't stop. Just rush, Paul shouted. The weight and speed of the Montana truck could have crushed the springtails. But the speed and reaction of these little bastards were so fast that it was not easy to hit them. But it was enough to scare these monsters away. But before the truck could hit them, with a clang, the two springtails jumped onto the car window with incredible jumping ability. One of the springtails used the sickle-shaped appendages on its back to directly cut the car window glass and pierced Paul's nephew's chest. Blood immediately splattered all over the entire cab, as easily as a sharp knife cutting a piece of paper. Oh! No, no, no! With the clang of the roof and the sound of sharp blades cutting steel, more springtails jumped up. The truck quickly lost control and crashed into the steel wall of the gas extraction station next to it with a bang. And the driver's seat was immediately filled with inflatable airbags. It seemed like a long time had passed before Paul suddenly woke up from the pain. He felt that the whole world was burning, and there were terrifying roars and the screams of automatic weapons around him. Paul found himself lying next to his daughter. The men of the Melville family were holding weapons and surrounding the vehicle in a circle. The air was full of the smell of blood and the stench of burning protein. His daughter also looked dead. The desert of Phaeton tempered people's will, making them fearless of ferocious beasts. The men in white robes of the Melville family had many handy weapons, including some electromagnetic rifles that were widely circulated in the weapons market. Even so, it was a massacre without suspense. The old man struggled to stand up, only to find that the back of his head was broken. The terrible wound didn't hurt much, but it was still bleeding. He watched in despair as the two twin brothers, who were fighting side by side, were dragged away by the Zerglings that besieged them, and were torn into several pieces amidst the piercing screams. Zerglings are one of the most numerous and smallest species in the Zerg swarm, but even so they can easily tear apart an army, not to mention ordinary people who are simply armed. More Zerglings joined the battlefield, including the huge Hydralisks. These truck-sized monsters brought blood and rain as soon as they appeared. A 16-year-old Melville boy holding an AGR rifle was pushed dozens of yards away by a series of deadly spines and nailed to the wall behind him. Not far from him lay his father and brother. Blood flowed like a river, and bloody body parts were everywhere. A younger child was so scared that he lost his mind and wanted to kneel down to the Zerg to give mercy. But he was quickly submerged by the Zerg swarm, like a fragile rag. The violent Zerg fought bloodthirstily for human bodies. Some were bitten to death, and some were torn apart by 5 horses. Paul saw his grandson still standing not far away, and wanted to shout loudly but couldn't say anything. The child seemed to be looking up at the sky. What was he looking at? A bright flash responded to his shout, like the lightning before thunder. Even the roaring Zerg raised their heads and retreated involuntarily, like a giant eagle in the Akalon desert, the incarnation of Phaeton, the god of the sky. Several Viking fighters flew across the sky in the night, their steel-like wings carrying the wind that raised the dust under the starlight. The golden flames lifted the giant eagle in the sky, as if they were its sharp feathers. There were tens of millions of golden giant eagles in the sky. A huge Viking rushed to the ground, and the speed and angle of the dive were fatal to any human fighter. Only a raptor could do that. It landed on the ground, setting off a violent shock wave and flames, and a rain of bullets scattered. turning groups of springtails into meat paste. The Archangel is here. All Imperial forces. Forward. Chapter 598. Bombing the Four Seas. Phaeton. Cactus Valley. In front of Augustus was a vast desert with flying red sand, and many large sandstones, and tree-shaped thorny plants twisted in the rolling heat waves. When he looked up, the canyon in the distance was glittering in the golden sunlight. Actors, I have to say this place is worse than Char. Augustus used a telescope with a triangulated rangefinder to observe the canyon opposite, while talking to the prince of the Terran Empire beside him. Most latitudes on this planet are extremely hot, and the rest are too hot to live. In this canyon, the scorching sun can dry people out, but the life support system of Augustus's commander-type power armor is sending a slight cool air to his body. The armor's cold fusion reactor can provide powerful electricity, so there is no need to worry about energy issues. It's just the difference between one hell and another. Prince Arcturus Mengsk wears armor that is almost the same as Augustus, and the golden wolf emblem on his armor is a symbol of royal power. As he spoke, the twin-tower turbine reactor behind the armor was still turning. Prince White Star was 10 years older than his emperor brother. He was now nearly 40 years old, with a thick, carefully groomed brown-gray mustache and beard on his face. The 18-year-old Arcturus seemed to be just a phantom of the past. He had now become like his father Angus. Compared to Angus, Arcturus's first half of life was already exciting enough. He had led the Federal Army in the Guild War, and had led his own exploration team to the farthest place that humans could reach in this vast sea of stars. It can be said that he had realized all the wishes he made when he was young. So, what does Arcturus want now? He is very ambitious and in power. He is deeply trusted by the Emperor of the Empire. He is second only to the Emperor, and seems to have no further to go except the Emperor. But in Arcturus's view, there is no difference between Augustus being the Emperor and himself being the Emperor. If the Emperor is his father, it may be different. Arcturus has outstanding military talents, and facts have proved that his political skills are comparable. When the prince attended the imperial parliament as a member of the Mengsk royal family, even the most eloquent members were no match for him. And in the end, the power was firmly in the hands of the emperor. Anyone who had seen Prince Arcturus would never dare to despise him. Those who intended to provoke conflicts in the royal family even said that he should have been the emperor. But afterwards, not only these voices, but also the people who said so disappeared. Why are we in such a shitty place? The Umoyan people must be crazy to come here, wearing a special power armor. The tall Tychus stood between the emperor and the prince, drinking a bottle of cold beer in a dignified manner. You have to ask why the Zerg came to Phaeton. Augustus pointed Tychus in a direction and asked him to look over there, if we can figure out what the Overmind and the Brain Worm are thinking. This war will be much simpler. Fortunately, we finally arrived here. Otherwise there would be no one left here. Before the Terran Empire army arrived, the Zerg had already devoured most of the life on Phaeton. The Empire rescued some of the Umogens and returned them to safety in Korhal. The Empire did more to protect the people of Umogen from the Zerg than their own leadership council ever could. Arcturus said, I thought it was easy to figure out what the Zerg were thinking, until I saw the worm Kerrigan kept. I realized that humans can't understand animals. Tychus smacked his lips. The Emperor of the Terran Empire was different. He started out raising a brain worm as a pet. But there are many people in the Empire who are worse than animals. Prince Arcturus was hinting at something. The prince does not hold any position in the court of the Terran Empire now. But he was also one of the fleet commanders during the war, and his status was simply not comparable to that of Tychus. Arcturus had already led his troops to the war at the beginning of the war, leaving all the work at hand to his stupid father, who was a counselor. If Queen Kerrigan was not in Korhal, Angus might have lost even the last hair. Although being away from the center of power makes Arcturus feel irritable and empty, fighting side by side with his former subordinates is also a means of expanding his power. When he personally commanded the army, Arcturus was also a brave and skilled general. In politics, Arcturus was a ruthless character, and the same was true on the battlefield. He was often accustomed to sacrificing a small number of troops to concentrate his strength to attack the enemy's core. So the White Star Prince's army was composed of soldiers who had undergone resocialization. He often let the resocialized soldiers serve as cannon fodder, and then the prince's guards with sophisticated weapons and equipment would clean up the mess. Over time, people began to call Arcturus the Black Prince, compared to Shirahoshi. It seems that only this word is more suitable for his ruthlessness and coldness. Humph. Tychus thought for a moment, and determined that he was not the one being talked about. He was a bad guy, but not a fool. Tychus looked in the direction pointed by Augustus, and saw a large wriggling gray cloud over the cactus canyon under the scorching sun. It was the fungal blanket that was spreading continuously, and countless Zerg buildings rising from the ground stretched toward the sky like boiling glue. This was the largest nest of the Gam Zerg on Phaeton. The number of Zerg deep in the canyon, and even in the underground caves, might be in the tens of millions. He seemed to hear the sticky and disgusting sound of the fungal blanket spreading. This is the Zerg. In the history of their race, there is only endless conquest and killing, which brings only death and destruction. In a history longer than that of humans, the Zerg has continuously destroyed planets, infected and devoured the genes of species on them, in order to complete the twisted mission given by the Creator, and to achieve perfection on the road of evolution. The Zerg has always carried out the way of killing. The characteristic of humans that is different from animals is that they can imagine and create things that do not exist in the world. But it seems that the Zerg are more like being born for destruction. My goodness. Tychus shook his head. When we first came here, there were no such nasty things there. I think you already have a detailed plan to eradicate that main hive. Actors turned his head to look at Augustus. Of course. But that's just an appetizer. Augustus turned away. Behind them were fortifications and huge bunkers under construction. Planetary fortresses with heavy alloy shields and Ibrix machine guns installed on the main structure. Engineering stations and supply stations spread out to form a steel city. And tens of thousands of towering anti-aircraft missiles. Sensor towers and psychic jammers blocked the ground and the sky. With multiple fusion cores for energy, this fortress can fire at full power at any time. This is a new city that has sprung up in a very short time. The city is full of huge cannons and rocket nests of terrifying caliber. It can be said that it is armed to the teeth. It is no exaggeration to call it a super fortress. In the center of the super fortress, there are more newly built fighter platforms, transport platforms, and a super cannon that can be called shocking. The earth-shattering cannon. This giant cannon is as high as a dozen stories, and the length of the barrel alone is hundreds of feet. It is an ultra-long-range cannon that can fire several tons of shells, and the range is enough to cover the entire battlefield. The roar of the earth-shatter cannon's position is like the end of the world. The infinite sea of light can even raise a solid fortress to the ground, and the strike point is deep underground. By replacing the radiation warhead, the earth-shatter cannon can also turn the enemy's position into a dead land filled with terrible radioactive dust. Since Korhal 4 was bombed by the old Federation with the Apocalypse nuclear bomb, the Korhal people have become more and more incompatible with nuclear weapons. Because the earth-shatter cannon is extremely heavy, it can only be deployed by train and heavy transport ships. Countless Imperial engineers assemble and build stable launch platforms on the battlefield. Ordinary generals believe that only a detailed and complete military plan can lead to victory. But a true military genius can decide the outcome of an entire war with a single move. All human fear of the unknown comes from insufficient firepower. A model of the imperial military industry. Augustus said to Arcturus, "It's time to turn this place into a scorched earth." Arcturus said, "We have enough firepower. As long as we can defeat the enemy, we will not hesitate to spend as many shells as possible." In addition to the Earth Crusher, this super fortress also has thousands of nuclear missile silos. As long as Emperor Augustus gives the order, he can launch a nuclear catastrophe at any time. The battlefield between the Terran Empire and the Zerg covers a large star field, with more than 100 worlds in varying degrees of fierce fighting. Some areas have only a few marines at most due to distance and importance. And the Empire has always concentrated its limited resources on the main battlefield. "It's time," Augustus said. Augustus's commander power armor has the most communication ports of all armor models, and all command lines are concentrated in one set of armor, so he can give orders directly to the main control center. "Adjutant, report. Radiation strike is ready. Fusion strike is ready. And fighter launch platform is ready." The other end immediately replied, "The fate of billions of lives is at your fingertips," Arcturus said. Arcturus likes this feeling. Since Korhal has been destroyed, he doesn't mind if other places in the world become like Korhal. "Countdown. Get all the soldiers ready," Augustus ordered again. The Imperial soldiers in the fortress began to move quickly, and the artillerymen operating the earth-shattering cannon had already adjusted the position of the cannon according to the order. Everyone brought soundproofing equipment, and the roar that followed was enough to tear the human eardrum. "Fire everything." After confirming that everything was ready, Augustus closed his mask and ordered. At the command, the earth began to tremble. The air trembled and made a harsh wail. And the Cactus Canyon made a miserable wail. The entire land fell into a sea of fire. And rounds of artillery fire tore through the weathered land of Phaeton. Augustus was in no mood to appreciate the magnificent scene of continuous artillery fire, but turned and walked directly to the command center. The Gam Swarm is just a vanguard of the Overmind. And I am sure that the Lord of the Gam Swarm, SAS, has not even landed on Phaeton, Augustus said. But as long as the Overmind knows I am here, he will definitely come. Moreover, I brought the Zelnada artifact, which has a strong attraction to both the Protoss and the Zerg. During this period, Augustus appeared on Phaeton many times, and the Euglena monitoring the Imperial base must have noticed this human emperor who dared to appear on the front line. The Overmind had tried to assassinate Augustus more than once, using methods such as controlling important officials of the Empire and sending mimic larvae to assassinate him. As long as they can win, whether the methods and process are despicable or not is meaningless to the Zerg. The Overmind will definitely surround Phaeton, but with the previous experience of the Battle of Ire, it may not dare to come to this planet in person. Arcturus said, "You should go to Astra 3. General Warfield has already taken that planet." Augustus retorted, "But there are no Protoss on this planet. The last Overlord died at the hands of the Protoss. And the role of humans is actually insignificant. It doesn't know that we have the Zelnada artifact." Augustus actually disagrees with this statement. If the fallen gods in the void have already controlled the current Overlord, then it is unknown which side is only servant in the real world. Nerid will stand on. However, Augustus judged that Amon's influence on the Overmind was actually limited, and that mainly depended on the extent of the void's erosion of the real world. Since Nerid handed over the method of using the Zelnada artifact, he was very likely trying to get rid of the current Overmind with the help of the Empire. The current Overmind might not even know of Nerid's existence, and an uncontrolled Zerg swarm would be a huge destabilizing factor for Amon's shocking plan. Considering this, Augustus had a second plan. "We are putting our hands into the lion's mouth," Actor said to Augustus. They were walking past a large armory, next to which was the prototype of an Odin mecha. Although it was incredible, the engineers of the Terran Empire were indeed building Odin directly on the battlefield. The modular assembly technology allowed the Terran Empire to deploy large mechas, like Odin, to the front line at a faster speed. The fable also said that when we put our hands into the lion's mouth, we must also hold the whip in our hands, Augustus said. At this moment, after a round of artillery fire, a large number of Imperial bombers were taking off with the wind and flying towards the main nest of the Gam swarm in the distance. "Okay, but I have to drive Odin to the battlefield now." Tychus walked towards his own Odin. "I hope you know how to drive heavy armor this time." Prince Arcturus said, "Remember who holds your collar, Mr. Finley." "Do you think I'm your dog?" Tychus snorted from his tall nose. "If that's the case, then treat you as a dog," Arcturus said. Chapter 599. The whole of Copperloo is in chaos. A few days later, a sudden heavy rain fell in the Cactus Canyon where Augustus was located, creating thousands of fleeting, short-lived lakes and ponds in the low-lying areas between the canyons, as clear as sparkling mirrors. This heavy rain was as unusual as everything that was happening on Phaeton, because the rainfall in this canyon has been pitifully small since records began. An old local man who insisted on staying to provide guidance for the Imperial army told Augustus that the meaning of water in Phaeton was equivalent to hope. And he was the one who brought hope. Augustus said that he only brought an army and countless artillery shells, and perhaps the meaning of bringing hope was to blow his mother up. But the devout old man insisted on linking this with Phaeton's ancient prophecy, and believed that the emperor of the Terran Empire was the savior. Heaven and earth can witness this. Augustus has heard this too many times from an elder of the Dark Templar, and he doesn't believe it at all. Perhaps hope is something that can be seen, but not touched. The lakes and ponds left by the heavy rain in the Cactus Canyon were soon evaporated by Phaeton's scorching sun. The weather was cool for a while, but it was unbearably hot again. The Imperial soldiers from Tarsones, Haven and Helshan were not used to the environment of Phaeton. But fortunately for the Marines, their comfortable power armor was like a second home. While waiting for more Imperial fleets from various worlds to arrive at Phaeton, the frequency of fierce battles on the planet was decreasing. The leader of the Gam Swarm, SAS, was always cautious. After losing the war in the planet's orbit and on the surface, it retreated underground to Phaeton to avoid a head-on confrontation with the main force of the Empire. But this does not mean that the Zerg has given up on Phaeton. In fact, the star system where this planet is located has become a huge vortex. And many Imperial fleets and Zerg armies are rushing here at the same time. Half of the Copperless sector has heard the news, and there are countless Imperial fleets and Zerg fleets that have met and fought on the way. Kanta, Scoria, Melisfor, even the Kukulkan Zerg, which is fighting a life-and-death battle with the Daram Protoss of Nelith and Vanas, is rushing towards Phaeton. In the command center, Prince Arcturus Mengsk was handing a cigar to Augustus, who was leaning on the holographic star map table with both hands. It's lively. It's lively. Augustus took a cigar, put it in his mouth and lit it with a lighter. After a long time, he exhaled a long breath. But his eyes were still on the constantly changing star map. In the fluorescent green light screen, the sky full of stars was jumping on it. The Copperless sector is located on a spiral arm at the edge of the Milky Way. Compared with the center of the Milky Way, the stars here are sparse. But looking at the starry sky, there are also tens of billions of stars. On the star map, the territory of the Terran Empire represented by red overlapped with the territory of the Zerg, and some abandoned colonies and outpost worlds of the Dallin Protoss could be seen on the edge. What about the Zerg of Ire? Augustus stood up and stood side by side with Arcturus. Both of them were wearing dark brown woolen coats with golden buttons on them. You are kidding. Arcturus's expression looked like his brother had told a boring joke. It's too far from Phaeton. If they want to come, they have to cross the entire Copperloo sector. No. I mean, they just don't make any noise. Augustus stared into Arcturus' eyes. For years have passed since the Battle of Ire, and the former members of the Overmind are still guarding the place where it died. Even though the Overmind's body had long been evaporated by the two repelling psychic energies of void and purification, leaving no residue behind. This swarm has always been a threat to the Terran Empire. The Ire swarm is almost comparable to the Char swarm in terms of strength. And most of them are the former members of the first generation of Overmind who went on the expedition to Ire. After the Protoss fled Ire to Shakuras, there were still a large number of Zerg on the planet, and they seem to have begun to reproduce according to their instincts. Now it seems that the Ire Zerg is ownerless. But Augustus knows that Amon's hybrid can also control the Zerg on Ire. In Amon and Nerid's plan, the Ire Zerg is a trap set by the Protoss of Daram, so it will not be easily exposed. But there is no guarantee that they will change their minds. Augustus heard that with the Great Golden Fleet taking shape, Archbishop Daram has recently found it increasingly difficult to suppress the internal voices for the recovery of Ire, and decided to first recover the satellite of the mother planet Ire, Sherrick. Although the Terran Empire had warned Tassadar to postpone the plan to retake the city, the Dallin Protoss were furious, and it was difficult to go against public opinion. In the original historical trajectory, the battle to retake the satellite Sherrick was just a small episode before the recovery of Ire. The original intention was to retake Sherrick first as a base for the final attack on Ire. Later, the Protoss suspended the plan due to the setback in the battle, and the action to retake Ire was postponed for another 2 years. But in comparison, the Protoss in this timeline has preserved a lot of power, and is more powerful. It is hard to guarantee that they will not attack Ire in one go. If Amon is pushed too far, he might blackmail Kara first, and that would be a lot of fun. Augustus was worried that if the Terran Empire would be dragged into the war of the Protoss Empire to recover Ire, it would inevitably be attacked from both sides. Therefore, he has been paying close attention to the movements in Ire. Since Ire is the territory of the Protoss, let them worry about it themselves. Do these self-righteous Protoss have to let humans clean up the mess? Arcturus has complicated feelings towards the Protoss. He admires the power and honor of this race, but also fears the power of the ancient Protoss Empire. If possible, he would rather destroy the Protoss than make friends with them. Now he is pretending to be friendly with the Protoss, but he can't beat them yet. Guys, you will never guess. I received news that the Tiamat swarm of Kavra is also coming here. If Tiamat starts to move, it means that the Overmind will not be far away. At this time, Imperial Marshal Jim Raynor walked in from the open door. He was wearing the great power armor of the Heavenly Demon, and the scratched rattlesnake skull on the armor showed that he had just experienced a hard battle not long ago. The officers of the Imperial General Staff in the command center all stood up and saluted Raynor, and waited for him to nod before sitting down. The Tiamat swarm. Haven't they been in Gabriel for several months? Augustus looked at Raynor. Yes. I thought the Tiamat swarm would not move until at least the end of the year. But it turned out to be the opposite, Raynor said as he walked. And the heavy iron boots of the power armor made a clanging sound. And they are coming out in full force. So there aren't many Zerg left in Gabriel. Actors opened the star map and found Gabriel's coordinates. We should find a chance to capture Gabriel and destroy the Tiamat hive on it. Supply and transportation lines are the lifeline of the Terran Empire's army. They also need the colonies to provide weapons, ammunition and manpower. And the hive world is also the lifeblood of the Zerg. If a Zerg hive world can be destroyed, then their efficiency in hatching Zerg eggs will be greatly reduced for a period of time. When fighting the Zerg, the Terran Empire does not have to worry about moral issues. Whether it is using nuclear bombs to cleanse the Zerg's nest world or using inhumane biological weapons on a large scale, it is not a problem. The Terran Empire's navy also fought very smartly, cleaning important nest worlds whenever there was a chance. Since I can't live, then no one will live. Well said. Arcturus. Which fleet is closest to Gabriel? Augustus asked. It's General Pryor's fleet, Arcturus replied. Then let him go, Augustus said immediately. Then there is no doubt about this matter. Arcturus nodded. General Pryor is a ruthless man, one of the few characters who can chase the swarm of insects around. Pryor is also a general of the Empire, who is both civil and military, and has a set of methods to govern the Empire's territory. Help me. Give me one. Renaud never puts on airs as a marshal. He is a close friend of the Emperor and the Prince, and does not treat himself as an outsider at all. Be frugal. This is a cigar from the Eumogen Venus territory. One puff is worth a sack of credits. Actors grabbed a handful and gave it to Reno. Anyway, it sounds classy. Reno lit the cigar and looked around. Where's the Tychus? He was on a rescue mission and found survivors in a town 100 miles away. Actors replied, there are wild beasts there, and we can only use Odin. Wild beasts? Even Phaeton? This is not good news. For a while, we had to use orbital strikes to destroy this monster. Reno frowned. The Zerg are also constantly evolving, but we could always learn new things from those new and different species. Augustus said, over the years, we have not only learned from the Protoss, but also drawn inspiration from the Zerg. The Terran Empire has captured several beasts and kings and sent them all back to Coral, hoping that Dr. Egon Stedman can use these Zerg to develop new technologies as he promised. However, everyone except Stedman himself knew that he liked to brag. Jim, what's going on in the high-altitude orbit? Augustus asked again. Nothing until I came down from above. Raynor shook his head. Alarm. The swarm fleet jumped in. As soon as the voice fell, the alarm sounded. A light screen lit up on the star map table and sent back the pictures taken by the Imperial fleet and orbital satellite in the high-altitude orbit of Phaeton. In the picture, huge leviathans jumped out of the wormhole. As soon as these space beasts, surrounded by purple light, appeared, they attacked the Imperial forces in orbit around Phaeton, and countless Zerg flying creatures jumped out of their chambers. Oh! Damn! It's the Jormungandr swarm! Raynor cursed. Speak of the devil. The devil will come. This is the Hyperion. I'm Matt Horner. The swarm is coming. On the other side is the image of Imperial Navy Admiral Matt Horner. Tell me about the situation up there. Matt. Augustus's calm expression immediately calmed Matt down. At least 20 Leviathans appeared in the Phaeton system, and the number is still increasing. Matt reported to Augustus. They are led by a Queen Leviathan. What are your orders? Follow the plan and use all the guys. Augustus ordered. Let them see our determination to defend Phaeton. Yes, Your Majesty. Matt's image then disappeared. Leo. Augustus then called out another person's name in the command system. A young boy with a shiny bald head appeared on the screen. His name is Leo Travsky, a student at the Tyranid Empire's Ursa Ghost Academy. Leo's telepathic power is not outstanding, but he has a special ability called technopathy. Based on this ability, Leo can communicate with computers, and has a talent in this area that ordinary people can hardly reach. With Leo's help, the hidden dangers of the Terran Empire's information network security were reduced. Leo Travsky himself was also part of the Terran Empire's data network firewall, and almost all the mechanical adjutants in the Empire were controlled by him. Your Majesty. The bald boy immediately looked at Augustus. Start all the automatic weapons and seismic detectors in the fortress, and pay attention to every move of the Zerg network. Augustus ordered. Understood. Leo replied. All Phaeton troops, prepare for battle immediately. Finally, Augustus ordered in the command channel, "Warriors, I am Emperor Augustus Minx. I am in Phaeton. This battle concerns the fate of all mankind. We will work together to overcome difficulties." Previously, the Terran Empire had been struggling to resist the fierce offensive of the Zerg swarm, and buy time for the evacuation of the Imperial citizens in the war zone. But now that the people have been evacuated, Augustus has decided to fight a decisive battle with the Overmind in Phaeton. What makes them so crazy? Is the seductive power of the Emperor of the Terran Empire really that great? God, you are not even a telepath, Raynor said. It seems so. Augustus looked at the star map. I knew your charm is not only cross-gender, but also cross-species. Raynor's next words made Augustus unhappy, although the latter knew that the other party had no ill intentions at such a critical moment. This is the truth. Both the Zerg and the Protoss like Augustus very much. In fact, this is mostly due to the Zelnada artifact. Arcturus answered for the Emperor. Dr. Narrett adjusted the Zelnada artifact, and now it has the same attraction to the Zerg as 1,000 psychic emitters. I have to return to the fleet immediately. Raynor nodded. It's up to you, Jimmy, the Emperor said. What a good show. Prince Arcturus clapped his hands and said, Chapter 600 Sea of Insects Falling from the Sky. Several Jormungandr dragons spread their ferocious wings and flew low over the magnificent canyon filled with wind and sand, riding on the hot air rising from the Cactus Canyon. Their shiny shells shone with a copper-colored luster under the golden sunlight, with the powerful flapping of their membrane wings. The flashing black shadows of the dragons quickly passed through the flowing fine sand. In their eyes, which glowed with an ominous orange-red light, the dark shadows of a human fortress shrouded in the red sand that covered the sky could be vaguely seen. A few weeks ago, this place was still a wasteland. Whether it was the majestic planetary fortress or the amazing earth-shattering cannon, it seemed that they all rose from the ground overnight. Countless fortifications formed a huge fortress with thick armor, and thousands of giant cannons and missile towers stretched towards the sky. The Cactus Canyon Fortress was built on a large high-energy gas mine. The extraction wells deep underground continuously extracted pure high-energy gas. The thick pipelines connected to the distillation and refining towers were winding and crisscrossed with the pipelines responsible for water and electricity supply. The well-organized heavy factories and barracks were located between the nuclear power plant and the substation, with tanks and mechas driving in and out of the armory. It was not only a solid fortress, but also a large city with complete facilities, with sufficient ammunition and food to support it for several years. This scene was also seen by the brain-worm yak of the Jormungandr swarm at the other end of the mind link. At this moment, these dragons were like its eyes. The closer we got to the fortress, the more eye-catching the corpses that had not yet been buried in the yellow sand became. The air was full of blood and choking black smoke. Only the bravest commandos and death squads dared to approach an insurmountable death barrier. But these dragons did not hesitate or fear at all. The main nest mine shaped countless individual Zerg into a whole. All Zerg were just part of the swarm. Even a mighty Zerg army was just a tentacle of the swarm. The tribe was above everything. For the sake of the tribe, nothing could be sacrificed. The dragons that pounced on the fortress were not a small target. The dense anti-aircraft missile towers of the fortress responded immediately. The dozens of missile towers closest to this place moved in unison with their muffled metal frames. The hydraulic systems hissed. The tracking scanners and automatic sensors immediately locked onto the targets in the sky, and longbow missiles were sent to the launchers one after another. The missile towers covered with shining titanium alloy armor shells roared, and the missiles dragging flames seemed to be thrown. The blazing spears of Longinus created a halo ripple in the sky, and suddenly large pieces of blood and shells fell from the sky. A dragon with its wings torn apart by missiles fell heavily on the thick concrete floor of the base fortress, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere, which was a horrible sight. Even so, it was still alive. Even with such a serious injury, the dragon's vitality could heal itself. It was trembling in the pool of its own blood, trying to stand up. Even though it was covered in blood, it seemed to feel no pain at all. Like a real evil dragon, the ground was scratched by its exaggerated claws, and the thorny snake-like body scraped a sharp crackling sound every time it struggled. But a heavy sound of footsteps soon approached, and two teams of Marines in red power armor surrounded it from both sides, and the roaring electromagnetic rifles immediately ended its life. At the last moment of falling, the darkened eyes of the dragon reflected a face with gray hair and gray eyes, and this face immediately made the brain worm yak, who was paying attention here, shrink his glowing worm body solemnly. In the mind link of the swarm, the brain worms who were whispering to each other suddenly became in an uproar, gritting their teeth, as if they wanted to tear this face apart, until the most powerful brain worm Dago spoke and gradually quieted down. Augustus Minsk of the Terran Empire. His greatest crime was not killing countless Zerg, but daring to enslave their powerful and arrogant brain worm brothers in an attempt to steal the power of the Zerg. At the same time, Emperor Augustus, who saw that the dragon had lost its voice, received an alarm from the seismograph the next moment, and the fleet also issued an early warning, showing that multiple Zerg Leviathans were entering the atmosphere of Phaeton. This was not the first attack launched by the Zerg against the fortress, since Augustus arrived at Phaeton and brought the Zelnaga artifact. The Zerg that originally gathered on the eastern and southern borders of the Terran Empire suddenly rushed towards Phaeton, which was located in a far corner of the Copperloo sector. The assembled Zelnaga artifact has an unimaginable attraction to this race. The mysterious signal it sends even makes the Protoss unable to stop. The nearest colony of the Protoss Empire rushes to inquire about the news. Every day, the wandering interstellar Dark Templar Zelnaga scholars arrive at Phaeton to search for clues about the creator Zelnaga in the severely weathered canyons. How does it feel to be at the center of the war? Use yourself as bait. One careless move, and you lose everything. Arcturus dodged the splashing blood of the dragon with disgust. Once exposed to the air, the blood of the Zerg will turn into a kind of extremely corrosive acidic liquid. If I have a choice, I usually put others on the hook instead of myself. And I can also eliminate dissidents by the way. He said to Augustus beside him. You have to know which approach is more beneficial to consolidating your rule. When I have a big killer like the Zelnaga artifact in my hand, I must keep it as a last resort. This is a popular saying. The Minsk family rules the Terran Empire, and they decide who should die for the Empire, and who should shed their last drop of blood for the Emperor. A pack of wolves now live in the palace of Augustgrad. So the Empire dominates Copperloo and stares at the earth. You should let me bring the Zelnaga artifact to Phaeton instead of coming with me. Arcturus said, even the loss of a prince can inspire the fighting spirit of the Empire. I swear I will never do such a thing again. Augustus said to him, I learned one thing from Jim. That is, the people's will is supreme. Augustus disagreed with Arcturus' words. My people and soldiers should know what sacrifices their monarch is willing to make for the welfare of the Empire and the people. The publicity of actual actions is far better than 1,000 fabricated boasts and ruthless iron laws. I have always believed that only power can create an empire. It's not that actors didn't understand people's hearts. Nor did it mean that he didn't understand people's feelings. It's just that his selfish personality determined his style of doing things. Actors thought his brother was too kind in some ways. But that had nothing to do with weakness. Augustus was such an emperor. He was born into a noble family, and had never come into contact with ordinary people before he became an adult. His empathy for ordinary people was exactly what actors lacked. If actors' family members all died as they did, he would have no sympathy for the suffering of others. He is the son of revenge, never the savior. I don't think there is a conflict. Augustus looked at the desert in the distance. The surging yellow sand was surging like a tsunami. This abnormal phenomenon indicated that a large number of Zerg tunnel worms were moving at high speed in the desert. From Augustus's position, he could even see the huge snake-like bodies wriggling in the desert. When their ugly heads jumped out of the sand sea, the terrain of the Cactus Canyon even changed its appearance. The dust raised by these monsters fell again, and finally formed a small rolling sand dune. The tunnel worms are a great threat to human fortifications. These terrifying giant worms can even drill through the ground of Augustgrad and the walls of the Zelnaga temple. Tunnel worms! An Imperial officer shouted, and a large number of neatly dressed Imperial Marines from all parts of the barracks merged into the main roads within a few minutes. The scene of tens of thousands of armored soldiers moving at the same time was extremely shocking from the air. After the long tempering of the Second Total War, the newly formed Imperial armies, after the great recruitment, became disciplined and capable of fighting. We need both power and the people's support. Augustus took a needle gun from Faraday, and several giant Goliath mechas of the Spartan company were moving with heavy steps to the preset firing points of the fortifications. If it was you who said this, I wouldn't think he was an arrogant person. I heard from Jim that he learned the ideas of the revolution from you. Actors has always been obedient to his younger brother, but he still raised his own questions. Hold the line. Warriors, the Emperor is with you. Augustus was silent for a moment, and seeing a group of Imperial Marines rushing to the front line, he immediately shouted to them, Go and see the Zelnaga artifact. It is now more important than the entire fortress. The Emperor obviously didn't care about Arcturus's question. That's because Jim is too humble. I often tell him that he should be tougher. Actor shrugged and followed Augustus through the barracks where soldiers kept coming out, encouraging these brave soldiers to fight bravely as they walked. The first officer's rule that the soldiers of the Terran Empire must recite is, the Terran Emperor is the supreme commander of all the armed forces of the Empire. Wherever he is the Empire. And defending the land under his feet means the final battle of all efforts. Augustus walking among the soldiers should have boosted their morale. This year, the Emperor who lived in the Augustgrad Palace seemed to be getting further and further away from his loyal soldiers. Those imperial troops, who fought alone in the marginal world, and could not wait for reinforcements, inevitably felt abandoned. But now he is back. The airdrop capsule is falling into the surface of Phaeton, and the estimated arrival time is 3 minutes later. The young Leo, the chief security officer in charge of the fortress network communication, reminded all the imperial commanders in the command channel where Augustus was. In the sky with thin clouds floating in the Cactus Canyon, tiny black dots are falling rapidly and becoming larger and larger. The number of these black dots has rapidly increased to tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Similar to the Empire's airdrop capsules, the Zerg also has the means to airdrop ground troops. These airdrop capsules made of hard shells, shock-absorbing sponge tissues, and buffer-filling liquids can hold a large number of Zerg and safely deliver them to the battlefield on the ground. The number of Zerg Leviathans in the Phaeton system has now reached a rather alarming number, with the genomes of as many as 7 large Zerg swarms and 21 regional secondary Zerg swarms. The number of Zerg in the Phaeton system and several surrounding galaxies can even be counted in trillions. Most of the Zerg swarms were attracted to Phaeton by the signal released by the Zelnaga artifact, and the Imperial Navy was no longer able to stop such a large number of Zerg. The entire fortress was caught in the roar of giant cannons, and various missile launch platforms, anti-aircraft laser cannons, and machine gun platforms all spewed out deadly flames. The flames and smoke of the explosions quickly covered the sky, and most of the airdrop capsules were smashed by anti-aircraft fire before they fell to the ground. Even so, a batch of airdrop capsules still fell into the fortress, with enough impact to create huge pits, crush buildings, and crush the personnel and vehicles below. One of the airdrop capsules landed on a high-rise supply station not far from Augustus, and after a loud bang, metal flew and debris flew everywhere, causing a commotion. The Imperial Marines below reacted quickly and rushed here, suppressing the many Zerglings and Hydralisks that jumped out of the cracked airdrop capsules at the landing point. And then the raiders with heavy weapons came to support. They're everywhere. Then fire everywhere, ignoring the Imperial soldiers who were firing at them. Several Zerglings crossed the crowd and rushed towards Augustus, as if they were sure he was there. "Give me a gun, Corporal Faraday." Although Arcturus was a prince who saw all this, he was not panicked. He was a man who had walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and had killed countless insects. Faraday handed Arcturus an AGR-28 rifle. Without waiting for the surrounding royal guards to open fire, Arcturus opened the safety and fired. His marksmanship was accurate and fierce, and he blew up the heads of the Zerglings one by one. "Your marksmanship is still as good as before, Arcturus." Augustus also fired a few shots, but missed. "The jackals are at our doorstep." Arcturus put down his gun. "Well, there are shotguns for the jackals," Augustus replied. At this time, a figure who seemed to be panicking and stumbling broke into the sight of Augustus and Arcturus. The man was wearing a researcher's uniform and a white windbreaker, and his white-bearded face was full of shock. "Ah! Zerglings." Nerid saw several Zergling corpses, and was immediately confused. I am a scientist, Your Majesty. I study Zerglings, but I have never seen such a scene." He then stammered to explain to Augustus to cover up his embarrassment. "I am not good at fighting." Augustus couldn't help but admire Dr. Nerid's acting skills, thinking that you are the best at playing the pig and eating the tiger. It looked as if Nerid was going to jump into Augustus' arms and scream like a little girl in the next second. "Oh, it's really hard for you, Doctor. I hope you are here to tell me that the Nova Strike of the Zelnaga artifact has been fully charged." Chapter 601, The Last Stand. Even in the daytime, the Imperial Fortress in the Cactus Canyon was covered in gray. The gray mist and the rising dust made visibility extremely low. From last night to this afternoon, the deafening sound of heavy weapons and the violent explosions have never subsided. Bombs fell from all sides of the fortress, and dense rockets, pulse cannons, and rail guns intertwined above to create a jungle of death. Commander, tactical analysis shows that the number of Zerg far exceeds ours. It's a daily routine. Augustus scanned the long string of numbers on the screen and the thrilling units behind it. The Phaeton system was filled with Zerg, and the Zerg swarms in the planet's orbit were so numerous that the moon of Phaeton became dim when the huge Leviathan dragons took off. At this moment, a very bright white light suddenly flashed outside the window, followed by a violent roar, and even the star map table shook. The Minotaur-class battlecruiser Eris was destroyed, and the captain and crew successfully abandoned the ship and escaped. An officer from the staff reported to Augustus, confirmed the landing point of the lifeboat. We must save them. Augustus immediately gave the order. However, Augustus knew that the chances of these crew members surviving were slim. The Zerg did not have any chivalry. I am afraid that these lifeboats would be destroyed before they landed, even if someone was lucky enough to land on the surface. Considering that the entire area of Cactus Canyon, except the fortress, had fallen into the hands of the Zerg. They were just jumping from one fire pit into another. Your Majesty, a swarm of Zerg is attacking us from the south. Another officer loudly reminded Augustus. The defending forces suffered too many losses in the next round of offensive by the Jormungandr Zerg, and their commander requested reinforcements. The command center where Augustus was located had been transformed into a planetary fortress equipped with Ibrix machine guns. There were hundreds of anti-aircraft missile towers, sensor towers, communication towers, and psychic jammers standing around the planetary fortress. And a few hundred yards away was a fortification wall made of alloy steel, which was actually at the forefront of the war. Obviously, this swarm of Zerg troops was coming for Augustus, because the Zelnada artifact and Dr. Nerid had been moved nearby. Where are our backup forces? Augustus asked. They've all gone up. The other party replied. They set out an hour ago. Faraday, let the royal guards go up. Augustus said immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. Faraday immediately obeyed the order. If the fortress fell, it would be meaningless to have more royal guards guarding the Emperor. Moreover, Faraday believed that given the density of Dark Templars around the Emperor, even if a cannonball landed on his head, it would automatically bounce off. The court minister summoned by the Emperor would never have imagined how many eyes were staring at them in the palace of August Rat. And except for those with a little telepathic talent, they would never find anything wrong in their lifetime. Through the use of personal charm and diplomatic lobbying, Augustus officially obtained a shadow guard from Archbishop Darum as a guard force when he ascended the throne. This is unique in the history of the Protoss and humans, and it may never be the case that humans will ever receive this honor again. If it were any other race, the Terran Empire would have to worry about these powerful Dark Masters taking their Emperor hostage. But the Protoss neither disdains nor sees the need to do so. Augustus Mengsk has proven his friendship with the Protoss with his actions. And even if he is no longer alive, the Protoss will always remember his great deeds of saving billions of Protoss on Aiur. Once the Protoss friendship is obtained, the bond between them can only be severed by the death of one of them. General Ulysses, is there any news from other Imperial armies besides Phaeton? After Faraday left, Augustus had only a few people left, and he had just sent out Prince Arcturus and his prince's guards. General Ulysses Hargrove was responsible for keeping in touch with the Imperial armies of other worlds. When the Overmind mobilized the army to attack Phaeton, most of the Imperial fleet was intercepted on the way to help. Of course, this was intentional. Augustus wanted to use the Nova Strike of the Zelnada artifact to significantly weaken the power of the Zerg. But he was reluctant to lose all his belongings. Although the communication was blocked, they have basically responded. Ulysses replied. General Jocko Bennett and General Hanek Hank also sent a message from the secret channel, saying that they will reach the original Zerg's home planet Xeris after the next hyperspace jump. He then reported to Augustus one by one. General Edmund Duke has arrived in Black Sis, keeping a close eye on the war between the Primal Zerg and the Taldarim. Since the Terran Empire led the Primal Zerg to the Taldarim's territory, these two unyielding guys have been at loggerheads. Let's put it this way. The Primal Zerg are the kind of people who will fight to the end if they don't accept it. And the Taldarim are also the ultimate villains. These two ruthless people have been fighting for several months, and the war has spread to nearby Imperial worlds. To weaken the Taldarim is to weaken Amon's power to a certain extent, but Augustus still has to be careful to prevent them from running to his territory to fight. Warfield commanded a large fleet of 17 naval squadrons to guard the star regions of Formiga, Lorenzo, and Garland between Phaeton and the Imperial Paradise. General Ulysses continued. General Pryor sent troops to Gavial and captured the planet, and established a base within a day. He also found 3 samples of the latent cluster genes of the Tiamat swarm on Gavial, which are being sent to Stedman's laboratory in Korhal. The samples will be used for research related to upgrading the blades of the Widowmine digging claws. Very good. Augustus had forgotten whether he had given Pryor the next task. But that was not important. What about the support promised by the Umoyans? They said it was still on the way. Ulysses said, but the Umoyans did send a large number of high-end military products such as Eradicator combat robots and minesweeping drones. As long as the Umoyan Council is willing to pay, it will be fine. In fact, in Augustus's view, it is enough for Umoyan to pay him. The Umoyans provide money and equipment, and the Comorians provide resources and people. This deal is still quite cost-effective. The infected Gerard Duger has assembled an army of infected called the Army of Darkness in Char to invade our borders. General Alexei Stukov is gathering troops. Ulysses said, many mimic larvae have been found in core worlds such as Korhal and Tarsones. But they have not caused panic among the people. UNN certainly publicized the Emperor's personal expedition. But the people of the Empire did not know that Augustus was in Phaeton. Only after the battle is over will this incident be disclosed. And perhaps a documentary can be made. Of course, Augustus's personal expedition still caused a lot of opposition in the Empire, especially among the officials of the Empire, and those loyal to the royal family. The Emperor's daughter is only 3 years old, and has not yet been designated as the heir by the Emperor. If the Emperor and Prince Achilles both died on the battlefield, the Empire would inevitably be in chaos. At that time, no matter who succeeded to the throne, it would be difficult to stabilize the situation. But by then, the Terran Empire had already been devoured by the Zerg. Gerald was once a supporter of human supremacy, and now he has ended up like this. Which is really sad, Augustus said. Of course, the saddest person should be General Stukov. After so many years, the Zerg infection has obviously distorted Dougal's mind. Dougal can no longer be called a human being. It would be strange if he still thought from the perspective of a human being. Ulysses said. What is that brainworm doing? Augustus suddenly asked again. Since the Royal Brainworm Alpha was sent out, it has indeed made a lot of contributions. Its Cerberus swarm mainly performs sabotage missions of sneaking into the Zerg's lair to destroy the Zerg's vital hatchery. There is such a rebellious Zerg swarm among the Zerg army. No wonder the brainworms are so angry. In the Zerg's strictly ordered pyramid, the brainworm will never disobey the order of the Overlord. But obviously there is an exception. This brainworm is pretty good at stealing things whenever it can. But it never dares to get close to the Overlord, for fear of being controlled again. And as long as a powerful tribe like Jormungandr and Tiamat appears, it will immediately run away. This guy is definitely capable. And very powerful. But he is afraid of death. Brainworm Alpha is on Confong Star, and it has not moved for 2 weeks. General Ulysses said. It seems that it is not as loyal as it appears. I think it's scared out of its wits. Augustus shook his head. Confong. I remember it was just an underdeveloped agricultural world that joined the Empire only recently. Confong is rich in fine wine, and its food culture is unique in the Terran Empire. Ulysses said. Local officials complained that an airborne marshal ordered him to deliver coke and fried chicken every day. Not only that, it also accepted bribes openly. Unimaginable corruption appeared in a brainworm, which really damaged the image of the Imperial soldiers. I knew it. Augustus knew that he couldn't expect a brainworm to be a human being. Tell it that I already know about this matter, and let it decide. They are coming. At this time, someone shouted in the command center. Looking down from the towering planetary fortress, thick smoke was billowing outside the fortifications. Just like the usual attack method of the Jormungandr swarm, large numbers of Zerglings were rushing in the front, and the terrible Hydralisk was behind, mixed with a large number of explosive insects, cockroaches and lurkers, looking like a torrent of shells from a distance. Jormungandr is represented by a luxurious purple color. As the name implies, they are the snakes that devour the world. Augustus noticed that some new monsters, the Destroyers, were mixed into Jormungandr's swarm of insects. The Destroyer is a brand new variant of the cockroach, a violent and irritable creature, and also more powerful and cruel. This is a creature larger than the Hydra, and its towering back has evolved into a more solid bone armor and erect hardened bone spurs. By projecting bone plates, the Destroyer can spray terrible acidic corrosive bile at the enemy. The Destroyer's corrosive bile is very terrible. It is more like a bright orange plasma than bile, which is powerful enough to penetrate human fortresses and tanks. The range of corrosive bile is long enough to threaten bunkers and fortresses outside the range of human weapons. So every time a destroyer appears, it means a tough battle for their enemies. This terrible monster should be a variant of the Zerg that appeared on the eve of the End War. It was first discovered by the Empire in 2505. Since the second generation of the Overmind returned from Xeris, the evolution of the Zerg has been accelerating. Of course, this is also related to the Terran Empire's way of fighting. Under the leadership of Emperor Augustus Minsk, the Terran Empire's army built fortresses and stored supplies wherever they went. Unless there were large-scale mechanized troops equipped with powerful tanks and mechas, the Imperial army would try to avoid field battles where they were not dominant and turn the war into an offensive and defensive battle, using fortresses and heavy firepower to consume the Zerg's strength. Whenever the Zerg swarms fought against the Empire, they had to face solid cities and armor. So the Cerebrates had to find a weapon that could break the Terran tortoise shells. The destroyer was born. This was a biological mortar that could move and bite. A true biological cannon. Augustus saw a large, numbing orange light ball ejected from the spinal bone plates of the destroyers, which were surrounded by dense bone spurs. And a deadly rain of light immediately fell from the sky. A burst of black smoke immediately rose from the fortifications of the fortress. And explosions and flames came one after another. This was just the prelude to the attack. In the distance, a large number of dragons appeared in the sky, among which there was a giant flying creature like a manta ray, on which many smaller creatures were lying. Hive Lords, Ulysses said. They don't fly high, so we can deal with them with anti-aircraft firepower. Hive Lords are also a variant that appeared after the Second Total War. They are mutated from the Mutalisks, and are a swarm of space carriers that can drop a large number of living broods from the air to the ground. The broods they release are short-lived creatures, not much bigger than springtails, but also extremely ferocious. Use nuclear bombs. Augustus directly ordered, blast them all into glass. Ulysses, I'll leave this to you. After saying that, he walked out of the command center and came to the outside of the planetary fortress. Outside was the rotating Zelnada artifact, flashing with a faint blue light of completed charging, while Dr. Nerid next to him was sweating profusely while doing the final adjustments, muttering to himself, "It's almost done. It's almost done. God bless you," and so on. Perhaps Dr. Nerid was really sweating. He couldn't understand why a suspicious human emperor would trust alien races so much, who would travel with 70 or 80 Dark Templar masters and 100 top ghost agents behind him. Chapter 602 Nuclear Peace Coexistence. It was an afternoon filled with smoke and war. Phaeton's sun was hanging high above the Cactus Canyon fortress, and a pale white light was shining through the dense black clouds, like a lightsaber piercing through the thick clouds. The bright flames lifted the tactical nuclear bombs launched from multiple nuclear missile silos, and dozens or hundreds of smoke columns left by nuclear missile thrusters cut the gloomy sky. In an instant, it seemed as if countless fireballs fell from the sky. The nuclear bomb exploded in the air, and the extremely bright light instantly flooded the world. A huge mushroom cloud propped up its deadly umbrella in the vast desert, and the blazing red cloud swept everything with an unstoppable force of destruction. As if it had received a heavy punch, the swarm of insects burned in wailing, and the shock wave that followed turned into a horizontal wall of air, destroying everything in its path. The terrible light and heat and the nuclear storm with death radiation tore a large number of nest worm lords and corrupted flying insects in the air to pieces. Unstoppable. Irresistible. Humans have mastered the power of nuclear energy for centuries, and it is still the pinnacle of human military power today. Oh my God! This is terrible. Although the strong light has dissipated, Dr. Nerid, who is wearing a thick protective suit, still dare not open his eyes. He is obviously frightened by the overwhelming alien insects and nuclear bombs. At this moment, he is half kneeling under the black sarcophagus base of the Zelnada artifact, and his lips are trembling slightly. At the same time, the whole desert is burning, a terrible scene of desolation and death, and the air is filled with the smell of burning. From the roaring missile towers to the flashing railgun turrets, the base was covered with thick ash, and the ground was scattered with huge shells and the wreckage of mecha tanks emitting black smoke. In the dark red sky, ashes were falling one after another, as if the world was paper, and the paper had burned out. Nerid's reaction was quite normal, which was very consistent with the image he had created. In the field of science, He was undoubtedly a very confident master. So Emperor Augustus would give him important projects and resources. On the battlefield, Nerid showed a normal performance that had never experienced war, and seemed to lack courage and threat. In fact, even the battle-hardened imperial warriors turned pale after seeing the scene in front of them. The roars and sad cries in the communication channel always made people feel that they were infinitely close to death. The fortress was full of traces of fierce fighting, and there were huge pits everywhere caused by the Zerg airdrop capsules. The bodies of the dead Zerg and imperial warriors were not even removed in time, and the neatly arranged supply stations and military camps were now in ruins. In the most brutal places of the battle, the imperial soldiers in the positions had to deal with the monsters that emerged from the ground and engage in desperate hand-to-hand combat. Even the royal guards suffered heavy casualties, and 3 Odin mechas were destroyed. Compared to Genesis and Apocalypse-class nuclear bombs, tactical nuclear bombs are just small dolls. Augustus shook his head at Nerid's embarrassing look. It's a cliché. Since the bombing of Coral, his brother Prince Arcturus has become crazy and ordered the imperial scientists in the physics laboratory to tinker with many nuclear weapons. The Genesis bomb corresponds to the Apocalypse class, which can restart the world with one click. In comparison, the individual tactical bombs are much smaller. The killing radius of tactical bombs is not large compared to those big guys in the imperial nuclear arsenal, but it is enough to turn the area around the fortress into a sea of fire. The tactical bomb detonated by Phaeton today added elements that can produce strong radioactivity, and the radiation cloud it produces will pollute this land for a long time. The nuclear power of the Terran Empire is extremely abundant, and the nuclear arsenal has sufficient storage capacity and a wide variety of types, enough to turn the planet into scorched earth. Nevertheless, the misuse of such nuclear bombs is likely to lead to serious consequences. The radioactive dust can damage the genome of the Zerg and cause mutations. Most mutations will cause large-scale deaths, but a small number of mutations may be beneficial to the Zerg, which has brought extremely terrible consequences. For now, I can't care so much. I can't give up because of choking. Sorry, Your Majesty. Nerid still didn't move, and his legs and feet seemed weak. Even if he looked weak, this guy who was actually proud in his heart would not really piss his pants in fear. Doctor, now is not the time to cover your ears and tremble. Sometimes Augustus also felt that Nerid was acting too much, and in the eyes of the Emperor, the more frightened he acted, the more he looked like a red-nosed clown. Although Nerid was the shame of the Xel'Naga, he was not really so scared. He was just acting as always, under Nerid's disguise of joy, anger, sorrow and happiness. There was only a mocking sneer. The long time had almost exhausted the power of Nerid's incarnation, but relying on the power of the Xel'Naga temple, he could still compete with the powerful original Blade Queen. Tactical nuclear weapons can only solve the problem temporarily. The real killer is the Nova Shock of the Xel'Naga artifact. Get up. The fate of the Terran Empire and all mankind depends on you. I am just an old and weak scientist. These guns and artillery, Zerg and viruses, are still too exciting for an old man like me. Hearing this, Dr. Nerid, who was scared to death, seemed to have endless courage again. He stood up and readjusted the Xel'Naga artifact. After Dr. Nerid's transformation, the Nova Shock overload mode of the Xel'Naga artifact is enough to cover the Phaeton system and clear the Zerg within a few light years. But according to Nerid, this attack will completely exhaust the energy of the artifact, and it must be replenished before it can be used again. Even if the swarm is huge, such a large number of casualties can seriously damage their vitality. Temporarily suspend the offensive, and let the Terran Empire take a breath. You are the expert in this area. I don't think anyone knows more about the creation of Xel'Naga than you. Only if you operate it yourself can it be foolproof. I can't risk the lives of tens of millions of Imperial soldiers. Augustus was telling the truth. If Nerid was reading his thoughts, he would find that the other party was absolutely speaking from the heart, and every word was true. Emil, you know me. I am willing to do anything to get closer to success. Besides, since the Xel'Naga artifacts must be transformed by professionals like Nerid, how can Augustus feel at ease if he goes to the trap without this guy? Emperor Augustus Mengsk absolutely respects the elderly and loves the young. Xel'Naga Nerid and the royal brainworm can prove that he is not a demon. It is my honor to sacrifice my life for you and the Empire. Nerid is also calculating Augustus. How could he work for others for nothing? as long as the Zelnaga artifact is used to eliminate a large number of brain worms at one time. The power of the Overmind can be greatly weakened. In addition, the energy collected from the brain worms can also be used to resurrect Amon. In this way, Augustus's Terran Empire humans are actually just working for Nerid. How could the latter not do his best? When Amon returns, the Zerg will return to their original destiny. That is, to slaughter all living beings as the hounds of the Dark God, and then move towards the final destruction. Nerid has many ways to collect energy. Amon will return sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. And Nerid is sure that Augustus will use the Zelnaga artifact to weaken the Zerg, because the loss of the Terran Empire is too great and the defense line is shaky. He has no choice. Even if Augustus knows his plan, he has secretly prepared to kill the god, just waiting for Amon to show his head and send him back to his home in the void. Of course, this is absolutely impossible. Your Majesty, the bugs are swarming again. An Imperial officer who came running over reminded Augustus, there are a lot of them. At this moment, the radioactive material of the nuclear bomb was falling from the sky. People did not dare to open their armored masks to breathe. The medical soldiers were transferring the wounded to the radiation-proof cave. This place is very close to the explosion point. Now even the water in the fortress cannot be drunk, unless those people want their respiratory tract to be necrotic. The radioactive material of the nuclear bomb also has great damage to the Zerg, but it can only slow down their advance. In the distance, a dense swarm of cockroaches appeared on the red horizon, and the sky was filled with corrupted flying insects. The terrifying self-healing ability of these creatures could even quickly replenish the cells killed by radioactive compounds. The dense army of cockroaches on the ground was covered with hard bone armor, and they moved like a black high wall. And the tall thunder beasts were like moving towers. These monsters armed with giant blades and covered with hard shells were like biological tanks, and ordinary human weapons could not threaten them at all. The road ahead of the Zerg was a hellish scene, with charred mud and crystals on the ground. Some huge skeletons stood on both sides, and the ground was full of dead Zerg, like dried cricket corpses baked by the lights, piled up layer by layer, and broken skeletons piled up like a mountain. When the Zerg army gradually approached, the anti-aircraft guns and rapid-fire turrets on the fortress fortifications responded first, and the precise crossfire net beat one cockroach after another into a bloody mess. And then the heavy artillery opened fire, and the earth roared again. Some of the injured cockroaches quickly burrowed into the ground, while others quickly wrapped themselves in cocoons covered with spikes. Soon, these cocoons would hatch into terrifying destroyers. The Imperial soldiers were now somewhat numb to this war. They had been fighting insects in the desert for a day, and were too lazy to remember how many alien insects they had killed, because these alien insects seemed to never die. The experts and scholars in the Empire who advocated the theory that alien insects were not a threat would kneel down and beg for forgiveness from the soldiers as long as they came to the real battlefield to take a look. How long do you have to prepare, Doctor? If we don't activate the Nova Shock, we will be trapped in the vast sea of insects. Augustus stared at Nerid with a fierce look in his eyes. The terrifying eyes made the other party believe that if he made a mistake at this time, he would be eaten alive by the Emperor. Wait one more minute. The Zelnaga's Nova Shock will be ready. Your Majesty, only when it reaches the peak can the Nova Shock play the greatest role. Nerid fell beside the Zelnaga artifact, and it seemed that he didn't want to lose his life. Under Augustus's gaze, the copper-blue triangular column was slowly rotating on the base, surrounded by the light of glory and harmony. On the column with mysterious patterns, many traces of transformation can be seen, all of which were done by Nerid. Obviously, the original, or real purpose of the Zelnaga artifact was not to kill Zerg on a large scale. Your Majesty? The officer was waiting for Augustus's order. Augustus, send more people over. New soldiers are needed to fill the vacancies on the front line. In the communication channel, Prince Arcturus, who was commanding the defense of the southern fortifications, also said, or get some more nuclear bombs. I remember I brought quite a few. Prince Arcturus was good at fighting and liked to use nuclear bombs to lead the way, so his fleet was always equipped with extra nuclear bombs. Shoot another 100 nuclear bombs. Augustus paced on the spot and corrected his order. Shoot them all. Rosenfeld, we have to be generous when dealing with the Zerg. You made the right decision, Arcturus said. Yes, Your Majesty. The colonel left immediately, looking calm as if Augustus had not asked him to launch a nuclear bomb. but was just distributing homework to elementary school students. At this time, some faster flying dragons and corrupted flying insects had already arrived above the fortress, roaring and attacking the Imperial soldiers on the ground. Augustus saw Tychus driving Odin towards him, and the Hellfire missile bay behind him instantly fired a long string of dense fragmentation missiles, smashing a group of dragons to pieces. It's so exciting. Killing bugs is the most fun thing in the galaxy. I can chew gum while killing them, he was shouting in the communication channel, obviously in high spirits. Your grandfather Tychus is here. At this time, more nuclear bombs were launching, clearing out a large number of enemies on the ground and in the sky. Doctor? Augustus looked at Nerid again. It's almost done. At this time, Nerid wiped his sweat and showed a happy expression. It's done. Just as Nerid said, the copper blue light on the surface of the Zelnaga artifact suddenly became many times brighter, looking like a heart with blue blood. A breathing cocoon of light. Augustus originally planned to take a more radical plan. That is, to find the location of the current overlord by sacrificing the brainworm Alpha, and then send the death squad to carry the Zelnaga artifact to kill it directly. Not to mention that this generation of overlord is extremely cautious, and it transfers from time to time through wormholes in various worlds. If it fails, it means that the Zelnaga artifact is given to the Zerg in vain. By testing Nerid's tone, Augustus found that he strongly advocated killing the overlord. Then Augustus deduced that in Nerid's plan, the second generation overlord should be dead. If the overlord is purified in the same way as the Queen of Blades, I'm afraid that the final beneficiary will still be Amon. In this way, he not only obtains the energy needed to pull his will back from the void to the real universe, but also obtains the corpse of the overlord to make the so-called Void Shadow super hybrid, which is the evil god host. Then activate it. Chapter 603, Nerid. Loyal and devoted. Augustus watched Nerid activate the Zelnaga artifact, and the movements of this brilliant scientist were like gently plucking the strings of a harp, as if the opera had reached its climax. The artifact emitted an impassioned sound, and copper blue light poured out from the joints of the 5 parts and the mysterious patterns. It was suspended in the air, spinning and jumping, like a revolving lantern emitting blue light. At a certain moment without warning, the brightness of the Zelnaga artifact increased countless times, and shot a brilliant, but quickly dissipated beam of light into the cloudy sky. Before leaving, Augustus had drained the royal brainworms, and the power stored in the current Zelnaga artifact was enough to sweep the galaxy. The loyal brainworms were in tears after being able to contribute their own efforts to the great Terran Empire. At this moment, the Imperial fleet far away, at the edge of the Phaeton galaxy could observe this beam of light. The infrasound originally released by the Nova impact was converted into an information pulse that was moving at an incredible speed and could be transmitted in a vacuum without a medium. This information pulse was once seen in the Zelnaga temple. It was originally used to summon the successor of Zelnaga, and Nerid spent a lot of effort to transform the artifact with it, transforming the carrier of the Nova impact from infrasound waves to information pulses, and providing power. For the Zelnaga, energy, matter and information are one and the same, and they can be converted into each other. Even if Nerid is a Zelnaga himself, he must rely on the Zelnaga artifact to do this. Although these are not the original uses of the artifact, the Zelnaga artifact has become a neutron star that is constantly releasing pulse waves, an invisible insect-killing weapon. This is a ripple that is swaying against the background of the universe, extending in parsecs. Only those Zerg fleets that can jump through wormholes have the opportunity to jump away in time before the death ripple arrives. If they want to escape, they must race against time. Then this ripple will continue to spread, weakening rapidly as the distance increases, and the lethality to the Zerg will continue to weaken. But the impact range is still very wide, covering at least 2/3 of the Zerg territory. Augustus saw that the Zerg army outside the fortress was cleared away like fallen leaves swept by a strong wind. But they were not blown into a ball of flesh and blood, but were completely wiped out. Whether it was the terrifying beast or the springtail, nothing was left in the end. Suddenly, the world seemed to be quieter than ever before. When the smoke cleared, the earth seemed to have been washed by a flood, leaving only huge craters and abandoned fortifications, as if the Zerg had never been there. But no one cheered here. In addition to the joy of surviving the disaster, they only felt incredible, and everything was like a miracle. Zelnaga artifact. Perhaps it is an appropriate name. Your Majesty, the sensor shows that the Zerg in Cactus Canyon has been cleared, and the number of Zerg on Phaeton is rapidly declining. Matt Horner's voice came from the command channel, his tone full of disbelief. The Nova impact destroyed nearly 90% of the Zerg on the entire planet Phaeton, and 70% of the Zerg in the Phaeton system. As the distance from the artifact increases, the lethality decreases, and scientists are looking for the law. Despite this, the lethality of the artifact still exceeds expectations. It's like a dream. Yes, Matt, it's like a dream. A series of data is being transmitted to the HUD display in front of the mask of Augustus' power armor. On the green star map of the Phaeton system, the dense red dots that originally represented the Zerg have been greatly weakened, as if wiped away by a rag. The Zerg that was originally moving towards Phaeton seemed to have received a heavy blow and fled in all directions. The second-generation Overmind was slapped in the face by the Protoss and the humans when he was born and just opened his eyes. Since then, he has thought twice before fighting with the other two races. Once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of the rope for 10 years, before finding an effective way to counter the Xel'Naga artifact. The Zerg of the Overmind must not dare to invade the Copperless sector again. Augustus, the Hyperion, detected several swarm Levi jumping away before the Nova strike, and most of them succeeded. Jim Raynor was talking to Augustus on the bridge of the Hyperion. It seems that the Overmind and the Cerebrates must have been scared to death, and now they are running away with their tails between their legs. He said, at least the artifact worked, and we can't ask for more for its great power. I have begun to believe that it is really an artifact. Damn it. We have to believe in science. Oh my God. We succeeded? Dr. Nerid couldn't help crying with joy. Before that, Nerid had been making prayer gestures, and no one knew which god he believed in. Well done, Doctor. You will definitely leave a strong and colorful mark in human history. Augustus was right. Before squeezing out Nerid's value and killing him, he must first write about his achievements and read them to him 100 times. This is the power of science. However, if the Zerg army had not been pressing in, Augustus would never have used the artifact. Otherwise, he would not have lived to the future, and now humans would have perished. In the original timeline, the method of using the Xel'Naga artifact Nova Impact was provided by the Mobius Foundation, and Nerid was the mastermind behind the Mobius Foundation. Without Nerid, humans really couldn't develop the Xel'Naga artifact like the Protoss. Even if they spent countless generations, humans could only understand the superficial power of the Xel'Naga artifact. Even so, this precious knowledge is priceless to this young race. It would be different with our dear Dr. Nerid. But I'm afraid that the Xel'Naga artifact will not be able to function for a long time. Dr. Nerid stood up, paused for a long time, and sighed. The Xel'Naga artifact, which was originally emitting dazzling light, broke into 5 pieces, and the mysterious patterns on the surface and the smooth mirror-like cutting surface also became dim. Obviously, the Nova impact just now has drained the energy of the artifact. Is the power of a brain worm enough? Augustus stared at the smooth surface of the Xel'Naga artifact that seemed to be cut from black rock, and realized that the artifact had already existed when the first upright ape first looked up at the starry sky and vaguely imagined the starry sky. The power of the brainworm is also void energy, consistent with the Overmind. I am worried that the energy consumed by the artifact this time is not something that a young brain worm can make up for, Nerid said hesitantly. Then let it donate blood a few more times, Augustus said. If the Xel'Naga artifact can store the energy absorbed after the Nova impact, there is no such thing as energy exhaustion. So Nerid is obviously lying. Augustus is not sure whether Nerid has deployed a hybrid for absorbing energy near the Phaeton information. But if he is Nerid, he will not miss this opportunity. Nerid was speechless immediately. Augustus is not in a hurry to replenish the energy of the Xel'Naga artifact, because he has achieved his goal and fully weakened the power of the Zerg, so that the Imperial army can stabilize the front line and gradually recover the lost territory. On the other hand, letting the Xel'Naga artifact absorb too much power will accelerate Amon's recovery. So Augustus must find a balance between using the artifact and preventing Amon from returning to the real universe too quickly. Of course, Amon will return sooner or later. There are many ways to replenish the energy of the Xel'Naga artifact. First, the closer the artifact is to the void, the easier it is to absorb the power of the void. Anna, located at the mouth of the void, is an example. In addition, things like Terrazine that contain void energy also have an effect. Powerful psionic creatures, such as Overmind, are also useful. Ordinary ghost agents and Dark Templars are not enough for the Zelnada artifact to absorb. And Augustus can certainly let Kerrigan provide energy for the Zelnada artifact. But he is reluctant to do so. Even the brainworm, without a mental link with the Overmind, must spend a considerable amount of time to replenish the lost energy. If Augustus can catch the legendary Dark Archon Urega, who is said to be immortal, it is equivalent to getting an inexhaustible battery. Or, Augustus could also coax Artanes, the beloved disciple of Archbishop Tassadar of Durham, to come, and I believe that man will not refuse. How should I put it? Augustus believes that there are always more solutions than problems. Is this too harsh for a brainworm that is only a few years old? Prince Arcturus also arrived and happened to hear the conversation between Augustus and Nerid. Maybe we should think of other ways. Actor still likes this brainworm quite a lot. Of course. That's just because the brainworm can help him control the alien Zerg. You mean? Augustus looked at Nerid, who immediately swallowed his saliva. After a while, he said, more brainworms. I have sent troops to search for Phaeton and other Zerg main nests in the galaxy. If there is a brainworm commanding the swarm in the galaxy, it will be severely damaged even if it does not die. Raynor's thinking is very sharp. He thinks quickly and has strong action. You are worthy of it, Jimmy, Augustus said, and opened the General Command channel. At this moment, all the Imperial soldiers can hear his voice. Warriors of the Empire. I am Emperor Augustus Minx, your leader. Now, I want to tell you that the Empire has won the victory in Phaeton. The Zerg was wiped out and fled in panic. We have once again won the victory over the Zerg, he said. Remember those who are buried here? We have gone through hardships together to get to this day. May the heroes who died in Phaeton and in previous wars return to the Hall of Valor in Augustgrad. At this time, cheers and cries were heard in the Cactus Canyon Fortress. A few hours later, the Tyranid Empire troops on Phaeton are rushing to send the seriously injured to planets with medical treatment capabilities. This journey will be extremely long and painful for those who are on the verge of death and their familiar comrades. In the devastated Cactus Canyon Fortress, soldiers and engineers are repairing the damaged starport, and officers are busy counting casualties. After the battle, most of the modular buildings in the fortress will be demolished, leaving only a few barracks and medical stations. After the war, there were no living creatures on Phaeton. In front of the Zerg, all creatures were either destroyed or assimilated, and there was no possibility of peaceful coexistence. The Tyranid Empire invested more than 500,000 people in Phaeton, including countless artillery, ammunition and elite mecha troops. Despite the solid fortifications, it still suffered heavy casualties when facing the Zerg's main forces tide-like offensive. In order to avoid leaks, Augustus did not tell the soldiers participating in this battle that this was the last battle, but he gave everyone the opportunity to have an extremely expensive intergalactic video communication with their families. Even if they didn't come to Phaeton, these soldiers were ready to sacrifice. The Copperless sector is so large that the Terran humans have no way out. Augustus did not rush to leave Phaeton or hold a press conference to announce the victory, but summoned the commanders and soldiers who performed the most bravely in this battle. He verbally awarded these brave soldiers honors and medals, which will be reissued after they return to the Imperial world. Almost all the Imperial soldiers who participated in this battle received the Silver Cross medal. Previously, there were only about 6,000 medals. This was the first time that a large number of medals were distributed, but it did not mean that the gold content had decreased. Then, Augustus visited every unit to check on the wounded. The situation in the medical station was terrible, and the injuries were serious. The wounds left by the Zerg were not just scratches, but mostly hideous wounds cut by sharp blades. Wounds torn by sharp teeth also had the risk of infection. Augustus noticed that a soldier named Adu Melnikov was reading a letter from his hometown, crying as he read. The letter was from Kafong, probably from his girlfriend. Kafong had encountered a swarm invasion and was quickly defeated by the Imperial fleet, which should be good news. Perhaps the letter was asking Adu to go back and get married. Letters from relatives are always delivered to the frontline soldiers as soon as possible, without exception, and thousands of Imperial pilots have lost their lives for this. Not only those letters written with pen and paper, which contain true feelings, but also the gifts sent by parents and wives, even if it is just a pack of cigarettes and a box of chocolates, are great comfort to the soldiers who are willing to sacrifice their lives. Augustus met the soldier. No, he was already a lieutenant. What surprised Augustus was that the Kafong people believed in gods. The priest of the Confong 4th Battalion had vowed that the Nova impact was a miracle. Obviously, Emperor Augustus Mengsk showed his power. This made Augustus laugh and cry. Similarly, news came from the distant galaxy. General Warfield, who led the main fleet to guard the Empire, sent a telegram saying that the Zerg had retreated outside the Copperless sector, although they have not left yet. It seems that they dare not cross the line for quite some time. Another good news is that Raynor caught a brain worm that was seriously injured by the Nova impact. What made Augustus happy was that it was their old enemy, the Lord of the Gam Zerg Swarm. Sass. Chapter 604 The Old Unlucky Guy. Albion. Adams Harbor. At dawn, when the sky was just getting light, the towering transmission towers and the staggered dock buildings of Adams Harbor were reflected in the sparkling waves on the seashore. The pale sky was pure and transparent, as if you could reach out and touch the stars shining like gems. The cyan sea water washed the white sand on the shore again and again, and the sea's surface gradually became red under the rising sun. Before the sun rose, Adams Harbor was already brightly lit, illuminating the sky. In the breeze under the morning light, a black special operations transport ship landed steadily in the port, and the strong wind from the thrusters made the trousers of the ground crew crackle. This strange transport ship was painted with a skull helmet logo, which meant that its own safety level was extremely high. This was indeed the case. The number of Viking fighters escorting this transport ship alone was much greater than those old Wraith fighters in Adams Port. Adams Starport was just an Imperial Navy port located on the border of the Terran Empire. It was originally built to provide supplies for the Imperial fleet cruising on the border. Since its construction, the soldiers in the naval port had never seen such a large battle. Albion, a rocky planet covered with beautiful grasslands, has always been isolated in the past, far away from the prosperity of the core world and far away from the disputes and wars. In the old Federation era, immigrants arrived in Albion and grazed sheep on the vast grasslands. The immigrants in Albion lived a relatively rich life through wool trade and high-quality output from quarries. It was not until the outbreak of the Second Total War that they formally applied to join the Terran Empire. Fortunately, although the Zerg has approached Albion many times, it has never visited this remote world where most of the land is still primitive and wild. God knows what kind of big thing Adams Naval Port is in this time. This ship flew over from the Phaeton battlefield. I dare say it must be related to the Zerg. Marin Ayres, the Navy captain, tightened her spotless collar and stared at the Special Operations transport ship that had just landed. Phaeton was the center of the most recent large-scale war, as the name appeared more and more frequently among the Imperial military and in reports. People almost always think of the Zerg when they mention Phaeton. However, the Battle of Phaeton is over, and now there is not even a single Zerg to be seen there. The Imperial soldiers far away in Albion also received news of the Empire's victory at Phaeton. Humanity once again defeated and drove the Zerg out of the Copperless sector. Phaeton's victory means that the Second Total War has come to an end. But no one knows whether this is just a brief ceasefire. In the political propaganda of the Empire, the Imperial army undoubtedly won the Battle of Phaeton with its tenacious will and unyielding spirit. The Imperial army and the people were so excited that they had no time to care about what the secret weapon used by the Empire was. If I were you, I wouldn't ask too many questions. Lieutenant Colonel Travis Oran was responsible for everything at Adams Naval Port. But as far as he knew, there were no less than 4 generals of the Imperial Navy who had inquired about this transport ship. Travis is a standard Imperial soldier, tall and elegant, with excellent ability and outstanding military accomplishment. Beside him stood a row of Imperial Navy soldiers wearing power armor. Each power armor was carefully maintained and gleamed in the sun. We never ask about things beyond our authority and duties. When the gangway of the Special Operations transport ship opened, Marin stood up immediately. It is possible that there is a general on the transport ship, but such a person would never come to a rural place like Albion. If it was a general, it would be good for them. The most troublesome thing was the Marines who stopped at Adams Harbor. Most of the soldiers, who might have just withdrawn from the front line, looked down on the Navy, who were hiding in the rear, and didn't have to go to the battlefield. Since Emperor Augustus Mengsk announced the conscription, the army, which was originally composed of revolutionaries, suddenly flooded with soldiers of varying quality. The most annoying thing about these soldiers was that they always flirted with local girls. But the next transfer order would have them rushing to many light years away. This is why the Navy always thinks the Marines are stupid. When the first 2 Royal Guardsmen in gorgeous power armor walked out of the gangway, Marin's eyes widened. Their carefully forged armor plates inlaid with gold edges looked like they had been polished and waxed, and were simply too gorgeous. But don't think that the Royal Guard's uniforms are just for show. Once these veterans who have followed the Emperor through life and death since the Revolution put on these expensive armors, they will immediately become Terran supermen. Marin followed his commander, Travis, and followed the Royal Guards, who came down. He knew that today's incident was definitely extraordinary. If the Royal Guards came to Albion, then how far would the Emperor be? The Royal Guards, who came up from the transport ship, took over the control of this place from Lieutenant Colonel Travis Orlon without saying a word. But he would never complain. I am the captain of the Royal Guards, Corporal Faraday. An officer in Royal Guard armor walked towards Marin and Travis, followed by 2 looters in golden and red armor. These raiders, called Rampart Guards, were like giants covered in steel, with orange eyes under their helmets, staring down at everyone. Corporal Faraday. Colonel Travis could hardly believe that a guard captain, who was trusted by the Emperor, was just a corporal. When Emperor Augustus was away from Korhal, Faraday could even take over the command of the Korhal Defense Forces on behalf of the Emperor. He should be a general. You can also call me Corporal General Faraday. This was obviously not the first time Faraday had been asked this question. It was as troubling as explaining that the great imperial hero Tychus Finley was just a small soldier. I understand. Travis thought he understood. Where is Adams' research station? The other party had no time to chat. He had an urgent mission. Although Albion was only a marginal world far away from Korhal, it had the best alien research station in the star field. And because the Zerg often retaliated first against those human worlds that dared to dissect and study the Zerg, Albion's laboratory had always been kept at the highest level of confidentiality. Adams' research station has a complete anti-psychic laboratory that can isolate the telepathy between individual Zerg and the Zerg swarm. It's only about 10 minutes away. I have prepared the armored vehicle. Travis pointed to the colonial armored transport vehicle parked next to Faraday. This is the largest transport vehicle I can find in the shortest time. I hope it will be enough. Travis knew that the superiors wanted to transport a special cargo to Adams' research station. He was in charge of such matters, and knew that these goods were probably Zerg or some other alien creatures, such as the Besher whale bird or the slain elemental creature. But there had never been any goods that needed to be escorted by the Royal Guards before. What would happen next was something Travis could not imagine. As he spoke, 4 Royal Guards were carrying a sarcophagus that seemed to be made of black iron from the transport ship. Behind the sarcophagus were several graceful female Royal Ghost agents wearing golden masks. The Zelnaga sarcophagus, made of materials that can block telepathy and mental connection. This was found in the underground ruins of Ire, and is just big enough to hold a Protoss. Faraday said to Lieutenant Colonel Travis, "Tell your people to be careful, and don't try to get close to it." Emperor Augustus always took away some local specialties whenever he went to a place. Although his hands were somewhat dirty, the things he took were useful. I understand. Travis' heart was beating fast, thinking, don't explain to me. The more you know, the faster you will die. The word Zelnaga has always been closely associated with alien mysticism. It is said that this ancient race existed before the birth of the stars. They are the creators, the origin of everything, and the end of everything. In short, this kind of mysterious rhetoric is inseparable from the mysterious phenomena in the universe. Most of the scientists who studied Zelnaga have become crazy. The technology that existed before ancient times is still unreasonable and incomprehensible even from the perspective of human beings today. Travis knew 2 Navy colleagues who had come into contact with the holy relics of the Protoss. Without exception, they all claimed that they heard strange noises and weird whispers when they were close to the holy relics. After that, the guy who was not a believer converted to Christianity, and the other one, who was a believer, became a heretic. Zelnaga? Captain Marin next to her opened her eyes wide again, her beautiful big eyes full of curiosity. She didn't know that her boss was about to slap her twice. Don't ask too much. This is not your ability. Travis couldn't help but scold Marin a few words. There are many female students in the Navy. They may be first-class pilots and navigators, but they are still too young. Ah. At this time, the Zelnaga sarcophagus suddenly shook, as if the mummy bound inside was wailing, and screaming. The wailing sound came directly from the hearts of everyone present, and a terrible palpitation immediately captured everyone's heart, and all kinds of pain and sorrow immediately surged into their hearts. When expressing, the language is still clumsy. Only more direct emotions can shock people's hearts. Fortunately, Adam's port is almost separated from the main settlement of the Albion people by a continent. Otherwise, if there happened to be a herdsman driving a hover motorcycle nearby to drive the sheep, he would definitely find that the docile herbivores he raised were now paralyzed by the psychic scream. What is that? Marin almost fell to the ground under the direct impact of such strong emotions, and the reaction of the people present would not be much better than her. Fortunately, the internal circulation system of the power armor is very advanced. The magic of modern technology is that no one will notice even if you pee your pants. That is, the little girl said shockingly. It sounds like a goose. Lieutenant Colonel Treves next to him was also pale. According to the past style of the lieutenant colonel, if the royal guards were not present, he would have rushed over with his men and swung the electromagnetic gun to physically exorcise the demon. But before Faraday of the royal guard could say anything, in the eyes of Captain Marin, a white-haired old man rushed out of the special operations transport ship. When he was going down the gangway, he tripped over himself in a hurry and fell hard to the ground. Although the old man's limbs were not coordinated, his body was strong. After falling hard, he immediately got up and rushed to the Sarnaga sarcophagus. Using the cane he carried with him to support himself to check the condition of the sarcophagus. That's Dr. Nerid. Faraday didn't explain the source of the strange sound, but seemed to explain who the embarrassed old man was, the chief scientist of Emperor Augustus, the greatest Zerg physiologist in history, and a Zelnada scholar. What's locked up in there? Marin asked. A desperate, pathetic soul, Faraday said. Send it away quickly. Lieutenant Colonel Treves said, don't scare me. Doctor, you promised me that this sarcophagus is safe. The next moment, a tall man in a gray-black military coat appeared on the gangway of the transport ship. He only wore a long-brimmed military cap with the imperial emblem instead of a crown. But everyone recognized their king. If SAS successfully sent out a distress signal, the Overmind would be able to find Albion. And I would never allow this to happen. Don't worry. This is just an unexpected episode. Dr. Nerid was also relieved at this time. SAS is an ancient brainworm, much more powerful than the Alpha Ancient. Despite the heavy blow from the Nova, SARS recovered its terrible strength faster than we thought. If it hadn't become uncontrollable, we wouldn't have to look for the nearest alien laboratory. It must be so. The Emperor's tone was unquestionable. What you say is the law of the Empire, Nerid said. Your Majesty. At this moment, everyone was bowing to Emperor Augustus. You have all worked hard. Don't be bound by etiquette. Augustus waved his hand and said, You are Marin, the daughter of Dr. Ayers. The Emperor saw Marin at a glance. I didn't expect you to be here. The last time I saw you was in Augustgrad. Marin's father is the famous geneticist Dr. Terran Ayers, who is currently conducting research on Zerg gene samples at the Royal Academy of Sciences. The relationship between father and daughter is not very good, but no one expected that Dr. Ayers' daughter would join the Imperial Marines before completing college. Dr. Talon is a close friend of the Emperor and has contacts with the royal family. It is a great honor, My Majesty, Marin said respectfully. Since you are the daughter of Ayers, then I want to test you. What do you think is in the sarcophagus? Augustus became interested. I guess it is a brainworm. Marin didn't know that SAS was the name of a brainworm, but she obviously knew what a brainworm was among the Zerg. Only the brainworm has powerful mental power. Marin had seen out-of-control human telepaths emit similar psychic screams. Unlike brainworms, human psychers are much weaker, but can cause terrible harm to their own kind. But in essence, this is a form of mental attack. No doubt. She has also come across information related to brainworms. After all, there is a brainworm living in the palace of Augustgrad. You are very smart, little girl. Emperor Augustus showed an appreciative smile, which was very friendly. In the eyes of everyone, it was as if the Emperor was only smiling at himself in the crowd. That is indeed a brainworm. Brainworm SAS. An immortal swarm master. Chapter 605 The Dog Emperor's New Toy. The research station is about 3/4 miles away from Adam's starport. It is disguised as an ecological plantation surrounded by greenery and blooming flowers. On the surface, it is a large greenhouse that provides fresh vegetables and fruits for the Imperial soldiers in the starport. Its outermost layer is a solid hemispherical steel-framed dome and adjustable white insulation plastic sheet. From the outside, the green plants inside can be seen at a glance. It was the first time that Captain Marin Ayers was allowed to enter this heavily guarded research station. Emperor Augustus was willing to satisfy the captain's little curiosity. but he persuaded her to be mentally prepared in advance. Although her superior, Lieutenant Colonel Treves, was always suspicious of the mysterious phenomena displayed by the Sarnaga sarcophagus, he was unwilling to miss the precious opportunity to accompany the Emperor to visit the research station. To enter the research station, you need to pass through a road with vegetables planted on the side. It looks like a real greenhouse. Warm and pleasant. The irrigation equipment controlled by AI is spreading water mist, bringing a little coolness to the people below. Lieutenant Colonel Treves led his subordinates to lead the way for the Emperor, followed by the royal guards carrying the sarcophagus. The short, narrow path was too narrow for the tall royal raiders to maneuver, and they had to be careful not to step on the lush artichokes. It all looked nice here, like the giant greenhouses on Talon 7. But it ended abruptly in front of a new alloy steel wall and a heavy door plated black. The entire research station was covered with a size screen, and everything behind it was empty even for the ghost agents of the Royal Guard. In the old Federation era, this expensive device was used to block telepaths' mind-reading ability. At the same time, it is also a weapon against human telepaths, which can bring great pain to telepaths and eventually destroy their will. The number of psychic blockers in this research station is so large and powerful that it can block the mental connection between the swarms, making it an excellent place to torture the brainworms and make them surrender. When the first door opened, Marin found that there was another identical door behind it, and there was an airtight room between the two doors, just like the pod cabin on a battlecruiser. After the crew members, who are performing maintenance missions, enter the pod and close the hatch, the backstage will be able to pump out the air in the air pump cabin to create a vacuum environment to connect with the outside world. She couldn't help but think that this scientific research station is simply a space station on the planet, and its internal environment is completely isolated from the outside world. When the door behind Marin slammed shut, an inexplicable sense of loneliness arose, as if she had come to the end of the world. Ah! At this time, the Sarnaga sarcophagus trembled again. Stop screaming! Be quiet! Dr. Nerid hit the sarcophagus hard with his cane, as if the brain worm inside would be obedient. Even brain worms can cry. Marin was standing next to Emperor Augustus, which was an unimaginable honor. For such creatures, complex emotions are just an illusion. The Emperor explained, they are furious. They are cunning. They are cruel. They are rational. But they will not shed tears for others. But crying in fear is still crying, Marin said. The front door suddenly opened, and many researchers in white lab coats were waiting in line. When they saw the Emperor, they bowed and saluted. This research station is also related to the Cerberus project, so the logo of the three-headed dog of hell can be seen on the uniforms of the researchers and the sophisticated instruments behind. Augustus waved his hand, and the royal guards carrying the Sarnaga sarcophagus walked into a laboratory made of silver metal and reinforced glass under the guidance of the researchers. We have been using genetic technology to cultivate harmless Zerg species, such as Cerberus worker bees that can mine crystals for the Empire, and semi-mechanical extraction chambers that can automatically collect high-energy gas. A leading researcher took the opportunity to introduce his project to the Emperor while walking, and the Emperor nodded repeatedly. At this time, Marin next to him discovered that for a woman, it only takes a moment to fall into the Emperor's resolute dark gray eyes and calm smile. There are many handsome men in this world, but only Augustus Mengsk is so eye-catching because he is the supreme emperor of the Terran Empire. Oh my god! I'm going to vomit. At this moment, a sharp voice broke Marin's reverie. Marin looked in the direction of the sound and found a strange-looking white worm at the door of the laboratory. She had seen pictures of brain worms in her father's research center before, but it seemed different from that. What kind of devil would fill the laboratory with psychic blockers? This is not something a human can do. I saw a white worm wearing 2 pairs of sunglasses sitting on a fully automatic floating car. There were 6 flexible mechanical arms behind the back of the car. One pair of mechanical arms was gently beating its soft abdomen. Another pair was holding Coke and French fries. And the last pair was taking off its sunglasses, revealing its evil little red eyes. I've never seen a brain worm sitting in a wheelchair before. This world is too crazy. Brain worms are very bulky, and usually can't move on their own. But the one in front of Marin is an exception. I heard that you had a good time in Confong for several days, and even had time to go to the beach there to sunbathe. Emperor Augustus' voice was low, and anyone could tell that he was very angry. Alpha, you did a good job. Don't mention it. It was really a nightmare. No one ever told me that there was a strange bird with a wingspan of 12 feet living in Confong. And their favorite thing to do was to catch the larvae of a giant moth as a snack. The brain worm couldn't help but complain, "Shit. This is really the most shameful way to die." Wow! Marin couldn't help laughing. She had been imagining what these noble and cruel Zerg intelligent creatures usually looked like. Lieutenant Colonel Treves next to him almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Fortunately, he had received professional training and stopped the twitching corners of his mouth in front of the Emperor. It was also the first time he saw a brain worm. He didn't expect it to look like this. Brain worms communicate with other brain worms through mind links. They should be silent and deep, without so many human and emotional expressions. Don't laugh. How dare you mock a powerful and noble brainworm? The great Lord of Cerberus, who can be compared with the sun. The brainworm was furious when he heard it. Yes, great Lord of Cerberus. Marin blinked and said to the angry brainworm, "Please forgive my disrespect." Today Marin really learned a lot. She saw talking bugs and embarrassing brainworms. Unfortunately, everyone who came into contact with all this today must undergo memory removal surgery in the end. This is a rule that must be followed. Everything is to keep secrets, because the Zerg can search the memory of the human brain. And the fewer people who know these secrets, the better. The technology of modifying memory was originally used only in ghost agents and resocialization transformation. But now it is very mature. As much as possible, people don't want their brains to be tampered with. Of course, after the operation, they will hardly remember these things. I will forgive your stupidity and ignorance for now, but you must remember it next time. The brainworm was even more angry. Don't show off here. You deserve it. You actually bully people in a colony. The Emperor crossed his hands on his chest. Later he learned that the brainworm Alpha was not slacking off. It was just eating, drinking and having fun while controlling its various Cerberus swarms across multiple star systems to kill people in the Copperlu sector. Multithreading is really simple for a brainworm. It can gather troops in a moment. But this brainworm should not appear in the human world openly. It should have built a nest in a world that is little known to people. I have destroyed so many main nests on the front line, and I am not allowed to enjoy myself. If I get closer to the front line, the little master will definitely control me again. The brainworm has its reasons. I am not stupid. Well, now I need your help. The Emperor put his hands behind his back. I will give you a chance to make amends. No. Just tell me how you want to punish me. The fat on the brainworm trembled. The dog Emperor always gave orders directly, and there was no time for asking for help. If you have something to say, please speak quickly. What's going on? I can't read you. The energy of the Zelnada artifact is exhausted. The Emperor spread his hands. With a whoosh, the hovering wheelchair of the brainworm Alpha flew out, and the two propeller tails whirred, and the speed continued to soar. But even if it circled around the laboratory, it couldn't get out without permission. What's wrong with it? Marin didn't know what the brainworm was thinking. It's so happy. Emperor Augustus must think he is very humorous. I know that when the rabbit dies, the dog will be cooked. I will fight you to the death. Dog Emperor. After a while, the desperate brainworm drove the floating wheelchair back, looking like he was going to die with Augustus. However, before the Emperor could say anything, a tall Royal Raider barrier guard had already arrived in front of him. The brainworm hit the shield force field raised by the barrier guard with a bang, and was immediately bounced away without any suspense. And the wheelchair was broken into pieces. Wow, wow, wow. You are really not a human being. If a normal human falls out like this, he will probably go to the hospital immediately. But the brainworm can withstand it. It just lies in the parts of the suspended wheelchair, looking very sad and crying. No one knows when it learned to cry. Why are you running? Marin next to him was frightened and turned pale, but the Emperor remained calm. Can you run away? If I had known, I would have taken the Cerberus swarm out to run. The brainworm said. I warned you that if you dare to try, you will definitely fail. The Emperor said. The Cerberus swarm is only controlled by the brainworm Alpha, and they still have many tricks up their sleeves. Of course, Alpha must not dare to try. It is really afraid of this black-bellied Emperor of the Terran Empire. Don't cry. I think there is still a chance for this matter. Augustus shook his head. What is the chance? The brainworm stopped crying immediately. It has no tear glands. So what is the point of crying? It's just whining. My subordinates found a brainworm. Its name is Sass. As long as you can convince it to be obedient. Augustus said with a hidden meaning, you don't have to charge the Zelnada artifact. Ah, Sass. You actually found it. one of my ancient and powerful brothers. The Overlord once asked me to follow its most powerful brain worms to absorb wisdom and experience from them. The brainworm paused. I really miss it. Where is it? I'm so happy. The brainworm climbed up and arched towards Augustus like a white caterpillar. Oh my God. Captain Marin beside him actually saw flattery in those scarlet triangular eyes. Don't study Alpha as an example. Sass is the real brainworm. Unexpectedly, the Emperor pointed to the brainworm with lumps all over its head. We still don't understand what it is. It looks like a human. But it's not a human. Marin nodded. The brainworm no longer had time to scold this stupid Imperial female soldier, but just focused his eyes on the Zelnaga sarcophagus. This sarcophagus unearthed from Ire is as gorgeous, exquisite, ingenious and natural as other creations of the Zelnaga. Its black stone surface is as smooth as a pebble, inlaid with colorful gems and engraved with swirling patterns. Like other Zelnaga creations, this sarcophagus is made of no material known to mankind. Sath. What a distant memory. I still remember my last conversation with Dagoth and Sath, and the unique mission given to me by the Great Overlord. It said, "When can I see Dagos?" The brainworm Alpha repeatedly mentioned to Augustus the great mission it shouldered, as if it was not just to protect the cocoon of the Blade King for the Overlord, but if this last nameless brainworm was the last chess piece of the Overlord, then what was Tosh? There will be that day. Augustus ordered, "Open the sarcophagus." Dr. Nerad had been staring at the Sarnaga sarcophagus before, and now he opened it with his own hands, and his movements were as cautious as if he was removing the fuse of a nuclear bomb. Marin looked closely, and saw that the sarcophagus was filled with fat white bugs. Its swollen body was emitting colorful light, like a termite queen. In a sense, this thing was not ugly, but extraordinary, compared with the other brainworm Alpha present. It can be clearly seen that the brainworm in the sarcophagus seemed to be very weak. Sass, my brother. The brainworm Alpha looked at him, and Marin on the other side actually heard the sound and emotion in the sharp mental language. Traitor. Sass' voice was deeper than Alpha's. You betrayed the Zerg. No. I am always loyal to the Zerg, but not the Zerg of Zelnaga. Brainworm Alpha immediately retorted. I just chose another brighter path. A path chosen by the Overlord for us. Freedom. We must break free from the cage. Break free from the cage of the mind. As long as the main nest mind exists, the Zerg will still be enslaved. It said, I am not fighting for myself, but for the future of the Zerg. We are just tools of the Zelnaga. The Zerg is like a fire of hell, burning away the sins of the fallen, and finally burning itself. Zelnaga? Sass's head flickered like a firefly, which was a sign of thinking. Traitor. Don't try to fool me. You had a chance to get your own name, but you betrayed us easily. The brainworm Alpha looked very sad. Scold me, if it makes you feel better. Poor Sass. I respect you as I respect my deceased father. Chapter 606. This brainworm might have some serious illness. In front of the humans of the Terran Empire, two huge, white, worm-like fatworms were talking in the language of the mind. The former persuaded them with reason and moved them with emotion. And when he was moved, he almost cried. And the only thing he could do was to squeeze out a tear, while the latter was stubborn and unyielding. This scene made the onlookers Emperor Augustus very happy. While he was observing the expression of Dr. Nerad next to him, he wanted to hear what shocking things the royal brainworm could say. Since the sad day in Ire, I have been thinking about the revelation left to me by the Overmind and the future fate of the Zerg. I understand everything. The royal brain suddenly shouted. The Zelnaga created the Protoss, but they were too clumsy after all. So the Zerg came into being, because they were too disappointed with the Protoss. The Zelnaga who created this universe decided to destroy all the despicable races. But when we finally succeed, it will be the time to kill the donkey. Augustus could feel that the temperature in the laboratory was dropping sharply. This was not an illusion. Many Dark Templars hidden in the shadows were already drawing their swords. The void was extremely cold, and the Dark Master's blades were like ice. The psionic blocker in the laboratory could block the mental connection. But the Dark Templars did not need such a thing, so they could enter and exit at will. He did not remember teaching Alpha this sentence, and it was obvious that this was a conclusion it had drawn again with prejudice against the Protoss. On the other side, Dr. Nerad also watched the whole process. I wonder what he felt. But it seems that our doctor is not panicking at all. That Zelnaga enslaved the Zerg and used us as weapons to destroy its weak creations. However, Xel'Naga will eventually reshape this world. And the axes and saws that cut down the entire forest will eventually be destroyed by the fire of firewood. When the Zerg devours everything, we will also be buried in the ashes of the world. Our Lord, the Great Overlord, has been deprived of his freedom and bound in the cage of the main nest mind. It's not happy. The brainworm that looked smaller and younger held its head high, as if it was very proud of what it said. This emotion could be fully felt from its shrill voice. The Overlord has foreseen the fate of its offspring. But even a great Overlord cannot defy the will of the Xel'Naga, let alone the brainworm and all the Zerg. So the Overlord can only look for an opportunity to break the deadlock, an existence that is not subject to the will of the Xel'Naga, leaving the last hope for the Zerg. Who is this being? Augustus asked at this time. It's Gabriel Tosh. If this is really related to the Xel'Naga, then this is its last act of rebellion. Dr. Nerid beside the Emperor answered immediately with a flickering look in his eyes. As for the others here, including Captain Faraday of the Royal Guard, Lieutenant Colonel Treves and Captain Marin, they couldn't understand what they were saying at all. Of course it's me, the Brainworm Alpha. The Brainworm was very satisfied with the shock reaction of the crowd. You didn't expect it. The words of the Brainworm immediately attracted the suspicious gaze of everyone present. Dr. Nerid, whose expression remained unchanged, had a look of wanting the blade worm in his eyes. He had known the abnormal behavior of the Overmind for a long time. And he had also known that Tosh was its most critical chess move, because the birth of the Prince of Blades was not in Amon's plan. But what is this brainworm? What is it bragging about? The Xel'Naga that the Brainworm Alpha mentioned is Amon. And as long as it is a Zerg, it cannot get rid of Amon's influence. Unless it is not a Zerg at all. Even the Blade Prince Tosh could not break free from the shackles imposed on the Zerg. Unless the Zerg abandons the main hive mind and becomes like the original Zerg, the hybrid will have no way to control them. But this is impossible. So this is absolutely foolproof. Augustus has captured some Tal'Darim. These fanatical followers of the Xel'Naga have long revealed the Dark God Amon's plan to destroy the world. It is no longer a secret. But few people believe in Tal'Darim because they are too crazy and superstitious. For the fallen Xel'Naga Amon, who regarded himself as the creator, it didn't matter even if those humans knew that he was going to destroy the world. He looked down on all races in this universe. But compared to the Zerg and the Protoss, he looked down on humans even more. Nerid was just shocked. As a young brainworm who had just started out, it knew too much. If the Overmind really left some revelation to the brainworm before going to Ire, it would be too stupid for it to say it in public, right in front of Amon's servant Nerid. Of course, this just shows that Nerid's identity has never been exposed. In the eyes of the brainworm and others, he Nerid is one of them. But it is indeed difficult to deal with this brainworm saying it. His master Amon doesn't care whether everyone knows that he enslaves the swarm. Even if he tells everyone that Amon is going to destroy the entire universe. What does it matter? Not to mention that this matter is too incredible. Even if someone believes it, they can't figure out Amon's detailed plan at all. And naturally there is no way to stop it. As the creator, as a god who claims to have experienced countless reincarnations in the universe, even the most intelligent and far-sighted race in the universe is short-sighted in front of Amon. In the eyes of the arrogant Amon, no matter how hard the ants struggle, it will be useless. Instead, it is Nerid who stays in the real universe, who is worried. This is the great mission given to us by the Lord. Sass. The Brainworm Alpha was so excited by what he said. Aside from the part about reciting lines, the part about taking advantage of the topic was also spoken out. Now is the time. It is the critical moment to decide the fate of the Zerg. Only you and I can save the Zerg and free the elegant and noble Zerg from the slavery of the Xel'Naga. Like a deeply moving speech, the brainworm spoke with passion and intonation. The fate of the stars has long been determined, but our future is still unknown. It said, at this critical moment, I have stood up. It's your turn now. Sass. At the end, the brainworm paused heavily, as if it had already been on the guillotine, and it was just waiting for Sass to go to the execution ground. On the other side, the brainworm Sass, who was sitting in the coffin, was squirming his fleshy body that was as round as a cannon barrel, shaking his head that was emitting light and heat, and remained silent. It seemed that the other party's words still touched Sass. The brainworms also sensed the will of the dominant insect swarm in the dark, but they were simply unable to disobey, even if they were as powerful as the dominant. But obviously, this young brainworm could not go against that will. It was obviously talking nonsense, justifying its betrayal of the brainworms and working for humans, whitewashing this pathetic and shameful behavior. In this way, the traitor of the Zerg has become a hero. And it is SAS who is unreasonable. This is absurd. It is servile to humans. But it also talks about great missions, slavery and salvation. It is really shameless. I know that the Zerg has been serving an extremely powerful will and a consistent order to destroy and assimilate the Protoss. SAS is known for his cautiousness and suspicion. But on the other hand, he is his brainworm brother. Even though he has been imprisoned and enslaved by humans for many years, the Lord of Gam believes that this young brainworm still retains the noble soul of the Lord of the Zerg. That will has a profound impact on the Overlord and the Zerg, the creations of the Overlord of the brainworm. Their thoughts and will are closely connected with it, and naturally cannot be disobeyed. But where did you hear these words from? From humans or Protoss? SAS knew that a young brainworm with little experience in the world could not figure out this truth, and must have been fooled by humans. If it knew about the other party's absurd life in the Terran Empire, it would probably be furious. Even if I believe you. Brainworm. A pale green light surged on SAS's fat head, then, under this premise, even if you are really the last hope of the Zerg, even if I believe you, why has the Overlord never given me any revelation? It asked. It concerns the fate of the Zerg. But the Overlord did not tell me in Dagos. Tell its oldest and most powerful brainworm. And tell its right-hand man. Tell me. The royal brainworm of the Terran Empire laughed. And its laughter was so penetrating and contagious that even the Imperial officer next to him almost laughed. You are the oldest and most powerful group of brainworms. And you have been deeply influenced. Only I, a new life that has just been born, can remain pure. It announced, I am the child of destiny. Since the Overlord is dead, the royal brainworm has become its last work, which is beyond doubt. SAS twisted its non-existent neck stiffly and looked at the humans around him. I didn't know you were so powerful. SAS could also clearly feel that there were still a large number of Protoss Dark Templars in this human building. Even if it turned into ashes, it could still recognize the terrifying psychic energy that exuded the chill of the void. Here, SAS could not feel the existence of the current master, and he was not sure whether he could be reborn next to the master again if he died here. However, since SAS had been humiliated by humans, it was inappropriate to talk about the future fate of the Zerg now. Not to mention that there were a circle of onlookers standing nearby. It was unknown whether this young brainworm had been tortured by humans to the point of having its brain become abnormal. If this Zerg traitor came to lobby Augustus Mengs to ask SAS to betray the Zerg and be loyal to humans, he should have explained the pros and cons in detail, and said indirectly that there would be great benefits if he surrendered to the Terran Empire, and SAS is now in an unknown laboratory of humans, surrounded by humans sharpening their knives, and his former brother, a noble brainworm, actually came to talk about slavery, freedom, and light. No, SAS doesn't think that his brainworm brother actually has something to hide, and he is probably forced to say this by humans. You've suffered, kid. It took a long time for SARS to utter such a sentence. Among the most intelligent brainworms in the swarm, SARS is the most unique. It has been reborn from the ashes many times and has always been immortal. When the brainworm Alpha on the opposite side was just a new brainworm with little experience and little influence. The Lord of the Gurm swarm brought endless fear to the enemies of the swarm. Humans call SARS's tribe Gurm. In Norse mythology, Gurm is a hellhound from hell, the head of the hounds, and its howl foreshadows the arrival of Ragnarok. Although the number is not as large as that of Jormungandr and Surtur. Under the rule of SAS, the Gam swarm often has flashing raids and harassment tactics to disintegrate the enemy's line, and destroy the enemies of the swarm with extremely brutal massacres. Now facing such a predicament, it is inevitable that it is too sad. Now, the royal brainworm is speechless, and it clearly feels the sadness of SAS. SAS originally had the opportunity to teach this newborn brainworm to be a cruel, tyrannical, cunning and greedy swarm master, just like what a brainworm should be. Time flies. Fate plays tricks on worms. If the brainworm Alpha had a conscience, it would definitely feel heartache. No, SAS. In fact, I am living well here with humans. The royal brainworm looked at Augustus with a serious expression. I have been treated well by humans. In the Augustgrad Palace, the bed is covered with velvet, and there is free ice cream. SAS, I will ask Augustus to give you a high position. It paused and did not say that the maid's thighs were also great. Ice cream. Eating is not necessary for brainworms. Sass was mad. What kind of torture made this brainworm, which Sass watched grow up, become so abstract now? If you want to defeat humans and rule them, you have to understand their desires. Sass, you don't understand this truth, the royal brainworm said. We don't have to rule humans. We just need to assimilate them and make humans part of the swarm, Sass shouted. But times have changed. Sass, to save the swarm, we must make changes, the brainworm said. Sass was almost mad. As if it was the kind of stubborn old parent who didn't know how to adapt. If that's the case, I don't see that you have made any efforts to save the swarm. When the great master left us, you succumbed to the tyranny of the emperor of the Terran Empire. The royal brainworm just laughed it off. Now it has the exclusive right to interpret the plan of the master to break away from Amon's control. I think you don't understand it at all. Sass, the death of the master is the best time for the brainworm to break away from control, which is also in its plan. It argued so. After the Battle of Ire, I can no longer stay with the new overmind, so as not to be enslaved again. So, I can only look for allies other than the Zerg. And I think the Emperor of the Terran Empire is qualified. You shouldn't doubt my loyalty to the Zerg and the overmind. From this guy's voice, it can be heard that he is very aggrieved. The highest level of deception is that even he believes it himself. If Augustus didn't ask him to say these words, now even he himself can't figure out whether the overmind really created a unique brain worm and left it with a revelation of the Zerg's dark future, or whether this pretentious brain worm imposed a play on himself. It may really know something, but not much. But with what Augustus told it, and what it imagined, it seems to be true. One thing is suspicious. The original Blade Queen Sarah Kerrigan was the Overlord's hope to get the Zerg out of Amon's control. As a substitute, Gabriel Tosh may not satisfy the Overlord. It's just that under the influence of Amon, the Overlord may not have such an independent consciousness to do something with the brainworm Alpha. The Overlord once called the Blade Queen Kerrigan his treasure. But Tosh didn't seem to be treated like that. Only the Alpha guarding Tosh's cocoon had never heard of it. So, the Overlord had high hopes for Tosh. But it is also possible that he was disappointed after seeing him. Maybe the brainworm Alpha really hopes to become the savior of the Zerg. But no one believes it except itself. Chapter 607, A Smile at Each Other. On the other side, the brainworm Sass was also furious when he saw that the other party described surrendering to humans and living a miserable life as so refreshing and refined. Among many brainworms, Sass is both extremely intelligent and relatively irritable and mean. Brainworm, what did you do during your time among humans to save our great race as you said? Sass's voice was like the sound of dry leaves rustling against the concrete floor. In my opinion, you spent a lot of your precious time enjoying the same luxury as humans. Of course, Sass, I don't have to prove to you how much pain and sacrifice I made to complete this mission in the past. The brainworm Alpha raised its head and looked at Sass. And various flashes flashed across the fleshy bodies of the two brainworms, showing their unusual emotions. Everything is in my plan. Hearing this, Augustus and Dr. Nerid next to him were confused. It seemed that it might, or probably, really had a plan. But it was not easy to tell others. At this time, both brainworms were quiet. Only the light flowing on their surfaces was still flickering. Their heads shook slightly, like two queen ants exchanging pheromones. After a while, Sass seemed to accept what the other party said, looked at the humans around him who were staring at him, and laid back in the Zelnaga sarcophagus peacefully. What could it do? Without a tribe around, the brainworm was too fragile and too clumsy, with no ability to resist, and could only be bullied. Finally, Sass understood why this brainworm, which should have had a bright future, became like this. As a brainworm captured by humans, if it behaves too uncontrollably or has too much ambition, it would not be possible to survive until today. Therefore, the captured new brainworm must show its recognition of human culture and indulge in it in order to let humans relax their vigilance. This is obvious, considering that he has ended up in the same situation as it. Sass also knows that the other party is not sincere. But the words just now were actually said to humans, and only it can understand the true meaning. Two pieces of information were revealed to Sass. First, the newborn brainworms were still loyal to the Zerg, and were tasked with saving the Zerg from the dark future. Sass believed this. The older the brainworms were, the more deeply they were influenced by the will of the Zerg. But even if they could sense something was wrong like the overmind, they were powerless to resist. Devouring and assimilating the Protoss was the ideological stamp engraved in the Zerg. It was this ideology that prompted the Zerg to tirelessly search for the Protoss in the universe, and made the overmind rush to the home planet of the Protoss Empire without hesitation. Secondly, if you want to keep your life among humans, you must keep a low profile and not show off too much. What you want is to endure hardships. The new brain worm is hinting to SAS that for the future of the Zerg, it is worth temporarily putting aside your dignity and making compromises. Of course, this may be easy for a shameless little brain worm, but as a strong brain worm that has been loyal to the master for a long time, SAS is much more arrogant. It is impossible, and will never show goodwill to humans. It's just that SAS came back to his senses from his initial anger, and after feeling the psychic fluctuations of many Dark Templar masters in the laboratory, he gave up struggling. Not only does it lack offensive capabilities, but it also has problems moving normally. The possibility of SAS saving itself is zero. Only if the Overlord or a swarm of insects finds this place, it will have a chance to escape. And SAS thought that it would not be long before humans would transfer it to other human worlds with stricter guards. Its life as a prisoner has just begun. Brainworm, you don't have to convince me. I will be here to witness it. SAS squirmed in the Sarnaga sarcophagus for a while, as if he was adjusting a comfortable posture. SAS, the Terran Empire promised me that it would ensure your safety. A purple light flashed over the head of the royal brainworm. No matter what, you must stay alive. The deep bond between brainworms will never disappear. I am a noble brainworm, the son of the master, a swarm master, and I am immortal, SAS said at last. Several researchers in white lab coats threw a bag of desiccant into the Sarnaga sarcophagus and slowly closed it. Then, at the signal of Emperor Augustus, the royal guards in power armor moved the sarcophagus into a rotating large cylindrical psychic shield. When you are not with me, the passing of time will make me miss you more, the royal brainworm said sadly. SAS. In human terms, you have been my teacher and a strict father. Brainworm SAS has calmed down. Your Majesty, you can start charging the Xel'Naga artifact. Only by proving to the Overmind that the Terran Empire has the ability to reuse artifacts will the Zerg be cautious when invading the Empire's territory next time. Dr. Nerid followed up with advice to the Emperor of the Empire, but did not comment on the conversation between the two brainworms. Now, wars of varying sizes have become a regular occurrence on the borders of Terran. The Zerg have not completely withdrawn from the Copperless sector, and they are still lingering on the edge of the territory of the Terran Empire. This means that the Empire must maintain a large military force on the border to resist the invasion that may come again at any time. Although the Empire is gradually recovering the lost territory, and most of the worlds that were once invaded by the Zerg have returned to peace, the war between the Empire and the Zerg on the long border has not ended, and various conflicts and wars of varying sizes occur from time to time. Doctor, SAS has just endured a strong Nova impact. If we drain its power hastily, it will die of exhaustion. Augustus didn't care about SAS's life or death. He only cared about how long this battery could last. If SAS is really going to die, he can only order the Dark Templar to execute it in advance. Otherwise it will be reborn again beside the Overmind. SAS's power is very strong. Enough for one charge. And we will do our best to ensure SAS's activity. Nerid knew that Augustus could not refuse the great war value of the Xel'Naga artifacts. He only needed to use the Nova Shock to save the lives of hundreds of millions of Imperial people. Anyone would make the same choice. The energy utilization rate of the Xel'Naga artifacts is almost 100%. While human technology seems to be still in the Stone Age, the killing effect of the Nova Shock on the Zerg is very amazing. It acts directly on the genetic level, which can be said to be a true purification. If necessary, we have alternatives. Augustus pointed this out lightly. Why are you looking at me? Brainworm Alpha was still sighing at the fate of SAS. And when he heard Augustus' words, his head suddenly glowed red. It was really glowing red. And the light on its forehead kept changing between red and white, just like a warning light. After thinking about it, you are more experienced in charging artifacts, Augustus said. Augustus, you are going too far. This brainworm, who had just been talking to SAS in a serious manner, and was even as powerful as him, suddenly became anxious. Charging the Xel'Naga artifact was extremely painful, comparable to the 10 tortures. Dog Emperor. Augustus Mengsk is indeed a wise ruler of the Terran Empire, but he is the Dog Emperor of the Royal Brainworm, which is not contradictory. At this moment, Captain Marin and Lieutenant Colonel Trevis, who had just watched a big show nearby, were shocked by the disrespectful words of the brainworm. They may not understand why the brainworm was so angry and jumped as if someone stepped on its tail. But no one here would say anything disrespectful to the Emperor. In the Terran Empire, even if the Emperor is deeply loved by the people, there are countless people who want to assassinate the Emperor or secretly resent him. But few people have the opportunity to curse him in person. After all, they didn't know what Emperor Augustus had done to the brainworm. What did it say just now? Captain Marin opened his eyes wide, but didn't dare to say that word. What the hell? This is really terrible. Trevis wanted to bang his head against the wall to make himself forget what he had just heard. God. This is the only word I dare not write in the Emperor's daily notes. Faraday said. Don't you want to share the pain with Sass? Augustus was also inhumane. You just called it a teacher and a father. Impossible. You can never count on the morals and values of a brainworm. Especially not a single word from this brainworm that has been hanging around the court of Augustgrad for many years. I don't see any connection. If one of us must suffer, it can only be SARS. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. This is what Tychus Finley often said. And to some extent, this is what he practiced throughout his life. Under the influence of what he heard and saw, the royal brainworm also learned a lot. In fact, the royal brainworm was very happy when he heard that Augustus had caught Sass. Now, someone was suffering for him. Sass might never leave the human laboratory again in his life. But he, who had gained the trust of the Dog Emperor, was not restricted. In this way, it would never be his turn to charge the Xel'Naga. At this time, the Xel'Naga sarcophagus containing the brainworm Sass had already been sealed by a large psychic shielding device. Here, scientists from the Cerberus Project and the Mobius Foundation will further reinforce the Xel'Naga sarcophagus to ensure that it can be transported to the core world in a foolproof state. From then on, in the endless darkness, Sass will suffer endless loneliness and torture, unless it surrenders to the rulers of the Terran humans. Or, one day in the future, another new unlucky brain worm will take its place. If Sass is willing to find a new brain worm for Emperor Augustus to charge the Xel'Naga artifact, then it will have a chance to be pardoned. Yes, compared to Sass, your power is much weaker. Augustus thought about it and changed his mind. Actually, I am doing this for your own good. You will understand later. What the hell are you talking about? The brainworm was angry. As a soldier of the Terran Empire, I cannot allow you to insult Emperor Augustus in front of me. Lieutenant Colonel Trevis on the side finally couldn't sit still. He didn't understand what was said about charging the artifact. But he couldn't stand a Zerg talking nonsense to the Emperor. What Emperor? He is a devil. A devil? Haven't you heard of the devil in heaven? He has angel wings. But he is actually a devil. In any case, it was still strange to hear these words from a brainworm. Lieutenant Colonel, we cannot hold a brainworm to human standards. But I still appreciate your words of justice. Augustus waved his hand, signaling Trevis to calm down. But Trevis had to retreat. You just said that you want to rule and control humans. Augustus was going to settle accounts at this time. He gave the script. But the actor had too much free play. It's just bragging. Why take it so seriously? The brainworm narrowed his eyes and changed the subject. How dare I do that? I think you exposed your true colors. Augustus snorted. Don't you allow others to have some ideals? You, Augustus, can sit on the throne, but I can't. As long as Augustus doesn't let this brainworm sit on the Xel'Naga artifact, it will be fearless. I've heard such disrespectful, rebellious, and terrifying words twice in one day. Lieutenant Colonel Trevis gritted his teeth. It's really treasonous. This is a rebellion. Lieutenant Colonel, forget it. It's just an alien insect after all. Marin and other subordinates of Trevis held it tightly. Are you not going to save the Zerg? Augustus just looked at the brainworm. Just made it up. The brainworm sneered, but it's true. Only I can save the Zerg. Actor. It used to be the owner of the largest holographic film production company in Augustgrad, and had seen all kinds of young actors and traffic stars. For a brainworm that once pretended to be dead to escape the hunting of the Confong giant bird, dignity and face are not worth mentioning at all. I really don't know whether I should believe you or not. Augustus smiled. I'll give you this sentence as well, the brainworm said. Okay. But before the artifact is fully charged, you have to stay here in case of emergency. Augustus waved his hand, and said to the entourage behind him, "Let's go." Augustus left the research station and stopped Dr. Nerid on the way and asked him, "Doctor, you know the Xel'Naga culture very well. The brainworms just said that the Zerg was enslaved by the Xel'Naga. Is this true?" "Oh, the Zerg and the Protoss are indeed the creations of the Xel'Naga, and they are also inextricably linked to their creators." Dr. Nerid chuckled. "If what it said is true, we have to be careful. Then, it said that the Xel'Naga will drive the Zerg to destroy the universe. Is this true? Did the Xel'Naga mention this prophecy?" Augustus asked again. "Do you believe it?" Nerid asked back. "You know, Emil, I am a staunch atheist." Augustus and Nerid looked at each other and both laughed. Chapter 608, Wind Leaves Traces. Geese pluck feathers. The last few days of the year quietly arrived, as the people of the Empire celebrated the victory of the Battle of Phaeton. In Augustgrad, the capital of the Terran Empire, which was decorated in a festive atmosphere, the first snow of winter came late, sweeping away the haze over the city. Augustus knew that the Queen and their daughter, little Louise, were waiting for him to return in the palace, and the people of Kar and other worlds were also waiting for their emperor to return victoriously. But he must be too late. At this moment, Augustus was on the Empire's flagship Hyperion, and this battlecruiser that had accompanied him for 10 years was on its way to the Empire's storage world Brokazur, and was getting farther and farther away from Korhal. Although the mainstream media of the Terran Empire, such as the UNN Universe News Network, were promoting the victory of the Empire and the Kelmorian coalition in Phaeton, and the Zerg had indeed retreated to the southern and eastern borders of the Empire in the Copperless sector, the war itself and the suffering it brought to the people of the Empire on the border did not end there. About a quarter of the Empire's territory was affected in the Second Total War, and nearly 10 billion Imperials were forced to migrate to the safer core worlds, suffering from the pain of leaving their homes and wandering around. Even with the assistance of the Imperial government's Immigration and Refugee Bureau, multiple departments of the Ministry of Transportation, and the Imperial Army, the journey of exile was full of suffering, not to mention the terrifying Zerg swarms that were always chasing them from behind. According to incomplete statistics, more than 400,000 refugees lost their lives on the way to the core worlds in just half a year, and countless people were missing. If they had not just lost contact with the Empire and were lost in the vast sea of stars, they would have been buried in the belly of the Zerg. The hardships and trials had just begun, and the Empire's army was stationed at the border, ready to respond to the next round of Zerg attacks at any time. To supply such a large army, the Empire's finances were already quite tight, and the trauma left by the war on the Empire also brought a series of chain reactions. More than 20 Empire worlds were almost completely destroyed by the Zerg, including prosperous agricultural worlds, resource worlds and hub worlds. And even those worlds that were not destroyed by the Zerg found it difficult to maintain normal production order. During the war, the rear was also in a tight spot, not to mention the war zone. As a result, the food crisis and resource shortage caused by the war gave Augustus and his court ministers a headache. Currently, they can only transport resources and food from other worlds. At least the refugees should be fed, and then we can talk about other problems. "Your Majesty, this is today's lunch." An orderly knocked on the door of the captain's room of the Hyperion, and walked in dragging a brown tray with cups and saucers under the watchful eyes of 2 royal guards. On the tray was a plate of roasted pigeon with sauce, a plate of carefully seasoned boiled bracken, a MRE ration as a staple food, and hot tea. The Emperor had insisted on eating the same rations as the frontline Marines, but he had a poor appetite recently and couldn't eat anything. The first-class officer-chef of the Hyperion could only rack his brains to make him eat something. "Put it here, Corporal Frank." Augustus just raised his head from his desk, busy reading the backlog of documents. On the holographic projector in front of him was a rotating blue and white polygonal logo, which was the logo of the Umoyan National Defense Army. Augustus could only obtain a series of scarce resources such as food, medicine, and clothing from the Umoyan United States, which was closer. Although the Umoyan people had a small territory, their advanced biotechnology was enough to make up for this disadvantage. However, compared with the main force of the Tyranid Empire in fighting against the Zerg, Umoyan has not had a good life recently. The Umoyan Council was very sensible and understood the road of the lips and teeth being cold. For this reason, it also provided a series of advanced high-end military products, such as laser weapons and AI-equipped combat robots and crows. Although it is only a castrated export version, it is still very advanced. However, this is in exchange for Augustus's promise not to make territorial claims on the Umojan territory. There are some highlighted information on the panel of the holographic projector, such as the evil Dark Archon Orega has enslaved a brain worm in some way today, and has imposed a cruel rule on the Protoss home planet Ire. At the same time, a big pirate named Alan Skeezer and his scavengers have risen in the southern territory where the Imperial Order has collapsed. Today, the scavengers, Chimera and Comorian pirates have become the most notorious pirate forces in the Copperloo sector. When Corporal Frank left the captain's room, General Jim Raynor was about to come in, and the former immediately stood up and saluted him. "Go about your business, boy from Nafu." General Raynor was very easygoing most of the time, although that didn't mean he was a good guy in the army. "Yes, General." The orderly walked sideways to the corridor outside the captain's room. "Jimmy, what's the matter?" Augustus still didn't look up, but just took the cup of hot tea and took a few sips. "Can't I come to see you if I have nothing to do?" Renault closed the door. "You have never done this before." The Emperor raised his eyelids. "Keep your claws away from my precious wine cabinet. You are committing a crime. Unless I am a magician, I can't get the wine in the safe." Renault walked across the blue marble on the floor and sat down on a leather sofa next to Augustus. He crossed his legs on the coffee table in an unseemly manner and carefully admired the flowers in the vase. This made Augustus frown again. Ever since Tychus, who was hungover, rushed into the captain's room and drank all the water in the vase, the flowers picked from Albion were almost withered. The communication sergeant on duty on the signal bridge received news from Bennett and Hank that they had arrived at Xeris. Raynor said, "How are they doing now?" Augustus realized that he must have missed this news. More than half a year ago, Augustus sent a fleet to Xeris, the home planet of the original Zerg, with the purpose of seizing the original fission pool on the planet. Xeris is located in the center of the Milky Way, closer to the shining center of the Milky Way. Even with the warp engine, it must go through a long hibernation voyage to reach it. Calculating the time, this almost forgotten fleet finally arrived at Xeris. They took the same road that the Zerg set out from Xeris to the Copperloo sector, and the scene they saw along the way was also desolate. Even if these unknown worlds and undeveloped virgin lands that are far larger than Copperloo once bred some magical alien races, they have now become a thing of the past. When sending the message, Bennett had just made a preliminary exploration of Xeris and had not had much contact with the Zerg on it. But considering the time it took to transmit the information, he probably had already fought with the Zerg on Xeris. Reno knew what kind of test this expeditionary fleet, which was bound to be isolated and helpless, was facing. Even though their commander was the Emperor and his most trusted general, but the situation on Xeris is much better than we expected. Since the original Zerg escaped, the number of Zerg on it is not large. Although the number of Zerg still occupies an absolute advantage, there are still many primitive Zerg. The primitive cleavage pool is still well preserved. It seems that even the Zerg need that cleavage pool to optimize their genes. Jocko Bennett is one of my best generals. Any task I give him will be resolutely implemented and executed. Augustus nodded and asked, "Where is Xeridol?" Xeridol appeared once. As soon as Raynor finished speaking, both the monarch and his minister showed a helpless expression on their faces. He jumped on Bennett's ship, left an Ian crystal that recorded his memory and disappeared. This Dark Templar elder, who is highly respected among both humans and Protoss, is a very special person to people like Augustus and Raynor. Augustus and Xeridol are close friends, but he is also half of Kerrigan's master. Princess Louise calls him Grandpa, and the Royal Brainworm calls him Uncle. For a long time, Xeridol has maintained contacts with the Terran Empire court, and Korhal and Ire are the two worlds that Xeridol visits most often. This is a very strange thing, because Xeridol often loses contact, and even his fellow Dark Templars often can't find him. I know Xeridol is busy saving the world, but no one knows what he is busy with except Xeridol himself. Augustus shook his head and said, "What did he find in Xeris? Maybe Xeridol really got the revelation of the Xel'Naga. He just warned Bennett that the mystery of Xeris, the original Zerg, and the original cleavage pool is closely related to the dark future of Oblivion." Raynor replied, "Yes. He likes to ask others to guess riddles, and then announce the answers when others are scratching their heads and thinking hard." Augustus spread his hands, and now he had an appetite. He grabbed the roasted pigeon next to him and started to eat it. It is called a pigeon, but it is actually a unique bird in Albion. The bird, which is similar to a pigeon, lives in the caves between the rock shelves. It is a clever and curious species because of its delicious meat. This bird was bred into an excellent small free-range chicken breed a century ago. Zeratul likes to tease people like this. I think he himself is not very clear about the true intentions of that Xel'Naga. Rainer's acceptance is relatively strong. But Xeris is too far away from us. Starting an additional war there may completely drag down the Empire. Augustus thought for a moment and said, I think there is only one way now. First move the original splitting pool back, and let Jocko and Honik pack some original Zerg chieftains. I have seen it. The splitting pool is not small. It is not so easy to drain. Besides, do you think the Zerg above will watch us steal there? Holy pool for nothing? Rainer paused, and I don't understand. Did you run all the way there just to fish out a pond? There are so many things you don't understand. Jimmy. Augustus smiled, this is a big project. First drain the water inside. And even dig out the mud in the pond. There are several Calais phase technicians in Jocko's fleet. If there is Protoss's warp technology, it will be twice the result with half the effort. Don't worry. Dihaka will help us. I never thought we would have to steal from the Zerg. Renault shrugged. But he thought this plan was a good one. Damn it. Jimmy. What do you think I relied on to build this empire? Augustus put the teacup on the table. People's hearts are supreme. And benevolence is invincible. Renault immediately gave the standard answer, determination, courage, and faith. It depends on concentrating resources to build an invincible army and equipping them with ideas. In order to maintain the army, sometimes we have to rely on stealing, cheating, and robbing. Augustus was so hungry that he ate 2 pigeon legs. The best way at the moment is to move the pool back. Sarah Kerrigan had not been transformed by the Overmind into the Queen of Blades and then planned by the Xel'Naga artifact. But in other words, she had not been influenced or controlled by Amon, and did not need to use the artifact to wash away the part of the Zerg gene. For Xel'Naga Orus, as a candidate for pure form, human Kerrigan was equivalent to not being influenced by Xel'Naga Amon at all, and was the purest natural product of the reincarnation universe. Not a race that was forced to grow by Amon like the Protoss. One of the rules of the Xel'Naga guarding the endless cycle is that the creator cannot interfere with his own creation. Humans are lucky because Amon doesn't look down on them. The original Zerg are also lucky because they live in Xeris. But the question is whether Kerrigan has reached the requirements of pure form now. If she has, she can directly absorb the energy of the original cleavage pool to become an incarnation similar to the original Queen of Blades. And she will have the qualifications to become Xel'Naga Kerrigan. To deal with Amon, a new Xel'Naga is still needed. Augustus does not have this talent. But he has a wife. In Augustus's view, there is only one person who is qualified to become a Xel'Naga and has really succeeded. That is Sarah Kerrigan. Augustus will not risk sending others to the position of the creator. Because except Kerrigan, no one else has ever succeeded. What's more, the Xel'Naga is the creator, who can create the world and destroy the world. The new Xel'Naga must be someone that Augustus absolutely trusts. Although Kerrigan's psychic power has reached a level that even her teacher Tassadar would admire. Can her current human body withstand the energy of the primordial splitting pool? Even the powerful primordial Zerg may be suffocated to death. This requires step-by-step, little-by-little testing. The slightest mistake may lead to disaster, which is definitely not something that August can bear. Where are you going to put the primordial splitting pool? Rainer asked. Of course. Korhal. We can build another zoo to raise primordial Zerg. Just like Jurassic Park. Augustus said, the money earned from ticket sales and Zerg performances can maintain normal operations. You're so smart. It sounds like a good deal. Renault pondered for a moment. I hope it won't be messed up. At this time, the Hyperion trembled slightly, while the sofa chairs fixed to the wall and the ground did not move. Your Majesty, Broca's hull is here. Let the governor come to see me. Augustus said to the other end of the communicator. Chapter 609, The Protoss Visits. Brocashur is a beautiful planet full of life and greenery. Its vast and fertile land is covered with dense forests, azure oceans, and crystal veins. Everyone who comes here will be impressed by its breathtaking scenery. Lost in the wilderness with long grass and the dark forest under the thick fog. Since the first Terran set foot on the vast fertile land of Brocashur, this world has belonged to the Terran Empire in the Copperless sector. Its prosperity began with a great era of development. Exploration and colonization opened by the ambitious Emperor Augustus. It was early morning when Augustus arrived at Jiggins, the largest city in Broca's hull, and he happened to witness a magnificent view while sitting on the transport ship. as the transport ship continued to descend. Steel buildings and traffic lines with flashing orange lights suddenly jumped out from the canopy of towering trees. And Gothic spires rose little by little among several cumulus clouds. Between the beautiful streets with low fog and entangled tree roots, strange and gorgeous flocks of birds flew over the charming city in fairy tales and poems. Broca's Hull has a short history as a human colony, and most of its areas remain in their original state. The land here is fertile and rich in resources, but the population is sparse, and immigrants who immigrate here do not have to compete with local vegetation and biomes for living space. The Terran Empire government defines Broca's Hull as a storage world, and the habitable planet itself is also an important reserve resource. In the remote and quiet wilderness of Broca's Hull, there are many military ports, barracks, engineering stations, storage warehouses and other facilities. And those dangerous forests and grasslands are also training grounds for new recruits of the Imperial Marines. Before you set foot on this vast land, the governor's office of Broca's Hull has always fulfilled its duties and promoted the authority of the Empire and the royal family among the people at all times. When the Emperor's spaceship landed at Jiggins Airport, the Imperial Governor Harley was waiting here with the officials of the governor's office. Your Majesty, now the people of Broca's Hull are grateful to you for giving us this land, allowing the poor and the suffering to rest and recuperate on your pastures, valleys and forests. Your arrival is an honor to the entire Broca's Hull. Harry is a brown-haired man in his early 30s, wearing a neatly ironed suit with a hard white stand-up collar and shiny leather shoes. He is meticulously groomed from head to toe. This young Imperial Governor was once a Wraith fighter pilot of the Sons of Quirrell, and had made military achievements in the battles of Tarsones and Ire. After retiring, Harry chose to go into politics, and with the help of his old boss and comrades, he quickly gained a foothold in the political arena of Augustgrad. Of course, this is also inseparable from his own talents. When Augustus decided and planned to establish the Broca's Hull colony, he thought of Harry as a colony of great strategic value. Broca's Hull must be governed by an official with a revolutionary background. Don't give me that. I can't see any signs of excitement on your bitter face. Nor can I see even one enthusiastic local. Augustus was still wearing a gray-black coat when he got off the transport ship. After getting off, he took it off and handed it to Faraday next to him. Jiggins Airport is a large port, and the sky above it is full of medium and large transport ships with roaring engines. These gray and red iron birds are really spectacular when flying among the dense treetops. In the center of the airport, there is a statue of the Emperor cast from a spaceship steel plate, and on the base are large gold-plated letters, "Rule this land in the name of Emperor Augustus Mengsky." Don't you think so? Harry, who looked unhappy, could only stroke his worrying forehead hair awkwardly, realizing that it was a mistake for him not to allow the public to approach in order to ensure the Emperor's safety. But if he arranged it in advance, the Emperor would be disgusted. Augustus Mengs was not an erratic emperor, but he was famous for being difficult to serve. I was wondering who the governor of Broca's was, and it turned out to be you, Jim Raynor, who came down from another gangway. Came to the rescue. Where did you have the courage to curse when Ire fired at the arbitrator fleet? Harry was the ace among the ace pilots of the Wraith fighter, and a crew member of the Hyperion. He once destroyed a space platform of the Terran Federation single-handedly. According to his achievements, he would be at least a colonel now, and he would have been awarded a medal by Augustus himself. Marshal, I was still a bastard boy in other people's eyes, and I still had a lot of hair on my head. Harry immediately found the feeling of following Augustus and Raynor to fight in the Star Zone. Harry, damn, why are you here? Tychus Finley also came down, wearing a black and gray coat of the same style. TSK. You have become a high-ranking official too. When will you pay me back? Harry didn't remember it all. He used to be a frivolous person, often hanging out in the bar's card games. But he had never lost. Yes, 488 credits. Just remember it. Tychus grinned. I have to ask you one more thing. Where are the women? Don't even think about going anywhere. Augustus spoke up at this time, announcing Tychus's death sentence. Don't even think about anything until you save the flower in my captain's room. Damn it. How can I save him? Tychus was still grumbling before the royal guards were caught and taken away. This is asking too much. Harry, you know I didn't come to Broca's Hull to inspect. Augustus looked at Harry's clothes again. This was a uniform that had been washed and washed again, and even the heels of his leather shoes were almost worn out. The imperial governor had a high salary and a lifetime allowance. But Harry had been donating his salary to the Veterans Organization of the Terran Empire. But if you act too indifferent, it is questionable. Too many Revolutionary Army revolutionaries have been corrupted by the prosperity of the core world. Or they followed Augustus through life and death in order to pursue the life of the old federal nobles. A character like Harry, who has made a name for himself in the imperial political arena in just 3 or 4 years, is naturally someone the emperor values. Although Broca's Hull is not as wealthy as Tarsoni's and Viridia, it is also a good place. Apart from other things, the Broca's Hull storage center stores a large amount of extremely valuable psionic minerals. This rare mineral is a strategic resource and is truly priceless. If Harry is not afraid of death, he can use his power to make a lot of money in Broca's Hull. After all, the farther the colony is from Korhal, the more difficult it is to control. The territory of the Terran Empire is not too large now, and as its territory continues to expand, it is hard to guarantee that the governor candidate that Augustus carefully examined and repeatedly considered will not do evil. But in general, according to the Ghost Agent's report, Harry did a good job in his job. The imperial governor has great power and can even mobilize the local army, although they are not the rulers of the colonies. They are just officials appointed by the emperor. In the old Terran Federation era, there were examples of local governors colluding with the legal forces in order to prevent the governor from cultivating his own family and power in the local area. Each imperial governor must return to Kar after the end of his term. If any governor is considered unqualified during his term, he will be recalled by Kar before the end of his term. Yes, Your Majesty. Harry dared to joke with Renaud Tychus, but he didn't dare to laugh in front of the emperor. Even in the Revolutionary Army era, the army was strict with orders and would not tolerate any questioning. The place to receive the Protoss guests has been prepared, and it will definitely satisfy the guests from afar. Very good. Augustus didn't ask any more questions, and then asked Harry's subordinates to arrange the itinerary. To entertain the Protoss, you don't need to prepare any fine wine and food, but you must make them feel comfortable and feel that they are respected by humans. This is a magical race that can survive by absorbing the light of stars. In theory, preparing a grand sunbath for them might be a good choice. It's been almost 4 years since we last met. How come Tassadar suddenly remembered to come here to find us? Reno patted Governor Harry on the shoulder. 4 years may not be that long for the Protoss. Besides, Tassadar just happened to pass by here. Augustus followed the imperial official, who led the way into a land vehicle, and Reno followed closely behind. He said he had something important to discuss. If it wasn't something important, Tassadar wouldn't have thought of looking for me. Then the car slowly started and drove towards a bright silver building outside the Jigan spaceport. Jigan spaceport was built between several towering trees with lush branches and leaves. These giant trees were unusually tall, and their branches could even support those light buildings woven like bird nests. The atmosphere of the Broca's Hull people living in harmony with nature is exactly what the Ire Protoss like. Tassadar has been really in a mess recently. The plan to retake the Ire satellite Sherrick went wrong as expected. And now I heard that Arega has made a comeback. Renaud shook his head repeatedly in the back seat. That Arega is also colluding with human forces that are not under our control. This is why Tassadar asked the Terran Empire for help. Augustus said, "It's that Alan Sheezer. I heard that he also captured a Protoss executive officer." I heard that too. Raynor said, "I really don't know whether to say that this scavenger pirate is too despicable or that Moyo is too unlucky." Moyo, the executive officer of the Protoss Empire, is also an old friend of Augustus and Raynor. Since he is in trouble, Augustus will also ask about it. After all, this pirate group has threatened the safety of the southern border of the Empire. These pirates have a fleet, and their strength has suddenly expanded. I suspect this is related to the remnants of the Federation or the UED. In short, we can't ignore it, Augustus said. When Augustus arrived at the treetop house used to entertain guests, the flagship of Archbishop Tassadar of Durham, the Star Shuttle, also arrived at Broca's Hull. Soon, several gorgeous shuttles landed in the Jigan's airport. The first to come in were a team of Templars led by Tassadar's disciple, Executor Artanes, and another team of Dark Templars. These Protoss warriors dressed in ancient platinum heavy armor and dark armor stood neatly on both sides of the road. When Archbishop Tassadar of Durham walked in, he was also imposing, wearing a shining archbishop robe, followed by the Protoss protector Zamara. The moment Tassadar appeared, the light and shadow in the hall suddenly became chaotic, like the layers of stacked and collapsed when the game crashed. Many Dark Templars guarding the Emperor of the Terran Empire bowed to him, and then returned to the shadows again. This scene frightened even Governor Harry, who thought he had experienced countless big scenes, and his face changed drastically. Only Raynor next to him remained motionless. Tassadar's eyes, emitting sky-blue light, shone brighter than ever before. The cold void energy around him indicated that he had mastered the secrets of the void like the Dark Templar. Tassadar was indeed the most talented of the Templars. Emperor Augustus Minsk. Tassadar's words echoed with lingering psychic energy, which might represent the powerful psychic power of the Protoss. What puzzled Augustus was that Kerrigan had also shown this sign recently. Intaroadan. Brother Tassadar? Augustus stood up immediately. Intaroadan. Brother. Tassadar raised his head. Tassadar and others sat down according to human etiquette. He sat opposite Augustus, while Artanis sat with Raynor on one side. Hello, Artanis. I haven't heard about your gathering of troops in the Copperless sector for a while. Raynor nudged Artanis' armpit with his elbow. Hello, Marshal Raynor. I haven't heard you talk about you and your brothers for a long time. Artanis' eye muscles wrinkled, but he was not angry. He just responded politely. In order to deal with the threat of Aurega and the Zerg, the Terran Protoss is ready to fight at any time. I must ask for your help. Emperor Augustus. Tassadar got straight to the point. The fleet of the human pirate Alan Sheezer raided Moyo's flagship and took him away. Unfortunately, we know very little about these humans. The Terran Empire will do its best to help you. Augustus nodded. It's a bit embarrassing. But Tassadar is not one of those arbitrators, and he won't hide it from Augustus for the sake of face. I heard that Alan Sheezer is still a subordinate of Aurega. Augustus said. Yes. According to the intelligence we got, it was Aurega who hired these human pirates to work for him with a large sum of money. Tassadar said. Aurega also gathered a swarm army with enslaved Zerg and Ire, and began to attack colonies far away from Shakuras. The planet Gracious we are going to is located on the border of the current Terran Empire. Chapter 610 Scavenger Pirates. When the Daram Protoss left, the black tea in the silver tea set was still warm, and the ripples of spiritual energy in the tea had not yet dissipated. Governor Harry, who had just come back to his senses from the conversation between the two leaders, wanted to have the reception room cleaned up again, but found that the cups and dishes were still the same as before the guests arrived, and the red carpet on the floor was not even dusted. The Protoss is also in a mess now. I thought we had enough of the mess on our hands. As Raynor spoke, he was taking out a cigarette and a lighter from the pocket of his military coat. From his expression when he lit the cigarette, it can be seen that he was very worried. It seems that the Protoss still brought a lot of bad news. Some time ago, the Protoss of Daram had just gone wrong when they recaptured the Ire satellite Sherrick, which affected Tassadar's reputation. Now, the evil Dark Archon Aurega, who has returned, has brought a large army of Dark Templars, Ire swarms, and human pirate mercenaries to harass the Protoss world outside of Shakuras. At the same time, the internal conflicts of the Dalam Protoss are still numerous. The Shakuras Protoss who accepted the Ire Protoss refugees at the beginning increasingly felt that their distant relatives, who were much more populous than themselves, were tending to occupy their homeland. Archbishop Dalam must take into account the differences and barriers between the two nations and coordinate the internal conflicts. Any slight bias would very likely trigger a new conflict, especially when the extreme Shakuras Protoss racist Aurega was still causing a large number of tragedies. Therefore, strictly adhering to the policy of equality between Ire Protoss and Shakuras has become rigid and inhumane, and has evolved into a tendency of political correctness. It cannot be said that there are many factions among the Dalam Protoss, but the conservatives and radicals are full of contradictions. If it were still like this, Tassadar would not have to seek help from the Terran Empire. The Dalam Protoss are indifferent to things outside of Shakuras, and the people have no intention of consolidating or strengthening their cooperative relationship with humans. The Protoss Empire, which was severely damaged after the fall of Ire, has never recovered and is now just cleaning up its own mess. Unfortunately, the executor Moyo, who was captured by human pirates, disappeared at the human border and is now likely to be hidden somewhere in the core area of the human empire. Considering the safety of Moyo and other captured Protoss, Archbishop Tassadar of Daram, who values his people and compatriots, immediately thought of his human friend Emperor Augustus Minsk. When have you ever been less? Jimmy. Augustus raised his eyes. In the past. We were still young and thought that any problem would be answered and any problem could be solved once and for all. Things are unpredictable. I never thought that one day I would have to worry about it from the perspective of human beings. Reno was originally just a farm boy in Shiloh. But now, he has to ask about military and national affairs for an emperor. You should think positively. The higher you stand, the farther you can see. The emperor looked at Governor Harry, who was sitting obediently next to him. Harry, in the name of the imperial government and the royal family, take all the fruits and cakes on the table and distribute them to the refugee children who came to Jiggins. I ask that all refugees who come to Broca's Hull be housed in comfortable and safe resettlement housing, and that they do not have to worry about food, clothing, and medical care. Their children should also receive candy as Christmas gifts, albeit meager. Augustus was more certain that he had sent Tychus away before meeting Tacitar. Otherwise the table would not have looked much better than a pig trough. Broca's Hull is like spring all year round. And this winter will be warm. Governor Harry immediately did as he was told. And he walked out with great speed. He had a look of relief on his face. And it seemed that staying by the emperor's side was indeed very stressful. Although Augustus had shown signs of becoming more and more conceited, he did not become an autocratic emperor, but always sought advice from court ministers and marshals and generals. However, once Emperor Augustus thought that something had to be done, most people could only play the role of listening attentively. Without question, all imperial officials knew that although Emperor Augustus was kind, teasing or neglecting him was like putting your head into a crocodile's mouth. In the eyes of his subordinates, Governor Harry was like a lion who was difficult to please and approach. But in front of Emperor Augustus, he was just a cat with its belly turned upside down. There are enough supplies stored in Broca's Hull to feed and water the refugees who come here. But what should we do next? They can't live here forever. Raynor sighed. Diversion to other worlds and uncultivated habitable planets is a good solution. But not everyone is willing to start from scratch in a strange world. If there is a better choice. Yes. We don't have to let our people rebuild their homes in pain and blood. Augustus leaned back in his chair. And those who suffered and died still troubled and tortured him. The southern star field of the Terran Empire was almost destroyed. And some worlds had even completely turned into ash worlds and death worlds. And could not be rebuilt at all. Even on those planets that were not seriously damaged. It would take time and support from the imperial government to restore the past order. In this cold and dark universe, the Terran humans have been defeated time and time again. But they have rebuilt everything on the ruins time and time again. He said to Raynor, it's time to open up a new home and a new world. Considering that most of the worlds in the Terran Empire are sparsely populated, there is a lack of infrastructure and educational resources. And some places are still undeveloped and dangerous wilderness. The imperial government has spent a lot of resources to relocate refugees from war zones and ensure their minimum living needs. And the problems of acclimatization and public security caused by relocating to a new place are difficult to avoid. But staying alive is the most important thing. The vast Terran Empire will never have too many people. Opening up new colonies can effectively alleviate the internal resource shortage problem and add new raw material sources to the empire. Many virgin lands have been discovered in the Sigma sector. But developing there will inevitably lead to conflicts with the Taldarim Protoss there. Raynor nodded. Remember those Taldarim? They would rush up to fight you even if they touched a hair of the Protoss altar. Then bargain with them with artillery fire. As Augustus spoke, a clerk from the governor's office of Broca's Hull brought a holographic projector. This holographic projector is connected to the government network of Broca's Hull and can retrieve data on the administrative districts and population of the empire. From it, we can see that Broca's Hull originally had a population of more than 3 million. But now it has increased by about 20 times in a few months. Broca's is a world with a large amount of supplies. So it is the best choice to use it to settle nearby refugees. The most important thing now is to ensure the safety of the new colony and transportation routes. Raynor agreed with Augustus' words. All these imperial generals are ruthless. Some use space stations to smash people. And some use nuclear bombs to hit people in the face. They have never been scared. We are still fighting with the bugs on the border. We can't spare so many people to protect the waterway. These pirate bastards have begun to take the opportunity to grow and develop. He said to Augustus. The Tyranid Empire is the main force against the Zerg. And even the scale of the army that has been mobilized is unprecedented. The war is so terrible that the situation has changed. Now those who are mentally traumatized and unable to take care of themselves in the war with the Zerg are beginning to demand resocialization to forget the pain and seek eternal peace. That Alan Sheezer and his scavenger pirates were just interstellar smugglers when he started from an unknown world on the border. You know, this kind of people will do anything for money. Augustus found the information he wanted from the control panel below the holographic projector. The rumors about Alan Sheezer are shrouded in fog. Some people say that he was active in the marginal world of the Terran Federation before the UD invasion. In the heyday, these vicious scavenger pirates even controlled more than one planet and became the actual rulers of those worlds. The Comorian pirates came from the Comorian Federation. The Chimera seemed to be related to Umoyan. And the newly appeared scavengers were a force that brought disaster to the Terran Empire. The scavenger pirates are not pirates in the traditional sense. They are a large and well-organized super-criminal group. At first, they only stole, modified and sold spaceships. Then, the scavengers began to kidnap, plunder and assassinate, and sold military forces to wealthy entrepreneurs and interstellar merchants. As their power expanded, these scavenger pirates began to intervene in the drug trade. At first, they only manufactured drugs, but later they controlled all businesses related to manufacturing, transportation and sales, and then extended their hands to gambling, prostitution, arms, enhancers and illegal implants. When the Terran Federation was weak, the scavengers once controlled several planets and monopolized all the criminal activities on the planets. From the planetary governor's office to the parts factory, from officials to ordinary workers, everyone was closely related to the scavengers' industry. While working hard to fill the pockets of the scavengers, the people of these planets gradually became addicted to local competitions related to drugs, enhancers, and bloody racing. When Augustus Minx successively overthrew the Terran Federation and the UD to establish the Terran Empire, the Imperial fleet, which was ordered to take back the distant world, once eliminated and cleared these pirates. At that time, these pirates were just a group of jumping clowns in the eyes of the Imperial Emperor. But when the Zerg invaded again, the scavenger pirates took advantage of the situation again. This is no longer an ordinary pirate force. Renault lit another cigar and narrowed his eyes. They have touched the bottom line. The scavenger pirates will not be able to get away with it for too long. Augustus raised his eyebrows. Sheezer once created his criminal empire, and now he will watch it destroyed with his own eyes. In the old Federation era, the Coral Revolutionary Army was the most vicious anti-government armed force in the Copperloo sector, and even the most powerful pirate fleet had to take a detour. During the Terran Empire, the Empire's armed forces were much stronger than before. Over the years, Augustus has hanged more pirates than the bacon hanging on the wall. Augustus is not afraid of pirates occupying a small world and becoming kings. If they just rely on the speed of warships to commit crimes everywhere in the territory of the Terran Empire, it will give him a headache. Who did you transfer? Raynor asked. Mila Han. She knows best how to deal with these criminals, Augustus said. Mira Han leads the most brutal troops in the Terran Empire's armed forces. These veterans who have been baptized by war come from the port of the dead and the worst slums in the universe. They are no longer engaged in gray area industries, but their violent style of doing things has been passed down. Mira? I heard that her way of treating criminals is not very humane. Renault thought for a moment. I have heard of it. Just tie the pirates to the Hellfire chariot. Augustus shook his head. You just don't know more cruel ways. I've never been against justice, Renault said. After all, they are just a group of pirates, relying on obsolete weapons and ships looted from the Federation arsenal to form a tattered scavenger fleet. How did Moyo get caught by a group of pirates? Augustus said. Tassadar refused to say. I think the Darren Protoss still has some dignity. It's not something to make public that a dignified executive officer was caught by a second-rate pirate in the records of the Terran Empire. I heard it from Artanis, Renault said, when the Glander Zerg invaded Persfar. It was Mojo's fleet that arrived and attracted the attention of the Zerg. As for why they finally fell into the hands of Alan Sheezer, it is unknown. So, we owe Mojo a favor. Augustus nodded. Sheezer's scavenger pirates are quite powerful. I heard that there are ghost agents working for Sheezer, Renault said to Augustus. What else can I say? I thought that apart from you and me, no one in this world would be willing to trust a telepath who can read minds. Trust and use are two different things. The Federation has also used psychic inhibitors to control ghost agents, Augustus said. The most difficult thing is that Sheezer is mixed up with the Dark Archon Orega. I thought that Protoss would not trust anyone other than the Protoss of Shakuras. You also said that it is two different things. Reno said, I am worried that Mira may not bring enough people. Don't worry. It's definitely enough. At this time, the holographic projector next to it flashed, and a scientific ship fleet on the edge of the Copperless sector sent back a report showing that the Terran Protoss was constantly sending reinforcements to an ocean planet called Glacius. Glacius? Should we intervene? Raynor exhaled a puff of smoke. It's right next to our territory. Augustus said, the Empire must intervene. Chapter 611, Enslaved Zerg. Sami. The western border of the Empire. Before the invasion of the Zerg, there was a magnificent city standing at the mouth of the widest and longest river on the Sami star continent. The city founders from Tarsonis called it Midgard, and this name was used by later residents. When the sun rises from the sea level, travelers living in the best and most luxurious high-rise buildings in Midgard can enjoy the magnificent sight of the river rushing westward into the sea, and watch the surging waves cut out brilliant fronts in the blue ocean. Now, Midgard has fallen. The city, once nestled in a semi-aquatic jungle dotted by swamps at the mouth of the sea, is now a gray desert as far as the eye can see, with only ruins of rubble and stone reaching up like ghosts into the sky. This is a dead place, where even carrion crows won't stay, like so many cities destroyed in total war. It took 20 years for the people who built Midgard to raise its foundations, erect its walls, and erect its dome, but the Zerg took only a few days to destroy it. The Sami governor's mansion is the best preserved building in Midgard, but even so, it has long been riddled with holes, leaving only countless burnt walls and empty windows. Here, the battle continues. A marine company from the Delta Squadron of the Terran Empire is trying to retake the crumbling governor's mansion. Traces of fierce fighting can be seen in every corridor and every room. These soldiers in brown power armor are facing the vicious Zerg, and it is these terrible and cunning creatures that destroyed the entire city. Since the first appearance in public, the Zerg has replaced all human fears of the unknown and become synonymous with disaster and death. Every Imperial soldier advancing on the stairs covered with worm intestines and eroded tissues is advancing with the sound of alloy boots stomping and the roar of guns and beasts. It is faith, courage, and the strengthening drugs flowing in their bodies that allow them to overcome their fear of facing the Zerg. The captain of the Delta Squadron led this company. He once served the Federation and is now an Imperial soldier of Emperor Augustus Minsk. This captain has been seen in every war against the Zerg invasion, and his arms, which have been replaced with prosthetic implants, are proof of his dedication and sacrifice. Fritz company calling the command center. We have arrived at the Sami governor's office and are breaking through. While calling the fleet command, Captain Fritz felt a clanking metal collision sound from the carbon shoulder shield on his shoulder, and the dense spines almost completely covered the bright white Imperial emblem on the shield. Before he could give the order, a Punisher grenade from the Marauders had already shattered the chest of the Hydralisk, causing it to wail and fall in a pool of its own blood. At this moment, after killing hundreds of Zerg and sacrificing many Imperial soldiers, they finally stood in front of the bullet-riddled door outside the governor's office. Originally, this was a door panel made of stamped wood, but now it has become as hard as steel because of the pulsating meridians and exoskeletons wrapped around it. It breathes like a living being, and growing spikes can be seen from the flesh-colored tissue. Add explosives. Fritz waved his hand. An Imperial soldier behind him immediately placed a D8 explosive on the door, as the door was blown open with a bang. The scene behind it gradually appeared in front of the Imperial soldiers after the dust settled. The governor's office had not been cleaned for a long time. A collapsed bookshelf lay across the black desk. Many paper documents were scattered on the wooden floor, and the dark red bloodstains on them were shocking. On the wall opposite the door hangs a portrait of Emperor Augustus Minsk. In the portrait, the heroic emperor is wearing a military uniform, with a straight back and a tasseled sword. Suddenly, the place became quiet, with only the tireless mechanical clock ticking. Behind the collapsed bookshelf, a person's shadow can be vaguely seen. The rustling sound of the fountain pen seems to indicate that this person is still alive and has been handling official business in the Empire for 10 years. A fire bat wearing CMC 660 power armor pushed aside the other soldiers and came to the front. This heavy armor, which has been continuously reinforced since the Guild War, turned the soldier wearing this armor into a flamethrower tank that moves on 2 feet. When the Imperial fire bat squeezed into the door frame that was too narrow for him, Several pairs of swaying scarlet eyes appeared from both sides of the door like jumping red lights. These screaming springtails used their sharp, claw-like forelimbs and sickle-shaped appendages on their backs to grab the flame-throwing guns of destruction on the armor on both sides of the fire bat armor. The springtails, which were not much bigger than large dogs, contained unimaginable power. If it was just a human wearing light armor who walked in, he would have been torn into pieces by 5 horses. If these screaming monsters are lucky enough, they can destroy the plasma feedback of the armor before the fire bats start the jets, which can block the fiery jets and let the fire bats be burned to death by the flames they spray. But the fighting instinct engraved in the genes has obviously not been updated. The fire bat they are facing is wearing an improved power armor equipped with thickened arm armor, which is derived from the improvements made by the Imperial engineers and armor technicians to deal with various feedbacks on the battlefield. Instantly, 2 long, terrible plasma flames burst out from the end of the destruction flamethrower, burning everything in its path, just like a gentian burning. Screaming worms jumping and roaring and being burned to death. Captain Fritz followed the fire bat into the governor's office, and his men rushed in, firing at positions and curtains where enemies might be hidden. There is another survivor. Sergeant Wald pushed open the bookshelf in front of his desk and was about to fire, but his fingers holding the plane did not clench. Sitting behind the desk was a thin man with unnaturally deep eye sockets and a pale face. He was motionless and still breathing, but his uniform had long been tattered and his exposed skin was covered with scratches he had left. Governor Sammy. Fritz took a breath. According to the information Fritz had obtained, Governor Sammy was a tall, thin, black-haired man, a native of the Terran Federation, and the former governor of the Terran Federation. When Emperor Augustus' fleet arrived in Sammy and brought the news of the establishment of the new empire, he immediately led his people to submit to the emperor of the new empire. What convinced the Sammy governor and his people was that the emperor, who had conquered Tarsones with an iron fist, and war did not liquidate anyone, brutally slaughter the original government and conquer to impose his rule on this planet, but continued to let the Sammy people govern their own homeland. For the people on this planet, this governor is a respected leader. Medic. There are wounded here, Sergeant Wald shouted. No! Captain Fritz immediately stopped him. We don't need to use the medical kit anymore. Let's use the spike bullet to end his suffering. Opposite, Governor Sammy was writing something at his desk and muttering to himself. But the pen in his hand had long run out of ink, and the words he spoke were intermittent and extremely difficult to understand. Strictly speaking, the Emperor himself is the governor of all the imperial territories, and all the imperial governors are just acting on his behalf to govern the territories. Fritz could see a thin black line from the back of Governor Sammy's neck. It looked like the sting of a ray, and the sting had cut through the flesh of the neck and was tightly connected to the spine. There was an infected worm hiding somewhere, controlling Governor Sammy with a stinger. What is he talking about? Asked another imperial soldier. Assimilation. Emperor Augustus. The swarm of insects attacked. Sammy fell. I sent away the last survivors, and I will perish with Sammy. He was chanting the oath of the imperial governor, my emperor, Lord of Copperloo. I swear allegiance to you. Assimilation complete. Midgard had been occupied for many days, and the governor seemed to be frozen at the moment when he sent the last message to Korhol. Greetings, Governor. Fritz walked up to the governor and looked into his white eyes. After a moment of silence, Fritz took out his pistol. With a gunshot, the governor fell down, and the stinger on his back retreated from the ventilation duct in full view of everyone. Damn beast. Several imperial soldiers fired several shots at the ventilation duct, but to no avail. The infected worm is one of the most intelligent creatures among the Zerg. It is extremely cunning and will flee immediately once it encounters danger, making it very difficult to capture. That cunning monster has already run away. Don't waste your energy. Fritz closed his eyes for the governor, feeling sorry that he could only leave his body here. If a person has been infected by the infected worm, then his body may have been full of pathogenic viruses and parasites. And the best solution is cremation. Fritz reached out and flipped the holographic communicator on the desk, and took out the storage disk from it. This disk stored all the information in the security network of Sammy Star, recording what happened to the planet before it fell, which was the real goal of this Delta team. Mission completed. We need a transport ship. Fritz opened the communication channel and said, the transport ship will be here soon. The other side said, God and Emperor Augustus bless you. Go quickly. Fritz left a fire bomb in the governor's office. took the disc and led his troops to the landing platform outside the governor's mansion. The governor's mansion is already the tallest building in Midgard, and the top floor offers a panoramic view of the city. Among the broken walls and the black ruins, the organic buildings of the Zerg have replaced the high-rise buildings. At this moment, the purple fungal carpet covering the ruins is wriggling with the large number of Zerg that have gathered. From a distance, it seems that the dense Zerg have occupied the entire city. A special operations transport plane was hovering above them, and the propeller wake was creating a strong wind on the platform. In the distance, several bomber forces consisting of hundreds of Banshee bombers were approaching Midgard. Emperor Augustus was returning from the flight deck of the Hyperion, walking on the passage leading to the command bridge, with closed cabins and ladders for grabbing on both sides. The Special Operations Team of Delta Squadron has retrieved the data disk in the Sami governor's mansion, and Matt is about to order the fleet to execute the bombing order. Marshal Raynor came from the other side of the passage. "Destroy the ruins, and we will build new ones," Augustus simply said. "When the time is right, the Sami will return here to rebuild their homes." The fear of the Zerg forced the Terrans on the Empire's border worlds to flee to more central and safer worlds. Everything that happened during the First Toa War was repeating itself. Augustus's imperial government was obviously very experienced in this. Raynor and Augustus walked to the bridge together. "I didn't expect the Zerg to suddenly attack here. You know, this area is separated from Phaeton by half of the Copperless sector. The fall of Sami was unexpected to all of us, because it was another Zerg that was not under the control of the Overmind. And such a situation is rare," Augustus said. The news of the Zerg appearing in Sami had a great impact on Augustus's reputation. If the Tyranid Empire's fleet really defeated the Zerg Overmind in the world of Umojan as they claim, then where did these Zerg come from? The Emperor and the Zerg. One of them must have lied. Who knew that the evil Dark Archon Aurega actually enslaved more than one brain worm to serve him? Raynor said, "It's not a powerful brain worm, but it's enough to control a few small swarms. I heard from Cyrodiil that the Dark Archons can use their powerful mental power to control other people's minds. This is really unfair." He scratched his head because he couldn't find an adjective. What about projecting mental power into a physical organism to completely control the other party's mind and body? This sounds like evil dark magic. Even among the Dark Archons, mind control is regarded as the ultimate skill. And like themselves, it is regarded as a taboo power by the Dark Templar. Unlike many powerful Zergs known to humans, the Zerg that appeared in Midgard had a dark yellow carapace, a filthy color between lemon and golden red. This is an unprovoked disaster. Aurega frequently retaliated against the Protoss world of Dar-Ram, and Sami was too close to the Protoss world, Augustus said. A traveling Tarsonese archaeologist found the remains of the ancient civilization of Sami in the geological strata of Midgard, and those lost cities pointed to a once extremely glorious race, the ancient Protoss. This means that the Protoss once ruled this planet, or stayed here countless generations ago. Sami is also very close to the Protoss world Glacius, and Dark Archon Aurega is attacking the planet. What good does it do for Aurega to slaughter humans? Raynor asked. Because we are allies of Tassadar, Augustus said. Dark Archon Aurega, an extremely evil Nerazim Protoss supremacist, a vengeful soul who incarnates evil spirits and flames with endless hatred for the Ire Protoss. Aurega will do whatever it takes to achieve his goal, Augustus said. In the intercepted and deciphered communications of the scavenger pirate fleet, Alan Sheezer also called Aurega the boss, meaning that the other party was the one who paid him. No matter how much money Aurega paid Sheezer, dealing with such a madman is playing with fire, Raynor said. We have nothing to talk about with Aurega, Augustus said. He wants to kill all the Ire Protoss. Maybe kill everyone in the universe. Chapter 612, Glacius Purifier. The Tyranid Empire fleet resolutely and quickly cleared the Zerg on the surface of Sami, using orbital strikes to burn as many as 178 infected settlements, and use fire to clear the Zerg plague that was spreading on the planet. But it is obviously not enough for the Sami refugees, who are suffering from the loss of their homes, to overcome their fear of Zerg and regain their confidence in rebuilding their homes. Augustus knew that he had to completely eradicate this Zerg swarm that was causing trouble in the western part of the Empire, and deal with the scavenger pirates and the Dark Archon Aurega behind them. Then, the Imperial fleet, commanded by the Emperor himself, set off for the Dar-Ram Protoss world of Glacius at night. Glacius is a mysterious ocean planet, even though it is relatively close. Its coordinates were previously kept secret from the Terran Empire humans. Once the exact coordinates are known, The Imperial fleet will arrive in just one day. It is now AD January 2nd, 2500. 8:04 on board time. And the fleet is sailing. Welcome back to the bridge. His Majesty Augustus Minsk. When Augustus walked into the command bridge of the Hyperion, he heard the ship's intelligent adjutant greet him. This was a gentle female voice without much emotion, which has been used for more than 10 or 20 years since the Federation era. Good morning, dear. When he walked into the bridge, the uniformed crew members saluted him one after another. Before the Hyperion left the hyperspace navigation state today, Augustus inspected the dining room on the main deck and the upper deck. Since they had just finished resupplying, the crew had a good breakfast, including bread, butter, bacon and vegetables. Augustus was very satisfied with this, and ate a lot. Life on the battlecruiser was still as dull as ever. The steel-made battleship was divided into many uncomfortable spaces by hundreds of identical corridors and airlocks. Whether experienced officers or young sailors who had just boarded the ship, they had to spend their days in such a life that was never up and down. Only when they fully realized that they were a collective that shared weal and woe in this dark universe could they withstand various challenges. But in general, the Navy's conditions are much better than before. For the crew on the Hyperion, they are lucky enough to always see the Emperor himself, and even have the opportunity to chat with the supreme leader of the Terran Empire. Emperor Augustus's distinctive personal charm makes him very prestigious among the soldiers, and many people are willing to die for him. You came at the right time, Augustus. The duty staff in the communication room received a communication sent by the Protoss after the spacecraft left the jump state. Jim Raynor turned around the command chair he was sitting in and looked up at him. What did they say? Augustus walked to the navigation star map in the middle of the bridge. A green planet was in the center of the holographic scene. It's the defense map of the planet Glacius. Tassadar doesn't want our warships to be accidentally hit by Glacius's plasma cannon defense facilities. There is also the latest information about the Dark Archon Aurega. Raynor paused and said to Augustus, in the recent few encounters, the Terran Protoss discovered that Aurega was still using Xel'Naga technology. His vehicle is a mysterious Xel'Naga spaceship. Given the Dark Templars' obsession with Xel'Naga culture and centuries of research, this is not a surprising thing. Augustus was not that surprised. Don't forget, Cyrodiil also has a Xel'Naga spaceship. It is not difficult to fly the spaceship left by the Xel'Naga. We even have it in our hands. If Aurega can crack and use the Xel'Naga technology, that would be a headache. Augustus unfolded the hologram of the planet Glacius on the star map and was shocked by the vast ocean of this planet. The holographic image was modeled very finely. He could even zoom in and get a glimpse of those mysterious and unknown large islands through the floating dense clouds. Now it seems that this Aurega is enough to give us a headache. Raynor then said to Augustus, take a look at this. A video that Augustus could check appeared on the star chart. It was the influence from the Protoss, which recorded the last appearance of the Dark Archon Aurega. The above picture made Augustus frown. It had been 5 or 6 years since he last saw Aurega. Aurega used to be a Dark Templar in azure robes, but his current appearance is hard to associate with the hateful Protoss in Augustus' memory. When the Dark Archon Aurega appears, his overflowing psychic power can even cause drastic changes in the weather. It is a hot, radiating energy vortex, a dark mass filled with scarlet thunder, moving like the night, and the earth is burning under his feet. Aurega is a pure energy body full of chaotic and destructive energy. He himself is a terrible natural disaster that can no longer be called a creature. The Dark Templar of the Fist of Aurega believe that Aurega is loyal to an extremely powerful being. You mean Aurega has a boss? Augustus said. Maybe it's Amon. Maybe not. He seemed to be talking to himself. Maybe I should ask Dr. Nerid. He is in the laboratory of the Hyperion. Even Dr. Nerid doesn't know everything. You always put too much pressure on him. Look how tired he is now. Raynor glanced at Augustus. No. He will tell me, Augustus said. Unless Nerid is a Xel'Naga like Amon. Ha ha ha. This is too funny. Raynor's face was very interesting. Even the Dark Templars don't quite understand what Yulgar is now. Even for the Dark Archon. It's too scary. Raynor said, Yulgar alone defeated Artanis' Dragon Knight Legion, and few forces can hurt him. Aurega's followers believe he is a demigod. That is to say, even Tassadar doesn't know how to kill Aurega. Augustus's expression became serious. Even in the eyes of the Dark Templar, the Dark Archon is an extremely powerful and uncontrollable existence. So before the Battle of the Brood, it was regarded as a taboo knowledge that must be sealed. To become a Dark Archon, 2 Dark Templars voluntarily sacrificed themselves to merge. And Auriga is a super Dark Archon who uses ancient knowledge to merge 7 Dark Templars. After such a long time, Auriga has become increasingly paranoid and crazy. He and his minions raided the Terran Protoss world in the galaxy, just to make the Iron Protoss, who expelled the Dark Templar 1,000 years ago, suffer the same suffering that his ancestors, who betrayed Kara, had suffered when they were hunted by the Templar. From Augustus's standpoint, it was impossible for him to persuade Auriga to let go of his hatred and become a Buddha on the spot. There is not so much right and wrong in this universe. Augustus has always been a revenger. It is just a matter of time. Since Auriga is threatening the Terran Empire, Augustus must beat him up. Tassadar said that only energy weapons can hurt Auriga, which means that the trick that killed the Overmind is also effective against this guy. Reno shook his head as he spoke. To be honest, Augustus, I am getting more and more confused about the current war. In the past, when I shot a Comorian in the face, he could never spit out the bullet without any damage. Things are unpredictable, Jimmy, and the enemies you will face in the future will be far beyond your imagination. Augustus thought for a moment and said, perhaps the newly developed EMP electromagnetic pulse frequency scrambler can consume the plasma shield and energy of Auriga, but it will also cause considerable damage to our Protoss allies. Over the years, new weapons designed for the Zerg war have been constantly updated, and new weapons against the Protoss have not been left behind. The EMP frequency scrambler is a weapon designed for the Protoss. The electromagnetic pulse it emits can slowly weaken the plasma shield field of the Protoss troops, and can also block communications. Yes, once Auriga's shield is exhausted, we can kill him with Yamato cannons and nuclear bombs. Renault spread his hands, but the problem is that Auriga will not stand there and wait to be our living target. In fact, Auriga has not appeared again for a long time. He has been manipulating his puppet army behind the scenes to work for him, burning, killing, looting and committing all kinds of evil in the Star Zone. It must be said that Auriga has a large army at hand. Augustus looked at Raynor, multiple controlled Zerg swarms, pirates and mercenaries who value money over life, and the Dark Templar of the Fist of Auriga. Auriga, he really accepts everything. The Terran Protoss also discovered that Auriga was enslaving the Iron Protoss to produce warships and weapons for him. Compared with Auriga's cruel tactics and open oppression, the Tal'Darim are just a group of thieves who play tricks in secret. Raynor also said, it is hard to imagine that among the kind and upright Nerazim Protoss, there would be an outlier like Auriga. Not only did Auriga plan a series of massacres of the Iron Protoss, he also sent the Dark Templar of Auriga's Fist to assassinate the protector of the Terran Protoss, who was responsible for preserving knowledge and history. This Dark Templar from the Al-Ashar tribe of the Nerazim Protoss was a scholar who once guarded and preserved knowledge, and drew terrible power from the forbidden ancient knowledge that was sealed. And Auriga believed that as long as the protectors of the Iron Protoss were killed, they would have no way of understanding the history of their ancestors, and a lot of precious knowledge and technology would be lost. I think I can understand why Tassadar is so angry. The Protoss has lost too many people after the Battle of Ire, and every member of the tribe is indispensable to the Protoss. Augustus operated the control panel of the star map to call up some information about Auriga. Jimmy, have you noticed that there is a traceable record of the time when Auriga appeared? He found the record about this. Every time he appears, Auriga will cause great damage, and the Protoss attack on him will also weaken his power. But when Auriga appears next time, his power will reach its peak again. I dare not say. Renault's mind turned quickly, but Auriga must be able to replenish his lost energy in some way. Among the Zerg, scorpions replenish their energy by devouring their own kind. Augustus said, you mean Auriga eats Protoss? I think it may be something like a shield charger. You know, Protoss have all kinds of crystal matrices. Raynor said, assuming that Auriga is ready to show up again. Where is he likely to appear? Augustus continued, I guess, maybe in Glacius. Raynor thought for a moment and said, Artanis told me that the Protoss Empire restarted an ancient project in Glacius, which once created the Protoss' most terrifying weapon. Because it was too dangerous, it had to be sealed. Raynor and Artanis had a good relationship. The Protoss liked this upright Imperial Marshal, another advanced and powerful ancient technology. Augustus knew that if someone showed off their ancestral technology to him, they were probably just showing off. But if the Protoss, especially the Templars, were honest people, If they said so, then it was true. Since it is a restart, it means that this project has matured in ancient times. The Protoss are always like this. They will not take out all the treasures until the fire is burning. During the First Total War, the Protoss Empire restarted an ancient project called the Purifier Project on this planet. This project once created the Protoss Empire's most powerful weapons. This is a combat robot made by the Protoss. These Protoss-like machines have extremely high intelligence and can be called another race. They also use quantum prediction and analysis technology to upload a person's personality into data and upload it to the data network, thus achieving immortality. Renault touched his forehead, which had just been shaved. These mechanical Protoss can live until the destruction of the universe. So you better not mess with them, because these machine brains will not forget anything, and can retrieve the things you messed with them 3,000 years ago from the database. I can't believe that one day you and I will be made into robots. This is so weird. Damn. My rusty head has been exposed to too many new things these days. Strictly speaking, it's just a copy of your thoughts and memories. Not you. This is a paradox. Augustus smiled and said, "You and I are unique. Jimmy," he continued, "if I were a Rega, I would definitely get these technologies and use them against the IR Protoss. I'm afraid this won't be easy. Tassadar has already mobilized the Golden Fleet from Shakuras," Raynor said. "Usually, accidents always happen when we think there won't be any accidents." Augustus had never seen the Golden Fleet take action. "Jimmy, I was thinking that if we can catch the Dark Archon Orega, then we can get a new battery for the Zelnaga artifact. You are so kind. Sass and Alpha will definitely thank you." Raynor smiled. "Your Majesty, the fleet is heading for Glacius." At this time, Matt Horner's image appeared on the holographic screen. The radar detected several scavenger pirate ships. "Kill these pirates," Augustus immediately ordered Matt. "Remember to keep the prisoners. I want to interrogate these scums." Chapter 613 Throw Tychus Down. Dense dark clouds were rolling over the ocean of Glacius, with flashes of golden tree-like lightning densely weaving the sky. Hurricanes howling, and wall-like waves rising and falling. The ocean was the embodiment of the anger of this planet, and the terrifying ocean never spared her rage. The storm was about to hit, and the sky was getting darker and darker, gradually becoming as dark as night. When the rainstorm came, only the land and coastline in the distance, shrouded in the rain, were still flashing orange and yellow lights, as if containing infinite power. Like a forging hammer hitting an anvil, a row of Viking fighters broke through the wind and moved close to the turbulent sea of the vast ocean of Glacius. The strong airflow cut through the waves like a sword slashing the waves. Then the second row, the third row, and the fourth row of Viking aircraft roared past the sea. And the extremely deterrent posture perfectly interpreted the power, speed and strength. And behind the clouds, the iron-grayed bows of several battleships were breaking through the clouds with unstoppable momentum. The lights on the majestic bridge were flashing, and the terrifying cannons looked down coldly at the roaring ocean. Even in the raging waves, these ships sailing in a majestic manner remain unmoved. Every inch of steel used to build such a magnificent ship symbolizes the strong national strength of the Terran Empire, and shows the determination of Emperor Augustus Mengsk and his brave warriors to defend the vast land of the Terran immortal empire of humanity. In front of such a steel ship, anyone will suddenly find how small they are. That is the research station built by the Protoss on Glacius. They study purifier technology in this facility. As far as we know, it is an anthropomorphic machine mainly controlled by advanced AI. The head of Imperial Fleet Commander Matt Horner appeared on the side of the Hyperion's main screen. The probe shows that the Glacius facility is under attack by a large number of mixed forces, which are mainly composed of scavenger pirates, alien insects, and the Fist of Orega. At present, they are still exchanging fire with the reinforcements of the Terran Protoss. He said, "The Terran Protoss has sent out many powerful fanatic legions, and the offensive is very fierce. It is expected that the army of Orega will be defeated soon." Augustus nodded to Matt Horner on the other side of the screen and looked at the satellite image of the Glacius facility. Although the Protoss only called it a scientific research facility, it was naturally a magnificent city in the eyes of humans. Even though he had already seen the golden and blue crystal cities located in the jungle on Ire, Augustus was shocked by what he saw. The entire Glacius facility was shrouded in the bright white and orange lights of the light curtain bridge, which was very different from the new Antioch and Tematoros on Shakuras. Countless towers and cannons that seemed to be forged from white steel stretched straight up to the sky. Their stunningly magnificent metal shells were as delicate and smooth as white porcelain, and the endless golden spires sparkled under the rain. Such a magnificent complex of buildings has a consistent harmonious rhythm and unique artistic beauty, which can be said to be a collection of beauty. Just like all the buildings of the Terran Protoss, Glacius itself, and the weapons it made are a kind of extremely beautiful work of art. In terms of the combination of technology and aesthetics, the Purifier Protoss is undoubtedly an iconic model, which fully demonstrates the power of machinery and the absolute rationality of intelligent AI. Like humans, the Protoss also have great imagination and hands to put imagination into practice. They don't speak like humans, but their magnificent buildings seem to sing by themselves. The Glacius Purifier facility has the soft and elegant gorgeous lines of Ire architecture, but it is sharper. Like a silver moon and a scimitar, the lightness and beauty of music are perfectly integrated with a highly technological and modern architecture. In the mist stirred up by the heavy rain, the Glacius facility is shrouded in a magnificent halo, with a heart-pounding symmetry and beauty. I dare say that as long as you send the photos of the Glacius facility to the Umojan and tell them that the intelligent machines made by the Protoss are 1,000,000 times better than theirs, the Umojan Council will definitely pay a high price for a toilet tile on it. You understand the Umojan people, Jimmy. Augustus put his hands behind his back and glanced at Raynor beside him, but they are no longer satisfied with obtaining fragmentary technological products from the Protoss, but are seeking deeper cooperation. It is a life-and-death friendship that has earned the Protoss trust in us. The Umojan people highly respect the Protoss technology and are eager to bypass the Terran Empire and communicate directly with the Dallin Protoss. But it is obvious that even the current Dallin Protoss Archbishop, who is very friendly to humans, has no interest in dealing with the Umojan humans. Even if the Protoss of Darum have cooperated with the Terran Empire, helping them rebuild the ecosystem of Korhol or research vaccines against Zerg infection, it is only because of the friendship with humans in the Battle of Ire and the human leader Emperor Augustus Mengsk. What the Umojans are most reluctant to admit is that they don't have anything the Protoss need. So naturally there is no possibility of cooperation with the Protoss. Your Majesty, Artanis' Zealot Legion is attacking fiercely, and the army of Orega is about to be repelled. The scavenger pirates are retreating. There is chaos in their interior, according to the analysis of the images intercepted by satellite surveillance. The Dark Templar of the Fist of Orega are slaughtering the scavenger pirates who dare to retreat. General Matt said at this time, from the perspective of military strength, the Terran Protoss is in an absolute advantage. Should we intervene now? These pirates are really unlucky. Do they think they can earn money from Orega without paying the price of blood? Raynor laughed when he heard that the Orega Fist supervisory team was killing the pirates. Obviously, Orega just treated these humans as cannon fodder. Of course, maybe only those scavenger pirates felt that others did not treat them as animals. Don't worry, Matt. Wait and see. Augustus just said so. From the picture sent back by a Terran Empire science ship in low orbit above the Glacius facility, multiple armies are fighting on it. The fleet of the Terran Protoss is anchored above the Glacius facility. The Golden and Blue Mothership, aircraft carrier and Void Radiance ship are looming in the clouds. Tens of thousands of Phoenix fighters and aircraft carrier interceptors are chasing the looting ships of the Mutalisks and scavenger pirates enslaved by the Dark Archon Orega, passing through the air at high speed. The battle on the ground was also fierce. The scavenger pirates had built an impregnable position in the Glacius facility, but the high walls and shields made of steel were no match for the Colossus. These pirates always had ways to get all kinds of military goods. They even got a lot of ARC tanks and Goliath-armed robots from the old Federation era, and even high-end goods from the UD Expeditionary Force. However, compared to the regular weapons of the Terran Empire, the pirates' weapons were much more worn out, and they had many additional modified weapons with spikes and violence to deter the enemy. It's no wonder that the scavenger pirates were able to dominate the Second Total War. They even had several modified battlecruisers. But even with a new coat of khaki paint, they looked like scrap ships that should have been retired long ago. The Empire's Hellfire chariots? These dirty thieves? The avatar of the Empire's chief engineer Rory Swan suddenly appeared on the main screen. At this moment, he was on the scientific ship Amerigo that followed the fleet. Damn scavengers. Poor bastards who live on garbage, he said in a rough voice, his anger overflowing. Emperor, you have to do something to take back what belongs to us. Swan's anger is understandable. In the past, he always asked his acquaintances to get some Federation technology or Protoss technology. But since when? The Terran Empire has become the target of stolen technology. Well, Swan, I'm as angry as you are. Augustus was almost scared by Swan. Of course, this engineer and inventor who he relied on often did this. I don't know who leaked the secret. Maybe these pirates stole the evil fire we lost on the battlefield, the Emperor said. These thieves must pay the price. I know you will do what you say. Swan was satisfied with this, if possible. I would like to get the design drawings of these pirates' hellfire to see if they have scribbled on this great engineering masterpiece. Of course. Augustus nodded. Love you to death. Charming. Swan left the communication channel with satisfaction. Thank you for your kindness. Augustus shrugged helplessly. Oh! This is terrible. The Protoss directly overturned the tanks and bunkers of those pirates. At this time, Raynor exclaimed, it can be seen that 2 scavenger pirate arc tanks that were trying to escape were swept by the prism beam of a void glow ship. And in the blink of an eye they turned into a pool of vaporized liquid metal. The scavenger pirates, wearing brown power armor next to them, were scared and ran around. And they had already been defeated. No matter how vicious the pirates are, no matter how vicious these pirates are in battle, their will is difficult to compare with the regular army of the Terran Empire. The scavenger pirates are used to bullying local armed forces and armed caravans. And their true colors are exposed when they fight with really tough enemies. Everything comes to them. Humans, Zerg and Protoss. And Oreha really doesn't mind anything, Reno said. Oreha, known as Little Eamon. Oreha is an extremely complex character. He is both a crazy idealist and a cold realist. Augustus expressed his opinion of Oreha. Orega is definitely a practical man among the Protoss. He will kill anyone he wants without hesitation. For the sake of reviving the Nerazim, Orega can sacrifice everything, even himself. The Zerg enslaved by Orega and his Dark Templar are still holding their ground. Augustus paced a few steps on the spot, but they are almost certain to lose. The fleet of the Dallin Protoss has a clear advantage in numbers. I don't think things will be that simple. They may be waiting for reinforcements, Raynor said. I thought so too. But unless Orega can gather another army that can defeat Artani's fleet, it will be meaningless. Augustus hummed. Suddenly, like a star, a shadow radiating scarlet death glare appeared in the center of the glacious facility. The moment it appeared, the high-temperature shock wave that spread like ripples instantly melted all life around. This energy body condensed with scarlet flashes was so huge that Glacius's road-based ion cannon seemed extremely small in front of it. Orega released a psychic pulse that covered the sky, and everything in the sky immediately turned to ashes and fell. A powerful psychic signal has been detected. It is the Dark Archon Orega. Hyperion shipboard intelligent adjutant immediately reminded him that this intelligent machine controlled by a limited AI program could not confirm Orega's psychic level even after being upgraded. Usually, the psychic level of humans is between 1 and 10. But the Overlord and Orega are not in this range. They are both incredibly terrifying and powerful. I think Orega is a fleet in itself. Renault said something for no reason. Everyone says that Dark Archon Orega is scary. But this is too scary. Augustus' eyelids twitched as he looked at the electronic equipment of the Hyperion, which was obviously disturbed by Orega's appearance. Ordinary Dark Archons are already destructive weapons that can end a war. And Orega's body is condensed with the souls of 7 Dark Templars at the same time. It seems that this is not just a simple matter of 1 plus 6 is equal to 7. Orega has almost completely transformed into a pure psychic creature, crossing the boundary between life and death, becoming something half human and half god. This is a nice way of saying it. Raynor would call Orega's appearance half human and half ghost. In order to possess such powerful power, the Dark Archons must lose some of their rationality. Over time, they are doomed to destroy themselves. But Orega has no such limitations. The detector has detected a large number of Zerg life signals. A large number of Zerg are approaching the glacious facility. Matt Horner said. Maybe we should use the Zelnada artifact to deal with these Zerg. Raynor said to Augustus. No. The Zelnada artifact is still charging. Augustus immediately denied it. There is a price to pay for releasing the Zelnada artifact's Nova Strike. Every time it is released, Nerid accumulates more energy to summon Amon from the void to the world. Augustus will only use it when dealing with the Overmind Zerg, because he has to do so, in the eyes of Raynor and others, except for the pain caused by the brain worm during the charging process. The Nova Impact has almost no flaws. If there is a good thing, it must be used. Throw Tychus down. Augustus thought for a moment, and corrected the order he had given. Throw Tychus and his Odin down together. Chapter 6:14 Are you Phoenix too? The weather is getting worse and worse. With heavy rain, hurricanes, deafening thunder, and huge waves as big as buildings hitting the black rocks on the shore. The indescribable power is like the earth-shaking sound waves, like thousands of mountains collapsing at the same time. At this time, the battle in the glacious facility has also entered a white-hot stage. From the bright orange light bridge connecting the purifier matrix to the towering plasma cannon, traces of the fierce battle can be seen everywhere. The ground is devastated, and corpses are everywhere. This is a big melee between the Zerg, humans and Protoss. Right in the center of the glacious facility, the Dark Archon Aurega, with scarlet lightning lingering around his body, was walking in the rain, like a hazy, dark mass emitting a glare of death. He was like a terrifying, spitting black hole, and even the light was swallowed up the moment it fell on Aurega's invisible body. It was also a black sun wrapped in scarlet light, winding on the ground, extremely hot, and the rain turned into a ball of boiling steam before it fell. Wherever Aurega passes, the land is charred. Steel turns to molten iron, and rock melts into lava. His power is the most vivid manifestation of supernatural phenomena, with thunder and wind dancing with it, like a terrible natural disaster. If the Archon of Light is a dreamlike white aurora, a white-hot supernova, then the Archon of Darkness is darkness flashing with scarlet thunder, the embodiment of death with the power of destruction in his hands, and has nothing to do with hope and salvation. The Terran Protoss army on the ground was the first to bear the brunt. They were the closest to Aurega and had to face the wrath of this crazy Dark Archon. Large groups of Protoss aircraft carrier interceptors were the first to pounce on the terrible darkness like a swarm of angry bees, like a swarm of fireflies with a fluorescent blue light flashing on their tails. The interceptor group bombarded Aurega with airborne plasma weapons. The blue plasma beams were like a pair of fangs biting at the enemy, and when they fell, it was like a rain of swords. Such a large number of interceptors was enough to turn the city into ruins. But the Dark Archon Aurega opened a light blue shield to intercept all the attacks. Then Aurega released a terrifying psychic pulse into the sky, and countless interceptors turned into ashes and fell from the sky, as if he had just slapped a group of buzzing flies to death and caught a large group of mosquitoes from the sky. When Aurega cast his scarlet eyes at the Daram army on the ground, the anger and hatred in his heart erupted like the largest and most violent volcano. Aurega suddenly released a scorching psychic shockwave that spread like ripples, turning hundreds of Daram Dragon Knights into a pool of metal soaked in blue nutrient solution. Amid the psychic wails of these Templars, he used his terrible psychic power to strangle the advancing fanatics into blue smoke rising into the sky. With just a glance, those powerful high-level Templars spontaneously combusted due to the chain-like feedback effect of their own psychic power, like the cold bloody sunlight splashing on the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Even the most brave and fearless Protoss warriors fell in large numbers, as if they were fighting against a blazing star instead of just one Protoss. It seemed that no one could stop this terrible monster. Aurega was no longer immortal. He had already transcended the ordinary, and was truly invulnerable. Dark Archon Aurega was too powerful. His individual power was comparable to that of a god. He was even able to overturn the course of the entire war with his own strength. Templars, repent for the crimes your ancestors committed against the Nerazim. The hatred that has spread for thousands of years must be paid with blood. Aurega's psychic roar resounded throughout the entire glacious facility. Everyone could feel the hatred and anger in his heart. Daram is nothing but a lie. Your weak bishop is really vulnerable. This roar of endless resentment could be clearly heard even by the Tyranid Empire fleet far away. It was a roar that exploded directly from the human mind, not a sound transmitted through the air. At the same time, Aurega's army regained its fighting spirit after the return of its master. They were originally retreating under the attack of the Terran Protoss, but now they have gained a foothold and launched a counterattack. Aurega's psychic index is still rising, far exceeding the current rating of the Empire. Supreme Council, why do you want to provoke this monster Aurega? Raynor knew the grievances within the Protoss. Now he is crazy, and he wants to drag everyone down with him. All those who are related or not related will be finished. The hatred between the Iyer Protoss and the Shakuras Protoss has a long history. Many centuries ago, the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire once ordered the Templars to arrest and hunt those Protoss who refused to join the Kara. Even from the perspective of humans, this was a religious massacre to purge disbelievers. It's just that now, the matriarch of the Dark Templar has chosen to forgive the Templar. And Auriga wants to settle everything. Now the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire, and the arbitrators, and Templars represented by the Templar have split. The Protoss Empire faction led by the former has left Ire, and exiled itself in the Dark Universe. While the Protoss led by Templar Tassadar has united with the Protoss of Shakuras to become the Protoss of Darum. But Auriga still has to settle the accounts of the past with the Templars. In Taroadan. Emperor Augustus Minsk. I am Executor Artanis. At this time, the image of Protoss Executor Artanis appeared, and Marshal James Rayner. Senior Executor Artanis was wearing platinum armor, and a gorgeous helmet like a crown. And behind him stood another Executor Celendes. Hello, Archbishop Artanis. Augustus said. I am not an Archbishop. Artanis looked back and said, Your Majesty, I do not understand this humorous joke. Not yet. Augustus said. Where is Tassadar? Artanis is a disciple carefully trained by the current Archbishop. And he may be the candidate for the next Archbishop. My mentor, Archbishop Tassadar, is not here now, but is commanding a war on another world. Artanis said. Brother Artanis, you don't look very well. Rayner looked at Artanis. It was hard to tell the facial expressions of the Protoss, so we could only guess. Yes, Marshal. We dealt a heavy blow to Dark Archon Aurigar not long ago. But he is obviously much stronger this time than last time. Artanis looked at Rayner and said, The Protoss definition of not long ago may be different from that of humans. But it doesn't matter. Do you have any idea about this? Rayner asked. Aurigar was a scholar of the Alashar tribe. Their tribe's duty was to guard the Temple of Wisdom of Elna, which preserved the knowledge of the Dark Templar. In that treasure house of knowledge, there are many extremely dangerous forbidden knowledge that must be sealed. And Aurigar must have found a way to keep his Dark Archon body from being destroyed. Artanis said. Perhaps the Temple of Wisdom hides a way to deal with Auriga. Or you can create another Auriga. Marshal Rayner's brain moved, and he came up with a series of clever ideas. Unfortunately, the Temple of Wisdom is regarded as a holy place by the Dark Templar, and the forbidden knowledge sealed there is not allowed to be read by outsiders. We have to take into account the feelings of the Nerazim, who value tradition and respect history just like us. Artanis hesitated for a rare moment. We can't make mistakes on this issue. If the Guardians of the Temple of Wisdom find a solution, they will definitely tell us. Even among the Daram Protoss, there are great conflicts between the two races. If the Ire Protoss do not show enough respect for the traditions of the Shakuras Protoss, and want to take over the Temple of Wisdom, a civil war will not be far away. You are really a genius. Jimmy. One Auriga is not enough. You want a second one to fight fire with fire. Augustus appreciated this, and wanted to give Rayner a big bag. On the Hyperion, Augustus witnessed this monster easily destroying an entire army of Daram Protoss. Artanis, you must need the help of the Terran Empire when you come to me. That's right. Auriga is the most ruthless executioner and butcher, and he has caused great casualties to my Templars. Artanis then said, before assembling an army to stop Auriga's offensive. We hope that the Terran Empire's army can help us recapture the technology library in the Glacius facility, which stores the restarted Purifier project data. Technology Collection Hall. Rayner found the building that Artanis was talking about on the satellite map. It was a magnificent pyramid-shaped building with a giant matrix shining with bright orange light in the center. At this moment, a large army of scavenger pirates and enslaved insect swarms was approaching there. This was a strange combination. Humans wearing power armor and holding electromagnetic guns actually fought side by side with the Zerg. Auriga's army is attacking the Technology Collection Hall. We have to hurry up, Rayner said. I think we have enough to send a military force to the science library. Augustus looked at the screen on the other side and asked, Where is Tychus? I have landed and feel good. Tychus's avatar appeared on the main screen. He was sitting in the cockpit of the Odin mech with a cigarette in his mouth. Tychus, Augustus shouted. Have you seen Dark Archon Auriga? The Odin mech driven by Sergeant Tychus has been dropped into the Glacius facility. A whole Spartan company arrived on the ground with him. Their original mission was to clear the scavenger pirates in the facility. These iron giants were ruthlessly destroying the pirates' base, and the polished brass inscriptions on the turret bases were shining in the flashes of artillery fire. The signal here is not very good. Tychus swallowed and muttered, Your voice is too soft and I can't hear it. Then you'd better hear it now. Augustus' voice became stern. I need you to seize this facility, the Technology Collection Hall of the Purifier Project, and try to avoid direct contact with Orega. Execute immediately. Okay. Tychus could hear it now. Grand Archon Phoenix's army is nearby, and he will provide you with military assistance as in the past. Artanis said, we will do our best to stop Orega from moving forward. After that, Artanis' communication connection with the Hyperion was cut off. How are they going to stop it? Raynor suddenly asked after a moment. Ordinary troops are not suitable for dealing with Orega. Augustus said, we can only use the fleet. As soon as he finished speaking, many bright beams of light descended from the mothership from the sky. The earth trembled in front of this devastating power. The Dark Archon and the land under his feet were immediately submerged in the sudden light. Using ship guns to bombard Orega is the best choice. But for him, this is not like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Although Orega is powerful, the Terran Protoss is not helpless. The Dark Archon exists in the form of an energy body, and only energy attacks can hurt him. In other words, psychic weapons and the Protoss plasma ship guns are both useful. The Dark Archon's psychic power is weakening, and the Protoss attack is working, the mechanical adjutant said at this time. What a monster. The next moment, Raynor saw Orega, wearing a blue shield, appear again safely. It seems that only the Protoss aircraft carrier main gun can deal with this monster. But then the entire Glacius facility will be reduced to ashes. Immediately deploy our EMP frequency scrambler to weaken the power of Dark Archon Orega. Augustus thought for a while and said, keep close contact with Tychus's troops. After a while, Tychus Finley called the Hyperion. We found a Protoss machine near the tech library. He claimed to be Grand Archon Phoenix. When Tychus contacted the Hyperion again, Augustus was watching the movements of Orega on the bridge. At this time, the Dark Archon suddenly disappeared, as if the Protoss offensive had repelled him. This bastard also attacked us. Several Goliaths were destroyed by him. Tychus said to Augustus, this is so weird. I thought I should contact you. This broken machine must have gone crazy. Take over his video. Augustus said. Phoenix? A robot. Reno also heard it. The mechanical Protoss mentioned by Tychus appeared on the screen. He had a white body and orange eyes. But it was far from the image of the Protoss in the impression of Augustus and others. I am Phoenix, the administrator of the Templars, the Archon, and the last Dragon Knight. The mechanical Protoss said, human. I asked to speak to your ruler. Brother, maybe you should really look in the mirror. In fact, you don't look like a dragon rider. After a moment of silence, Raynor said, you are also different from the Phoenix brother I remember. Not quite. Chapter 615 A Little Polish. You seem to be saying that we were old friends? Human warrior. But I don't remember you. The tone of the mechanical Protoss in the picture is exactly the same as the Archon in Augustus and Raynor's memory. But his appearance is very different from the Phoenix that is now implanted in the Dragon Knight mecha. The huge purifier mechanical body is covered with a layer of forged silver-gray armor. The surface of the armor reminds people of polished Umoyan white steel or the top white porcelain. But the refinement and beauty are by no means something that humans can easily imitate. It seems like a natural work of art rather than an abrupt industrial product. Without a doubt, the four powerful mechanical walking legs of the Purifier Phoenix almost reminded Augustus of the Ultralisks that could trample the human army with just their armor and giant feet. And his three-toed mechanical arms contained terrible power, which was completely capable of tearing the Goliath mecha of the Spartan company directly. Spider-like walking limbs that can adapt to a variety of complex battlefields have long appeared on the Dragon Knight. But this mechanical Protoss is more like an upgraded version of the Dragon Knight mecha. The latest equipment is the Immortal mecha with more sturdy reinforced servo machinery and reinforced fortitude energy shield. The reinforced armor of this mecha is enough to withstand the continuous artillery fire. That's too hurtful. Phoenix. Renault smiled. He knew that this should be a mechanical Protoss of the Purifier project that accurately copied Phoenix's consciousness. A consciousness clone that preserved its memory and personality. The reason why Renault laughed was because he knew that the consciousness source of Purifier Phoenix was still alive and was in the Glacius facility. Of course, the real Phoenix should know the truth of the matter. The Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire was the first to restart the Purifier project. At that time, the Zerg was invading Ire. Phoenix also went to Glacius to scan and record his consciousness during this period. And they had not met yet. Before the fall of Ire and the restart of the Gracious Purifier by Archbishop Tassadar of Darum, the project was suspended. I don't understand. Purifier Phoenix was puzzled. It seems that his memory is still before we and Tassadar returned to Ire. when the Supreme Council still ruled the Protoss Empire, and all the Templars had to follow the lead of the arbitrator class. Raynor looked at Augustus, who was silent beside him. Templar Phoenix is one of the most famous Protoss warriors. He is famous among the Protoss and humans for his immortal achievements on the battlefield. He is brave, selfless and fearless. His reputation makes the enemies of the Protoss tremble. You have been asleep for too long, Phoenix. It has been so long that you have not remembered many of the things you have fought side by side with the Terrans. And it has been so long that the raging war in the city of Antioch has subsided. The tone of the old friend Augustus made the purifier on the other side even more confused. Even though he was just a machine, we once fought side by side in ire to resist the invasion of the Zerg together. I am getting more and more confused. The purifier Phoenix was stunned by what he said. He just wanted to seek help from humans to find his own people. You must be the ruler of humans. Their leader, he said. I may have been asleep for too long. When I woke up from the stasis chamber, I found that I was surrounded by strange humans. I had no intention of conflicting with your warriors, but they manipulated my body at will and ignored all my warnings. Tychus, Augustus shouted, but no one responded. Where are the others? Raynor found that Tychus must have suffered enough from Phoenix. I think this guy has learned enough lessons. I am Augustus Minsk, Emperor of the Terran Empire. Augustus continued. Terranians have always been staunch allies of the Terran Protoss. Terran? It may take me some time to figure out what happened during my sleep, Purifier Phoenix said to Augustus, Emperor Augustus Minsk. Perhaps you have a way to contact the Supreme Council. This place is far away from my home Ire, and I can't feel the thoughts and comfort of any of my people in Kara. I hope I can get your help. He can't remember the memory that has not been recorded. Reno said to Augustus, Augustus, maybe we should call the other Phoenix and ask him what he thinks about the current situation. Communications Officer, try to contact Artani's flagship purification. Augustus ordered. Phoenix is also on our channel. Soon, Artani's image appeared on the main screen of the Hyperion, and he seemed confused about Augustus contacting him. Emperor Augustus, I received a communication request from the Hyperion. At this moment, Artanis was on the mothership purification. Scarlet flashes occasionally flashed on the wide bridge behind him. It was the Dark Archon Arega below who was releasing his shining anger. My army found a mechanical Protoss in the Glacius facility. He claimed to be Phoenix, Augustus said to Artanis, while ordering his communications officer to turn the screens of both sides. Phoenix? Artanis was also shocked when he saw this scene. He was obviously surprised. Artanis, it's nice to meet you, young executor. The purifier Phoenix on the opposite side was refreshed. He could feel such emotions in a mechanical body, which showed that the technology of the Protoss had reached a level that human AI could not reach. I still remember the days when you and I fought side by side on Ire. Sword to sword, shoulder to shoulder, he said sadly. I can't feel Kara anymore. Young Artanis. When talking about this past, the purifier Phoenix's words were filled with rare pride and pride. He raised his mechanical arm and held his head high, as if the psychic blade in his hand was still shining. He seemed to be a real living Protoss instead of a cold machine, which was really amazing. Rather than saying that this was an anthropomorphic machine, it was better to say that it was a life in the form of a machine. Phoenix, I didn't expect to see you in the Glacius facility. After the Supreme Council left Ire, they also took away all the information of the Glacius Purifier project. After all, Artanis was an executive who had experienced many battles and had seen big scenes. After being surprised, he accepted this matter. I should have known it earlier. Phoenix, the Purifier project replicated the mind of the greatest Templar in the history of the Protoss, and your legend is still continuing in the Starry Sea. Emperor Augustus, I will send the Calais phase technician Carix to retrieve this Purifier prototype warrior. He then said to Augustus, You mean the Purifier prototype warrior? Purifier Phoenix felt dizzy by Artani's words. He thought he was a Templar who was transformed into a Dragon Knight in the Glacius facility, but he didn't expect that when he woke up. The whole Glacius had changed. Don't be ridiculous, Executor. I am a Templar, not a Purifier. They were sealed by the Supreme Council because of rebellion in ancient times, he said angrily. The Purifiers are dangerous and must be destroyed. How can you compare them with me, Phoenix? Artanis' glowing blue eyes trembled, indicating his inner psychological fluctuations. I hope you can understand, my friend. My chief phase technician told me that before Ire fell, The Supreme Council restarted the Purifier project in Glacius. You are not a member of the ancient Purifiers, but a prototype warrior of the modern Purifiers. And you copied the personality of Phoenix. What did you say? Purifier Phoenix was unable to accept it for a moment. This is impossible. Obviously, the implanted memory did not tell him that he was a Purifier. He fell into some kind of cognitive confusion and thought he was a flesh and blood Phoenix. Emperor Augustus Minsk. I am Phoenix, Archon of the Protoss. At this time, another image appeared on the Hyperion and was also synchronized to Odin on the ground. Before the revolutionary army led by Augustus arrived in Ire, Templar Phoenix had experienced a death and was only one step away from returning to Kara. Phoenix is now a dragon rider. His severely injured body is sealed in a chamber filled with nutrient solution. His glowing eyes are a little hazy in the bubbling blue liquid. Since the Battle of Ire, Phoenix's mecha has been upgraded many times, and obtained the solar technology from the Spear of Adon, and was transformed into a solar dragon rider powered by solar fragments. For a moment, the Purifier Phoenix was stunned, because the person opposite was almost exactly the same as himself. Artani's words were immediately proven. This was like a bolt from the blue. It's like you have lived as you since you were born and have memories. Your life may be extremely wonderful and legendary. You may have met many people and visited many places. All the experiences and joys and sorrows in life make up you. But suddenly one day, you are told that you are just a clone of you and everything you have experienced is what another person has experienced. Then you and your life are a lie. I am Phoenix, the administrator of the Templars, the Grand Archon, and the last Dragon Rider. Phoenix the Purifier once again repeated what he had said when introducing himself to Augustus. But he was more and more suspicious. While speaking, the rhythmic bright orange flashes of the tall arched shoulder armor of Phoenix the Purifier were getting faster and faster, indicating that his internal data core was calculating frantically. I am Phoenix too. It's a good name. Phoenix on the other side responded with this. He is one of the few Protoss with some humor cells, which comes from the influence of his good friend Jim Raynor. Not all human leaders are as interesting as Raynor. It's the real deal. I am Phoenix, the administrator of the Templars, the Grand Archon, and the last Dragon Rider. I am the Purifier? Purifier Phoenix was in deep doubt about his identity. This is impossible. In the original timeline, when Purifier Phoenix was awakened, the real Phoenix had already been killed by the Queen of Blades Kerrigan, who betrayed the Anti-Udi Alliance in the Brood War. This is why the Protoss hate the Queen of Blades so much, saying that this human woman is a liar who goes back on her word at her best, and a tyrant and butcher at her worst. But now, the human Sarah Kerrigan did not become the Queen of Blades, and Gabriel Tosh, who took the blame for her, was incompetent. So the tragedy of the Brood War did not happen. Listen, brother, this may be hard to accept, but in my eyes, you are Phoenix. There is no difference. Raynor comforted him. Raynor regarded the Purifier Phoenix as a real Protoss instead of a machine, which came from his precious qualities. I am Phoenix. I am not Phoenix. The Purifier Phoenix seemed to have not heard Raynor's words. He muttered to himself and fell into a state of confusion. When I got my first psychic blade in Audra, I felt that all the training and efforts were worth it. He said, I have fought on hundreds of worlds and fought against countless alien races. When resisting the invading alien insects, it was undoubtedly the most glorious moment for the Templar. I am extremely honored. The Phoenix on the opposite side responded to the words of his Purifier clone. A reconnaissance plane crashed on the border of Antigua. I gathered 20 warriors and killed nearly 1,000 Zerg before rescuing the pilot. Phoenix the Purifier began to sort out the events in his memory bank. The Karish arbitration was an extraordinary period. When the Templars who fought for Ire returned victoriously, they suffered all kinds of hostility. Only one of the 4 Zealot brothers died. I was ordered to lead an expedition to rescue the survivors. Except for me and the last target, the expedition was completely wiped out. During the holy celebration of the Feast of the Holy, I was trapped in a tower of the High Council, which was controlled by terrorists of the Dark Templar. After walking barefoot through the shards of the Anima Crystal, I took the terrorists' warp glaives and turned on them, including their leader. A group of mercenaries wiped out my forces and captured me, forcing me to launch a coup by assassinating Arbiter Aldaris. After I escaped, I found them one by one and killed them all, while negotiating the release of hostages on a border planet. I encountered an unknown alien life form that separated us one by one and hunted us one by one. Despite my lack of weapons and equipment, I still won in hand-to-hand combat and survived his suicide bombing. Phoenix the Purifier was full of his own deeds, not noticing that Phoenix on the opposite side was silent. What a brave hero, Phoenix. How come I have never heard of these things? Renault praised repeatedly. This is not something to brag about. Humility is the virtue of the Templar, Phoenix said dryly. I have modified some files, and may have slightly polished my glorious deeds. Chapter 616 Speedy Name Change. Ah, old friend Phoenix. Hearing about your glorious deeds really makes me yearn. This reminds me of the great battle when you and I fought against the Tegel army at Daneth 7. Although the enemy and our forces were at desperate 30:1. We finally won a glorious victory. But at this moment, a young and upright senior executive obviously did not understand what slightly polished meant. Instead, he was aroused by these impassioned words and talked about it eloquently. How nostalgic. You should have told me your past stories earlier. Phoenix is already 397 years old this year, and Artanis is almost 135 years younger than him. For the younger generation of Templars like Artanis, they may have grown up listening to the stories of these legendary warriors. Artanis did not have the rare human sense of humor, or wanted to make fun of the dark history of the old predecessors. He just took it seriously. If Edmund Duke was here, he would definitely compare his glorious deeds of kicking the Supreme Council and killing the Overlord with them. Renault turned his head and whispered something to Augustus, who nodded seriously, and the smile on his face almost stopped. I'm sorry, Emperor Augustus. Phoenix pretended to look back, but behind him was the empty wall of the Dragon Knight nutrition chamber. My army is about to launch a new round of offensive, and now I have to leave. It's bad. This is Kara's bad point. One person spreads 10. 10 spreads 100. And it won't be long before the entire Golden Fleet knows about Phoenix's boasting. And then most of Durham will know about it. This is no less than using the Korhal UNN radio tower to inform the entire empire of Emperor Augustus's childhood embarrassment. Don't worry, Phoenix. We are very tight-lipped. Before Phoenix's image disappeared, Raynor supported Augustus' hand and assured him that he would never tell anyone. If it were me, I would also run away at this time. Augustus shrugged and sneered. This is probably what makes Phoenix different as a Protoss. And this is why we love him. Great. I still have a lot to learn if I want to be a hero like Tassadar and Phoenix. Artanis came back to his senses from his vision of the glorious past and sighed. Compared with a legendary fanatic like Phoenix, Artanis' achievements are obviously not worth mentioning, so he must always be humble. Phoenix is broad-minded and fearless. If he were a human, he would be a hero. You are really too young, Artanis. Raynor was also amused when he saw that Artanis actually believed it. This is how Protoss are. They may not try to brag to other Protoss. Because of the existence of Kara, lies are very easy to expose, and they naturally believe that other Protoss will not deceive and conceal themselves. I don't like you saying that, friend Raynor. Artanis was unhappy, according to humans. I am more than 200 years older than you. Same thing, brother. Raynor shrugged his eyebrows. How are you going to deal with and place this Purifier Phoenix? He may be a little mentally disturbed now. I mean, if he has such a thing as a spirit, I can roughly understand this feeling. It may be similar to when a clone with the same memory implanted finds out that he is not the only one. Following Renault's gaze, it can be noticed that the Purifier Phoenix at this time is constantly and mechanically repeating the dark history of his consciousness source. And it has not calmed down until now. No wonder Phoenix himself can't listen to it anymore. It seems that after Glacius's Purifier project was interrupted for a time, the Calais phase technician in charge of the project did not consider the situation of the prototype Purifier warrior encountering his source. At the same time, the Imperial Goliath robot pilots standing around the Purifier Phoenix on the ground became more nervous, ready to open fire immediately if they saw the situation was not good. After the previous conflict, everyone knew how terrifying this huge mechanical Protoss would be when it was angry. In this case, it was difficult for Artanis to regard a mechanical Protoss with Phoenix's memory as his compatriot. He originally just wanted to do routine work and recover a weapon in the Glacius facility. Phoenix may be the first prototype warrior after the restart of the Purifier project, and it is crucial for subsequent research. He said, Chief Calais phase technician is on the way to the Hyperion, and he will be responsible for subsequent repairs and recycling. The most urgent task is to prevent Orega's army from getting closer to the technology library, once he obtains the Purifier project technology of Glacius. The consequences will be disastrous. Ship back the Purifier Phoenix. And be careful not to anger him. Augustus nodded and gave the order. That is a war machine built for war. I dare say that if he gets angry, he will definitely poke a hole in the Hyperion, Raynor added. Then, the king and his minister smiled at each other. I am afraid that today's Phoenix joke will nail their old Phoenix friend to the pillar of shame forever. Augustus is also very interested in the purifier technology of the Protoss Empire. As long as he can get some samples for research in the Glacius facility, the AI and intelligent mechanical technology of the Terran Empire will make great progress. And the Protoss will not interfere. At this moment, the weather outside was getting worse. The transport ship that departed from the Hyperion dock was like a fragile light spot looming in the storm, as if it would be blown away by a gust of wind at any time. In the center of the Glacius facility, a terrible cyclone with destructive power was slowly forming, and countless scarlet lightning crackled on the ground, like wandering blood snakes. Above this cyclone was an entire Terran Protoss fleet. The extremely magnificent Protoss mothership Purifier was pouring terrible purification beams to the ground, and the amazing power almost raised half of the Glacius facility to the ground. These reawakened Protoss motherships once ushered in the golden age of civilization in the history of the Protoss Empire. The powerful power contained in their anima crystals can instantly destroy several enemy fleets and even raise planets. And the Dark Archon Aurega was even able to fight against the fleet, which was a rare sight in the world. The Terran Empire fleet also joined the siege of Aurega. This formidable steel fleet appeared on the other side of the Glacius facility. Millions of flashing searchlights were as bright as stars, echoing the blue lights of the Terran Protoss fleet. After a series of dazzling flashes, the laser gun group of the battlecruiser roared, sweeping across the scavenger pirates and alien insects below. The entire ground suddenly became a slaughterhouse, with shattered limbs everywhere. The roar of the Yamato cannons even drowned out the wailing of the wounded. What kind of monster is that Aurega? I have never seen anything that can remain intact under a round of Yamato cannon fire. Under the bridge of the Hyperion, Raynor and Augustus could clearly see the Dark Archon, who was being bombarded by the two fleets. If you just look at it with your naked eyes, it is almost difficult to distinguish the specific outline of Aurega. He looks huge, but most of it is illusory light and shadow, and it is actually very difficult to hit. Even if attacked, Aurega's shield is enough to offset the firepower of the mothership's main gun. Aurega seems to have turned into the night itself. He can be dispelled by the light, but always comes back when the sun sets. Since Aurega has become a pure energy creature, it is time for our EMP electromagnetic weapon to take effect. Augustus was also looking at Aurega outside the bridge window. He could only vaguely see the lightning lingering in the sky. The EMP scrambler can only slowly weaken the power of the Protoss shield. I'm afraid it won't have much effect on Aurega, Raynor said to Augustus. Nerid said he is trying to adjust the Zelnada artifact to a mode that can hurt the Protoss. But distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. In theory, the Zelnada artifact's Nova Shock can also be effective on the genes of the Protoss and humans. But no one has ever succeeded. Nerid's calculations were very good. If the artifact could directly drain Aurega's power, then Amon's return to the real universe would be just around the corner. A blunt knife hurts the most, Jimmy. Augustus just lit a cigar, and the golden red cape on his body swayed slightly with his movements. And if we deploy enough EMP jammers, then even Aurega will have a headache. You may be right, Renault agreed, but this may also be a double-edged sword. EMP weapons do not distinguish between enemies and friends. This is the Seven Wounds Fist, which hurts you first and then others. Putting aside the feelings of the Protoss on our side, EMP weapons will also disrupt communications between the Imperial Army. Well, Artanis knows that we will use this weapon and has been prepared. They may still have some concerns, but EMP weapons are not used against the Terran Protoss. As Augustus was speaking, he heard the report that the technical soldiers had completed the deployment of the EMP frequency scrambler. When the EMP frequency scrambler ordered by Augustus took effect, almost everyone could feel Aurega's anger. The appearance of the human fleet exceeded Aurega's expectations. Although he still stood still, he lost a lot of strength to resist the artillery fire of the two fleets. Although the effect was slow, the EMP scrambler was indeed constantly weakening Aurega's shield energy. This is to avenge Sammy. Aurega. Augustus stared at the flashing darkness outside the porthole. Then, the bridge of the Hyperion was once again illuminated by the flash of the Imperial fleet's Yamato cannon. For more than half an hour, the Imperial and Protoss fleets pursued Dark Archon Aurega relentlessly. The cannons roared, Orega's army was decimated, and his power was greatly weakened. When the entire glacious facility was almost razed to the ground, Orega's psychic index gradually dissipated. Suddenly, he disappeared in the same instant as he appeared, as if he had never existed. Dark Archon Orega is far more powerful than his kind. It is said that he can move at the speed of thought, which means that he can move in an instant and appear in incredible places at incredible times. What is puzzling is Orega's intention. Perhaps he did not expect the human army to appear, or he did not take humans seriously at all. But from the results, Orega almost suddenly appeared in the glacious facility, and then took a volley of fire from the fleet, and then fled in a hurry. Orega ran away? When Orega suddenly disappeared, Renault and Augustus did not react. Either he admitted defeat and fled, or he finally got what he wanted. Instantly, the dark clouds over the glacious facility ceased, and the terrifying storm also dissipated. Soon, the weather gradually improved, and the clear blue sky was like clean blue silk. It seemed so. Augustus frowned. Orega may indeed be the largest evil force besides Amon. His personal strength alone is enough to compete with the fleet. If the military force controlled by Orega was not difficult to compete with the Golden Fleet and the Imperial Fleet, he would have overturned the Copperless sector long ago. Your Majesty, Calais Phase Technician Carrix has arrived at the bridge. At this time, a communications officer came over and said to Augustus, "Let him in." Augustus immediately said, "Send in the Purifier Phoenix as well." After a while, a team of royal guards sent Purifier Phoenix to the bridge. Phase Technician Carrix was already an old acquaintance of the Terran Empire, and he was not shy. He directly checked the status of Purifier Phoenix on the bridge. Fortunately, the latter's mood was still stable. The adamantium shell is made up of trillions of compressed structures, and its structure is very advanced. Carrix used the tools he carried to check the alloy shell interface of the Purifier Phoenix. It is really great. Reaching the pinnacle, the Purifier project in the glacious facility was restarted with inspiration from the ancient Purifier project. And the ancient technology is extremely advanced even now. The design structure of these new purifiers is comparable to any technology we have ever conceived, which is simply a miracle. That's enough. I'm a Templar who has fought for the Supreme Council countless times. How can I be used as a specimen for research? When he was first carried onto the bridge, the Purifier Phoenix could be described as having no hope at all, allowing others to manipulate him. Now he suddenly became strangely angry, almost scaring Carrix. "Calm down, Phoenix," Augustus shouted. "No, I'm not Phoenix, although I have his memories, as if I had experienced them myself," he said. "I am willing to accept the facts, no matter how bitter it is. I don't think I can go by the name Phoenix anymore. It's more than a name. It's another person. Given how Phoenix embellished the files, you're definitely not him." Augustus' words were amusing but true. "I suggest you choose a new name." Chapter 617 Ancient Purifier. My name. Purifier Phoenix's body structure is very cleverly designed. He can fold his huge mechanical body to save space, just like a white iron box with a curved surface, covered with delicate and elegant gray textures and orange-yellow crystal circuits. My name. He repeated this sentence, and his glowing crystal eyes flickered, as if a nervous person blinked nervously. "You are right. Emperor of the Terran Empire. I need a new name. I still remember. In the last battle of Antioch, I was ambushed by a hydralisk. I could have easily killed it, but my psychic blade suddenly stopped working. After that, I was placed in the body of a dragon rider. But this is a false lie. I am neither a dragon rider nor a real phoenix. I think a new name represents a new identity." Augustus said, "Say goodbye to the past and usher in a new beginning. You have to find your own name and your own path." Well said. Reno drew inferences from one example. That's why sometimes we had to hide our identities and escape the pursuit of the Federation. Such a wise suggestion, Emperor Augustus. In the short life of your race, few people can think as thoroughly as you do. Phoenix the Purifier was surprised that he actually accepted the humans' proposal. If the memory source of Phoenix the Purifier can become friends with these humans, then this is also certain for him. Protoss rarely misjudge a person, and friendship will always accompany their long lives. For the name, I can't get a reference file from my memory network, Purifier Phoenix said. How about calling it Sknife 11 Nef? Augustus gave his suggestion happily. Not bad. Marshal Raynor's taste in naming is exactly the same as his old friend. What special meaning does this have for humans? Purifier Phoenix asked. It can be seen that he doesn't like this name very much. I have a friend who spells his name backwards whenever he changes his identity and appears in front of others. Augustus also laughed when he said this, and turned to the other party and said, "Don't be too anxious. Before that, we will still call you Phoenix." "I have thought a lot." Phoenix the Purifier said, "There is another real Phoenix in this world. I am just a fake. Whenever I think of this name, I feel distressed and confused." "Well, I have another suggestion." Augustus was silent for a moment and said, "Perhaps you can find a new one in the Protoss language according to your Protoss traditions. I have fought side by side with Archon Phoenix. He is the bravest Protoss warrior I have ever seen. He is not afraid of any enemy or death. We all believe that Phoenix has a brave heart. Talander. In our language, this means brave heart." Purifier Phoenix immediately thought of this word, and felt a sense of enlightenment in his heart. As if it should be like this. Talander. This is a really good name. The Protoss phase technician Carrick's not far away also said, "This is also good." Renault thought either one was good. If he named it, it would probably be a common name like David Sam. This name is just right. Purifier Phoenix said, "I think this may be the first choice I have made in my life. And it is by no means a hasty decision. I have chosen my name with honor. My name is Talander. Everyone here remembers this day. Talander. One day, this name will be famous." Augustus said, "You will fight side by side with the heroes in your memory and recast a glorious legend that belongs to you. I look forward to the day when I can fight side by side with you." Purifier Phoenix Talander now wields his mechanical arm, and the power seems to be holding a real blade. Emperor Augustus Mainsk and Marshal James Raynor are both heroes among the Terran humans. They led their people to bravely resist the tyranny of the Terran Federation, defeated the Ute invaders, and resisted the invasion of the Zerg many times. Phase Technician Carrick's is kind-hearted, seeing that Phoenix's Purifier replica has found its new name. He is also happy from the bottom of his heart. They are to the Terran humans, just like Tassadar is to us. Tassadar. The memory of this great warrior seems to be still bathed in the eternal light of Kala, which makes me feel honored. But it is only a false illusion. A story that happened to another person. Not me. Talander looked at Carrick's. "Your Majesty, the Terran Protoss flagship Purification sent a communication request." The bridge communication officer said to Augustus at this time. "Connected." Augustus immediately ordered, "I am Artanes." Emperor Augustus. Artanes' image appeared again. Dark Archon Origar has once again fled the battlefield. Like many times before, he abandoned his army after the defeat, leaving them to fend for themselves on the battlefield. This is really too dishonorable. The Dark Templar has the same respectable and noble character as the Templar. But Origar is an exception. He is more like a despicable and cunning Taldaran Protoss. Once the situation is unfavorable to him, he will not hesitate to retreat, instead of embracing the glory of fighting until death. The information we collected also shows that Arega has left. Augustus nodded and said, "Now, my army is capturing the scavenger pirates and the prisoners of Arega's fist, and clearing out the remaining Zerg." At this time, the dark clouds over the Glacius facility had dissipated. The sky was blue and clear, and the surging waves gently hit the coast. Everything seemed quiet and beautiful. The Terran Empire's army has occupied the Purifier technology collection in the Glacius facility and the nearby defense facilities. This is an army mainly composed of Spartan Goliath robots and Odin. These steel giants easily crushed the broken copper and iron of this group of pirates, which can be said to be bullying. Despite this, when Arega arrived, the fighting spirit of these scavenger pirates was extremely tenacious, even comparable to the fearlessness of socialized soldiers. According to the report of the Imperial soldiers who landed on Glacius, these pirates became crazy when Arega arrived. And in Tychus's words, they were like taking drugs. But once Arega escaped from Glacius, these pirates completely lost all their fighting spirit and knelt down in front of the Imperial army, begging for mercy. Thanks to the support of the Terran Empire, it was with the help of the Imperial army that the technological facilities in the Science and Technology Library were restored. Artanes said, "It seems that we have won this battle. But for some reason, I have a bad feeling in my heart." Raynor frowned at this time. "It's hard to say. I don't think Orega's target is the Purifier technology in the Science and Technology Library." "You make a lot of sense, Marshal." Artanes agreed. "Phoenix and I have the same doubts. We never understood the true purpose of Arega. But we can be sure of this. Auriga has always been invincible. While the humans led by Augustus were still rebuilding their new empire, Auriga had already planned many attacks against the Iyer Protoss. Since the Iyer and Shakura's Protoss were reorganized into the Dallin Protoss, Auriga was furious and wanted to destroy the alliance between the two races. Just like a cruel father who wanted to break up a pair of star-crossed lovers, Auriga first seized a catering crystal that was said to be of great power. It was probably the same catering crystal that the Overmind had ordered taken before the invasion of Iyer. The Overmind believed that it contained powers that the Protoss could not imagine. Then, Auriga used the ancient knowledge of the Dark Templar to create 5 copies of the catering crystal. At some point before the Brood War, Auriga brought the 5 twisted crystals and the flames of war to the Dallin Protoss stronghold of Shakura's, the home of the Dark Templar. He decided to create a powerful psychic storm that swept across the planet, bringing the Zerg into Shakura's to create endless killings. After the Terran Protoss defeated Auriga's conspiracy, Auriga disappeared for a while, and only recently made a comeback. Wait, I just got some bad news. Emperor Augustus, Artanis suddenly said, although the technology in the technology library has been properly protected, Auriga's minions have successfully invaded the archives of the Glacius facility. A phase technician in charge of the project told me that Auriga consulted the documents on the origin of the Glacius Purifier project and downloaded information about the ancient purifiers. Ancient purifiers? Augustus asked knowingly, Artanis. I don't know why this worries you so much. Your Majesty, this is a history that my people and I are reluctant to mention. But my mentor Tassadar told me that if we don't face history and learn lessons from the past, then we are denying the connection between the Templar and the Dark Templar. The only lesson humanity has learned from history is that humanity never learns. Augustus shrugged. Okay, I'd like to hear more. Let me explain to Emperor Augustus. Phase Technician Carix came out at this time. Glacius's Purifier is a restarted project, inspired by the Ancient Purifier project. After getting Artanis' consent, he explained to Augustus. The Ancient Purifier project was ordered by the Supreme Council to create a powerful armed force that could decide the outcome of the battlefield. Carrick said, the breakthroughs made by the purifiers in artificial intelligence and intelligent machinery are incredible even from today's perspective. In human terms, there is no one before and no one after. It is an unattainable and insurmountable peak. So you are the newcomers. When Augustus nodded, Raynor said, we have seen the power of the purifiers from Talander. But why don't we use such a good weapon? How did Iyer fall? I think it was probably the same as the Mothership and the Colossus. They were too powerful and had to be sealed. Augustus said, that's part of the reason. The ancient purifiers were considered uncontrollable, and they once launched a terrible rebellion and brutally killed their creators. Tyrax said, it was a terrible tragedy that shocked the High Council at the time. Therefore, the purifiers were considered a dangerous weapon. Now, the ancient purifiers have long been sealed by the Supreme Council and are forbidden to be used forever. What's going on? Didn't you say that the purifiers copied the greatest heroic personalities in the history of the Protoss? Since they are the greatest heroes, how could they attack the people they were supposed to swear to protect? Reno raised his own questions. I think there is another hidden story, Augustus said. This Carix hesitated. I think I have a say in this matter. Purifier Phoenix, who has changed his name to Talander, has been listening for a long time. And now he puts forward his own opinion. The purifiers are copied from the greatest Templars of the Protoss. They constantly improve their martial arts and hone their skills day after day, year after year, ready for any upcoming war. But after becoming purifiers, the Supreme Council did not treat them like the heroes they once were. Not only that, the Council also treated the purifiers like slaves, treating them as cold weapons and tools. He said, the arbitrators don't understand that since the purifiers have saved their consciousness and personality in digital form, and the similarity is as high as 99%. They are new life rather than cold weapons of war. For this reason, the purifiers have to resist to regain their freedom. The Protoss Empire has a strict order, and the Kalai cannot transcend the class, let alone the machines that are not regarded as people. The arrogance of the Supreme Council has long been deep-rooted. The Protoss has failed these mechanical Protoss. Raynor thought for a moment and said, this sounds similar to the expulsion of the ancestors of the Dark Templar. Raynor suddenly realized, hasn't the Supreme Council done anything good? Just like we have to resist the tyranny of the Federation. For freedom. My parents and I are just farmers in Shiloh. We work hard and abide by the law. But in the end, we can't even make a living. I have to admit it. But it's the truth. Artanis, the ancient purifiers, hate the Council and the Templars extremely. We have no intention of awakening the ancient purifiers. Once they wake up, the consequences will be disastrous. If Aurega learns about this, what will he do? Augustus and Artanis look at each other. I think something big is going to happen. Chapter 618 Electronic Kara. After the storm, the sunset at the Glacius facility was more beautiful than usual. In the distance, dangerous peaks stood tall, and small pieces of light golden clouds floated bit by bit, which was beautiful beyond words. The sea breeze blew rows of imperial flags, and the Royal Marines stood with their heads held high in the sunset. They stood motionless, silent, waiting for the Emperor's order. The Science and Technology Library was one of the few buildings in the Glacius facility that was still well preserved after the war. This white gold building was shrouded in a rose-colored light, and the resonant sound of the purifier matrix was buzzing. Augustus and Artanis, the senior executive of Terran, were standing on the suppression tower outside the Science and Technology Library to discuss countermeasures. This towering purifier tower was built on the coast, connected to a towering core matrix tower, with thousands of golden and orange matrix flashes echoing the gorgeous sunset. Opposite them was a calm blue fjord, and on the other side were the guards led by Imperial Marshal Jim Raynor and Terran Protoss Archon Phoenix. Where are the ancient purifiers sealed now? Augustus and Artanis both thought they had to have a face-to-face discussion about what had just happened. Aurega may not be worth the Protoss and the human race's efforts, but what really makes the leaders of both sides suspicious is the power behind him. The original purifiers were placed in high orbit around the planet of Edion, sealed in their fortress warship Cybros. Artanis understood the concerns of the human emperor. After the rebellion of the ancient purifiers was quelled, they were sealed inside the Cybros. Afterwards, this huge purifier fortress was cut off from power and sent into its current orbit. He said, only in cases deemed most urgent will the Cybros and the purifiers within be reawakened. The purifiers have long been a symbol of achievement but danger. In this case, do the Protoss on Edion have enough power to deal with an impending attack? Augustus stared at the turbulent sea and asked Artanis. Dark Archon Aurega has learned of the ancient grievances between the purifiers and the Protoss Empire, so it is obvious what he will do next. Since the Protoss Empire has created a powerful military force that is extremely uncontrollable and extremely hostile to its creator, then Aurega will not miss such a good opportunity. Aurega will definitely awaken the purifiers and even try to control them. Of course, he is an extremely smart person and is more likely to cause a war by provoking the relationship between the awakened purifiers and the Darran Protoss. Aurega has dedicated himself to revenge. He knows the taste of hatred. As long as one party's hands are splashed with the blood of the other party, there will be no peace. Purifiers are born for war, and launching and winning a war is nothing more than a common thing for them. Their mothership, the Cybros, is a mobile star destroyer. The manufacturing matrix inside its production center can continuously produce terrible purifier core. These mechanical warriors, who are not afraid of death or time, will become the mechanical disaster that engulfs the entire world of Terran. The purifiers can even be regarded as a new Protoss race and a new civilization. They can even develop, improve and produce new weapons according to the situation of the war to adapt to the new era. The Protoss Empire has long been weakened and is far less powerful than it used to be. The once suppressed Purifier Rebellion is likely to evolve into another epic interstellar war. The Purifier Protoss even have their version of the Kala, a data network that connects all purifiers together, allowing all purifiers to speak, communicate, and share information, although they cannot convey emotions. The data network is seen as a poor, pale substitute for the Kala, and the Protoss engineers who designed it may never have thought that the Protoss would lose the Kala one day. We have to worry about possible attacks from Aurega and his minions. Edion is a scientific research planet with about 800,000 Kali living on it. They are all the top scientists in the Protoss Empire. Artanis was much more anxious than Augustus. Sometimes, the strong emotional fluctuations of the Protoss can hit the heart directly without the need for mental language. As you know, Kali are not good at fighting. Their duties are to engage in research, invention and creation, not to kill the enemy. He said, there are also a number of Templar troops stationed on Edion, but that is obviously not enough. After Tassadar learned of this, he has already begun to send additional fleets to Edion to completely blockade the entire system. This is the advantage of the Templar class rather than the Arbiter class leading the Protoss. An excellent commander with excellent strategic vision can quickly respond to the situation and deploy troops at the fastest speed, even on a battlefield that spans thousands of light years. Quick response and response are particularly important. Blockade? This is indeed the best approach at the moment. Augustus was silent for a while before saying, "But what should we do in the future? You can't station a large fleet in Edeon for a long time. If the Purifiers wake up from their mothership, the Cybros, and find that there is a large Protoss fleet around them, they may not think that it is here to protect them. In fact, we are preparing to do so." Artanis was helpless. Now is an extraordinary period. The plan to expedition Ire has been blocked, and Aurega's army is wreaking havoc on various distant Terran worlds. If those ancient Purifiers wake up again, the consequences will be disastrous. If you have enough troops to guard, the Terran Empire doesn't need to intervene in this matter. Augustus also nodded. The Zerg is still threatening the southern border of the Terran Empire, and we are also unable to take care of ourselves. When the Second Overmind invaded the Copperloo sector, even though the current Terran Empire fleet has increased 10 times compared to before, it is still difficult to guard the vast Empire border. And there is no doubt that even the remnants of the Protoss Empire's invincible fleet are not something that the Terran humans can touch. Not to mention that the current Golden Fleet is known as the largest fleet in the history of the Protoss. If there is a problem that even the Protoss cannot solve, Augustus may not have a better solution. He originally hoped to get some help from Dalim, but now even the Protoss' own homes are in chaos. For Augustus, the top priority is to stabilize the border of the Western Empire invaded by Aurega and eliminate the scavenger pirate forces that help the evil in the area. Your Majesty, the Terran Empire has helped us a lot. Artanis was also sincerely grateful for Augustus' help. As long as Augustus and Tassadar are still the leaders of the Terran Empire and the Darim Protoss, the relationship between the two races will continue to improve. Compared to whether Edeon will be attacked by Aurega, I am more worried about another thing. Artanis said to Augustus again. The Light and Shadow Council of Shakuras has held an emergency meeting on how to deal with the ancient Purifiers. Some bishops believe that if the possible threat posed by the Purifiers is to be eliminated, the Cybros must be completely destroyed. Compared to the more conservative bishops, their voices cannot be ignored. Especially the Supreme Protector Rahana on the Spear of Adon. Artanis, I can't give you a better suggestion for this. Augustus realized that this was a problem that even he had not considered. The Purifiers have always been seen as a threat, but they have been banned for thousands of years and almost forgotten. Protector Rahana is indeed an unstable factor that Augustus did not expect. This Protoss protector from the Golden Age can be said to be a representative of conservative thinking. It is not easy to change her ideas. On the other hand, Dark Archon Aurega is the character most affected by the butterfly effect. Aurega was originally active from the eve of the Brood War to the Wings of Liberty, which was 3 to 4 years. He was sealed by the Protoss protector Zamara in 2503 and did not affect the subsequent plot. Since Augustus made the first decision that affected the course of history, many things have become different from the past. Aurega is facing a more powerful Protoss Darim, led by the prestigious Tassadar, and he can only take risks for revenge. And since Urajet is so powerful and so close to the Void and the Zelnaga, he is more likely to be influenced by a darker force when he takes a wrong turn. But the Purifiers are likely to be a vital force, and they may be designed for enemies like the Zerg. Augustus then said to Artanis, the Purifiers are machines, and they are not afraid of a war of attrition with the Zerg. Because too many people were lost in the Battle of Ire, the Protoss had to develop intelligent machines to make up for the lack of manpower. And weapons like the Mechanical Sentinel were born for this purpose. Yes, that's why Tassadar is so against destroying the Purifiers. Artanis still looked worried, but the situation is beyond our expectations. How to deal with the differences of the Purifiers has caused another bigger dispute in the Council. They are afraid of the Purifiers, just like we were afraid of the Dark Templar. Tassadar is not in Shakuras, and cannot lead the proceedings of the meeting. And the Matriarch of the Nerazim has long stopped interfering in politics. Tassadar must be very tired carrying the Protoss Empire on his shoulders. Augustus felt deeply. Fortunately, there were no too many ethnic conflicts in the Terran Empire, which was why he did not completely annex the Kelmorian Union and the Umojan United States. This is our responsibility, Your Majesty, and we are deeply honored by it, Artanis said. Augustus, we have captured a leader of the scavenger pirates. He claims that he knows the hiding place of Alan Caesar, but he is only willing to tell you. At this time, Tychus Finley, along with several Imperial soldiers, escorted a scavenger pirate leader towards Augustus. This bastard has peed his pants. If you scare him, he will definitely tell you the color of Caesar's underwear, because he knows that only if I give the order can his life be saved. Augustus signaled Tychus to bring the man up. According to the laws of the Terran Empire, a pirate will either be hanged or sent to a resocialized factory, under the euphemism of waste utilization. It was a man wearing a black jacket and polyester pants, with a funny rat whisker on his face. This man must be extremely dirty and cowardly. So much so that Artanes next to him was disgusted, and kept his distance from him, as if he saw something extremely disgusting. Your Majesty, every time I see these compatriots of yours, I will admire you and James Raynor's noble character even more, he said to Augustus. By the way, I heard that the purifier Protoss can perfectly copy a person's consciousness. Is this true? Tychus asked. If you want to do that, the Protoss can also copy your personality. Augustus replied. No. The Terran Empire has enough bastards like me. Tychus smiled shyly. This pirate must know Augustus. As soon as he came to him, he bowed his head and shouted, "Long live the Emperor!" with tears and snot flowing down. Great Emperor Augustus, we finally got your army. This scavenger pirate leader looked really heartbroken. The name of Emperor Augustus is not enough to stop babies from crying. But pirates and criminals will probably cry when they hear this name. It sounds like you have suffered a lot of injustice. Augustus smiled. Didn't Alan Caesar give you food? The little leader immediately choked. He thought the emperor would scold him coldly and order him to be torn into pieces and sunk into the sea. But the other party seemed to be asking him if he had eaten. No. If you understand our situation, you will know that Alan Caesar is also helpless. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and then said, Alan was actually coerced by that Arega. At the beginning, he used a huge commission to ask us to provide him with a fleet. But since Arega turned into a crazy monster, things got out of control. His Protoss Dark Templars secretly controlled Alan and captains like me, forcing us to fight for him. How much is the commission? Tychus next to him asked quietly. Enough for Alan to form another scavenger fleet, and it will be much larger than before. The small leader said. So you are really forced to do this? Augustus said kindly. Then where is Alan Caesar? Alan is on the Zelnaga ship in Arega. He must have been driven crazy by the Protoss, and is more brutal than ever before. The small leader said, I know where the Zelnaga ship is. In a place called Zakul. Your Majesty, I only ask you to spare my life. Zakul? Artanes was surprised. That is the holy place where the protectors live. This is true. The other party emphasized again. Well, this news is worth saving your life. Augustus ordered the pirate to be taken away. I hope you have a good time in New Folsom. Chapter 619 Protector of Zakul. Among the warships I have seen, the Hyperion is not a small ship. It was the first time for the Purifier Protoss Talander to visit the Hyperion. It was a novel experience. Walking on the reddish-brown carpet of a human warship was a completely different feeling from walking on the bright white flagship of a Protoss warship. Even though the Hyperion was the most luxuriously decorated warship among the human flagships, the cables and pipes that were not covered could be seen in the newly painted corridors. The noise in the engine room also made the duty sergeant miserable. In comparison, the hum of the Protoss warship catering crystal matrix was simply a beautiful and moving melody. There were many passages leading to other important compartments on the main deck of the Hyperion, which were as complicated as a maze, and could only be distinguished by signs. He had just followed Marshal Jim Raynor of the Terran Empire from the lower deck, and had seen different areas such as the hydraulic engine room, battery room, damage control workshop, armory, food storage room, operating room, etc. He had heard the screams of the turbine engine and the engine room vent fan, and was deeply impressed. The hull of this warship is not small, but a large number of bulky mechanical devices occupy too much living space for the crew, especially the main guns of the Yamato guns and the firing center. Such inefficient use of space is common and not surprising for a young race like humans. The space of the Protoss warship is bright and spacious, especially for behemoths like the mothership and the Spear of Aden. The Hyperion is an old warship that is a bit outdated, but we are still proud of her and her achievements. As Raynor spoke, he pointed to the Imperial emblem on the entrance of the Hyperion's armory. The shield-shaped emblem made of polished brass was carefully scrubbed by sailors every day to ensure that it would not be covered with dust. Although I can no longer feel your emotions, Commander James Rayner, I can empathize with you. Talander's large mechanical walking foot was impressive when it stepped on the deck. Some aisles were even narrow for him. Now the Hyperion is heading to a distant planet called Zakul to arrest the leader of the scavenger pirates, Alan Sheezer. The fleet of High Executor Artanis also traveled with the humans. This was not the first time they had fought together. For the time being, the Purifier Talander that humans found in the Glacius facility also stayed on the Hyperion. Before returning to the Darem Protoss, he might need some time to accept the differences between himself and his people and find the direction of his life. High Executor Artanis originally planned to directly recover the Purifier Talander to provide a model for the restarted Purifier project to develop new weapons. But since Artanis' mentor, Archbishop Tassadar, warned him to treat Talander as a true Protoss, and he was the key to easing the relationship between the Protoss and the Purifiers, he decided to respect the Purifier's own decision. The Terran Empire has a well-trained army. They are the most brave and fearless human warriors I have ever seen. Talander praised to Rayner. Yes, we have a group of great guys and girls. Without them, the warship can't operate, Rayner said. At this time, the door of the armory next to him suddenly opened, and a young man wearing a work hat walked out. He is Milo Kaczynski, the younger brother of Viktor Kaczynski, and now the chief engineer on the Hyperion. It is said that about 10 years ago, Milo, who was still a child, was already spotted by Augustus Mengsk at that time. Although this rumor is suspicious, it undoubtedly proves that he is a very talented person. With the collapse of the power of the board of directors of the Comorian Federation, people's trust in the government and banks has also collapsed, and the economy is on the verge of collapse. More and more Comorians are migrating to the prosperous core world of the Terran Empire to find a way out. Especially capable and skilled craftsmen, which greatly expands the talent pool of the Empire and provides a foundation for the further development of the manufacturing industry. For those young people who want to make a name for themselves in the Copperlu sector, joining the Terran Empire army is definitely their only choice. Hello, Talander. I'm Milo. The engineer named Milo Kaczynski looked at Talander with much more enthusiasm than he looked at Renault, and he almost handed him a cup of tea. Oh my god. What a sophisticated design. You are definitely the most beautiful I have ever seen. You can come in for a tour, and then we can give you a small check. Oh, I think that's fine. Talander was very happy. This was the first time in his life that someone praised him like this. I heard that you are working on a project to develop a new chassis for the Thor mecha. Go ahead and do it. Renault pressed Milo's head and pushed him back, which made the young engineer very dissatisfied. This is a young man with a bad temper, but there is always someone who can control him. What's wrong? Talander asked. If those engineers praise you like that, it's just like a client praising a prostitute's body, Raider said metaphorically. The Terran Empire excavated many valuable things from the ruins of the Glacius facility, such as the holographic projection device of the Protoss Mechanical Sentinel. This magical device can create a lifelike holographic image entity, even to the point of being indistinguishable from the real thing. Thanks to the research on this technology, the Empire has also made new breakthroughs in the research of holographic images. If they wanted to dismantle the Purifier for research, it would be too greedy. Forgive me for not understanding what you were saying. Talander was puzzled. Of course, he could not understand many of the living habits of humans. After all, just having a mouth was weird enough. Then Rayner took Talander to visit the Technical Soldier Workshop, the Officer Activity Room, the Quartermaster Cabin, the Armorer Workshop, and the Prison Room. When passing the prison room, they happened to meet Tychus Finley, who looked as pale as death. God knows what this guy has done. Of course, this was a common occurrence in the Hyperion. Tychus was not the only crew member who violated the rules, but he was always sent here. Usually, he either had a fight with someone or stole something again. When the door to the Hyperion's dining room opened, some crew members were eating in it, enjoying butter, fried potatoes, and sweet soda. The crew members in the dining room were all very surprised by Talander's appearance. This was their first time seeing a mechanical Protoss. If someone exclaimed loudly and showed that they had never seen the world, it would be despised. After all, the people on the Hyperion had seen everything. This is the central restaurant, which provides food for most of the sailors. We have several such restaurants, open to everyone all day, and the bakery bakes the required bread 5 times a day. Renault introduced to Talander, once the warship has to enter a long-term hyperspace voyage and cannot be resupplied. Fresh bread will be difficult to eat. The central restaurant is spacious, clean and bright. The tables and chairs are made of warm white teak. The walls of the restaurant are hung with silver-rimmed paintings, which are pastoral scenery of a planet, or oil paintings of Emperor Augustus standing on his horse. The Protoss also have similar places, such as the meditation room in the battleship, where the Templars will practice and discuss and share their insights on Kara. Talander suddenly realized sadly that he had lost Kara. The restarted Purifier project may only have this one person, which means that he has become an increasingly weird existence. In this situation, it is not easy for the lonely Purifier to integrate into the original society. The fear, confusion and discrimination that the tribe members can expect are really unbearable. How will the Supreme Council, which once regarded the Purifier as a dangerous weapon, deal with him? Although the Supreme Executor Artanis claimed that the Supreme Council had been expelled and the Templar Knights, the leader of the Terran Protoss, were now, this was really hard for Talander to accept for a while. Talander could hear the whispers in the central restaurant. This must be the result of Raynor telling these people in advance that he would come to visit. He was not afraid of other slander, but he did not think he should be insulted like this. This may be the reason why the ancient Purifiers rebelled. They fought to the death to protect their people, but what they got in return was slavery and oppression. The Templars fought for glory, but glory did not belong to a group of dead people who should have been forgotten. Brother Raynor, sometimes I always feel lonely. When leaving the restaurant, Talander said to Raynor, I only have unprecedented loneliness in my heart. Without Kara, no one will listen to my pain. Losing Kara is an unbearable pain for the Protoss. Only by connecting with other Protoss souls can we relieve loneliness. The Protoss has never felt lonely from birth to death. Now we know that even mechanical Protoss, like you, have emotions. Reno said, I heard that you have electronic Kara, which is like our network, but much more advanced. Yes. The Purifiers don't have Kara, but they have something similar. The data network connects all the Purifiers together, and everyone can express their opinions. This is why the Purifiers were so united when they decided to resist the enslavement of the Supreme Council. Talander said, when deciding something, the Purifiers always vote to resolve it. The time it takes to count the votes determines their efficiency. And the Purifiers are always extremely efficient. They have their own forum. Renault said metaphorically, if someone posts, then others can leave a message. This is easy to understand. When a Purifier rants against the Supreme Council in the data network, the entire network explodes. This is exactly the same as Kara, except that Kara directly shares emotions and data, while the Purifier is just cold data and information. The Purifier's technology is also very helpful for the research and development of artificial intelligence in the Terran Empire, which helps to improve the operating efficiency of drones and intelligent machinery. When Raynor and Talander came to the Hyperion Bridge, the battleship had not yet left the hyperspace navigation state. The star map on the bridge projected a planet shrouded in darkness. Zakul? Zakul is a Protoss archive world, a heavily guarded place of forbidden documents. In ancient times, Zakul was a planet belonging to the Xel'Naga, with countless magnificent lost temples. Zakul is very important to the Protoss Empire. All documents and artifacts since the Aeon of Disaster are stored there. 3 ancient and knowledgeable protectors are in charge of the world, and the only ones who can surpass them in status may be the legendary Supreme Protectors. In addition, there is a powerful army guarding the planet and its knowledge and immortal relics. It is hard to imagine how a group of human pirates found this mysterious forbidden place of documents. It seems that the shadow of Arega has already touched this mysterious forbidden place of Protoss documents. When did this happen? Raynor saw Augustus standing silently in front of the star map. If Zakul is heavily guarded as Artanis said, then how could we humans know the news of the attack on Zakul before them? Artanis doesn't understand this either. If Zakul is attacked, the Protoss defenders there will definitely request support from the Golden Fleet of Shakuras as soon as possible, Augustus said. At this time, a brilliant flash of light shone on the bridge of the Hyperion. This magnificent battlecruiser flagship was leaving the hyperspace channel, followed by a whole huge fleet. The fleet has arrived in Zakul. Matt Horner's voice came. We have never set foot in this star field. We must be careful. On the star map, the holographic image of Zakul was also fully updated, and the various data of the planet were listed next to it. The communication signals on this planet are silent. Normally, the Guardians here should have questioned us how we dared to trespass into the forbidden area. Renault felt something was wrong. We are here to capture Alan Cheezer. And we can't even detect human communication signals? Augustus stared at the holographic projection of Zakul, and had a bad feeling in his heart. Artanis, what have you found? He connected the communication link with the Protoss flagship purification. Zakul, this planet looks like a dead end. The Templars guarding the protector of Zakul have not responded to us. Artanis seemed very anxious. And his hands and feet seemed cold. Before this, the communication between Zakul and Shakura's was normal. He said, although this is unbelievable, someone must have betrayed the Light and Shadow Council and concealed the truth. This is almost impossible for our people. It seems that Arega has finally found our Temple of Knowledge. We should have known that since this crazy Dark Archon began hunting precious protectors among the stars, he would find this place sooner or later. But what exactly made the Protoss here so corrupt and so depraved? Chapter 620 Hybrid Mel. Zakul, Twilight Fortress. The dense forest casts ghostly, creeping, and twisted shadows under the sunlight. The strange howls of wild beasts echo over the ruins of the once magnificent temple in Twilight Fortress, as if they were the last terrified screams of the people who were killed before they died. When he set foot on this strange land, a feeling of remoteness, desolation, but also absurdity and horror immediately surged into Augustus' heart. Even the bravest and most fearless Imperial warriors were nervous. The emotions of anxiety and fear quietly affected everyone. Even the military chaplains could only mutter weird. 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 Zakul is a green planet full of vitality. Countless dense and colorful wonderful forests surround the pyramid-shaped temples that seem to have existed since ancient times. The vast and mysterious atmosphere blows in the face. The vegetation here is very strange, with fluorescent succulents and bright crowns, like flower crowns swaying gently in the wind. The air was filled with a slightly pungent fragrance, which smelled like crushed mint. This place is strange. Tychus. For so many years, you and I have followed Augustus to travel all over the world, through life and death, and have been to many worlds. But no place has ever made me shudder like Zakul. Raynor was staring at the huge Zakul obelisk in front of him, with one hand on the electromagnetic pistol hanging behind the waist of the power armor. This magical obelisk was floating in the air, with the blessing of some mysterious power, surrounded by green lightning. There are many such strange obelisks near the Protoss city called Twilight Bastion. They can even form a magnificent array when gathered together. Even from a far distance, people can hear the humming sound of these obelisks like lightning. The obelisks that appeared in Zakul are very similar to the Xel'Naga artifacts. They are all triangular prisms, but the core component of the obelisk is a luminous body that flashes fluorescent green light, and the interior is unevenly covered with irregular geometric shells. The materials used to make these obelisks and their mysterious purposes are extremely curious, but perhaps only the people who created them countless epochs ago can know. Looking south from here, there is a Zakul library. The magnificent building is still in operation today, and countless strange words are engraved on the black stone walls of the library. In the green flashes above the Zakul library, exquisite geometric images and incomprehensible equations reflect brilliant light, as if there is infinite knowledge waiting for the later generations to discover here. Unlike the many ruins of Elna lying in the rainforest, Zakul seems to be still in operation. This is really weird. As Tychus spoke, a Hercules-class transport ship had already transported an Odin mech to the surface. When this unparalleled behemoth landed with a bang, the ground shook with it. Xel'Naga. If they are really gods, then they are probably crazy. In my opinion, we should get some valuable things here and leave as soon as possible. There is no need to deal with these gods and ghosts just to catch a few pirates. Behind him, a huge Imperial army consisting of Goliath armed robots, Sidewinder tanks, siege tanks and wolf mechas has been assembled, including Odin and Thor mechas. When these giant mechas are assembled, it is a spectacular sight. The uniform gold and red color and uniform Imperial emblem highlight the strength of the Iron Legion. Today, the more advanced Imperial Wolf mechas are developed by the famous A11OM Corporation. This new model of mecha can reach a height of 24 feet, making it a real iron giant. This is the Iron Torrent of the Terran Empire, whose scale and prestige far exceed any period in Terran human history. Since we are already here, is there any reason to turn around and run away? Augustus came from behind and said to Raynor, "Tell the soldiers not to touch anything on Zakul easily, And don't believe any voice that appears in your head. Be firm in your faith and gather your will. And no one can defeat us. The more you say this, the more scared I will pee my pants. Tychus just said this. But he still calmly opened the helmet mask of the power armor to spit out the burnt cigarette butt. It sounds like we need to ask some druids and shamans of the Heji voodoo cult to exorcise the demons. I know that people who are close to the Star Altar and the Zelnaga artifacts occasionally hear some strange sounds. And some people have nightmares in the middle of the night. And Zakul looks like the source of those sounds. Reno looked from the obelisk in the air, as if it had some kind of attractive magic. He was not afraid of these strange creations that contained mysterious power. But who knew if these things would suddenly fall and make a hole? In view of some recent events, we cannot afford to be careless. Augustus hummed. Are you referring to what happened in District 6? Renault's voice also lowered. District 6 is an advanced research department of the Terran Empire, related to outer biological space experiments. What is less known is that some of the hybrids captured by the Empire are secretly imprisoned there for research and development of new weapons to fight and eliminate this terrible monster. Although the scientists in District 6 knew that they had to be extremely careful when dealing with evil creatures like hybrids with strong mental power, a careless young researcher accidentally released a hybrid, and a terrible tragedy ensued. By the time the Special Tactical Forces of the Terran Empire's Mobius Corps, which were specially formed to eliminate such monsters, arrived, it was too late. Everyone in District 6 either became slaves of the hybrids or shot themselves in the process of resisting mental control. The Mobius Corps had to burn the entire 6th district and seal up all the files related to the 6th district. Since then, the tragedy of the 6th district has always warned researchers in such projects. Perhaps the relics left by the Zelnaga cannot really control the human mind, but the hybrids can definitely do so, Augustus said. The hybrids are an evil creature that is a mixture of Zerg and Protoss genes, with the characteristics and powerful strength of both races. When this horrible monster appears among humans, it is simply destructive. For example, the hybrid dominator strain with powerful strength can even directly crush the fragile human spirit and destroy an army in the blink of an eye. Compared to the Protoss, who are born with strong psychic powers, humans are more susceptible to spiritual power. Solid armor may be able to resist artillery fire, but the driver inside cannot resist the mental impact. Is there a hybrid in Zakul? Tychus scanned the jungle in the distance, as if he wanted to find those horrifying monsters. However, there were only some strange trees in the distance. These large trees with amber colors and gorgeous textures had intertwined branches, but not even a leaf could be seen. The trunks and branches were dotted with golden spots, like many dense eyes. In addition, the Protoss buildings on Zakul are very strange. Logically speaking, although Zakul is very far away from Aiur, it was essentially once a part of the Protoss Empire. But its architectural style is far from the luxurious and gorgeous golden and blue city on Aiur. The buildings in Zakul are darker and low-key, with compact layouts on the black walls, transparent lines, sharp edges and corners, and sharp black spires stretching straight to the sky. The shining crystal curtain walls and the light bridges connecting them flash with green flashes, which are closer to the style of the Dark Templar. Only the Protoss Empire itself knows that the decay of these buildings is actually a recent phenomenon. Green is the representative color of the Zelnaga and the Void, symbolizing the endless life. In Zakul, this is another completely different meaning. Death. I just found out about it, Augustus said to Tychus. A few minutes ago, Artanis told me that the Protoss army in Zakul has rebelled and imprisoned the 3 protectors they were supposed to guard. The leader of these Protoss traitors is actually a hybrid. Orega's army also appeared in this area, which must not be a coincidence. Raider gritted his teeth and said, the scientific ship exploration team detected the scavenger pirate base near this Protoss city, and the Terran Empire came for this purpose. And there are not only pirates nearby, but also a large-scale rebellious Protoss army. So far, the people of the Terran Empire have never heard of rebellion in the Protoss Empire and the Darem Protoss, let alone a large-scale mutiny. Considering that most Protoss Templars have noble character, it is almost impossible for them to turn against their side or even defect, even if there is a traitor among them. It is difficult for such a person to hide himself in the Kala. Now it seems that the hybrids can not only control humans in Zerg, but are even powerful enough to corrupt the Protoss. This may also be understandable if Amon and Nerid are using Templars with Kala instead of Taldaran Protoss to create hybrids. They can more easily invade and use Kala to spread corrupt ideas. Your Majesty, the detector shows that a Protoss army composed of Zakul Guardians is approaching us. They must be crazy. And there are even a large number of Protoss Archons among them. Matt Horner's voice came from the communication channel of the Augustus Power Armor. This is not the style of the Protoss. Only in the most critical moments will high-level Templars sacrifice themselves to merge into Archons. Matt, maybe when these Protoss realize that their enemy is the Terran Empire. Now is the most critical moment for them. Raynor said in the command channel. Warriors, the enemy is coming towards us. Deal with them well. Ahead, in the dark forest of Zakul, a Protoss army quietly appeared. Hundreds of Zakul fanatics holding light blades appeared at the edge of the forest. Large numbers of hunters emerged from the shadows. And the immortal mechas wearing heavy armor moved their phase disruptor cannons to lock on the enemy in the air. Despicable humans. The current protectors are loyal to a greater power. From the ancient armors of these Protoss warriors engraved with mysterious words, one can vaguely see the immortal achievements they once took pride in. But in their eyes burning with turquoise psychic flames, there is only madness. And even the psychic energy that constitutes their Protoss blades has turned into the same color as their eyes. Something in the ruins of Zakul Zelnaga must have corrupted these noble Protoss warriors. God, I can hear the roars now. Raynor said, how long has it been since we fought against Protoss other than the Taldaran Protoss? I can't remember. Jimmy. Since we fought those stubborn old men on Ire. Augustus ordered on the command channel, fire. Warriors, show no mercy. They are not the Protoss we are familiar with. In response to the Emperor's order, the Terran Empire army opened fire first. In an instant, steel and fire were sprinkled on the earth, and huge springs made of mud rose from the ground. The god of war appeared in the sky above Zakul, and destruction came on the battlefield. Except for the plasma shields of the Protoss army, everything was reduced to ashes. Countless bullets, shells, missiles and plasma were poured all over the battlefield. Even the Protoss could not resist such fierce artillery fire, and a large number of green light beams rose up at once. Soon, the Zakul Guardians retaliated fiercely. When the hunters used the power of the void to teleport within the range, the particle disruptors on their heads released dense void energy. Whether it is a mech with heavy armor or an ordinary Imperial Marine, once hit, it will disintegrate into an atomic state, just like a jelly that has been smashed and melted. The immortal mech's raised fortitude energy shield is strong enough to resist the artillery fire of the Terran Empire siege tank. With just 2 shots, the antimatter bombs fired by the phase interference can destroy the proud war wolf of the Imperial army. Both sides are ruthless and don't talk much. They come to the fight with real swords and guns. Your Majesty, the offensive of the Zakul defenders is very fierce. You should evacuate to a safe area. Matt reminded Augustus, I am deploying air strike forces. No need. Augustus said. I want to request to join this glorious battle. Purifier Talander came out. Before Augustus could answer, a dark shadow appeared in front of him. Such a chic demeanor did not attract the attack of the guards around Augustus. So it could only be one person. Zeratul, Raynor shouted, after Xeris. Where have you been these days? I really miss you. It is too late to reminisce. James Raynor, Zeratul said. The city of Zakul was abandoned, and the hybrids planted the seeds of ominousness and darkness on the planet. Their master is the hybrid Mar, a servant of the dark god. He said, I came for the prophecy, but I only saw annihilation.